CFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Friday before a long weekend for a lot of you. Getaway day for a lot of you. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you joining us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We got a lot to get to today on the show. Got a lot of things to get to with you people. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm looking forward to a good weekend. Looking forward to the Astros continuing their stretch. Notwithstanding this last series, Sean, you got to remember that starting May 7th, when they went 16 games in 16 days, they went 10-6.
It's good.
They keep up at a 10-6 pace for the rest of the season. They're in the playoffs. They're only a few games back from the Mariners. They get to face the Mariners this week. This is I'm rested, recuperated, recovered, and I'm ready to focus on the positive with the Astros, except for the very glaring negatives, which I'll hammer away at. But other than that, very, very positive. We're going
to be positive, other than the negatives that we're going to destroy today on the show.
I am positive that I am scared poopless over the whole Jose Abreu situation.
Hey, I am too. I think today, Seth, too, is an appropriate time. We've had people clamoring for this.
Really?
We've not done a Circle of Trust yet this year. I think today, given where the Astros are, 22-28, but ascending, coming off of an off day, heading into a super important, as regular seasons in May go, a super important week of baseball. This is a really important week for the Astros because they got to take care of their business against the A's in this 3-game series, and then they've got the Mariners for 4 games. I was trying to think this morning, like, what would I take? Similar to the homestand, like they got to be 8-2 in that homestand, and they went 7-3, which is fine. I think I would take. This is the baseline for me: sweep the A's, split with the Mariners. Now, if they want to lose the series to the A's, then sweep the Mariners. That would be even better, because you're picking up games on the actual team ahead of you.
Right.
But realistically, you're going on the road against the division leader. You've not been great this year. So I would take care of your business against the bad team, like win your games against a team that you just, other than at the tail end of last year, you've destroyed this team for the last couple of seasons. And then, at a minimum, you can't lose ground to the Mariners over the next week.
Right, don't lose ground to the Mariners. Yeah. The Angels in that weird Framber loss was disheartening because it felt so needless. Like you blew. It wasn't like you blew Game 4 of the World Series or something. You blew a healthy lead versus an inferior opponent, and it felt like, crap, this is the kind of stuff that keeps you out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yep.
So I don't know. I don't like that, but at the same time, I don't necessarily need to sweep teams in these series, even if they're bad teams. I just want to. I just want to win series. I just want to stack wins in series over and over again. It's tougher with Seattle because it's a 4-game series, so you got to win 3 games there. But I would rather instead of the scenario you laid out, I would prefer 2 wins over Oakland and 3 wins over Seattle.
That's probably preferable. You're right. That's probably preferable because then you're picking up a couple games. That it's the Mariners adds a little nuance to the urgency of winning that series. It's the team you're chasing.
I was looking at the schedule and I thought, hey, that Thursday Seattle game's a nationally televised game because I see an ESPN after it.
Oh, yeah?
I believe it's just ESPN Plus.
Oh, okay.
So yet another streaming service that you might have to sign up for if you want to watch the Astros take on the Mariners on Thursday.
Yeah.
Everything's working out just great with cutting the cord, Sean.
Yeah.
Everything's great. Everything's just fine, okay?
The message.
Everybody loves having to dig and search and sign up and set a reminder to cancel and all that.
Hey, what's the percentage? Because we heard these percentages throughout the years. recently, I say throughout the years,
17%.
No, what percent? Because we heard percentages about this percentage has cable, this percentage just watches regular, just antenna TV. What's the percentage of houses that actually have internet, that have Wi-Fi, that have internet?
That have high-speed internet?
That have high-speed internet, yeah. In my house, we've had high-speed internet for nearly, for like 25 years now. But, you have to have it to watch these games now.
According to the FCC, 97% of people have access to high-speed internet because there's still people in rural areas where you got to use satellite internet and stuff, which we had a vacation place once where we had satellite internet, and I remember I tried to stream an interview once, and it was like a 3-second delay on video. It was rough. And, it wasn't like I was in a cabin in the woods in 1843
rough
or
by
something.
2021
fending
standards.
Off bears with an old rickety shotgun.
Rough by our standards.
Yeah. It was rough for doing the things that I wanted to do. What percentage of Americans have high-speed internet?
Yeah, not access to it, actually have it in their homes and are paying for it. Yeah. I'm just curious. I'm sure the text page will tell us.
Here we go.
Okay,
I've got it, Sean. I've got the Pew Research Center. It's just my high-speed internet isn't being all that high-speed right this moment.
Right. So do you have it or do you not have it?
I told you. I'm waiting for the Pew Research Center to give me what I want. You asked a random question. 37 seconds. What percentage of Americans have high-speed internet?
Let me be clear. It was a rhetorical question. I wasn't expecting you to go Google it. I was merely bringing up a point that I'm curious what that percent, because with cable it was like 50-50 for all those years. It looks
about 80% of U.S. adults have home broadband.
Okay.
So that's, depending on, the socioeconomic stuff skews out differently and what have you. But as far as and I'm guessing it might be a little bit higher in Houston. I don't know. But for the most part, you might say 20% of Astros fans might not even have access to that Thursday game.
That's what I'm wondering.
They can't stream ESPN Plus.
And it's not even an Astros thing. This streaming thing is a huge thing across all these sports. We just saw Amazon get NBA rights. We know Amazon has a chunk of the NFL. We know Netflix is broadcasting the Texans game on Christmas Day. I'm assuming there's a local feed for that game on Christmas Day as well, like a regular TV feed. I don't know, but not to get off track. I'm just curious with this streaming, how inaccessible is it?
Disenfranchising people. Like with boxing, boxers and their promoters still make a boatload of money, but it just completely floated away from the public consciousness in terms of where it used to be. Man, that was the event going on. Now it's more of a niche thing. And I think, you got to find that balance between all right, hey, look, it's awesome to make more money and to take that cash. But at the same time, if there's large numbers of households that it's either too expensive or just a pain in the ass to watch, maybe you just don't get too cocky, NFL, or MLB, or any. Just don't get too cocky.
That's right. So I say all that to say I think I want to do a circle of trust today. We're 50 games in. It was an off day yesterday. We're a little content light on the Astros today. I think today is the day, and I think I jotted down. I think there's only probably 5 or 6 names that we need to have a debate over. A lot of guys fall on. A lot of guys are easily in. There's several that are easily out. You're 22 and 28. I think there's about 5 or 6, maybe 7, but definitely 5 or 6 players that you and I need to discuss and debate whether they are circle of trust worthy at this stage.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say there might only be 5 players in the circle of trust.
No. I think there's more.
What's the over-under? Just without me even thinking about it.
That are in?
I don't know what our average circle of trust was back in the heyday, back when the Astros were legitimately good. Yeah. But I think that I would put 7. Without thinking of a single name, I'm going to say it's 7.
Yeah, probably. We'll get to it later in the show. I'll do the chicken scratch back of the napkin during the break.
There's guys I'm optimistic about, but that doesn't mean that they're right now in my circle of trust.
Correct. So we'll do that. We'll do that in the 7 o'clock hour. 7:20, we'll do our first circle of trust of the season. But the Astros in Oakland to take on the A's for the next 3 games.
Sometimes I'm the one that has the hardest time with the circle of trust usually. I think this time it's actually going to be a lot easier. Not a whole lot of goodwill in my heart right now.
Good.
I'm going to be willing to just be like, look, because we've got so much precedence for when we've even threatened to push Alex Bregman out of the circle of trust, or if we've ejected him from the circle of trust, it turns him right around. So now I'm just doing what's good for him.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell him how it is. Yeah. Listen, man. Yeah, look, the back of the baseball card don't lie. You ain't cutting it, all right? No circle of trust for you.
He's been awful since they moved him back to cleanup. He's worse in this second stint batting up here than he was in the first stint. Like the 6 hole was the elixir for Alex Bregman, and then they moved him back to cleanup, and his OPS is below 400 right now since then. It's bad.
This is like when it's almost like when you win a prize and it's something that you don't want, but you're like, you win a huge prize. It's a car, but you hate that car. And now it turns into like, okay, well, now I got to pay taxes on that, on that prize. Mm-hmm. So now I got to sell it and do something. It's nice, but like, all right. Is the 6 hole? Bregman getting moved to cleanup. Oh. That's probably what it feels like to him. Like, oh, great. Wow. What a sign of respect. Thanks a lot for this, for this chain around my neck.
Here's your 394 OPS. Have fun. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Let's get to in the next segment here. DeMeco Ryans, get to some Texans here. Where is he in the pantheon of coaches in the NFL right now? A respected voice as DeMeco Ryans graded very, very high. Are the names in front of him names that we would swap for DeMeco Ryans right now? We will hear from that respected name, and we'll discuss coming up next.
today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Friday. Payne and Pendergast. Hope you're having a fine morning. Mina Kimes, ESPN. She has a podcast as well. She's a very respected voice in the football community. And, it is interesting to think, like, okay, where do people outside of Houston kind of stack up DeMeco Ryans in the hierarchy of head coaches in the NFL? Mina Kimes on her podcast yesterday dropped her annual top 10 head coach list. Here's where she's got DeMeco Ryans.
Who's your 9?
DeMeco Ryans.
I thought about that. He's my 11.
I just think this dude has it. I think he is so clearly good at everything it requires to be an elite head coach, both the management side, the leader of men's side, the hiring side, the play calling side. I mean, this is a defense that was obviously terrible before he arrived. They added some talent, but immediately jumped to top 10 in success rate. His team, his defenses have such a obvious identity. They just play harder. They tackle more. They rally to the football. I find it so gratifying to watch his defenses play and to see that immediately in year one in Houston. Obviously took a big leap this year, making the playoffs.
I believe swarm is the word you're looking for there, Mina, as you talk about them rallying to the football and whatnot.
Yeah, don't dishonor the acronym, damn it.
Yes, special work ethic and relentless mindset. Swarm. So ninth in the pantheon of head coaches, DeMeco Ryans.
I would say I expect by the end of this season that I would have him ranked higher than 9th.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at who she has above DeMeco Ryans right now and just reel them off. Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, Dan Campbell, and Kevin Stefanski. I'm not going to argue with any of those because they've been head coaches longer in the NFL. I wonder about Jim Harbaugh. I wonder where she has Jim Harbaugh, because I'd really probably, even though he's been away from the NFL for a spell, he put together a hell of a run in San Francisco.
Sure did.
He came in, took a defunct and decrepit franchise, went 13-3, 11-4, 12-4, and then even in his last and final season was 8-8. It wasn't. He's a little bit like Urban Meyer was in coaching, where he's had very few actual bad seasons, and yet he also has experience as an NFL head coach, unlike Urban Meyer. So I might slide Jim Harbaugh in there just because he has an actual track record of success. So, but given all of the intangibles and all those other things aside from actual success as a head coach, I agree with Mina. I think I'm much like DeMeco himself. It's all about competition. And in the coaching world where careers last 10, 20, 30 years, it takes a while to build up that competition. So I'm going to make him earn it. Just like DeMeco made CJ earn his spot, I'm going to make DeMeco earn his spot in my top 10 of NFL coaches, even though I'm very optimistic about him, just like DeMeco was about CJ as a player.
Trying to look and see which of these coaches are on the schedule this year. Andy Reid, obviously, he's number 1. He's going to be hard to unseat, barring a bottoming out of the Kansas City Chiefs that I don't see happening anytime in the next 10 years.
Andy Reid would have, to rank him as far as, current head coaching ability, it would have to be a combination of Pat Mahomes going completely off the rails somehow in his personal life, and then Andy Reid just, all of a sudden just stops caring. Or has some health concern or something, but it would be really, really hard to unseat him.
Yeah, at number 1. I agree. Kyle Shanahan's 2, as you mentioned. You just went through this list. I'm just kind of going through them a little, just kind of a little more detail. They don't play Shanahan. John Harbaugh, they play, number 3.
Yeah. With John Harbaugh, a lot of the things that she just said about DeMeco Ryans, you could also say about John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Different personalities and different area of expertise and everything, but they just get their guys to play hard. And I think the biggest thing with John Harbaugh and DeMeco Ryans, where a similarity might emerge, is in their ability to work with their GM to identify the types of guys that they want.
Yeah.
Like the Ravens are a culture organization. Everybody talks about culture, but very few coaches and GMs really know how to get it. The Ravens they have a certain culture, and they try to bring in guys who fit their culture, and it's worked out for them. They've just they're just perennially very, very competitive.
What's your optimism level that the Texans are on a track to get in that neighborhood of having a team where you just know the Texans are on the schedule and you're going to get, if you see the
get a certain style of
play. Yeah, exactly.
I think they're probably there already.
Okay.
I think they still have to develop a true identity. I think that Mina may have overstated a little bit how impressive the defense was last year.
Yeah.
And now she pointed out they just played really hard, and they did. They make up for a lot of inadequacies just by simply swarming to the ball and playing with a certain mindset. But they still need to show improvement to be a genuinely formidable defense.
Yeah.
So his defenses in San Francisco were very much that way. But this is still to follow the lead of DeMeco Ryans himself. You still got to prove it. You still got to show that these improvements in the offseason show up on the field. I'm optimistic they will, but they didn't last season. They were an improved defense, but not a genuinely good defense.
4 of the top 7 coaches on her list they faced this year. Andy Reid 1, John Harbaugh 3, Matt LaFleur 6, and then Dan Campbell 7. Look, man, I'm pumped for those games too. Especially that Detroit game. That Sunday night Detroit game might be my favorite game of the year on the schedule. That might be the game I'm most looking forward to because it's right at the halfway point of the season.
Yeah.
It's right in between those other, it's the middle of that 3-game primetime stretch. The Texans are going to have 10 days rest coming off of the Halloween game against the Jets. They're going to be wearing the battle red in that game against the Detroit uniforms, which any combination of is a great uniform.
The funny thing about Detroit is that I always have to remind myself that Dan Campbell was an offensive player because he's got such huge meathead vibes. Yeah. He just seems like he should have been a middle linebacker in the 1970s or something. But there is a similarity in that he, just like DeMeco's a defensive-minded coach, so there's always going to be a question about, okay, what do you do if Bobby Slowick leaves and you have to find a new offensive coordinator? Dan Campbell is not the offensive mastermind. Even as an offensive player and then a tight ends coach, he's not the offensive mastermind. Ben Johnson is. So they have that same question, I think, in Detroit is, all right, this is awesome and great. What happens if Ben Johnson does take a head coaching job somewhere? We're going to have to switch it. We're going to have to find somebody else to run this offensive show.
Yeah. It's just funny to see Dan Campbell 7th on this list when we think of his introductory press conference. If someone had told you Dan Campbell would be, and I think most of football agrees with this assessment of the job Dan Campbell has done. If someone had said when he's out there biting kneecaps and whatnot.
Biting kneecap off?
Yeah.
The key thing there is you said if you'd watch the opening press conference. Nobody really watched the opening press conference. They watched that one bite.
Yeah.
I ended up, after that first one came out, somebody had said, hey, go back and watch the whole press conference. And I watched the whole press conference, and it was much more balanced. You saw more of what you've seen since then. You realize, okay, this guy isn't just some psychotic meathead. He's actually pretty thoughtful about everything.
Yes.
He just knows when to channel the meathead.
Yep.
Which is what football is all. That's what DeMeco's so brilliant at doing. He's a gentleman's gentleman off the field, but he knows how to channel all of those more vicious tendencies when it comes to playing the game of football and coaching the game of football. And I think that's what Dan Campbell does. He's not quite as good at he's more rough around the edges than DeMeco.
Well, if I had to guess, he's also this is the bonus of having DeMeco Ryans, and this is why I think DeMeco Ryans has huge upside to climb lists like this coming season if the Texans perform at the level a lot of people expect them to. DeMeco Ryans is a great strategist as well. He is a really smart football guy. Dan Campbell may or may not be. He's a former tight ends coach. I'm guessing most of what gets Dan Campbell to 7th on lists like this is being Dan Campbell, and the energy that he brings and the fact that he's a leader and guys follow him. When you take a franchise like Detroit out of where they came from, and by the way, he only won 3 games his first year there. That's tough to keep guys believing when they're still winning just as many or just as few games as they had been in previous seasons, and he kept them believing. That's a huge check in his thing. But I just think, I think of DeMeco just with Christian Harris with that iPad out, the stoppage before the pick six in the Cleveland game, and DeMeco's like, "Yep, just go right here, drop right in this area. It's going to be a pick. Guarantee it's going to be a." And I know that that's an extreme example that's been hyped up by the internet as well. But anybody you talk to about DeMeco will tell you, I mean, you played with him, like he's one of the smartest guys out there.
Right,
you know?
right, yeah. That's one of the things, by the way, talking about culture, that in watching Alshire's press conference the other day, like, oh, okay, this guy's a lot like Will Anderson, in that when they said that DeMeco drafted himself when he drafted Will Anderson, Alshire is very much that same way, because he plays linebacker a lot like DeMeco. Like, he loves to lower his shoulder and really bring it. He goes sideline to sideline. But when he talks about leadership, and we'll play some of his audio later, he's very thoughtful about it. And DeMeco just loves his football IQ. So I think, yeah, DeMeco would never have the ego to say this, but I mean, he's trying to put as many guys who are like himself on the football team.
Yeah.
And I think that's
good.
I was telling Brandy this the other day. The amazing thing about DeMeco, if you want to know about like DeMeco's personality and the way he goes about business, he was one of the team's most beloved players in the fan base, but he was only on one competitive team with the Texans entire time he was here. It wasn't like he was here during the glory days. They had that 2011 season, then Wade Phillips swapped him out because he didn't feel like he quite fit his system. That's a testament to who he is as a person. Alshire feels like that kind of guy.
Yeah. We'll hear from Alshire in the 7 o'clock hour. He was really good the other day.
I was surprised. I think this is a little bit of a sign of the times, because if there's somebody that, like people like Mina Kimes, who like want to try to really incorporate a lot of the analytics and thinking innovatively about things and everything, if there's one thing that those commentators do, it's they love him some Mike McDaniel. And yet,
no top 10.
No Mike McDaniel in their top 9.
Yeah, not in the top 9 at least. Yeah. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Boy wonder, maybe his little quips and his little jokes and his little nerdy demeanor maybe he's not quite cutting it anymore.
No.
People want results, baby. Don't go the way of Brandon Staley, Mike McDaniel.
Did you see?
Don't turn into everybody's favorite dude because you say something that sounds kind of philosophical, and then you end up on your ass in the playoffs.
I don't know what the context was the other day, but McDaniel had a press conference the other day for OTAs. And somebody in that scrum asked him a Harrison Butker question.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what the context was. Maybe it was like, how would you handle something like this or whatever. I don't know what it was. But the guy whoever asked it was very drawn out in asking the question. So you got to watch, the 5 faces of Mike McDaniel internalizing a question that he's being asked. Yeah. And as soon as the words Harrison Butker came out, like McDaniel drops to an elbow on the dais there and puts his head down next to the microphone. And as soon as the guy gets to the end of the question, he's like, "Glad you asked."
You know what?
It was funny.
If I were going to ask a Harrison Butker question, I am a fan of asking short and succinct questions.
Yeah.
Because usually when somebody draws out a question, it ends up turning into actually 2 or 3 questions, and it's really hard as the person trying to respectfully answer a question, even know what question you're answering. Yeah. In the case of Harrison Butker, I would assume that most coaches probably have an answer thought out in advance. They're going to give some stock reply or something. I would mention the name Harrison Butker immediately, and then kind of filibuster for a little bit.
Yeah.
So the person could have a chance to get their thoughts
That's
together.
That's a good thought, Seth.
So you say, so on the topic of Harrison Butker, then you ramble, let Mike McDaniel think about it, ramble.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah. And for those maybe not up to speed, I'm guessing most of you are, Harrison Butker, the kicker for the Chiefs, who had what turned into some very controversial thoughts on marriage and women and things like that in a graduation speech a couple of weeks ago.
I thought Pat Mahomes had a good. I was probably an answer to a question, but it's basically a statement about something that's true. Like, regardless of the Harrison Butker comments or graduation speech or anything, which is that you share a locker room with a whole lot of guys who are vastly different, like religions, ethnicity, background, growing up, beliefs about marriage and everything, and you tend to, you end up having some really good conversations with guys, and you learn to recognize people's differences and and understand them. It doesn't mean you have to, like, whether you disagree with somebody, it doesn't change how you feel about them as a teammate.
Yeah.
And Pat Mahomes said something along those lines.
Mahomes was excellent answering those questions about Butker the other day. I thought he was phenomenal. I retweeted some of the video from it. I thought he did a great job. It reminded me of Ted Johnson used to say that quite a bit when we were doing the show together, is that like an NFL locker room is actually one of the most inclusive places in some way because of all the diverse backgrounds of people.
Right, yeah, and at the end of the day, like, really what you care about is, like, all right, like, how do I judge this person as a teammate?
Right.
And that's what, in terms of, like, in the context of, I'm not judging guys by whether I want them to marry my sister or advise my son in his education or anything like that.
Yep.
Like, just you recognize people for their difference. Their differences, if we were all the same, it'd be a stupid, boring place.
Be very boring. This genre would be incredibly boring. All right, let's get to headlines. Next segment. Big news in baseball here in town, and it's not Astro related. Well, I hope it's not Astro related. Let me just put it that way. All right. But big baseball news here in town. We got some other things going on in headlines as we head into Memorial Day weekend. Payne and Pendergast, stay there. Oh, Crash Champions. That's right. I want to tell you about Crash Champions.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, the Astros. No Astros game yesterday. They have a big opportunity these next 7 days. Big weekend. You're playing the A's for 3 in Oakland. 3 very winnable games there, and then you've got a chance to really make some headway with your deficit in the division right now with 4 games at Seattle. The probables for the A's series this weekend on the mound, Justin Verlander tonight, Spencer Arrighetti Saturday, and then Sunday, the return of Ronel Blanco.
Big games coming up for both Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown, as both those guys have shown improvement in various respects. But there will be a squeeze here with the return of Ronel Blanco and then these other guys, Luis Garcia, perhaps a Lance McCullers coming down the line.
Urquidy is imminent. Urquidy's got
that's right. Yeah. Urquidy. Yes.
Yeah.
It's I have a hard time keeping track of all the names that are coming back.
It's a lot. It's a lot for sure. And we'll see about Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu, I'm guessing, is playing.
Is he pitching? I'd rather see him pitch.
He might be better at that than
I'd rather see Jose Abreu come out in the 7th inning than I would rather see him on the first pitch.
We were now tongue in cheek. The other day, we listed a handful of jobs. To be fair, I don't want to pull Seth into this. I listed a handful of jobs for Jose Abreu. It was probably a little insulting. I said he could be personal appearance Orbit, like the version of Orbit that goes to birthday parties for kids just has to stand there and take pictures. I said he could be, he could get Bobby Dynamite up there on the train, a vacation for a week, put the overalls and the orange T-shirt on and ride the train. He could be dump the bubble gum on the guy who got the walk-off dude, just the big barrel of double bubble and dumping it on them, or bazooka. But this actually is a baseball job. When they are in games that they're down 12-1 in the 8th inning, Jose Abreu can come out and save from having to bring an actual bullpen arm in. He can be scrub reliever, lob it over the plate guy.
Or just the position player designated to be the position player pitching in a bad situation.
Exactly.
Yeah. That'll be his role.
Yeah.
And he can watch film on it and figure out, they can analyze his high-speed cameras on his pitching motion and everything to figure things out. Right.
Can you imagine? And
keep that rosin off the left forearm.
With Jose, I was just going to say, dude, with Jose Abreu's luck this year, he would get caught for sticky stuff, being the mop-up 8th and 9th inning position player pitcher.
He'd have a bag of rosin rubber banded to his goatee. And just like be sitting right there. Like, hey, what's that in your goatee? That's not rosin, if that's what you're suggesting.
And he'd get suspended for 10 games, and we'd all be like, thank God.
I think that, DeMeco uses the teach tape and everything to show younger guys how you're supposed to do it. See an example of a good NFL player and do what you're supposed to do. For the dugout guy that throws the bubble gum or the goldfish crackers or anything, they should show him Hank Conger doing the robot from back in the day.
Yes.
If he could be the robot guy, he would become beloved. Hank Conger, who's more beloved in Houston amongst those who remember him than Hank Conger.
Jose Altuve, and that's it.
Yes, he was part of the spark for everything that the Astros became. And Abreu could be the spark for a resurgence by being the robot guy in the dugout.
Yes. Someone says just give Abreu 2 weeks in West Palm Beach with Roger Clemens, and he'll be the next Cy Young winner. That's true. If he actually does come back and he turns into the Jose Abreu they thought they were getting, then West Palm Beach, that field down there, needs to turn into like some Magic Pixie Land where you just send guys, they magically get better.
No, the next step needs to be going to Roger Clemens' little facility that he has at his place. Like the actual, he's got his own pit, batting cage and everything there. Yeah, just go and take live at bats against Roger Clemens.
Probably better than what he was facing in West Palm, I would imagine.
I would imagine it's like there is this. I wondered about this. There is something about facing somebody. Sometimes when you face somebody who's worse than a professional, it's harder in some ways because they're not playing by the same rules, like when you go against a bad offensive lineman, like as a defensive lineman, if you're going up against some kid that's a practice squad guy or something, there's times where like, okay, maybe you want to work on a counter, But, like, if you sell a move really good or really well, a good NFL lineman's going to react to it. You know, and he might overreact, but he's at least going to react to it.
Yeah.
Where a bad offensive lineman, it's like trying to fake out a fence post. Like, you jab and you come back and that fence post is still sitting there. You're like, damn. So it's hard. So I would imagine as a batter too, sometimes you're facing these pitchers who might be trying to do what they're trying to do, but they're not doing it as well as a professional pitcher.
That's interesting.
This is the excuse I'm making for Jose Abreu for every time he is struck out versus a teenager down in West Palm Beach.
Well, his numbers ended up being pretty good down there. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in Sugar Land. But Jose Abreu is going to be in Sugar Land for at least a day or two here, it would look like. All right, Seth.
It'll be impressive. It's usually like a 4 or 5 year journey from there to the bigs if you make it at all.
Yeah.
If he does it in 2 weeks, I'm going to be damn impressed.
Incredible, man. We are getting the World Baseball Classic here in Houston. It was announced yesterday.
I thought of you when I saw this.
Yep.
And I thought about how excited you must be to be able to watch our Astros players get injured right in front of you before the season even begins.
Let me lay this out here because this is big for the city of Houston, and I acknowledge that. In fact, let me acknowledge the Harris County Houston Sports Authority, Ben, for getting the World Baseball Classic. Good job. Same year we're getting the World Cup. We're getting the World Baseball Classic and the World Cup in the same calendar year. Houston is a world-class city. This is my honest feeling on getting the World Baseball Classic. I hated the World Baseball Classic in 2023 because it decimated the Astros. You had a bunch of pitchers with arm problems and shoulder problems that pitched in the World Baseball Classic. Most notably, you had Jose Altuve get beamed in the hand in a game in the World Baseball Classic, so he missed the first month or whatever of the season. And I think him missing that time and not being able to get right led to other injuries that he had along the way. Mm-hmm. So I don't hate the World Baseball Classic as an event. I just don't want any Astros playing in it. So this is my take on us getting it as a city. Bravo. Good job. Very excited for it. Very excited for the pageantry. Very excited for the fans coming in from out of the country to get to experience our city. I think it should be a very lively atmosphere downtown near Minute Maid Park. The city will show out for it. I don't want any relevant Astros playing in it, and that take will not change. Ever, 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 ever.
I wonder if Altuve will play in it. I bet he does.
I bet he does, too.
I mean, the guys really look at it like, they're representing their country.
Way different than me. That's how they look at it.
He's one of Venezuela's most beloved athletes, and I feel like there's probably a sense of duty there. If I put myself in that same situation and, are able to represent my country, it's hard, man. They got it's a good sell for the cult. It kind of they guilt trip you into it. You're like, all right, oh boy, I don't want to be un-American about this. Likewise, Jose Altuve doesn't want to let his country down. So I can't begrudge these guys for wanting to represent their countries. I hate the timing of it. The big thing with the Astros has always been that typically those players are also coming off a deep postseason run.
Yes.
And that's where it's a double whammy. It's that they haven't had as much rest as a lot of the other guys in that World Baseball Classic.
Right.
And then the younger guys are still trying to the pitchers have to be ramped up a month in advance of when they would typically be ramped up. So that's what freaks you out a little bit.
So that would be coming off of the 2025 season. So that would be coming off of next season.
Yeah.
What are the odds the Astros make a deep playoff run next season in 2025?
Probably only about 93%. Yeah.
It's a little low, but yeah.
Sorry
I would
if I'm
say
being pessimistic.
I would say so. So you're saying this season it's like 98% that they're going to be making a deep postseason run? I would say.
If they, you know what? I would go the same as last year where they barely squeaked into the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, they're going to make a run.
Yeah.
They just have too much experience, and their sphincters don't tighten up as much as these other chodes out there.
Yep.
Hey, dump that, Ben. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that word or not.
Ben. Ben's doing something in there. Here,
don't worry about it. I'm sure we're fine.
Yeah. I'll tell you the word he said, Ben, during the break. It's all right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Those are your headline. Pretty headline light day. No Astros last night. NBA playoffs. Celtics take a 2-0 lead over the Indiana Pacers. If you're looking to root against the Mavericks, that game tips off tonight at 7:30 in Minnesota. All right, up next, favorite move. The Athletic had the favorite move for each of the 32 NFL teams. The Texans' favorite move for Mike Sando in this piece, I think it was Mike Sando. might surprise a lot of you, but I think it's one that the general manager of the Texans might actually agree with. Favorite move of the offseason for the Houston Texans coming up next.
Your favorite move, if you've been waiting on buying a Silverado, is going to be to go to Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland, where you can lease a brand new 2024 Silverado for $299 a month. $299 a month on a Silverado. If you're looking to purchase instead, 1.9% financing with no payments until the kids go back to school. So many ways to save right now on a brand new Chevy Silverado.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Favorite move of the offseason. Texans have had one of the best offseasons, if not the best offseason in the history of the team. Certainly, I would say the most noteworthy offseason. The most buzzworthy offseason they've had.
I'm glad you said those last two things.
Why?
You know, I get nervous when we start giving out awards for offseason moves before we've seen the offseason moves pay off. You know.
Yeah.
It's like, Sean, it's like when you breed a cow and you think like, hey, it's a good match with this semen with this cow, but then you just don't know. You don't know until that calf is born. Okay.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
We need to see this calf heads coming out of the Texans.
No, when they traded for Joe Mixon, I immediately went to a bunch of farming sites to go watch cow birthing. Yes.
Yeah. So, but yes, a very notable and exciting off.
Definitely exciting.
Yes.
Definitely exciting. Definitely creating a lot of buzz. Definitely getting a lot of attention from the national NFL folks. Mike Sando of The Athletic has a piece where he has his personal favorite move for each of the 32 NFL teams. I mean, this was a little surprising to me just because this wasn't the most buzzy, the most sizzly move. Diggs, it feels like it's neck and neck, Stephon Diggs and Danielle Hunter for the most buzz. I like his answer here, though. I really do like his answer, especially when you're taking contract into account for this one. He's got DeMeco Ryans as his favorite move of the offseason for the Houston Texans, and he says this: DeMeco Ryans gives the Texans a big, strong defensive lineman whose advanced age, turns 34 this summer, could be misleading. Autry was 24 when he debuted in the NFL. He's averaged 610 snaps per season since 2015. His pressure rate over the past 3 seasons, here we go. Let's nerd this thing up, baby.
Nerd it.
12.9% ranks.
What's that mean?
It means he ranks 8th among players listed at 280 pounds or heavier per True Media.
Yeah.
So as far as big guys go, he's among the top 10 at getting heat on the passer more often than
I know. I was asking what it means just because I knew where you were going with it. I didn't want you to actually give me a definition of it. Yeah, he's it's notable that you got to take his size into account because he's kind of a flex player that can play on the edge or can play inside. And I think one of the hardest things for teams in the NFL right now, and as it always has been, it's just increasingly so now, is that you're on the field in nickel and dime so much where you've got lighter people on the field, but then when offenses decide to run against you, you got lighter bodies out there. So a guy like DeMeco Ryans is valuable in that it gives you flexibility that, okay, against a certain team, they might be in 3 wide receivers, but they like to run out of that as well. So we got to get a pass rush, but we also got to be able to stop the run. It's nice to have DeMeco Ryans on the inside or on the edge, depending on what other people are out there for that. But he's very, very capable. He's the Texans' new version of Jerry Hughes, I think, except if I feel bad for Jerry Hughes because he just got here 2 years too early. He came in here as a guy who was entering his mid-30s, and he was still very productive, and he played well, but it was on a team that just wasn't going to go anywhere. Where now, I think DeMeco Ryans is going to be that guy now. He doesn't have to be used as a full-time starter or for 90% of the snaps, but he also doesn't have as much tread off the tires as most 34-year-olds.
He set career highs last year in Tennessee in snaps, 731, and double-digit sack guy. 11.5 sacks last year for the Tennessee Titans. And Sando points out his $10 million average per year was reasonable for what he offers a team that wants to contend right now. And I think that's the key thing, too. If you're spending $10 million a year, if the Texans were to have signed DeMeco Ryans in 2022 for 2 years, $20 million, it would have felt a little like, all right, what are we doing here? Where you're burning cap space that you can roll over into the next year. And this is zero disrespect to DeMeco Ryans. It's actually a compliment. You at that point, you just, unless you feel like he is a hyper culture setter that you overpay for, paying $10 million to a guy to get 11.5 sacks in anonymity for a 3-win team isn't good. But yes, for a team that's contending now, this is a great investment.
A lot of the deals that the Texans made back in 2021, people would get frustrated, and I understood why. That these were guys like, it was Justin Britt, it was Camus Grugier-Hill, it was, Vernon Hargraves or Christian Kirksey is probably the best example.
Oh yeah, it's poster child.
Christian Kirksey was brought in to start, but it was a 1-year, $4.5 million deal back in 2021.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of guys you bring in when really you've got a long-term plan to draft guys like Christian Harris at some point or wherever, and that they can learn from guys like Christian Kirksey, but, be the eventual starters.
Yeah.
And that's what was nice this year and last year as well. They started being more aggressive in signing guys that hey, it might be a 1 or a 2 or a 3-year deal. It's a short-term deal. But these are guys who are actually bona fide starters.
Yep.
Christian Kirksey was a journeyman starter. Justin Britt, journeyman starter who is he's a bona fide starter, but he's not my favorite guy. It's like the guy a woman marries when she realizes all right, I got to getting kids out of me here at some point soon. So she marries the safe choice. The Texans were married to a bunch of safe choices in 2021. Now they're these are guys that are it's actually the man of the man that titillates you walks.
Yeah, drives a nice car, gets to the gym every now and then. Yeah. You're shopping in that
with respect, but also knows how to set a firm line.
Yeah. You're in that Dalton Schultz, Sheldon Rankins aisle, man. On that, you're in that category on the dating apps. Yeah, hell yeah. You know who?
It's one of the weirdest things I remembered when I was a young man, and I tried to be a gentleman as much as possible, but that also, women kind of like it when you also sometimes firmly set the boundary.
Yeah.
You're just like, hey, listen, this is the way I need this to be, and they're like, oh, he's authoritative. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So you got to balance.
Not shaking a fist.
No, not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, just
subtle.
I mean, yeah.
Subtle.
Yeah, subtle. Not even subtle. Just sometimes you got to be firm about what your boundaries are or what your expectations are.
I get it.
Yeah.
Here's Nick Caserio, who I'm going to base on this audio alone that he might agree with Mike Sando of favorite pickup this offseason.
specific to DeMeco, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years in, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring.
Yeah, it's a big pickup, man. I like DeMeco Autry.
That's about as aggressive as Nick Caserio's ever sounded in describing something.
Yes.
I feel like DeMeco Autry got firm with him at some point.
Listen, man, you go on Payne and Pendergast. Let it rip.
Yeah.
The people have spoken and have more time to speak if you'd like. I put up a poll last night about this very topic, and since there's only 4 choices on Twitter, I grouped DeMeco Autry and Azeez Al-Shaair, who we're going to hear from in a second here. I grouped them together in one of the choices. So here are the 4 choices for Texan fans. Of the choices below, what is your favorite move the Texans made this offseason? Have you looked at this yet, Seth? I hope not.
I looked at it. I didn't look at I know what the choices are. I didn't look at the results
Okay,
yet.
good. Because I like when you guess. Stephon Diggs trade, Joe Mixon trade, Danielle Hunter signing, and then I had taking Azeez Al-Shaair and DeMeco Autry away from the Titans as one collective move.
Did they not? Oh yeah, there's a character limit there. I guessed that this was hard because I assume it will be between Stephon Diggs and Danielle Hunter. So I think more people. Boy, people love their fantasy sports. But even bringing Diggs in doesn't help you as a fantasy owner because you never know in any given week who's going to get that.
It makes it harder to draft Diggs. Diggs was way easier to draft when he was on Buffalo than now,
Yeah, this is a hard fantasy team to figure out, the Houston Texans.
Yep.
So, but I would still say just for the bling appeal, Stephon Diggs.
Danielle Hunter and I think Diggs would win. I think if this were a poll of people nationally, they would say Diggs because Diggs seems to be the move that kind of put some of that might be timing because it was the last move. That feels like the move that put the Texans kind of over the top as like a Super Bowl contender for a lot of people. Danielle Hunter, 63% said Danielle Hunter. Nearly 2/3 of the people said Danielle Hunter.
63% when there's 4 choices. That's a landslide when there's 4 choices.
It is. And I think I know why. Now, Stephon Diggs was second with about 21%. I think if you put a poll up as to what the least favorite of these moves was this offseason, I think Stephon Diggs might win.
Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, it's the most polarizing.
Yeah.
Well, especially if you added to that the trade and renegotiation.
Yes, the whole thing.
A lot of people are understandably. I get it's a bold move, especially if I think that Caserio probably knew that something like that might be in the cards when they brought Stephon Diggs in. It's a bold move, and I understand why people might be skeptical of that. Personally, I approve of it because I think you're going to get the absolute best version of Stephon Diggs when he knows he's a free agent at the end of the year. And if you want to re-sign him or what have you, you still have the inside track on all of that. But the Danielle Hunter is just such a no-brainer in so many respects because he's been consistently productive, to a double-digit sack degree every year that he's healthy. And you got him with very little long-term consequences. It's almost completely guaranteed, short-term. He can come in. Nobody doubts that Danielle Hunter is all of a sudden going to get lazy or something because he's a guy who's already been paid, and now he's playing in front of his hometown. And everything about that was a slam dunk. Other than that, you ended up probably trading away Malik Collins for less than you could have gotten just because of the timing of everything. But it was still, I would still say the Danielle Hunter was a slam dunk.
Yeah, I think you're thinking more deeply than the people voting in this thing. I think your point is fair because you can't – the Malik Collins trade is attached to that in some way. But I would stack.
In some ways, it's almost like you traded half of a Malik Collins in that deal too. Like,
took on some dead money.
Is.
Yeah. I would rank it Hunter 1, Diggs 2. I would go with Azeez and Autry combo platter. Not only taking them from Tennessee, I would put that third because Danielle Hunter is a sexy signing right there, but putting Azeez Al-Shaair as your Mike linebacker and throwing an 11.5 sack guy in there and DeMeco Autry, who can play multiple spots along the defensive line, I think really puts your front seven over the top for sure. I don't know what the secondary is going to look like this year. Hopefully better. But I would put that third ahead of the Mixon trade. And I like the Mixon trade, but I would put that third ahead of the Mixon trade.
I figured out a way, Sean, since I've struggled with Al-Shaair's pronunciation a lot.
Because
it's so much different than how it's spelled. It's just, in my mind, I think Al, like beer, but Al, A-L-E, hyphen, and then Shire, like S-H-I-R-E. Al-Shaair.
Yep.
You can't look at the actual spelling of it because the hyphen and then the double A and everything, you never get it right when you look at the name. So I just spell it phonetically.
That's
from
smart.
Now on.
That's smart.
No, it's really hard. And then and it's also one of those ones where I get corrected from people when I pronounce it correctly. They're like, well, Seth, it's spelled. I know. You want to tell me about Brett Favre now and tell me how Brett Favre is spelled? You just gotta understand that it's Al-Shaair. You'll watch enough plays and tackles and everything, and it'll come to us eventually.
Got to roll with it. Let's hear from DeMeco Ryans. This is actually DeMeco's press conference last week on Azeez Al-Shaair.
With Azeez, and the first thing that I remember about Azeez is just one of the smartest players I interviewed when I first interviewed him at the Combine several years back. Very sharp player. He could draw up the entire defense, talk about blitzes in and out. He's a very smart player, right? And still the same way today. Brings a very calming presence to our defense. Just his ability to communicate, right, and run the show as a Mike linebacker. He allows the other guys around him, right, to be calm and to play faster because of what he brings, right, to the table when it comes to communicating. But not only that, communicating, but he can also go make the plays.
Dude, we make a big deal out of the use of the cap space and all the resources they had this offseason to help CJ out, with getting Diggs, bringing in Mixon. Quarterbacks helped out by having a really good defense on the other side too. And I don't know, man, the combination of Danielle Hunter, Azeez Al-Shaair, and DeMeco Autry for money. That's it. You didn't trade for any. You didn't give up anything. It's just money. They're all free agents. That's the 2024 equivalent of doing the Jonathan Joseph, Daniel Manning thing in the secondary, where you'd give your secondary a complete facelift with those two guys. Similarly, with this front seven, you're bringing in those three guys. I mean, that is a hell of an offseason defensively.
And I think, too, we talked about this earlier with Al-Shaair, it feels a lot like the same way that when DeMeco drafted Will Anderson, people said DeMeco drafted himself. Al-Shaair very much feels like DeMeco Ryans' carbon copy in a lot of ways. Like soft-spoken off the field, very cerebral, and yet on the field plays like an absolute monster, just sideline to sideline, lays big hits, just lowers his shoulder, all that stuff. But from a cultural perspective, in trying to establish a certain culture, DeMeco wants guys who are out there who are leaders. And a lot of times leadership, in the NFL especially, it's not about giving pep talks. It's about how much can you help the younger guys. So somebody in the press conference the other day, I want to say it was Jonathan Alexander, asked Al-Shaair about giving advice to Jamal Hill, because Jamal is learning, had started off as a safety in college and is still learning how to play linebacker. Al-Shaair gave a really good answer to that.
Yeah, I think the first thing is just slowing everything down, breaking it down, because when you're making decisions from 10, 12 yards deep, you have a chance to make a false step. When you're 5 yards deep, that timing, it happens a lot quicker. So just trying to get him to slow the game down. So I talked to him, and I talked to all of them, but talking to him and just try to just get him to calm himself down, slow it down, just get back to the basics, work the techniques that we're doing in individual, apply that to the field, because for a while you won't be able to let your instincts kind of take over until you constantly do the same boring, repetitive thing over. And, people try to see, how do you be great? What does it look like? It looks boring because you're doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over. And if you could perfect those little things over and over and over, and you're doing good at that, that's how you become, this great player, because you're just doing the same technique that you were taught from day one of OTAs.
I love whenever I hear people give the very, very honest advice that like it's boring. Like it is really like so much of what you do isn't about making every workout look like a Gatorade commercial or a Nike commercial or something. Like you got to do a whole lot of the boring stuff and the repetitive stuff and figure out a way to enjoy doing the boring and repetitive stuff. And for Alshire, whose story is one of a guy that was an undrafted rookie free agent and had to really just keep working at it and earn the respect of DeMeco Ryans to end up where he is right now. It's a whole lot of boredom along the way. The other thing about that, too, is we had talked about this the other day, and then a couple people reached out to me afterwards because I had used the expression slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Yeah.
Because I had heard a Navy SEAL talk about it. I guess that's really common in the military, like when they're teaching people to assemble a weapon or whatever, that, look, you're in a high-pressure situation. Like, everything feels like it's all sped up. The ability, you got to drill something slowly and methodically and everything else to make it smooth, and like that's what it is. It's at linebacker or at nose tackle is the same way because you're so close to the ball. If you take a false step, the ball moves away from you so quickly that you screw yourself and everybody else on the field. So like Alshire just understands that part of just being on point with your read, especially in play action where the Texans struggled with it last year. I got super excited about that relatively boring answer. Like a literally boring answer where he's talking about boring stuff.
It's a great answer. And then just to get the specificity of who he was giving the advice to, Jamal Hill, sixth-round pick out of Oregon, who, looks like there's some pop to his game. We'll see. I mean, when they put the pads on. But along those lines, text message, Seth, what about the third linebacker for the Texans? How come nobody's talking about linebackers other than Christian Harris and Azeez Alshire? And I would say, exactly. There's snaps to be had as the third linebacker on this team right now.
Yeah.
Jamal Hill's got a chance to get on the field on this team right now.
It's like Henry To'oTo'o hopefully can take a leap. But like if you're looking at who's going to play the Sam, I guess I'm not as concerned about it because it's not as important of a position these days. Your Mike and your Will, the guys who are on the field in nickel, are the big deal. But yeah, I think that it could be Henry To'oTo'o, it could be Neville Hewitt. Who am I forgetting about here?
Not sure.
Just any one of those guys.
Yeah. Guys like that.
I just it's a little bit of an afterthought until we start to see the competition.
Agreed.
Like it's not Alshire was an undrafted rookie free agent who ended up playing a lot of Sam linebacker for the 49ers as he was establishing himself. So I'll tell you right now, Henry To'oTo'o's got a long way to go. I was kind of disappointed in what I saw of him in terms of the angles he was taking to the ball, some of his reads and things like that. I was surprised that he looked as out of sorts as he did. So it's a wide open competition.
It is.
I don't think they're going into it thinking like that's Henry To'oTo'o's job to lose, whether he went to Alabama or not.
We're going to do our first Astros Circle of Trust here in a few minutes of the season. Do you want to hit another Alshire here, Seth? We got a few of them.
Yes.
I like Alshire.
This is just him. I like this. I talked about this a little bit yesterday about the importance of having the appropriately sized and placed chip on your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this answer from Alshire on like proving himself both at Tennessee last year on a one-year contract and then just as he was a younger player as an undrafted rookie free agent.
So which ones?
Two. It's two.
Number two.
When you're sporadically getting snaps just based off of, the pecking order. I was the undrafted guy. Dre was a fifth rounder. Fred was the third rounder the year prior. And all of us just continued to blossom, obviously some earlier than the others. So I think being real with myself, I understood how that looked. Even though I believed in myself already, it was like, okay, I gotta be able to go out there and, compete and show them like, hey, I can be an every down linebacker, stay on the field. I mean, I played over 1,000 snaps last season and, was one of the tops in the league in tackles. And a lot of my tackles I made were in the run game were within 3 yards. It was over 100 and some plus tackles and just in the run game alone within that small 4-yard box window.
Oh, I like that last part too. That's why I left that in because you know how I feel about total tackles. It drives me insane sometimes where in certain instances, somebody will try to make an argument for a player and say, well, he led the team in tackles. Like, oh, yeah. And on half those tackles, he was getting his ass dragged from 5 to 10 yards past the line of scrimmage. Don't tell me about total tackles. Tell me about quality of tackles. And that is something that Elshire has a lot of real quality tackles at the line of scrimmage, behind the line of scrimmage, 3 yards from the line of scrimmage. But the other part of it with the chip on the shoulder part is it's really good counsel to give to younger players that guys come into the league, usually they're used to being a 4-year starter in college, and now all of a sudden they're a backup. And sometimes they've just never been in that position before, and they don't handle it the best. They get snipey and jealous and petty, instead of just being told, like, listen, from a guy like Elshire, listen, man, if you're going to get 10 snaps in a game, play your ass off for those 10 snaps. You're only going to play special teams, oh, boo-hoo. Go play special teams and be awesome at special teams, especially at the linebacker position.
Yeah.
We had the first year of the Texans' existence in 2002, we had this guy on the team who thought that he was too good to play special teams as a linebacker, and he sucked on special teams. and I'm like, and he was trying to tell me like that, well, he just needed to be in playing linebacker. That's where he thrived. I'm like, dude, I don't know. I've never in my life met a really good linebacker who wasn't awesome on special teams, because it's exactly like playing linebacker.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, that's where it's tackling and open. It's making a read and tackling in open space. So, like, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, and especially now with these new kickoff rules, it feels like linebacker types would be the ones that would be like I don't know. How do you feel about that? Like body types that need to be out there under these new kickoff rules, where everything's going to be in a tight space now.
I think I don't know if it's any different or any more exaggerated. It's just going to be more impactful.
Yeah.
So, because it is a lot. It's a lot more almost like an offensive call.
Hand-to-hand combat now.
Everybody's right there. You're not relying on the speed to get you going.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting to see how teams start to kind of evolve with what personnel they use.
Yeah, I can't. We're going to get Frank Ross in the media scrum out at OTAs next week, and I'm hoping we get a lot of insight as to how the special teams coordinator, special teams coach of one of the best special teams units of the last 3 or 4 years is viewing these new kickoff rules. All right.
I know special teams coaches are excited about it. I mean, they're the ones who pushed for it, really.
Yeah.
It's like a way to, like, okay, well, it's been marginalized in its significance. How can we make it more important?
Dude.
This was a suggestion of the special teams coach.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're a special teams player or a fringe player, you should be really excited about these new rules, because you just became incrementally more important to your team. You know, it's not just touchbacks out the back of the end zone 80% of the time anymore. All right, let's do it, Ben. Hit it.
When it comes to our favorite players, it comes down to one question. Can we trust you?
See, if I can't trust you, then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle.
Who's in, who's out? It's the Payne and Pendergast Astros Circle of Trust.
Okay, I think the easiest way to do this is, especially since this is our first one, is to just let's eat what's on our plate and just boil this down to the guys who I think are debatable, maybe not even debatable, but for example, the very first name I wrote down was Alex Bregman. He's a guy who has lived in the circle of trust, lived in it. You know, if anybody's got leeway, it would be one Alex Bregman and a handful of others. But I've got this narrowed down, Seth, to about maybe a half dozen or so names. Some will take longer than others. And
are you going to just, for the sake of our listeners, do you want to say who's definitively in the circle of trust?
Well, I would say, I would say Jose Altuve is in. To me, Yordan Alvarez is still in the circle of trust, even though he's having a subpar season so far.
I still get excited when he comes up to the plate.
Yeah.
So Jeremy Pena's in.
Pena's in. Kyle Tucker's in, obviously.
Yeah. There's not a single pitcher in right now.
There's not a single pitcher in, and I don't think we can debate all the pitchers right now, for the sake of time. But I think
just to be sure. Well, not a starting pitcher. There's not a single starting pitcher in.
Right.
Okay.
Like Seth Martinez is probably in, and guys like that. But these are the ones that I think are the most heavily debated ones, probably. And some may take longer than others. But let's start with Bregman. Where are we with Alex Bregman right now in the circle of trust, Seth?
He's out. Yeah,
he's out.
He's not even close to the circle of trust.
Good.
Right? He's
needed to articulate that.
He's in the waiting room, and he's got a 2-week wait before he could work his way back into the circle of trust.
He's got a number. He's holding a number. He's like 285th in line at the deli right now.
Yeah, I know. It's not even hard for me this time. This is going to be the easiest circle of trust ever because I'm heavily biased towards these guys. Even the ones that I'm somewhat optimistic about long term, I think Bregman's going to have a nice stretch at some point this season. But no, they've got to earn their way back and prove it. They got to be a winning team before I just easily throw somebody into the circle.
Bingo. I was just going to say, man, 22 and 28 has turned you into a much harder college instructor here. You know, like you don't want to be taking the Seth Payne course right now at 22 and 28.
The dean threatened my tenure, Sean.
Yes, and tenure is everything in the educational world. Okay, Bregman out. Yainer Diaz. Where's Yainer Diaz?
He's. I don't think he was ever in the circle of trust or hadn't attained it yet, and I'm eager to let him into it. Not quite there, and some of it just simply has to do with his confidence and assertiveness as a game caller.
Yeah.
You know, like it's really I like that he's about average at throwing guys out at second. He's really good. Like when it comes to him versus Maldonado in terms of getting stops on passed balls and everything else like that, I feel very good about him. But he's just not the complete package yet. So he's still just outside the circle of trust.
In the hitting, which is the main thing that we thought was going to be like, oh, now Yainer's in the lineup every day. He's been okay. Been okay, but I think for what the expectation level he set last year, he had 20-something home runs, and he was stapled to the bench for half the season. Okay, it's a big one here. Jake Myers.
In the circle of trust.
Yeah, I think he is right now. Yeah.
I feel good about him when he gets to the plate. That's my gauge anymore. It's my gut feeling of, okay, is it there's 2 outs, you got a runner on second, and you've got oh, by the way, so as I'm painting this scenario, Mauricio Dubon is in the circle.
He's in the circle of trust also.
Because I mean, like as I'm painting this situation, I'm like, runners in scoring position. I want Mauricio Dubon out there.
In, yeah.
But when there's I trust Jake Myers when he gets up to the plate right now.
Yeah. Okay, so if there's 2 outs, a runner on second, and Jake Myers is in center field, and there's a ground ball up the middle, and he scoops it up and has to throw the runner out at home plate, what's your level of trust in Jake Myers right now?
I trust that if it's actually like a bloop to center field, that he's got the best shot at actually digging it out.
Oh, and actually catching it,
yeah. He makes up for his pop gun arm with a lot of range.
Yeah,
so.
Just making sure. I know the audience is going to listen. Like, hey, what about his arm, his defense? So I just mentioned it, but he's in. He is a very good hitter.
He's a good defender. He's a good defender.
Yeah. Overall, but he's hitting at a really, really nice level right now. All right, let's get to some of these pitchers. Framber Valdez.
I trust that he'll have a meltdown at some point or other.
Yeah.
No, I don't trust Framber.
I don't either.
No, I don't trust him.
I don't
He's not like he was last year. I don't trust him.
I don't either. All these pitchers.
2 years ago, excuse me.
All of these pitchers have proven that they've got like that one inning that'll just completely put you out of a game in their back pocket. They've all had one or more starts where they've just completely imploded at some point, like 7 runs.
Yeah, I'm giving a whole lot of attaboys after a good solid performance.
Yeah.
3 runs given up. Hey, good job, fella.
Yeah. Christian Javier.
Because I just don't trust him just yet. I don't do it with as much sneering as I do with Framber.
Yeah.
But I just don't quite trust. I mean, 2 of his last 3 outings have been pretty damn bad. So.
And the velo's way down on him right now.
Yeah.
So his only good outing since he came off the injured list with his neck injury was against the Oakland A's. So that's what can you do with that? All right, there's 2 more who have both been performing well, one all year and one of late. Is Ronel Blanco in the circle of trust, or do we have to wait and see what this Sunday start looks like before we put him in? Do we need to see what his first start post-sticky stuff suspension, that's a lot of alliteration, man, sticky stuff suspension looks like before we can put him into our circle of trust 1.0?
Yeah, he's not quite right. He's not quite there yet. But he's close. If he comes back and has a good start, and we do the circle of trust again next week or 2, I'll feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
I don't suspect that it was anything more than rosin and sweat, and maybe just some of either like whatever uses to oil his glove or whatever, just like leather residue is in there. I'm not overly concerned about that because his spin rate and everything else has been the same over the last couple of years. So he's very, very close, Sean. Very close.
Here's a big one. This is a big one. Maybe the biggest one, considering this was their splurge. Is Josh Hader in the circle of trust right now?
Yes, he is.
He is for me, too.
He's let up 2 hits in the last 7 games.
He's been really good.
He's gone 2 innings in 2 of those games. 2 of the last 3 games, he's gone 2 innings. So he's come back with ferocity after obviously a lot of diciness early in the season.
Yeah, his willingness to do the 2-inning thing when they're tied at the end of games, I think we've watched it play out. You know, particularly the extra inning game that they won within the past week or so. The Pena base hit against the Angels on Tuesday night this week where they won 6-5. You realize and that's a regular season thing. That might not play as well with the postseason because these regular season games, a lot of them end in the 10th inning because of the ghost runner. When you have a guy like Josh Hader pitching the 10th inning, I would imagine, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would imagine it does a serious percentage damage to the chances of pushing that run across in the 10th inning for other teams. So his willingness to do that, which has been very much highlighted lately because of his unwillingness to do it under previous contracts with previous employers, is a big weapon for the Astros, I think.
I think it's mostly been highlighted by you.
What's that?
Yeah. That he was unwilling to do it earlier.
Well, Buster Olney wrote a 5,000-word piece about it this week.
I know. But we pointed out as a positive in that it was. I look at that whole scenario about him being unwilling to do it previously. That's more on baseball itself and the way they handle things with arbitration and everything else like that. It's just.
I don't mean he was a bad. I don't mean he was like a situation. Yeah, I don't mean he was like a bad teammate or anything. I'm just saying now he's here and he's willing to do it because he's gotten paid. I have zero issue with it. Baseball's messed up when it comes to, hey, we need you to come in these high-leverage situations. Oh, you're amazing. You're the best reliever in baseball, blah, 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 blah. And then you sit down at an arbitration table, and they're like, nope, only 9 saves. Sorry.
Yeah. In his last 7 appearances, he's got a .96 ERA.
Yeah, he's looked like Hader again.
Opponent batting average of .067.
That's pretty good.
And that's with those 2. That's including two games where he played 2 innings.
Yeah.
Each.
Yep. If we can contextualize that .067 batting average, he has turned the opposition into a collective worse hitter than Jose Abreu.
That's pretty damn good. He turns every guy he gets up there it's Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
The opposing fans might as well just look at the guy at the plate and be like, oh,
it's a poor man.
This guy, like every at-bat, they're like, oh, you put this guy out there? Oh, you put Juan Soto out there?
Trash.
Yeah.
Is text message, is Jose Abreu in the circle of trust, meaning that we trust that he's going to be absolute dog poo?
He's in the circle of distrust.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are in the circle of distrust right now.
No, we had one, yeah. I just thought everybody else was just standing on the outside with their face pressed up against the circle of trust window.
We should make them wear whatever. The Angels have that little LED halo they wear after home runs. We should have a red one that's kind of like it's banished you to hell.
If you're not in?
Instead of a halo. I don't know. Whatever the hell halo
Let's
is.
Send like 12 of them to the Astros clubhouse with a list of guys who need to wear them.
Yeah.
What are these?
We've banished you to hell. It's all in fun.
What the hell are these?
Burn forever.
Text message, could not agree more with Seth. Zach Cunningham led the Texans in tackles 5 to 7 yards from the line of scrimmage. Rarely made impactful play. Yeah, Cunningham is the poster child for the potential meaninglessness of linebacker tackle stats.
Part of it, too, it would drive me insane, too, because part of it was also that he would abdicate he would completely abandon his pass responsibilities because he wanted tackles. And then he also refused to go to the ground on those tackles.
Mm-hmm.
It was just these things. Nothing drives me more insane than like fake linebacker play. It drives me insane because linebacker, when done appropriately, is the most badass position in sports in my mind. I love good linebackers. They're some of my favorite people on a football team have always been linebackers. And when I see somebody doing it fraudulently, it drives me insane. Alshire is the opposite of that. He's the opposite of a fraudulent linebacker.
Yep. Charles Barkley was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday. And he ripped his current employer and talked about what I think would be a great, in this day and age, a phenomenal idea to keep inside the NBA alive. We will hear from the great Charles Barkley coming up next. Suit Mart. I was just texting with
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Charles Barkley is a gem. He's one of the best broadcasters, one of the most vibrant personalities that you're going to find on television. He was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday, and this is after all the news coming out this week that TNT is going to, in all likelihood, be losing the NBA. They may be able to get a Hail Mary here where they're allowed to match NBC's offer for their chunk of the NBA package, but it looks like TNT is losing the NBA, which means for now we are losing inside the NBA after next season. All these new contracts go into effect after the 2024-25 season in the NBA.
Which, that was the one that was that's the part that's most interesting to me is what does a lame duck inside the NBA look like? Where they're just playing out the string.
Dude.
They know that this is the last hurrah. I feel like with Charles Barkley, it feels like anything could go. He's never been one to shy away from criticizing anybody at all, including his own employer.
Yeah.
So yeah, what's it look like? But he also he loves Ernie Johnson, and Ernie Johnson's not leaving TNT anytime soon, according to Charles Barkley. So yeah. I think out of respect to Ernie Johnson, he's not gonna make it into a complete dumpster fire or anything like that.
No. I think in respect to the audience too, like that just because someone goes unleashed more so and unhinged on the air doesn't make it a better product, you know?
Right. And plus, what's it gonna Oh no, it's going to affect his off-season preparation. It's not like an athlete, you know, where it's he's gonna get up and he's gonna do the same thing he's ever done.
That's right.
With Barkley, you very much get the impression that it's just him being himself up there. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think weird office dynamics or anything are going to screw up the show. But I think there might be a little bit of an extra kind of like, hey, let's have some fun before we go.
Maybe. The one thing Charles said to Dan Patrick yesterday, and we'll get to a few things Charles said here, including what I think would be a really good idea. But he was asked, how's the morale right now at TNT with all this news that they could be losing the NBA?
Morale sucks, plain and simple. You know, I just feel so bad for the people I work with, Dan. You know, these people have families, and I just really feel bad for them right now. You know, these people I work with, they've screwed this thing up clearly, and we don't have zero idea what's going to happen. I don't feel good, I'm not going to lie, especially when they came out yesterday and said we bought college football. I was like, well, damn, they could have used that money to buy the NBA.
Yeah, and what Charles is referring to there is TNT and ESPN agreed to sort of a sub-license agreement where ESPN is going to be farming a couple of the college football playoff games, which are big money, over to TNT.
And, he talks about two different groups of coworkers there at the same time. Because in one, he's talking about he feels bad for the people he works with. And a lot of that, I'm guessing he means like the cameramen, the producers, the engineers, all that stuff, the people that are not high-dollar employees and everything. And then when he talks about the other people that he works with, I think he's simply talking about the suits. You know, so it's the suits versus the rank and file. Yeah. And the rank and file tend to get screwed. Now, them buying college football, like most of the people that are working on inside the NBA, that also means that they probably got jobs. They'll have different jobs, but it's not going to be like when you and I were going into CSN Houston to do our appearances. Meanwhile, when everybody at CSN Houston knew that they were shutting the doors within a few months, that was weird. Yes. That was like, because I felt so uncomfortable because I felt like I like almost like being at a funeral that nobody that didn't, from somebody you don't care that much about. Yeah. Like you're almost like sitting there like watching other people be devastated and you feel bad that you're like, you feel like you don't belong. Yeah. That's how I felt walking to CSN Houston because like those people were definitely out of jobs.
That was their job, yeah.
Yeah, and yet they had to keep working for like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, you and I are going there picking up mailbox money. You know what I mean?
Like, hey, everybody, isn't sports great?
This should be fun.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley takes another run at his higher-ups at TNT with an analogy that was positively Barkley.
You know, my two favorite wines are Inglenook and Opus. And these clowns I work for, they've turned us into Ripple and Boone's Farm and Thunderbird. Like, we got the best studio show. And it's so funny, we just won the best studio show, but these fools turned us from Inglenook and Opus into damn Boone's Farm and Ripple. It's crazy.
You have a good time with Boone's Farm. It's just
dude. Back in the day, it's $2.99 bottle of Strawberry Hill. Hell yeah, Hell yeah, let's go. Anytime the word ripple comes up in an analogy, I'm here for it. So Charles not happy with his employer. Now, not surprising that Dan Patrick would be the one that would ask Charles this question, because Dan Patrick himself did this very thing. Left ESPN, created his own company, and farmed out his content. Probably, there's very few people who've done it better. Maybe Pat McAfee within the sports world than Dan Patrick of creating his own thing and then syndicating it through various outlets. He asked Charles, "Why don't you do that? Why don't you guys go create your own studio show through your production company?"
Well, I've talked to the guys about everybody signing with my production company because I have my own production company, and I would love to do that if we lose it. But I have definitely actually somebody suggested that to me, to be honest with you, on the internet. So why don't Charles Barkley sign these 4 guys total, his production company and sell it? I'm like, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
But like I say, we're just sitting back waiting on these people to figure out what they're going to do.
It's, the other thing, too, and I don't know what Charles Barkley does with his production company, aside from, like, he does little projects here and there. For what people really like him for, it's when he's in his role as an employee, and it's just a whole different scenario when it comes to being the employer. And I don't know. I just, like, some people can do it and some people can't. Yeah. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just what are you suited for doing. And I just wonder if they'd be getting the same version of him if he's also the guy who's thinking about all the stuff behind the scenes as he's up on stage and thinking about salaries or, employment issues or anything like that. I think if you want inside the NBA to continue, it's probably best if it gets picked up by another company. I might be wrong on that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And I don't know. This is the first I've ever heard Barkley has a production company. A lot of these guys that are big stars, I guess, have them maybe just in LLC form, a production company. And some have put together more noteworthy projects than others. Like The Rock has a production company, $7 Production, that puts out a ton of content on NBC. His production company is very tied into all the movies he makes. LeBron has a production company. We've seen things LeBron and heard of things LeBron has put together. Peyton Manning, Omaha Productions. Like, I think some of these are bigger than others. I couldn't name one project that I know Barkley's fingerprints are on. And your point is a good one, Seth. Like, if he were the one to have to do this, because, now you're talking about, like, management and CEO type things. I would imagine Barkley would probably find a good person to farm that stuff over to, like the actual organizational part of it. Someone who's done that before. I would. Well,
that's even like with McAfee when he went to ESPN. I think on the one sense, it's McAfee gets in front of a whole lot more eyeballs, and ultimately it goes back to making his YouTube channel bigger, and he still owns his YouTube channel on the business side of things. But on the personal side of things, I think he had kind of alluded to the fact that it's a lot when it's coming down to him hiring, him talking to advertisers, all of that, where I think there's part of him that likes that he can just farm out a whole lot of the business stuff to ESPN.
I think it'd be fun, man, like I was hoping, when I saw this tweet, I was hoping they were thinking of doing like an Inside the NBA type show, but like independent, not farming it over to NBC or Amazon or one of the outlets that's tied to the NBA. I was like an independent kind of thing. I don't know, it has a weird vibe to it, but I hope it stays alive in some fashion. I think the one thing you can count on is Barkley is going to be covering the NBA in some fashion for somebody after this is over. Like if you watch Inside the NBA purely for Barkley, I don't think this is a big deal. If you watch Inside the NBA because it's actually a good NBA show, then I think you're probably in trouble. I don't think the show is going to live on in the way it is right now.
He might and if he just, I guess that'd be the other thing that would be interesting. If he just decided to do Inside the NBA on his own, it might change it in a lot of ways that you can't predict or expect, and maybe it's going to be hard for it to retain a lot of the same things that it is without Ernie Johnson. You know, like it does. And it's not that I think he's more important than any of the other guys. It's just that's the mixture that's worked really well, including pre-Shaq.
Yeah.
It just those three guys, that was the chemistry that worked really well. It could still be really good as something else, but it's going to feel different. It's going to be different.
Do you think Charles becomes funnier if he's allowed to curse? or is part of the charm that he's able to do what he
sometimes-
does without cursing?
Yeah, sometimes constraints are what make things really, really good.
I agree.
You know, it's
Yeah.
like that's the Charles having to hold himself back when he'd prefer not to. That can end up being funnier than all.
Yeah, guardrails have an impact sometimes.
I think it would be a really good podcast. I just don't know if I don't know if he cares or not about. Some people need their egos fed. I told you with Jason Kelsey. I feel like their podcast is doing extremely well.
Yes, it is.
And it feels like I don't know, man. Like what you're allowed to do and say on a studio show compared to the fun you can have with a podcast. I don't know why he would even bother going on Monday Night Football, but whatever. Like some people want to be a star, and that's cool. It's just it all depends on what you want to do.
The 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories to get your day going. We do it next.
Amen Thompson is getting some well-deserved recognition. The Rockets rookie was named to the NBA's all-rookie second team after averaging 10 points, 7 boards, and 2 assists in his first year. Congrats, Amen. Can't wait to see what your sophomore season brings.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Get you a new Silverado at Ron Kraft Chevrolet today. Up to $14,000 off in-stock Silverado LT and RSTs, plus an additional $1,000 trade-in allowance on a 2010 or newer vehicle. Hello, that's up to $50.
in Alaska and Hawaii.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let's do it. The 8 at 8. 8 stories for you. Get your Friday rolling. The Ocho. Here we go.
One.
Astros, big weekend. Big weekend and big week next week. This should be a fun 7-game road trip, a fun 7 days of baseball because the Astros have a chance to, quite honestly, Seth, they've got an opportunity here to erase a lot of their sins of the first 2 months of the season. If we're looking at this through that prism, you got a chance to go to Oakland and play a team you just swept at home in a 4-game series. You've got Verlander, Arrighetti, and Blanco going in those 3 games. And then if you go to Seattle and you take care of some business up there, even if you take 3 out of 4, you're picking up 2 games. You're 4.5 back right now. We should mention, I don't think we've mentioned that yet today. Yesterday was a good day for the Astros without even playing. Mariners and Rangers both lost yesterday to the Yankees and the Phillies. And so the Astros picked up a half game.
Yankees.
And Phillies. I love both those teams. They're really good. But 4.5 back of Seattle now, and 1.5 back of the Rangers. So that's how I'm looking at this. This is a major opportunity. This whole next 7 days is a Control-Alt-Delete combo button for the Astros. They can be above 500 after this week coming up.
I think, okay, so if we just separate it into 2 phases.
Yes.
They had a mini bye week in the form of a single day off because basically they had played 16 games in 16 days starting on May 7th. Then they had their mini bye week yesterday.
Yep.
But they went 10-6 in that 16-game stretch, and that includes losing the first 2 games in New York.
Yep.
So like that's a healthy stretch of winning over there, over the 10-4 over that 14-game stretch.
Yep.
It felt good. Felt a lot more like what you've become accustomed to with the Astros. But as much as you can in a single off day, reset again. And with Verlander coming out and hopefully tonight looking more like vintage Verlander, which we've seen just not consistently. He went to 4 1/3 innings in his last outing.
Yeah.
That and there was no arguing from him in being taken out in that outing or anything. No. But it's weird. Can Verlander work his way back into the circle of trust over this?
So he's out right now too. We had a few people ask us: is Verlander in or out?
For me, he is because of age. I'm being ageist on it.
Yeah.
And so far, man, when I've seen him be less than vintage Verlander through the course of this season, I got to start to wonder, all right, is this father time inevitably taking root?
He's missed a couple weeks with injury to start the season. I think all of that. So Verlander, Arrighetti, who every start is an audition for the next start for Arrighetti right now.
Yeah. It's Arrighetti versus Hunter Brown right now in a lot of respects.
Yeah.
In my mind, at least.
I agree with you on that. And Ronel Blanco starts. And that's going to be an interesting one, too. All 3 of these starts this weekend have some individual in a vacuum, forget about the opponent level of intrigue to me with Verlander, Arrighetti, and Blanco.
I'm excited about all 3. I'm excited about all 3 of those pitchers. Aside from the actual baseball, those 3 pitchers, there's a lot that you can that we can overreact to about this weekend.
Yes.
2.
We are getting the World Baseball Classic here in Houston. Kudos to the Harris County Houston Sports Authority for bringing yet another big-time event here. And I know people who listen to this show know my feelings about the World Baseball Classic through the prism of it injured a bunch of Astros last year. Mm-hmm. I am extremely excited to have it here in Houston, and the fewer Astros that play in it, the more excited I shall be. If there are 0 Astros playing in this World Baseball Classic, purely because I don't need the Astros playing extra baseball that doesn't contribute to a World Series parade, something that I'm assuming the Houston Sports Authority also really, really likes as well. Excited about it coming here, excited for the pageantry and to see it up close and for everybody to descend upon our town, almost a warm-up act for the World Cup to come this summer with the soccer. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a big 2026 here in town. I just don't need any Astros playing it. That's my only request.
Sean, I'm going to allow myself to be seduced by it now that we have it here locally. I just, from an arm's length, I can just deride it all I want. Now that it's going to be here, like you said, the international atmosphere that you get at sporting events where sometimes you go to a game and you realize, wow, these folks seem to enjoy life a lot more than I do. What the hell? What the hell's wrong with me?
That's so true.
Why?
Why do they love this life so much?
No, I would never I would never sing and dance unless it were like a super special occasion. Certainly not here. Yeah, what the hell's wrong with me?
Do they know people are watching? That guy's dancing.
Why all of this unrestrained joy? What the hell?
So true.
Why aren't they
true.
waiting until you win the actual game?
So I am very anxious for my makeover, which will take place over the course of the next 22 months, and to unveil it at the World Baseball Classic, where gradually over the next 22 months, I gain more and more joy out of life. I look forward to the unveiling at the World Baseball Classic.
You know what we'll have to do? We'll have to pick a country to cheer for, depending on which players play. If Altuve plays, I'm going Venezuela, man. I'm not endorsing any political party or anything.
I got you.
I don't even know what's going down in Venezuela right now. I know it's been, but I might get a Venezuelan flag tattoo.
This is a good idea.
Yeah.
And we need to let people from those countries court us and tell us why we should root for their team.
Make a case for your country.
Yes. Okay.
For your team, at least.
We need to do that. Then we can do it again for the World Cup. Oh, this is going to be great. We're going to be global icons, Seth, by the time this thing is over. This will be great.
3.
Yes, we're very happy about the World Baseball Classic.
Or at least hemispherical icons.
Something. Continental.
South American.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the Asian teams are in, too. So
yeah, they are.
Yeah, we'll be global. Global, damn it.
Yeah, no, they're playing. Some of these games are being played over in Japan, so yeah. 3. 3. There's owners' meetings going on in baseball this week, and I'm sure that some of the owners of teams like the Pirates and the A's and some of the other Cincinnati, some of the other small market teams, loved hearing Hal Steinbrenner get up and tell everybody what a rough go it is for the Yankees right now. Have you heard about this?
Yeah, I've heard all about this. Like, poor Brian Cashman isn't going to be able to buy his way to disappointing their fans in the playoffs anymore. Now they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Yeah.
Via Dan Martin of the New York Post, here's what Steinbrenner said on Wednesday at the owners' meetings. Keep in mind, the Yankees have a $300 million payroll and are the Yankees. I'm going to be honest, payrolls at the levels we're at right now are simply not sustainable for us financially. It wouldn't be sustainable for the vast majority of ownership group. No, okay, let me stop. No, I want to curse so badly right now.
Like, at
Hal
what
Steinbrenner,
point?
you nepo a-hole.
It's almost like it would be like if Tillman Fertitta got up and be like, even the man on the street can't buy a Bentley at my Bentley dealership anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have been so angry.
I was talking to a cashier at McDonald's the other day, and he said he couldn't afford my Bentleys.
I know how you feel. Oh, man. So this is a quote. I'm going to be honest, payrolls at the level we're at right now are simply not sustainable for us financially. It wouldn't be sustainable for the vast majority of ownership groups, given the luxury tax we have to pay. End quote. Okay.
Of course it wouldn't be. Yeah. Did you know the A's couldn't sustain this level of spending, John?
Yeah.
Did you? Well, the A's, you know what? The A's do a lot of it to themselves. They're a bad example to use. But, yeah, nobody, I don't know what the hell he's complaining about.
I don't either.
Yeah. You know what he's complaining about? The luxury tax is doing its job.
Yes. Yeah.
He's basically like,
yes.
Look, hey, everybody.
Yeah.
The luxury tax is working the way it's supposed to. What the hell?
Yeah.
I think he's mistaking. I think he's making a crucial error here. It's that he's mistaking, like, real-world economics where you can convince, there's arguments for, like, whatever, a flat income tax rate, whatever, like, wherever you stand on it. Like, you can make an argument for it at least. Whereas this is different. Like, nobody's out there, like, worrying that somehow overly taxing the Yankees ultimately ends up screwing all the other teams. This is not real-world economics, okay?
Dude.
Steinbrenner and Cashman and all you other clowns.
Oh, my
we
God.
Can't buy our way to relevance anymore. Go die.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. I was waiting for that. Give me one off the hotkey list there, Ben. Give me the real.
Go die, everybody.
Everybody. Yeah, I needed the everybody.
I really meant it that day whenever he recorded that.
You did.
Ben was like, Ben's a connoisseur of go dies.
He is.
He's like, ooh.
He is.
That's what was visualizing on that one.
He's got a go die dog whistle in his brain. Like, oh,
he
yeah.
had Steinbrenner on the rack. Yeah.
Yes.
Go die, but not just yet. I'm going to let you live.
That's right. 4?
4.
Okay, so this is off of PTI yesterday. And I want to see if you agree with this, Seth, because I know Stat Nerd Seth started out joke. I feel like along the way, you've really come to love the advanced stats.
Much like the World Baseball Classic will inevitably seduce me.
Yes.
Yeah. When I pretend to be a huge WBC fan, I'm going to become a huge WBC fan.
Here's Michael Wilbon on PTI with a very get-off-my-lawn take for Stat Nerd Seth.
So let me ask you something. The velo, the exit velo, does it mean he's a better hitter than Tony Gwynn, who might have dribbled the field through the infield in his day and hit about 330 career and flirted with 400 once? Meaning a better hitter than him? And so what? So what? He's a 260 hitter. So why do I give a damn about the exit velo? I don't. Mm-hmm. And so I guess people need this, Tony, to become interested and more fascinated. And they go, oh, wow. Not only do I not go, oh, wow, it has started the ruination of watching sports for me. Numbers like this repeatedly and put up on the screen day in, day out. It has ruined it because people aren't concentrating on the fact that he is 260 instead of 330. They're concentrating on exit velo. That's just me.
I can't. It's weird. It's rare that you get to see the exact point where somebody becomes a grumpy old man.
Yeah.
But I feel like I listen. I know a lot of our listeners might not like exit velo. Maybe at one point I was one of those people, but there was a point where I realized, like, okay, what we're just talking about, it's just a different way to show just how hard a ball.
Yeah.
At what point in the grand history of baseball were people unimpressed with a hard hit baseball? I don't feel like putting a radar gun on it. Well, it's not a radar, but I don't feel like somehow, like, just showing exactly how hard a ball was hit changes the fact that we've always loved hard hit baseball and home runs and everything else.
Yeah.
Is he going to go criticize the live ball era next? We need to go back to dirty, ugly brown balls.
Do you think that he likes the box that they superimpose on the screen to show the strike zone, Michael Wilbon?
I'll tell you what. Honestly, every now and then when there's broadcasts where they don't have the box, I get kind of nostalgic.
I'm with you on that. Like, I'm not wild about the box. I've just kind of gotten used to it. I didn't like it at first.
Well, it's one of those things that's like where they show you that information, but there's nothing that baseball seems to be doing about it.
Yeah.
So, like, all it does is accentuate when you're getting hosed. Like, I like if we're gonna have umpires who are still, calling their own strike zone that day, I kind of sometimes like not having the ball there because you forget about it more easily. You're like, oh, that's what he's calling it these days.
Yep.
5.
You know who else is crying poverty in New York aside from Hal Steinbrenner? New York, the state government, where they are taxing online wagering. Florio had a story on this yesterday. They're taxing online wagering revenue 51%, and the expectation is that other states are going to start to follow suit. 51%.
Let me ask you that. Is that to try to get people more into, like, the places that are geographically located in New York?
Like the brick and mortar?
Yeah,
It's a good question, because it is only the online wagering that they're taxing at this rate.
Like, I wonder if maybe, like, when it comes to using gambling as a way to stoke the economy, it's like, okay, usually the actual revenue from the taxes on the gambling really aren't all that much.
Yeah.
They don't make that much off of that. But when you start to consider the jobs that it provides for a gambling house and everything else that spawns from that, that's where it can be a little bit of a shot in the arm, more so than the online stuff.
Yeah, that is a really good point. I had not thought about that.
Thank you. I'm running for state.
Your economic stimulation package is amazing. Let's get people out to the casinos so they can start, actually tipping waiters and waitresses and concierge people as well. So 51%. Something to keep an eye on, I guess, if gambling ever becomes legal here in Texas.
6.
Have you seen the video that surfaced yet, Seth, of Scotty Scheffler and his incident with his run-in with the police in Louisville?
I have. I have, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm curious if you have the same take I do on this, which is it feels like there's video that's surfaced that's very grainy and from a very far distance, and it feels like every analysis I've seen or tweet that I've seen about this video, people are taking this video to fit whatever their narrative is about Scotty Scheffler.
Well, I think some people are taking it a little too far because I don't think you can glean as much from. It's not like you get a complete picture of exactly how everything happened,
right.
But It's cast a whole lot of doubt on the inaccuracy of the arresting officer's statement about it, including the fact that he had his body cam turned off. Like he's been he's been censured for having his body cam off. So it's not nearly. I think Scheffler's behavior and everything else in there didn't look as drastic as the way it was initially described. So, like, the first day when we were letting it filter in, remember, we kept giving disclaimers. Like, I was having fun with it. Like, I was nailing Scheffler to the wall based on nothing but this this incomplete information.
Right.
I do think that you can tell that the arresting officer's description of it seems to be off.
Over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. Go find it. Form your own opinion. I just thought it was funny. Some of the people who have been like, and I don't have a side in any of this. Like I was anxious for this video to come out. It was really interesting because the people siding with Scotty Scheffler, they're like, see, look, he didn't do anything, and you really can't tell. You can't tell what his demeanor was from inside the vehicle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we don't know what the conversation was like between both. I just found the coverage of it to be really funny. But go find it. Form your own opinions on it.
7.
Legend retiring. Takeru Kobayashi retiring. If you guys don't remember who Kobayashi is, it's understandable. He's been off of the competitive eating scene for quite some time after getting sideways with Major League Eating back in the day.
Yeah.
And he is now retiring. He was Joey Chestnut before Joey Chestnut. He was 6-time Coney Island Nathan's hot dog eating champion. He was the one that really took it to the level of dipping the buns in the water and scarfing down 50 or 60
dipping
dogs.
the buns in water?
He's the first one I ever saw do it, and he's the one that took that from being some like little local contest to being a worldwide like July 4th televised event. He's retiring due to health reasons, Seth. Health concerns.
You know what though? I wouldn't be surprised. Is it possible that it's something that's completely unrelated to the eating itself?
I don't know.
Like he has lung cancer or something. Hypothetically,
could be anything, I suppose. Yeah,
which could still be tied to that, I suppose.
Yes.
I mean, he's taxed his body in a way that maybe it's one of those things where sometimes there's pressure somewhere and like the leak pops up somewhere else.
Yes,
because of all that pressure, but still. Yeah.
He has not predisposed his body to be fighting off any of the demons that might come from outside of eating. Yeah.
That sucks to take. You know, the thing about competitive eating is that, whenever you turn something that you love into a profession, you lose a little bit of that love. Like that amateur, the word comes from amor, for love.
Oh,
it means from the,
I didn't know
so
that.
As soon as you become a professional, you start to do, you lose a little bit of that love. It becomes, you've turned into a whore a little bit.
Yeah.
So now maybe you can just go back to enjoying eating. Because there's nothing about dipping a hot dog in water.
No.
Where I'm like, ooh, that's really enjoying.
You're talking to the 10th rated kolache eater in the world from back in 2007, me. I was in the kolache eating contest at Minute Maid Park against one Joseph Chestnut. I was one of 10 competitors. Well, competitor might be stretching it for me. I ate 7 in 8 minutes. Joey Chestnut ate 56 in 8 minutes. But we were dipping him in the water.
Did you dip him in the water?
Yeah,
Was it grotesque?
It was gross. I dipped him in the water until I realized, like, I ain't winning this thing, and I do not want to ruin sausage and cheese kolaches for my palate for the rest of my life. So I just started I just basically...
You're like, do I taste nitrates?
I basically just, for the last 4 minutes, casually ate one like I was standing at a water cooler in the break room.
I had the only eating competition I ever was in was for charity in college, and it was a few football players versus a few of the hockey players. The hockey players destroyed us.
Oh, really?
Destroyed us. Classic, like, they're like these not skinny, but wiry, just super lean dudes and everything.
Damn hockey players, man.
I mean, but they were probably also like eating off a hangover too, so they were extra motivated.
That's true. They like to drink, those hockey players.
I demand some of my most interesting nights in college were hanging out with my hockey players.
Oh,
friends.
Dude, of course they go out, man.
Guys, man.
They go
Holy
out.
Crap. Yeah.
All right, last one here, real quick. Boston beats Indiana last night, 126-110. They're up 2-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Looking for something to do tonight, and in addition to watching the Astros, root against the Mavericks. They play Minnesota in Minnesota. Mavs up 1-0 in that series. All right, up next, 3 guys on the Astros I would qualify as soon-to-get-paid guys. If they keep the current pace they are up on for this season, then what for each of these three guys? We'll try to map this thing out for each of them coming up next.
Hey, if you have been in an auto accident and it wasn't
for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Kyle Tucker is getting a lot of love, man. Kyle Tucker, this was MLB Now talking about Kyle Tucker. Brian Kenny and the guys on there talking about Kyle Tucker might be the best player in baseball.
Best player in baseball right now, objectively, is Kyle Tucker of the Astros. 425 on base, slugging 649. His OPS plus is 206. That's just higher than Shohei Ohtani. He's also got 40 walks, 36 strikeouts. I mean, he's basically a monster right now for the Astros. Top hitter, he leads the league in home runs. And we've seen this coming, but this seems to be the full blossoming.
He's been a really good player, right?
Yep.
A really good hitter. Now he's a great slugger. And I don't think it's so unusual. I look at guys like Tino Martinez, Sean Green, Adrian Gonzalez, good hitters who develop power at 27, 28, 29. He's in that group, and he's changed some things that he's done at the plate. He's much more of a fly ball hitter now. If you watch those videos and his finish here, he doesn't roll his top hand over like the way he used to. He's swinging the bat now with a higher posture, not over-rotating the wrist, to get the ball in the air. And this is how you hit home runs. You know, the old saying, slug is in the air. Yep. He has learned how to elevate the air. And I go back to Sean Green, who would take batting practice every day with Carlos Delgado and learn how to backspin the baseball in the air. And all of a sudden, he's hitting 30, 40 home runs.
Right. Sean Green became a 40 home run guy as an outfielder for the Dodgers back in the day. I love hearing that last part, Seth, because it feels like this streak that he's on right now, Tucker, is something that's not just some hot streak where he's getting the right pitches and he's hitting them. Like he's physically doing something different to get the ball in the air this year.
Right, yeah. Like, so, okay, like as it is with Pena, you know, like, okay, Pena, the numbers have improved dramatically and you can tie it to his changes in the swing. I would say his approach to and his willingness to go opposite when he needs to, like pretty frequently, like as of late, he's changed some things, and it's you stack him up against Juan Soto, and where right now Juan Soto's the presumptive MVP of the league, and Kyle Tucker's been playing better than him.
Almost every stat. Yeah,
Juan Soto's been happening to do it on a better team in the market that is New York City too. So, but if you look at OPS, he's got a 1.075 OPS. Juan Soto's got a 947. OPS plus, they were talking about this on the broadcast the other day, comparing it to Bagwell's MVP season, right? Where he's up above 200, which is really, really high. You don't have to know much about it, but like OPS plus, Kyle Tucker's a 206, Juan Soto's a 166.
Yeah.
WAR, wins above replacement. He's at 3.5, leading the league in WAR, and Juan Soto's at 2.2. So Tucker, in a lot of ways, objectively, has been a better player than Juan Soto this season. It's just that he's doing it on a losing baseball team.
Yeah, I think that's the question to me becomes for Tucker, and we're going to get to the other two soon to get paid guys in just a second, and what they will be here if they continue this, Bregman and Framber. But Kyle Tucker, Kyle Tucker's got one more year of arbitration after this. But specific to this year, I asked myself kind of, okay, he's having an MVP season, no doubt about it. Where do the Astros need to be as a team, knowing how voters vote when it comes to team performance, for Tucker to win the MVP award? Like, do they need to make the playoffs? Do they need to be in the hunt for the playoffs? I know some of this is a little bit Soto dependent and others as well.
Yeah, I wonder with the voters, the other part that comes into it is, okay, conventional stats versus advanced stats. I mean, Tucker's got him beat in a lot of respects in all the conventional stats, too. If you look at RBIs, Tucker's got one less RBI as of before the Yankees game yesterday. But, like, again, with RBIs, a lot of that's just dependent on your team as well, who's on bases in front of you.
Yep.
And he's got 36 RBIs to Juan Soto's 37 RBIs. Stolen bases, I mean, it's just Kyle Tucker's got 9 stolen bases to Juan Soto's 4. I don't know if it's going to be as important as you might otherwise think. I'd like to think that the voters are at least a little bit more studious about it than just the fan sentiment. So maybe if the Astros are simply like on the brink of the playoffs, he's got a chance at being the MVP.
Yeah, they can't be like a 70-win team. But it's less important than baseball. And I'll point to Mike Trout, who's never played for a good Angels team and has won multiple MVP awards. Now he's put up monster numbers.
And he's had a pretty big, like a heavy PR machine behind him, and just that Major League Baseball pushes Mike Trout.
Yeah, big time. But if Kyle Tucker keeps this up, man, he is going to be one of these, what's becoming more and more rare, these 10-year contract guys, plays a position that ages well, never misses games, is ascending. Like he's gotten better every season at something. Like this is like Kyle Tucker, like of the soon-to-be paid guys, like Kyle Tucker is the one whose trajectory is how he personally is probably drawing it up on the chalkboard right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like he bet on himself, and it's paying off.
Yeah. Now Bregman,
as opposed to some other people.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Now Bregman is, he's been one of the biggest disappointments in baseball this year. He's got a 394 OPS since being moved back to the cleanup spot 8 games ago. So remember how that went with Alex Bregman? He's batting in either the 3-hole or the 4-hole all year. Can't hit his way out of a wet paper bag. And then they move him to the 6-hole, and all of a sudden he turns into Mike Schmidt. And then they go, okay, well, he's cured, and they move him back to the 4-hole, and now he's even worse than he was before. I honestly, Seth, if Bregman keeps this up, the absolute best case for him in the offseason, and I don't know if it's the Astros that give it to him, but somebody will, is probably like one of those prove-it contracts that we see guys like Matt Chapman getting with the Giants, where it's 3 years, 50-something million. You get an opt-out after a year or after the second year, so you can go get paid because you rehabilitated your on-field image again. I mean, Bregman's still playing defense at a pretty high level. That's good. He's really good historically in the postseason. The Astros need to get to a postseason this year for him to be able to prove that before he hits free agency. But I think like if Bregman, and I don't think he's going to hit 394 OPS like he has for the last week all season, but if he winds up being a below average hitter and a good fielder, I think he ain't getting an 8-year deal from anybody on that.
I think if you look at Bregman, the one saving grace for him that goes way above and beyond everything else, and this is the way it works for Carlos Correa, is are you consistently good in the playoffs?
Yep.
And, he's got a career 790 OPS in the playoffs. He's not as consistent from series to series like Correa has been. Correa in the playoffs, it's kind of freakish where, like, his worst playoff series, he's still an average baseball player. And that's when you're going against better pitching in the playoffs as well. And, he's just freakishly consistent and good under the bright lights. Bregman's had some bad series, but even last year, he had a 932 OPS in the playoffs. And I wonder if that's where a team that's trying to take it to the next level might be a little bit more willing to spend on a guy that's got all that playoff experience. Now, so like Bregman, as long as he shows at some point that he can have a sustained stretch this year.
Yeah.
For a couple months at the end of the season.
In there somewhere,
And then if the Astros make the playoffs, then so be it. But that's the big wild card there. Teams, that's the one weird thing about the Astros is that they've played so many playoff games that you can't just write it off. Like sometimes people will write off a really good performance in the playoffs. It's like, well, yeah, that's baseball. Sometimes you have some good moments or stretches. These guys have played an entire season's worth of games in the playoffs. Yes. And you can get a really good feel for whether or not they produce.
It is.
And Bregman does produce.
It's a great selling point for him, no doubt. But, man, this season has been, the opposite of what Tucker's doing right now as far as contract goes. Last one, Framber Valdez, who's gone from ace. For a year and a half, Framber was arguably the best pitcher in the American League. A whole season's worth of quality starts, basically, in the year they won the World Series. Some big starts in the postseason that year as well, which hadn't always been Framber's playground, that postseason. It had always been great for Framber in the postseason. Like the postseason before the World Series win year in 2021, he was awful. And now he first half of last year, he was all set to start the All-Star game last year. And then since then, he's just been this inconsistent. The head case part of Framber still popping up, sometimes at the worst possible times. It's popping up. He still is good enough and has good enough stuff and does it well enough to where if he hits free agency, someone's going to give him $20 million a year. Like if this is who he is, if who he is this season is who he now is, someone will pay him. I just don't know that it's the Astros that are going to pay him.
The one thing, the big question is always, okay, what's the guy going to do once he starts getting the big money? And the first year he got big money in arbitration was in 2022, $3 million. And, it was awesome in 2022, obviously. But it just, he has not sustained that. And I almost wonder he's already shown what he's going to do when he gets a lot of money, which is
he's La Grasa.
Regress back to some bad habits or not necessarily be quite as hungry. Yeah, he's La Grasa. Maybe he's a little too much about the hair extensions. Tyler Milner was 100% correct and accurate. The hair extensions might have been an indication of something being off with Framber Valdez.
Maybe. It took a year for him to take effect that way, though. Like he got him.
I thought it was the All-Star break last year.
It was the All-Star break 2 years ago.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, because
it
was in California. Okay. He went somewhere in California and had it done. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he
pitched.
I take it back. Sorry, Tyler. I retract my credit that I gave you.
Delayed effect. That's all. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Someone said on the text page. About how the In the Loop calls their listeners loopholes. Someone says, Painter Pals, we demand you call us that.
Painter Pals.
Painter Pals. Yeah.
That sounds a little too much like PayPal.
A little bit.
Which, by the way, everybody, if you get an invoice for something from PayPal that you don't think that you spent it on, do not call that number on there.
No.
I don't know whoever runs that scam, they make it look like, because usually the first thing you do is, okay, wait a second, where'd this email come from? And it's usually like a URL that's nothing like this comes from PayPal.com, and it's completely fraudulent. And I still get stressed out every time I see it. Like I get an email that says it's somebody that I just spent $1,800 at an Apple store somewhere. Just I don't know what they're doing, but it's just be careful.
It's a pretty good scam they've got going.
Have you gotten got with that yourself?
PayPal, the antivirus purchase is a big one out there that you've seen that. But no, they haven't gotten me. I always click on the email address that sends it to me, and usually it's a janky email address.
Right, that's what I just said though. Like if you do that, you usually do that. But this scam, it comes from They make it look like it comes from somewhere, an address at PayPal.com.
That one I haven't gotten hit with yet.
It's especially scary.
Sorry about that. I was lining up the T's. That one hasn't got me. But thank you for the warning, the PSA.
Yeah. Because that'll get you. You do your little fail-safe, like, this doesn't come from... No, it looks like it comes from PayPal.com.
Man, that's... Oof.
That's when you got to go and all right, well, let me check this. I checked the actual callback number, and that was the one. It popped up a warning, like from the FBI.
Oh, okay.
They're like, this is a scam.
You Googled it? You put the number in Google?
I Googled that, and then, it came up to another. But basically, there are a lot of warnings out there.
Okay, good. I'm glad we got this out there. We saved a few people today from getting... their bank accounts emptied.
I'll take the finder's fee. You can send it to me at my PayPal.
Yes.
And I'll if you DM me, I'll give you my PayPal.
A minute from my friend Seth Payne, who can get you out of a pickle when it comes to these PayPal emails. All right, C.J. Stroud, leadership. We're going to hear from one of his teammates about that. Another article, too, reminding us how fortunate we are that the Texans landed on C.J. Stroud as we roll on here on a Friday. That's coming up next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Oh, you want to help your mental health out a little bit if you've been stressed out by that situation that I was.
qualifying entries.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. Appreciate you tuning in on a Friday morning. Here was Dalton Schultz this week on C.J. Stroud's leadership.
CJ's done a great job of that, already. Just with, little things such as commanding the huddle. He gets in the huddle, it's, he said something to the guys first play that we stepped out there. He's definitely gotten more comfortable. And he's again, kind of taking that next step of being that verbal guy, that verbal leader that quarterbacks in the league have to be.
I think Dalton Schultz is one of the people I'm happiest for, looking at it through the C.J. Stroud prism, Seth, and that that was Dalton Schultz made a gamble, man, to sign here on the 1 year, $6-7 million deal, $6-7 million deal that he did here before they even drafted C.J. Stroud, but also knowing they're probably going to draft. I would imagine that when DeMeco and Nick sat down with Dalton Schultz, they said, look, it's going to be one of these two guys we're taking at quarterback here.
Well, for all of the conjecture about the Texans not drafting a quarterback before last year's draft, at that point, DeMeco Ryans had publicly said they were going to take a quarterback, and yet the NFL media machine just wouldn't accept it. They thought that DeMeco was somehow lying or being practicing gamesmanship. Yeah, I think him knowing that he was going to be in this offense, and McCarthy runs, it's not a Shanahan offense, but it's a West Coast offense, so there's a lot of similarities. I think he understood that being a tight end in an offense like this, especially with a rookie quarterback, he had seen that with the Cowboys. That he formed a really good relationship with Dak Prescott in a similar type of offense. I think he probably looked at that and felt like, regardless of how good it ended up being, they were going to use him a certain amount, and it paid off. It did.
I mean, Schultz was gambling as much as anybody on what the future at quarterback looked like for the Texans. Worked out well.
We had talked about yesterday about the ways in areas where C.J. Stroud might be looking to improve. And I brought up that, after the Tennessee game, when Case Keenum was in there, down on the goal line, it looked like Case may have made some changes in a run play, and they ended up scoring a touchdown. John Harris actually asked, I should have grabbed the audio, Sean, I apologize, but you know how distracted I get. John Harris asked Case Keenum about that the other day when they had him on Texans All Access.
Oh, yeah.
And Case kind of explained that, they changed where the mic point was on that play because he recognized something on the defense. So he tweaked the call enough that it was a successful run play. That's the type of stuff you get with Case Keenum, who's been in the league forever and has seen it all. And CJ just hasn't had that many reps in it. Was still learning the offense last year, where Case also had some experience in a very similar offense, or very similar offenses. That's where I think you might see some dividends this year with CJ, is that those finer aspects of running this offense, including the run game.
Well, man, that's where you lay it out that way. That's where Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson both coming back for another year. To me, I just hear you describing that, and I'm going, man, that is great to hear that it's – CJ probably would have become more advanced at that anyways, regardless of who the OC or the quarterback coach were, but that it's the same – that it's coming from the same voices with the same playbook, with everything the same. It creates a much better environment to have him accelerate that,
Case talked about that too, just that part of coming back and everybody being in the second year in the offense, that you're starting off way ahead of where you were. And even when you're reinstalling, this time of year, you go back to the very beginning and you teach the offense from the front to the back of the playbook. That you're doing it in a different way when you already know it. It's like when you go back and try to refine your handwriting. You already know how to write the alphabet, but you just, you get better at it the second or third time through, and then you get much, much worse over time.
Yeah, yes. I thought about that the other day when I was writing something I'm writing, and literally as the pen is hitting the paper, I'm like, it was yesterday. I was filling out a form yesterday at the doctor, and I'm like, God, my handwriting sucks. And I used to have great penmanship. It sucks now.
Nobody really foresaw that we would have typewriters on our phones.
Yeah.
And that over time, when I was taking typing in 1990, at no point did the instructor ever say, someday you'll be doing this with your thumbs on a tiny machine. But still, get to know the basics.
Dude, that's half the reason I hate going to the doctor is filling out the paperwork, because it's all like very little of it's online. It's like, here's a pen and here's a clipboard, and I'm like, oh, this is terrible.
That I found that's kind of a nice little mindfulness exercise for me. Sometimes is when I do have to write something.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, let's just slow down and really focus on making this something that at least I myself can read 10 minutes from now.
Yeah. I felt
you gotta
really
slow
bad.
down and really just focus on your loops and swirls. Ooh, a Z. Okay.
Yeah, dude. As I'm writing my email address, I'm like, there is zero chance I'm getting any emails from these people based on how poorly written this is right now.
You need to learn how to write your QR code on there.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
yeah,
tidbit I saw the other day.
What'd you see?
The QR code, you always wonder, okay, so this is the new thing now. Instead of a barcode or whatever, a QR code.
Mm-hmm.
How long does it take until we run out of QR codes and they got to come up with something else?
I've thought of this question, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be happy to know, apparently, there are as many different potential QR codes. There are more QR codes than there are molecules in the universe.
Wow.
Or atoms in the universe, I believe.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no way of verifying that, Sean. I'm too limited, but I'm going to take that without. I'm going to believe that at least in our lifetimes they won't run out of QR codes.
I thought you were going to say grains of sand at the beach, but this is even better.
Yeah.
Molecules in the universe. Wow.
Yeah. There's definitely more molecules in the universe than there are grains of sand at the beach.
And
I think. I haven't taken earth science in a while, Sean.
I heard, this is one that I heard back in the day, and it may have gotten mangled in my brain over time, but Google it to see if I'm right. There are more molecules in a grain of sand than grains of sand at a beach. Does that sound accurate to you? More molecules.
Maybe atoms. I don't know.
Maybe atoms, yeah. Okay, maybe, yeah.
Well,
maybe,
it's also, I don't know what it is.
Okay. That doesn't sound right, but somebody told me that at one point.
Wait a second. Okay, so there's more either molecules or atoms in a grain of sand.
A grain of sand than grains of sand at a beach.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Yeah, sure.
Will you? Okay.
I guess it depends. Does it depend on which beach it is?
Well, I don't know. There's some, yeah.
I mean, there's some small beaches and there's some big beaches.
That's true. All right. Step up, text line. I'm sure you'll feed us some truth. Speaking of
I'm sure we'll get no fake answers.
No, not at all. Yeah. Not at all. You know what? When I mentioned that I was the 10th rated kolache eater in the world back during the 8 at 8, I finished 10th in the kolache eating contest back in 2007. Got a few of these. I forgot that kolaches are very parochial around here. That if they're not the pure Czechoslovakian kolaches like from the hill country, someone texts in sausage and cheese are not kolaches.
It's that's whatever the Czech word is for that. I got it. Yeah. I get. You know what? The tissue you used on your face this morning probably wasn't Kleenex brand either, but I'm not going to be a jerk about it if you called it Kleenex.
Yeah, jerk.
Get off my lawn, you little bastard.
Yeah, jerk.
You little prig.
All right, so we are happy to have C.J. Stroud here as a Houston Texan. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. DeMeco Ryans ranks where among all NFL head coaches? Respected NFL name has DeMeco Ryans pretty high up the list. How high can he climb in 2024? That is next.
Bayway Ram. Look, there are a lot of molecules in a Ram pickup. It takes a lot of molecules to create the 3-time.
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Oh, man. Right at 9 o'clock. Ben, I want to acknowledge me and Seth. You're
20 seconds late. No.
No. Like, it was like the station ID was playing right at 9.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah. Hold on a second, Sean.
Yeah.
I got it running my positive reinforcement bell. Wait a minute. I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, let's do it together. Yeah. Who did that? Was that you, Ben?
Yeah, I have a desk bell sound.
You have a desk bell also? All right, we'll get ready because we're gonna eat up the minute that we came in sooner.
Wait, hold on.
You ready?
Wait,
Okay, Seth. On 3, right? We do it on 3. 1, 2, ding, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2. Oh, and Ben's got one too now, Seth. We can all ding together. Yeah. All right, good job.
Positive reinforcement right there, baby.
That's right. Now it's 9:01. We spent a minute doing that. Sorry, it's Friday, man. I want to go into the weekend in a good mood, all right?
It's like we got our Christmas bonuses and blew the bonuses on a Christmas party.
I feel correct for chastising you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
No, that's attention to detail, Ben.
Yep.
Good job.
Good job, Ben. Good job. There you go. Give it to yourself. All right.
Hey, I ordered a kazoo, by the way. I was hoping
awesome.
I'm going to add that into the mix for positive reinforcement.
Kazoo?
I'm going to play kazoo music, yeah.
Oh, that's going to be great.
I was in my mind, I was like, I need to do something to improve myself. Should I learn Chinese or the kazoo? I feel like the kazoo is going to have more payoff on the show.
Probably. Can I ask you where you ordered it from real quick? Did you just go to Amazon?
There's a little boutique called Amazon.com.
Amazon.com? God, it's so good.
Apparently, it's got 5 replacement membranes. So that's why I paid an extra $1 to get the extra replacement membranes.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know what the membrane was on a kazoo. So
Neither do I, but I've got them, Sean.
Yeah,
if you need them, I've got them. I've got them out the wazoo for my kazoo.
All right, here we go. Mina Kimes, ESPN.
Mina Kazoo.
Mina
yes.
Kazimes. Yes. She has a podcast in addition to her TV show, and on her podcast this week, she does an annual ranking of the top 10 coaches in the NFL. And guess whose name popped up at number 9?
Who's your 9?
DeMeco Ryans.
I thought about that. He's my 11.
I just think this dude has it. I think he is so clearly good at everything it requires to be an elite head coach, both the management side, the leader of men's side, the hiring side, the play calling side. I mean, this is a defense that was obviously terrible before he arrived. They added some talent, but immediately jumped to top 10 in success rate. His team, his defenses have such a obvious identity. They just play harder. They tackle more. They rally to the football. I find it so gratifying to watch his defenses play and to see that immediately in year 1 in Houston. Obviously took a big leap this year, making the playoffs.
So Mina Kimes likes everything about DeMeco Ryans.
And real quick, I know somebody earlier had said something about like, wow, vocal fry much. She doesn't typically sound like that. She must be battling a head cold or something like that. I was worried. I might send her a message asking her if she's okay.
Yeah, or podcasts, sometimes people take a different energy level and tone on a podcast. You know,
I've heard her on her podcast. That's not what she sounds like usually.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
She's got some vocal fry going on there.
Gotcha.
I think that this is the thing. It's nice that he's 9. If I were DeMeco Ryans, if I were going to apply the DeMeco Ryans standard to this, it's, look, you can feel good about somebody but still want them to earn it. And I think when it comes to coaching, where coaches are judged over like many seasons long in terms of like where you are and how good you are, I don't think DeMeco has quite earned number 9 yet. I would actually put Jim Harbaugh ahead of him right now. Matt LaFleur being above him, just by track record, I'm going to keep LaFleur above him for now. But LaFleur, as an offensive coach, faces the same challenge that DeMeco does as a defensive coach, which is what does the other side of the ball look like, especially in Green Bay, where you didn't get the most out of Aaron Rodgers, partly because the defense has never been able to be what it really should be. They were the 27th defense in DVOA last year. So I think 9 is fair and generous. I don't have him quite in the top 10 yet, but I expect him to be by the end of the season.
I love some of the names that are below him, and I guess people listening right now are probably like, who's ahead of him? Okay, so here's 1 through 8. 1 through 8, these are the names that are ahead of DeMeco Ryans. Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan, John Harbaugh's 3, Mike Tomlin, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, Dan Campbell is 7, Kevin Stefanski of the Browns, who DeMeco destroyed in the playoffs, is 8 right now. So DeMeco Ryans 9th in the opinion of Mina Kimes.
I wonder if Stefanski would be there if they hadn't made the playoffs last year and if they hadn't done it with Joe Flacco. Like, getting the absolute most you could ever reasonably expect to get out of Joe Flacco, I think was obviously he won coach of the year, right?
Stefanski did in a tiebreaker with DeMeco Ryans. Remember?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So that's fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah. It is. I think with DeMeco, like when I first saw that tweet, because I got it from a video that was spliced solely about DeMeco Ryans. We had a Texan fan request to Mina Kimes, hey, can you put up the part where you talked about DeMeco Ryans? And she did. She spliced out that part of the top 10 and posted it. And without knowing any of the other coaches, it does show you how wrapped up, or for me at least, how wrapped up I am in how good DeMeco was last year. I'm like, 9th? What the hell? Because you don't see any other names,
Honestly, I think I'm sorry, were you going somewhere still with
And then just real quick, but then you look at the names that are below DeMeco Ryans, right? Forget about the names above him.
Right.
The names below him, like Zach Taylor has been to a Super Bowl. Sean McDermott has coached one of the, not one of the best, but one of the 6 or 7 best teams in the NFL over an extended period of time. Now, there's been some shots at McDermott over the last year, either through media or maybe, the Stephon Diggs thing, maybe not a great reflection on him. And then others who've just accomplished a whole lot. That DeMeco's 9th on anybody's list, as it turns out to me, is like that's pretty sporty stuff after one year.
I'll tell you what, this is something where, to take it back to the drama from, it seems like forever ago, but when Steven Nelson, tried to shame DeMeco Ryans into somehow being a better person than he already is this last weekend when he talked about when he made fun of his bald head and also said that he had meathead energy.
Yeah,
we got personally PO'd, and more than anything, we just remarked upon the stupidity of calling out the most popular person in Houston right now.
Right.
A few other people pointed out that DeMeco Ryans might be one of the most popular people in the NFL. So when you're Steven Nelson sitting on your butt in free agency in May, like what you pick, probably honestly one of the most popular people in the NFL and amongst NFL head coaches. Is Matt LaFleur out there thinking like, well, sure, Steven Nelson might have an issue with DeMeco Ryans, but certainly not with me. People love him. He's impossible to dislike. Impossible to dislike. Unless you're Steven Nelson.
Yes, yeah. I think about that with CJ and DeMeco a lot. Like, it's been 1 year. It's been a real, honeymoon. Everything's gone. I know they went 10-7. They didn't go 17-0 or anything. There was some adversity during the season for sure. But overall, around the league, as you point out, Seth, DeMeco Ryans is universally popular, not just here, but around the NFL. I think CJ Stroud is too, is the sense I get. Everybody loves CJ Stroud. With great success will come people disliking either or both of them for one reason or another, fair or unfair. And that's the part where I hope we get there someday, because it means you've experienced great success, and that's just what comes with it. I just wonder what that's going to look like, because they are two very, very likable individuals.
Well, okay, with the CJ Stroud part of it, this is what I'm eagerly awaiting, because we're really smack dab in the middle now for NFL purpose, a dead time between now and training camp, where you're going to start to see, especially on ESPN and a lot of the big websites and everything, you're going to start to see a whole lot of grading the off seasons and who's got the most likely to disappoint coming up this year and everything.
Yeah.
And also too, in the off season, a lot of the talking heads very much are in that mode of I can say a lot of nice stuff about a lot of people and get a lot of extra followers from this fan base or that fan base. But there comes a point when people start wanting to be the contrarian and they want to be the first one to tell you that, CJ Stroud's going to suck this year or something like that. It's still, I thought we would have seen some of it already. And we will see I've seen some people make arguments that CJ's going to have a setback year because of this or that, and it usually doesn't involve CJ himself. It's more
schedule
about supporting cast, run game, schedule, something like that. It's weird how unanimous the praise is for C.J. Stroud from former quarterbacks, offensive coordinators, anonymous league executives, everything like that.
Talking heads.
And you're right. And nobody's really put it out there yet, just for the sake of being the contrarian, that they don't like C.J. Stroud as a football player.
Okay, so
at some point it'll come. You're going to get triggered at some point this summer over something somebody says about C.J. Stroud.
Who will it be? Will it be
Skip Bayless?
Skip Bayless is a good like that. If we were putting an odds board together, Bayless would be like minus 200, I think. Because Cowherd also would be pretty high.
Cowherd
up there.
always flip flops all the time.
Yeah, so maybe it's him because Cowherd has been very complimentary of CJ after coming into the season, saying he's the rookie quarterback least likely to succeed because of his supporting cast and so forth. So yeah,
Cowherd just he knows how to tweak people, and at times he doesn't think about it. One day he'll wake up feeling like tweaking Texans fans, and that's when it'll come out that he's actually doesn't like CJ Stroud all that much. And then 4 weeks later it'll be like, I've always been a big fan of CJ Stroud.
Yeah. Cowherd's producer is Hugh Stoney and Greg Toohey as well.
Yeah.
To where that can go either way. Either Toohey is feeding Cowherd the content, or there happens to be a day where, Toohey takes his eye off the ball for 1 minute, he gives Cowherd an inch, and he takes a mile and trashes CJ,
That one of my off-season projects last year, one of my July projects was kind of deconstructing the way that Colin Cowherd does his stuff, because I'm fascinated by it. He angers me. Even when I know what he's trying to do, I get angry at some of his takes. He's just absolutely brilliant at, he'll talk for 3 minutes and say 7 different things that are gonna be polarizing to somebody. He just and it's in his analogies or something. It doesn't even have to be about the specific things he's talking about. He figures out a way to say something about politics or other sports or something that you're going to disagree with, and he's brilliant at it.
He's really good at it.
Yeah.
Speaking of coaches, if there were a power ranking of private skill position coaches, Delphonte Diamond is climbing the list for me. He was on a podcast, and he's had Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, Robert Woods come through his doors at his training facility. He is the private coach for Tank Dell that's had a lot of run this week because all the videos that have been posted of Tank making all his cuts and everything. He's on this podcast. He's adding even more people.
I talked to Nico coming in too. I talked to Dalton Schultz, Joe Mixon. I talked to all them boys. All them boys coming in.
They're all coming in, man. If you're a Texan skill guy and you ain't working with Delphonte Diamond, you ain't nobody, man.
If you're, with personal coaches, it's a lot like quarterback gurus. One of the most important skills to become a really good personal coach is to coach people who are already really talented. I don't mean to take away from what they can provide.
Yeah.
But there's nobody. Delphonte Diamond's not going to claim that he made Tank Dell fast or anything. It's all about tweaking things and everything. But just like with quarterback gurus, when you're, wow, Bruce Arians, boy, he's pretty amazing when he's coaching Mike Tomlin, or when he's coaching Ben Roethlisberger and Andrew Luck and Tom Brady.
Yeah,
and,
not bad.
Matt Ryan.
Yeah, that's true.
Boy, wow, what a guru.
Not bad. Now, what breaks the tie, though, where you look at it, you go, okay, these guys are already really good. Good for Diamond, maybe just smoothing off the rough edges or whatever.
Well, no, there is something to be said for being that. Yeah, those guys who really do want to still find a way to take it to the next level. If they choose you to do it, that is a feather in your cap.
Huge. Yeah. I think in addition, you've got Delphonte Diamond, who is almost like a sensei, like somebody so you can go to for sage advice as well as the physical stuff.
Yes,
as we recall, here was Delphonte Diamond giving the ultimate advice both to Tank Dell and society at large.
Everything happens for a reason. Slow you down. That's all that is.
Yeah.
You already know Uncle gonna keep you 100 with you. Stay out the way.
I'm out the way, but you ain't gotta worry about that.
Money, take care of your moms.
Yeah.
We can be at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm telling you, dog, we ain't got time to be no more setbacks because from the perspective, you already know what you need to do. You at Walmart, the camera on. So that, what happened in Florida, that's a sign, son. Stay away from Florida. But you look good today. Stay focused, but also remain angry. Remember that.
All right, stay angry.
Stay away from Florida.
Stay away from Florida is the big one.
We played this early.
Away from Florida.
Yeah.
We played this earlier this week, and somebody, because this is what happens these days, a particularly irrational listener decided that was some kind of a political take, that you and I thought it was good advice to stay away from Florida.
Right.
We're like, no, this has nothing to do with Republican, Democrat, COVID, non-COVID, whatever it might be. This has been longstanding advice ever since Florida became the place. Florida's one of those states that's kind of like, in a different way, like Oregon and Alaska attract a certain type of free spirit out in the woods.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with political anything, this or that. It's just like they want to go live out in the woods and do their own thing. You know, we're not talking about Portland. I'm talking about in the woods of Oregon or up in Alaska. Florida attracts a certain type of person that does not necessarily want to be constrained by the laws of
drug
mankind.
use. Oh, I think.
Right, yeah. It's scary stuff happens in Florida. It's not just for old people anymore.
Well, and you can say that because you lived there for however many years. You were a Jacksonville Jaguar. You lived there for a little while after you were done playing. I got to ask you this. Has what happened to Jalen Phillips ever happened to you? This is Jalen Phillips, Miami Dolphins edge rusher, who walked into the bathroom, one of the bathrooms in his home yesterday, and there is a gigantic iguana crawling into the toilet from down in the pipes.
This is some Florida if I ever seen it. But how the hell did he get in there? That man is bathing in my toilet, and he's not a pet. I don't know where he came from. It's a grown.
Yeah, it was a big iguana.
It's a big iguana. It looked like it was like 8 inches long or something.
Yeah.
I was just like, how the hell did Jalen Phillips swallow that iguana whole? And how did it stay alive, like going through his digestive tract? Like the whole time.
I just picked up what you were saying.
Man pooped out an entire iguana.
That would be the biggest poop ever, that iguana. That is an elephant size.
It didn't crawl up through the pipes, right? It was somehow it snuck into his house and into his bathroom.
I've seen before where that's a thing down in Florida where it crawls up in through the pipes.
Really?
Yeah. So that never happened to you, obviously, when you were living.
I know. I've always heard the stories and everything, and even going back to your kid, I've always turned the lights on in the bathroom in the middle of the night to see
I've never
exactly
even
what
thought
might
about
be waiting
that.
for me in the toilet.
How many alligators and iguanas have I had?
I lived in
my
Florida.
butt.
You know, you see so many more reptiles there.
Yeah.
Then you're just, and I'm not just talking about my meth dealers. I'm talking about like actual reptiles.
Real reptiles. Yeah.
It's a freaky place, Florida, man.
It's a wild scene, man. Go find the video. Jalen Phillips, iguana, big iguana, crawling up the pipes.
Stay
Iguanas
away from Florida.
Thank you, Del Fonte. Thank you.
Jalen Phillips is from California, so he's probably never had an iguana in his toilet in California.
He's nursing an Achilles, right? He's coming back from it. He had a big injury last year.
Yeah.
Jalen Phillips. Important because the Dolphins play the Texans this year. All right. So a lot of positive we've been talking about with the Texans. DeMeco Ryans is awesome. C.J. Stroud is awesome. This is going to be a great season. It's going to be so fun. We've got some OTAs in the rear view here. We've got some more coming up next week. So we head into the weekend. What are some things that we are still concerned about based on the reports that we've been getting and seeing out of OTAs and the offseason? That is next.
In the Loop.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so a lot of positivity with the Texans right now, but we need to be balanced here, people. We need, especially in May, we can't get too hyped up right now. We're hyped up. We're excited. Got a good young quarterback. Got a good young core. Got some new faces. Joe Mixon, Seth, out at OTAs this week. I know that I'm on the record of really gushing about body types and how guys look in shorts and cut off sleeve jerseys and things like that.
Right. You drink the Kool-Aid and nobody's even selling Kool-Aid. You're just like, oh boy, look at all these positive things, and this guy's destined for greatness, this David Johnson fella.
Yes.
Never mind that he hasn't actually produced on a real football field where people are trying to tackle him
Right,
since 2016.
That was me in 2020. The great David Johnson take of 2020. All caps. Proper noun status.
There's a certain part of OTAs where I'm always just I'm on alert for, all right, let's not read too much into this.
And we'll get to that. I just want to say Joe Mixon looks like a beast. Like Joe Mixon looks good, man.
I thought he's like
6'1", 220, man. He's a monster.
He's an impressive looking human being. That's why if he'd had a clean slate of behavior in college, he would have gotten drafted a lot. He would have gotten drafted before the Bengals.
But Seth,
but he did what he did, and everybody knew that he was going to go to the Bengals.
He caught this ball in the flat and turned upfield.
Yeah.
And it was the acceleration with which he turned upfield. I'm telling you, Seth. I'm telling you.
It's exciting. I know. With running backs especially, because, as it was with David Johnson, they're the most, for me, they've always been the most impressive athletes in terms of, power and explosiveness per pound of body weight. It's just, like, the running backs are the dudes that can squat twice their body weight. They're impressive physical specimens. So when you see them in OTAs and nobody's trying to tackle them, it's really impressive.
It is. I'm like, we only gave up a 7th rounder for that guy? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm here to tell you, Sean, cut the positivity.
Yeah.
Okay?
Let's set me straight, Seth. What are the concerns right now that we've got?
This is, and I'm saying that half tongue in cheek, because positive is, a good development's a good development. You just don't want to read too much into it.
Yeah.
This is the one where I'm a little bit on guard for right now, is Kenyon Green and everybody gushing over just how much more physically put together he looks out there.
But he does.
I know, and that's good, and that's a full credit to him. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer told me that he's been there every day in the offseason when hardly, in that time of year when very few guys are there in January and February. He's been there. He got completely healthy after his surgery and his long list of injuries that he's had since the time he was drafted, where he was recovering from an injury. That's really a good sign. I think the biggest thing I wonder with Kenyon Green is now if he can stay healthy and if he can be more put together athletically, physically, all of that. He is still a guy that in college was a mauler. Like I don't want to say he got away with this. It's just what you can do in college, even in the SEC, is if you're a big, strong guy, you can manhandle some people just through brute force. And you don't necessarily really have to refine your technique. You can't get away with that in the NFL. I mean, you can still be a mauler, but you got to do it with a lot more technique. So I've seen some really good instances and I've seen some nice games out of him, even when he wasn't completely healthy. But you got to be able to do it against all different body types, all different levels of athleticism, smaller, quicker defensive linemen, bigger, stronger defensive linemen. So I got to really see him do it in games before I really buy into it. But although I'm very, he's done everything he can up to this point. There's nothing he can do about not going against guys in no pads right now.
No.
They're not going against guys in pads right now. But it's a good move in the right direction.
Well, he's set up so much better now than either of his first 2 training camps, where he was banged up in both of those training camps.
Yeah.
He's doing everything out at these OTAs. So they hold guys out of OTAs sometimes, even though it's non-contact stuff. They hold guys out, even if there's just a little thing. He's out there. He's out there running with the ones at times on the offensive line. So I think that's the most encouraging thing is unless he has a setback of some sort that we don't see, to either tweak something or hurt something, lifting or whatever the case may be. Training camp rolls around in the middle of July. Kenyon Green's going to be out there in pads doing everything.
Well, and the big thing is, too, the whole thing for guys like this goes with defensive backs, too, like big physical cornerbacks. when they come into the league. You're not allowed to be as handsy in the NFL as you are in college. And what it really is you have to learn to trust your feet to take you places. And with Kenyon Green as an offensive lineman, it's that same thing. It's that, man, you can't rely on grabbing a dude and muscling him because you're going to get tagged for holding. And you got to trust your feet. And it's a lot harder to trust your feet when your knee is recovering from injury or surgery.
Yeah.
So that's the part where you hope, man, he can really, as a healthy Kenyon Green, he can really learn to trust his feet. And you do that by drilling the technique, and it's a lot easier to do when you're healthy.
All right, well, so what else you got for me, Mr. Dose of Reality?
C.J. Stroud threw a pick, which
I saw it. It was it was.
If I'm to judge by reports from minicamp, where again they're saying the exact same thing they said about Bryce Young same time this time last year. Oh, the ball placement is just immaculate. Oh, he's got such command of the offense. And look, he's already been named the starter. Poor C.J. Stroud, he hasn't even been named the starter yet. What a bust.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess we're back at it again. We got to worry. Now Bryce Young is tearing it up, and C.J. Stroud's out throwing picks.
We're back to square one again. I hope this doesn't impact the season at all. It was a nice
that one. That one obviously is the easiest one to write off.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud even having a sophomore slump, because realistically, he's got more talent around him now this year than he had last year.
Yeah, if he has a sophomore slump, something's really wrong. The pick was nice. Stingley made that to me, I looked at that more as a positive about the play Stingley made than a negative of CJ throwing it.
Well, and you've watched enough training camps with me with rookie quarterbacks by now that you actually, like, you get worried if a quarterback's not throwing interceptions in OTAs, because this is where you kind of you can experiment. You learn what you can and can't get away with on any given play. If the quarterback throws a pick, it might be because the receiver and the QB weren't quite on the same page in how they read the coverage or how they were going to react to a certain relation to the defensive back. And this is when you work all that out. So yeah, you want guys making mistakes in practice, because that means they're trying something and they're learning something.
Well, it's a similar concept of Verlander having a rehab start at Sugar Land and giving up 6 earned runs in 3 innings.
Right, yeah.
Like he's not.
You're working on something.
You're working on stuff, and
you're
it's
not as worried about the outcome because it doesn't matter.
That's right. What else you got for me? In your satchel of negativity.
The way you described it, and maybe by the way that Jalen Petrie responded to it, Kalen Bullock's body type right now, it sounds like you guys describe him like he's Manute Bol.
He is.
Now Jalen Petrie didn't say anything about his skinniness, but you remarked. What did you say? I think you first texted me. It was like, you've never seen somebody whose job it is to tackle people
skinnier
as skinny
legs
as he is.
Yeah. He's got skinny little chicken legs, man. And it is what it is. Like he can't argue with me and say he's not skinny. He's super skinny, I
mean, we've heard from both Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans about how he needs to put on strength. And I don't think all of a sudden Kalen Bullock showed up and they were like, wait a second, were you wearing baggy clothes at the combine? Were you wearing an extra sweatshirt at the combine?
Right.
They know that. They've identified, they've acknowledged that. I think Kalen Bullock understands that. Mm-hmm. His ball skills and his ranginess and everything else is what they like. And what they fell in love with. If he were a thicker dude, he would have gone in the first round, or at least higher in the second round, maybe late in the first round. He's a safety. So I'm intrigued by this. It's not always so simple that a guy's just going to put on size, because A, you got to put on the size, and B, you got to show that you can still move with it. So with Kalen Bullock, he's a classic guy that I would put Cade Stover in the same boat, because Cade Stover's really undersized, but I like both of those guys.
Yeah.
So both the Ks, both Caden Stover and Kalen Bullock,
mm-hmm.
I need to see them grow and mature a little bit and grow into their NFL bodies.
Mm-hmm.
But I like both of them a lot, and I'm going to be pulling for them. But that's the thing I'm going to be nervous about.
Got to put on a little bulk. Any more in there for me to be concerned about here?
Oh, Dameon Pierce, I'd hoped that he would come back at the same body weight that he was his rookie year. And right now, DeMeco has said that he's gained any weight, but he's changed his body composition. That can be a really good thing because last year, if you lose all that weight over the course of 6 months, it's hard to do that and also still maintain the same muscle mass.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe over the course of a year of playing at that same weight, he ends up back with a little of that same pop at the end of a run, that ability to bulldoze people. But at some point, like if he's not bulldozing people, I don't care whether it's outside zone or running power up the middle. His superpower is bulldozing people.
Yes.
And just lowering his shoulder and hitting it, breaking tackles at the end of a run. And even on his good runs last year, I didn't see that. So I hope that if he's at that same body weight, he has gotten back to his same physical strength that he had before.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Thanks a lot, Seth. Now I'm concerned about this season. I came in today just a bundle of joy, and now I've got all these concerns to think about.
Like Nick Caserio and I are a little bit alike. I can tell sometimes that Nick's trying not to be the guy that's the buzzkill, but he does very much keep in mind that, like, listen, it's the off season. Like, you guys want to give me an award for being GM of the year before we played a single football game? Go die. Nick so much wants to say go die, but he just won't do it. He's too polite. I'm going to say it for him sometimes.
Okay.
I'll tag it on at the end of some of these comments he makes. I'll say, yeah, he's saying go die, everybody.
I think we're getting him here in the next week or two. So
okay.
we'll see.
I'll work on it with him.
Yeah,
we'll do an exercise.
There you go.
I'm going to give him 3 different phrases to say that he wouldn't feel comfortable saying.
There you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with on a Friday. The favorite move for the Houston Texans this year. Favorite move for each of the 32 teams. Mike Sando did this. A little surprised about the one he picked for the Texans. I think Nick Caserio might pick the exact same one. Which one did the people pick? Because I got a poll out there. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. Final segment of the show coming up.
apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, attribution. Attribution is key when we play audio. You know, we go out of our way to attribute the audio that we play to the proper sources.
You sometimes you just like put the brakes on the whole show to find out the author or something. Yeah, but when you played that Delphonte Diamond, the audio of the speed coach of Tank Dell earlier, that had originally been off of Corey Barrett's podcast, the H-Town Rundown.
Okay.
Their episode with Delphonte Diamond.
Got you. Props, Corey. Yeah. Good job.
Corey Barrett's a very active Texans fan on social media. And one of the H-Town Rundown folks.
Cool, man. Good job. That's a good get.
I didn't even see it. I follow him on Twitter, and I just happened to see it. He didn't call us out with an @ or anything. He had just said, just mentioned that we were talking about it.
Oh,
gotcha.
We
didn't mention the podcast. I'm mentioning the podcast.
We're mentioning it now. We're mentioning it now. Yeah, my apologies. The clip got aggregated onto my timeline.
Yeah.
And it was 10 o'clock at night last night, and I just didn't have the wherewithal to go searching exactly where it came from.
In the show notes, you say, this is from Corey Barrett, F that fool. That's weird, because that's different than what you just said right now, Sean.
That's not true. I erased that when I said it. I erased that, what I said about Corey. Corey, don't listen to him. So the best move, favorite move for each NFL team. Mike Sando had this for each of the 32 teams. I was a little surprised at his answer, but I like it. His answer for the Texans. I think there's an argument you can make for it. It may not be as sexy as Stephon Diggs or Danielle Hunter. Maybe not as good a player as either of those two, but I think when you take into account impact, value, reliability, some under-the-radar stats, DeMeco Autry, Mike Sando says, DeMeco Autry gives the Texans a big 285 pounds, 6'5", strong defensive lineman whose advanced age could be misleading. He turns 34 this summer. Autry was 24 when he debuted in the NFL. He's averaged 610 snaps per season since 2015. His pressure rate over the past 3 seasons, so as he's gotten older here, the past 3 seasons, is at right under 13%, which is 8th among players listed at 280 pounds or heavier. So for the biggins, he gets after it, and he is disruptive in that pocket for a big guy here. 12.9% pressure rate. Career highs last year in the number of snaps that he played for Tennessee, 731, and career high in sacks as well. So he is aging like a fine wine, Seth Payne.
Right. Yeah. It's I'm cool with kind of the Jerry Hughes thing. Right, where this is an amped-up version of that, where Jerry Hughes was still a very good player when he decided. I think Jerry Hughes was, maybe considering retirement, but he had a chance to come back and play for his hometown team, and they got some really good play out of him for a couple of years. As he entered the bulk of his mid-30s, DeMeco Autry hasn't had as much playing time or is potential tread off the tire, and I think he's still maybe a little bit more in his prime than Jerry Hughes would have been. But for what they want is a guy that, and Jerry Hughes was also he wasn't at that stage where he was going to be playing down inside as much. He's more of a classic defensive end. DeMeco Autry, I think, is going to end up being, for the price that they're paying him, $10 million per year, it's a move that makes a lot of sense. It was, and he could have started at right end opposite of Will Anderson. He won't be now, but they're going to play him at both left and right end a whole bunch as well as defensive tackle.
Yeah, that's true. Now that you think about it, God.
I always wonder, was DeMeco Autry kind of like, oh, sweet, I got me a chance to be
start.
Oh, you signed Danielle Hunter, I see. Oh.
I don't know, man.
Great.
Maybe at this point, it's not like DeMeco Autry is trying to get into the Hall of Fame or anything. Getting Danielle Hunter might be something that adds a year or two to DeMeco Autry's career. That he's not getting. Of course, if the alternative is now you're going to be playing way more defensive tackle inside, maybe it shortens his career. Who the hell knows?
That's the nice thing about being on a good defensive line is, as you get older, is that you are going to rotate, and we've talked about that before. That's kind of like the dream semi-retirement for defensive linemen. Is when you can be on a good defense. Where it's really sometimes you come out of a game when you're in a really good defense. In 1999, I was on a defense that was one of the best in the league for most of the season. Until the end of the year, we fell apart with injuries. But there were games where, because we had a really good offense too in Jacksonville, there are games where you afterwards you kind of feel like you wanted to go grab a workout because you're so fresh. You do so many 3-and-outs, and you're just rotating through with 8 different dudes. And it's a nice way to play football.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll forgo a couple sacks here and there just because I feel like I did when I was in college all of a sudden.
Yeah, I can sleep at night. This is great. Yeah. I think, just looking at this, just talking that through, like the Texans, two of the most important positions on the field, other than quarterback, obviously, are wide receiver and edge rusher, defensive end. Like if you're power ranking NFL positions, those two have evolved into 2 positions that those are high ticket positions. Those are big time, highly paid positions. And the Texans with this offseason have created They've created a situation with each of those positions, Seth, wide receiver and defensive end, where you can actually lose one of your frontline guys,
right?
And you don't feel like all is lost. And I'll point to last year, and all is lost may be an exaggeration. This is a very good football team and a much deeper team across the board than it's been. But like last year, when Nico Collins goes out, you don't feel quite as good about the ability of the receivers to go make plays. And when Tank went out, it felt really bad just because of all the things that Tank unlocked for you last year and how well he was playing. Similarly with defensive end, it's like, man, Will Anderson just left with an injury. Okay, well, at least we got Grenard, but where are we going to get a pass rush from on this other side? And similarly, when Will Anderson finally comes back, you lose Grenard. Now, thank God Derek Barnett was serviceable at the end of the year. More than serviceable.
Very serviceable.
Very serviceable. He was very good. Yes, I correct myself. Yeah. But
Barnett and the H-Town podcast, you've been screwing both of those guys.
Both of them. Yeah. It's been a bad 10 minutes for me. I'm sideways with both of them. But here's what
H-Town rundown. Excuse me.
Here's what I was going to say is that you can lose one of those 3 wide receivers, Diggs, Collins, and Tank, and I think still feel like, man, this offense is going to hum. On defense, look, DeMeco Autry isn't Will Anderson or Daniil Hunter, but I think he's better than Derek Barnett. You're still going to have 2 dogs out there. If you lose one of them, you still got 2 dogs out there coming off the edge.
Hey, since we're talking about DeMeco Autry being like one of the most productive guys who was 280 pounds plus last year, the other end of the spectrum, tell me how you'd feel about this if you were a Ravens fan.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson is 10 pounds less than he was last season.
Freak out.
He's down to 205.
Okay.
So, which is 10 pounds less than he was last season. It's 25 pounds less than he was in 2022.
Okay. Has Lamar Jackson ever looked like he's carrying 230 pounds at any point in his career?
No, that's where I wonder. It makes me nervous. It would make me nervous, how a Ravens fan, that like, all right, I understand that, you want to be mobile, agile, mobile, and hostile and everything. But, man, especially if there's one thing they showed last year, it was that they don't have to rely on Lamar Jackson's legs. They could have, whether it's running back legs or Lamar Jackson legs against the Chiefs. I don't know why they stopped running at all. Like, that was just dumb. They're never going to do that again, I don't think.
No.
But I'd be nervous about a guy that was doing really, really, really well at his current body weight, losing 10 pounds. That's a lot on that frame.
Is this?
I get a little nervous about that. Not as a Texans fan. I say, Lamar, I think 195 looks better on you.
I think you should get down to 160. Lamar.
I think you should have a picture of Steph Curry up on your mirror in the morning to motivate you to get to the Steph Curry.
Chet Holmgren. That's what you need to be. Chet Holmgren, Lamar.
That's a look of a champion if I ever saw one. You want to last through the entire playoffs? Get down to 173, damn it.
This feels like the same thing that we've been hearing about with Bregman the last couple of years, where like Alex Bregman put on 25 pounds this offseason. I'm like, he looks exactly the same.
Yeah, and then the previous year he had lost weight going into the season.
Yeah.
Some guys gots to tinker, man.
Yes.
Bregman's like a Tiger Woods. Like, he's just gots to tinker.
Yes.
And when you gots to tinker, sometimes you can't turn it off. That was with Tiger with his swing changes.
Yeah.
So frequently, the thing that makes him great is that need to just refine and everything.
Yeah.
But sometimes you got to pull back a little bit. If I were a Ravens fan, I would worry about this. As a Texans fan, I think it's A-okay.
Oh, 100%.
Now I say that, and now watch him like break his own records or something.
Oh yeah, and go for $165 on. Thanks for ruining everybody's Christmas, Seth. Lamar Jackson's going to go for 165 yards on Christmas Day. Way
the whole
to go.
thing about the whole thing about Lamar Jackson is that in any given, last year they're trying to really learn that new offense and everything, and I felt like they should have rode with what brought them there. Where Lamar Jackson was, he was a more he's become a more choosy runner. And a lot of times now when he's scrambling, it's just like he's scrambling within the pocket or whatever. But sometimes you just got to say, all right, you know what, this week we're going to run him 15, 20 times.
Yeah.
Within reason, where he's not putting himself in harm's way and everything.
Yep. Here is
just for the hell of it, just to keep that in the back of people's minds.
I think Nick Caserio agrees with Mike Sando to a degree. Best off-season pickup.
Specific to DeMeco, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years in, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring.
That was good. That's about as good a cut as Nick Caserio's had on this show. The people have weighed in. Favorite offseason move, and Danielle Hunter is still winning in a landslide. 63%. Stephon Diggs, a little under 21%. The Joe Mixon trade, 9.4%. And then the combo platter of Azeez and Autry and thieving them from the Tennessee Titans, I put that as one thing. It's up to 7.2%. It's made a little ground. I think the audio we've been playing about Azeez and about DeMeco have maybe convinced a few of the voters to say, hey, that's pretty good stuff right there. So there you go.
The Alshire leadership stuff is really good. So
really good.
Lot to feel good about. I'll pull some things from the H-Town Rundown show for next week. And we'll credit them every single segment.
Every cut.
Yes, the H-Town Rundown podcast. Yeah,
we will credit them.
We should do at least. You know what? We should do that. We should do like a segment a week where we kind of do like the local podcasts.
Yeah.
And just throw out try to put some out into the karma out there.
I've said that many times. I don't know what it's like in other cities. This is the only one I've ever done radio in. I feel like we've got a really, really good community of people cover the teams from the podcasting. Blogger, like the passion project type stuff of podcasting and blind. They're making some money from it too. But across all three of the big teams here, Rockets, Astros, and Texans, we've got some really good people to put some great content out there, including the H-Town Rundown, led by Corey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not to mention John Lopez's podcast.
John Lopez.
You're darn right.
The Bite Me podcast is it's going to turn me into a fisherman at some point.
It should.
Yeah.
It should.
Do you have methods?
You'll learn stuff.
Do you have methods of overcoming seasickness in your podcast?
You don't really get too seasick in bay fishing.
Sure?
I guess you could.
Okay.
But you'd have to be a real wussy.
Okay.
A lot of times I turn into the Bite Me podcast, and I feel like it's a little bit beyond my ability to agree. It's not like you're talking down to people or anything, but I'm like, there's sometimes I just want to be like, wait a second, you mean? Am I to believe that these fish, they breathe underwater? How's that even work?
No.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How does that work?
Do you have an episode about that? About how gills work underneath the water?
Although that's a hell of a good idea.
Yeah, bring in a scientist.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. You know what? That would be kind of fun. Just a little bit of like
how
some
do
of the
they
more.
breathe?
Yeah, bring in a marine biologist or something.
You'll have 2 downloads of that episode. Me and Seth.
2 are guaranteed.
2 are guaranteed. Yeah. Well, and all the ones that subscribe, but what I hate to see is that you see a decrease in subscribership because you're catering to me and Seth and our intellectual curiosity over breathing underwater.
It's for all levels.
Yeah.
All levels of fishermen.
What do you
My
got there?
kazoo came.
Oh, Amazon delivered your kazoo?
Which looks way too much like something that I might pack and smoke.
Yeah.
Look at this. It's kind of like
looks like a vape.
Cool oh, I haven't put the membrane in apparently.
Okay. Well, that's the tease for Monday.
How'd the membrane go?
Your kazoo. Oh, yeah.
This is where we are.
Yeah.
This is where we are.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a great week next week.
Oh, man.
Now, how the hell are we supposed to follow that?
That's going to be so great. With a ding. That's how you follow it. Yeah. All right. We are done. Everybody have a very safe Memorial Day weekend. You as well, Mr. Kazoo.
Get your kazoo out of your mouth, mister.
Yeah. Antibodies and kazoos to you.
Antibodies and a...
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. We're done. We are out of time. Thank God. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right.
How do we follow that?
Easily. I mean, that's a pretty easy act to follow, quite honestly. I
want to know why you order a kazoo, but that's a different topic.
Yeah, that's no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe a fetish or something like that. Not sure.
Who knows?
Astros in Oakland today. 2 out of 3, right? 2 out of 3.
Oh,
we going for the sweep? What are we going for here?
Well, we're going for the sweep, but 2 out of 3 minimum for sure. Huge 3 games against the A's to kind of finish up that 13-game stretch that you talked about. I mean, there's obviously a lot left after that, but it'd be nice to have a little bit of a closer gap there.
What does Verlander night do for you now? It used to be kind of the must-watch thing. I know as the days were kind of numbered and we were watching the last Cy Young stretch, it was like, man, I gotta be posted up and watching Verlander. What is the bargain Verlander, which they got last year? What does that do for you now? Like, is it just like I gotta post up? Is it just another game? What do you feel like? Kind of the mystique and the luster is a little bit different now that he's in his 40s. You let him go, and you brought him back from the Mets.
I don't know if the mystique is gone because he can dial it up whenever. But here's where I would say. Well, here's what I would say to your question on Verlander and any Astros starting pitcher. It's a mystery. It's a mystery going in. What are we going to get? You know, you can obviously Verlander's at the top of the heap. I'm not sure what we're going to get today. I'm not sure we're going to get from Hunter Brown. I mean, just name a starting pitcher. It's a mystery, and that's not a very comforting feeling all the time.
Yeah, it's not a comfortable baseball team to watch, quite honestly. I guess this is as comfortable as it can get.
Yeah.
Facing the A's. So that's what we got. Nice little A's series. Memorial Day weekend. Seems like people are already taking off Friday. The traffic was a little bit lighter. The parking lot a little bit lighter. So shout out to everyone already indulging in Memorial Day activities. What do? You're probably one of those guys. It's like someone who drinks 4 nights a week, which I've been in my earlier days. I'm not going out on New Year's Eve. I'm not going out on, like these big holidays. Save that for a Tuesday. This is for the weasels. You got to avoid the water if you're a constant fisherman. You got to hate Memorial Day weekend.
Memorial Day is, speaking of the Bite Me podcast, is probably Memorial Day and July 4th probably the worst weekends to go fishing. A bunch of amateurs. Yep, a bunch of amateurs out there not knowing how the etiquette of respecting other people when they're fishing or boating. Their boats break down a lot because they only use them like 5 or 6 times at the most a year. Memorial Day is a bleep show when it comes to getting out on the water. But, I mean, for those who can only do it 4 or 5 times, as long as you got your boat in tip-top shape, it's going to be fun. You're not going to catch a lot of fish. Nobody's catching a lot of fish Memorial Day weekend. Too much traffic. Stirs up the water, all that stuff. I am not going fishing.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I am not going fishing.
If I fished all the time in Memorial Day, you got to avoid that.
Yeah, I do.
That's like going to your local dive bar and all of a sudden they're charging $20 a head and the beers have gone up like $3 each.
Yeah, I was here yesterday
for
this
guy's throwing up on himself.
beer, man.
He just had a shot of Miller Lite.
Yeah, exactly.
This softy, get his ass out of the way.
Memorial Day is the first real big barbecue weekend of the year, and obviously I'm gonna do that. But are you gonna cook out? You got to cook out. It's Memorial Day weekend.
Well, I mean, my family will cook out. I ain't cooking anything.
Come on, you're a veteran now.
Nah, they got it. They got that unlocked. They've been doing that since I was born.
Memorial Day is the first. I think we're gonna go with pulled pork and some chicken.
Fried catfish, barbecue, all that stuff. Yeah, they get it done.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of chill. Text line 337 Landry. You sound like a guy that has a little one at home now. No, when I was snorting tequila. And I am saying snorting tequila and drinking probably Monday through Friday, I did not like going out on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
That's a house party day at the very least. Going out on New Year's Eve is a disaster. The there's a bunch of amateurs. There's guys that don't know how to act, trying to fight and stuff. That's a veteran move. That's something that you don't do.
Yeah.
You just don't do it.
I'm at the point in my life where I drink the way you're supposed to. I'll
What
have
does
like
that mean?
I'll have like one or two.
Not at all?
No, I'll have like
Pedialyte?
I'll have like one or two. If I'm barbecuing, I'll have like probably more beer, but over the course of 6 or 8 hours. You know, those days of just getting ripped, I'm sure I still have some in me. You know, who knows, given a certain circumstance. But those days of getting ripped, man, it's very overrated.
Ripped. See, I think ripped is like smoking weed.
Well, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, ripped is
drunk.
Ripped is when you're high.
Yeah, well,
those days probably won't ever go away.
No, well, those days I've never really had. Nothing against it. I just never really did that. But no, getting drunk, getting whatever you want to call it, lit. I'm over that.
White boy wasted.
Yeah, I'm over that, man. I am over. Figgy, what are you doing this weekend?
Nothing. Not a damn thing. I actually got to work out in Galveston on Saturday.
Oh, there you go. It's gonna be busy as hell, brother.
Yeah, I'm doing carry the load tomorrow.
Hell yeah!
So I'll be out there early.
Yeah, get your ass out there early.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be popping out there.
Leaving Fire Station 8 at 7 a.m.
I can assure you that. You better be very, very ready for that.
I don't recommend driving to Galveston on Memorial Day weekend.
No. You get off that whatever that one exit is where you're going to the beach and you turn right, you're screwed.
Oh my God!
And then all those lights all the way down there.
And Figgy's going to be on the beach at a hotel, probably.
You're 2 miles away from the beach, and you're probably
at the Galvez Hotel for a wedding. Somebody having a wedding.
40 minutes away.
Oh, Galvez.
Why would you have a wedding on Memorial Day weekend?
It's 3-day weekend
in Galveston.
People can come in from out of town.
Man,
yeah.
Actually, this is a perfect weekend for a wedding.
Yeah, you got people. You got a 3-day weekend.
It's gonna be packed.
It's going to be packed, but at least people can come from out of town, make a whole weekend out of it, enjoy Saturday, Sunday, all that stuff.
Yeah, they're all about that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. I'm guessing the Texans are still getting a little bit of work in. I mean, they kind of been hiding. I mean, it's they got that place locked up like who knows what. We've only heard from. I mean, we've heard from. This is crazy with OTAs. Like I'm looking around the league. And
everywhere, man.
I mean, I saw Anthony Richardson speak. I'm seeing, all the starting quarterbacks speak. And who have we heard from this week? Dalton Schultz, which is cool, whatever. He had some cool things to say. We'll hear those. Jalen Petrie and Al-Shaair.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. That's a way to take advantage of the buzz.
Really hyping it up?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got Russell Wilson and Justin Fields in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
You got Anthony Richardson. You got Patrick Mahomes, by the way.
Yeah.
He spoke. And we got Dalton Schultz, Al-Shaair, and Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Maybe they're just ramping up.
Thanks, guys.
I don't even care too much about that. I just wish we had a little more action.
No, I do care.
Well, I mean, yes.
I mean, there's a lot of excitement, and you're half-assing it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I'm just being honest about it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I
didn't know how it was. I'm just looking around and I'm seeing all these things. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Mm-hmm. I wonder why.
I don't know if it's paranoia. I don't know if it's just like move at our own pace. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Is this some of that Patriots way?
I don't know what it is. I think DeMeco might have a little in him too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, perhaps. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I do find it a little bit weird.
Yeah. I just want to be able to see more, like access from cameras and reporters' boots on the ground. That stuff is the stuff I want to see. But yeah, the interviews would be better too. But that's what I want to see.
I mean, let's just see. Is it like a DeMeco thing? Is it San Francisco?
Was San Francisco like that?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit surprised by it. Big time. So yeah, I guess. Oh wow. San Francisco. Okay, 2 days ago. What's up, Brock Purdy? How you doing? You're looking good at the podium. Oh, Nick Bosa. Hey,
how about that?
How you doing, man? Oh, wow. Oh my God! Oh, Purdy's looking great at the podium. Holy crap, San Francisco! There we go. All right, Nick Bosa. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Jalen Petrie?
Jalen Petrie. What kind of national buzz is that creating? Little national buzz.
What's going on right now?
Yeah, I don't know why that is, but
help me out.
I can't. I mean, I would think, it's time to capitalize, right? You got all this energy, buzz. Let's capitalize.
Now they're going to be like, all right, we'll give you guys Desmond King.
There you go.
All right, we'll give you Desmond King.
Nice to see you, Purdy.
Yeah.
Oh, Mahomes, hey. How you doing? Jalen Petrie, everybody. Some excitement, man. I'm thirsty for this.
Oh, we all are.
We're all thirsty for this.
Yeah, we all are. I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm sitting here thinking, like, why would you not get C.J. Stroud out there? That would be national.
Oh,
headline.
Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson. How you guys been?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Like dominating the headline, C.J. Stroud, no matter what he would say. Especially if he's asked about Stephon Diggs and all that stuff.
Anthony Richardson is literally rehabbing. Like, he's literally rehabbing, and he's up there doing his thing.
Well, so next week there's going to be more off-season workouts. We got to see what the availability is going to be there.
I think it's going to be
Case Keenum.
I think it's going to be
Case Keenum.
You guys want to talk to Case Keenum?
Yeah, why not? I guess. Yeah. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday next week.
Okay.
Who we getting?
There's one availability though.
Case Keenum, Brevin Jordan.
Dare?
Yep. There we go. You should be satisfied.
Oh wow! Let me check this out. Let's go check out the old Oilers. Who has spoken there? Let me check this out just a sec. Okay, the rookies a couple weeks ago. Oh, Tyler Boyd. Oh, a new face, a new receiver. Wow.
Yeah.
Tony Pollard and DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh wow. That'll grab some headlines.
There you go.
Yeah.
So your newest face, your top veterans, and your other addition. There you go.
Yeah.
Jalen, go up there, man.
What? Me? When they're asking, Jalen, you're on the podium today. No, this is Jalen. Oh, me? Really? Okay. All right.
After we lose and he gets benched, he's nowhere to be found. But at the start of the season when everyone's excited, go on up there, man.
Next week, Damian Pierce.
Yo,
up there.
I'll talk to Damian.
British Brooks. How'd you get your first name? Hey, man, we take what we can get at this point, but it would be nice.
Happy Memorial Day to all. On the text line, snorting tequila is wild. Yeah, it's wild times back then, man.
That was a thing for a while, wasn't it?
I don't know if it was or not. Every time I did it, people looked at me like they'd never seen it, so I'm not sure. Maybe it was a thing.
I've seen it done before.
I've never seen anybody do that.
You take the shot, and then you put it on your finger.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, take it up.
Yeah.
White boy stuff back in the day. Just kind of is what it is. But yeah, we'll see. We'll find out who we hear from. We'll hear from Dalton Schultz in a sec. He did have some interesting things to say. Could the Cowboys, the hated Cowboys, could they actually be a source of motivation for DeMeco Ryans as he looks to take that next step? Dalton Schultz had some really, really interesting things to say. Nice hearing from him. Shire too. Hey, thank you.
No, Schultz is good.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Petrie? Okay. What was that instrument, Seth? What was that?
That was a kazoo.
What?
You've seen those old kazoos?
No.
You haven't seen those?
I don't know. What?
Yeah, it's a plastic little, like, buzzer thing that you blow into. I don't know. I haven't seen a kazoo in years. I don't know why you would order one, but I'm sure he's got a good reason. I don't know.
Is that going to be a new thing? Is that the new
kazoo?
Is that the new antibodies?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. He ordered a kazoo for. I got to text him. I got to see what the reason was.
Just for fun?
I guess.
Can you play like music on it?
Yeah, but it's not very good. It's just it doesn't sound right. It's just like wasn't there a song that had kazoos in it? I forget. But yeah, no, it's just a little toy basically for kids. It's a musical toy. That's it.
On the text line, the 832, Texans don't need CJ or Diggs at the podium, just like the WNBA don't need Caitlin Clark. What does that mean?
I have no idea what that means because they could certainly, like the Texans are like every other team. They want to be able to be at the forefront of everybody's discussion. of headlines and all that. I'm sure they have their reasons, but getting CJ out there, he'd have been at the forefront. He'd have been on every headline. They'd be talking about him.
The WNBA don't need Caitlin Clark.
Oh man, yeah.
I just think there's some excitement, man. Love to hear it. Mm-hmm. It's just me. I think people would love to hear it too.
Yeah, for sure.
Love to hear it, man.
Freaking CJ
Love
Stroud.
to hear it. CJ.
Yeah.
Maybe Nico. Will Anderson. He's the face, right?
Will Anderson would be outstanding. He would be outstanding.
We did hear Will last week, so I will give him that.
Yeah.
We did hear from Will.
Yeah.
Went up there, ready to go, anxious.
Mm-hmm.
Be a Texan.
No Stephon
got a
Diggs.
little bit of CJ too.
But no Stephon Diggs.
Maybe I'm just lost in the sauce on this.
I think we're just thirsty. You hit it right at the very start.
Just thirsty for some ball, man.
Mm-hmm.
Very thirsty for it.
Yes.
Happy Memorial Day to all. We got a little baloncesto. How do you feel about, because there's people in Indiana upset that allegedly Tyrese Halliburton gets hurt. He goes into the locker room. He's got a hurt hamstring. And then all of a sudden, Tyrese Halliburton is FaceTiming with his girl. And someone in Boston caught the image. Who cares?
It's the dumbest thing ever.
He just got hurt. He's not going back in the game. He FaceTimed his girl, let her know he was okay or not.
What is he supposed to do?
What's the problem? Is he supposed to put his phone down?
What do you do when you get hurt or sick? You call.
Just sit there and look at the wall.
No, you call one of your loved ones. Hey, this is going on. Maybe I need.
I'm sure she was watching.
Exactly, and she's probably worried because it's a hammy, so it could have been anything. Ridiculous. They're done. They're so done.
You sure?
They are so
We see
done.
people lose twice.
Yeah, but with Halliburton and a hamstring, that's the only reason I would say that.
Yeah, Boston got too much talent, man.
Oh, my God.
Even with that bozo head coach.
That bozo might win a championship.
I know.
He just might win a championship. Although the Mavericks are in a good spot now.
Yeah, are they?
I mean, you would think.
Sure about that?
Well, no, it's just one game, but
See how that goes tonight?
Yeah, they can't. I mean, they've been on a roll. We'll see how Luka holds up, but they're in a good spot, at least to get to the finals.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You're positive?
Yeah.
What's
Are
your
you
final
not?
answer?
Are you not?
No, I don't know how that holds up.
Well, I just think they're in a good spot. I mean, they're.
Oh, yeah, you take the first one.
Yeah, they've got they got control, home court, all that good stuff.
Coming up 45, there's a hated team known as the Cowboys. Could they actually be one of the biggest sources of motivation for the Houston Texans? We'll hear from one of the vets next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you at, Clint? You've seen the schedule. You've had some time to look at it, sleep on it, wake up again, look at it.
I'm at 9 wins. I'm holding steady, Ron, even with a first-place schedule. I firmly believe that.
I'm with you. I think they're going to win a lot of games where it comes down to who executes the best.
Ride home.
Let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Hunter, hunted, all that type of stuff. We hear it all the time. Texans catching people by surprise last year, maybe outside of the locker room, not necessarily inside the locker room, and now they kind of got a target on their chest. They're the favorites to win the division. They got a quarterback who's top 6 in MVP odds. They got a wide receiving core. They got high expectations, and they got a head coach who everyone loves. Dalton Schultz He came down 45 from Dallas to here. He's a little bit familiar with being the hunted. Here is Dalton Schultz talking about the difference between last year and this year. And there's a funny moment, as there often is, with Dalton Schultz, with the Houston Chronicles' Jonathan Alexander.
Yeah, it's fun. It's great to have, a fully loaded clip, metaphorically speaking. Right? But at the same time, we all understand that, it doesn't matter how much talent you have if you can't go out there and execute and do what's, needed of you. We know we're not surprising anybody this year. You know what I mean? People know CJ's a good quarterback. People know Nico's a good receiver. Joe Mixon out of the backfield. Like, nobody's coming into the game thinking like, all right, it's just the Texans. We got this. So we understand that, the work that we're putting in now is going to be crucial to our success later in the year.
How do you think that changes things when you're no longer surprised? Because the Texans were surprised last year. When you're no longer surprised.
To y'all, yeah, it was a surprise.
Just given what they did in 2022.
I feel you.
Yeah.
And again, that's just another layer on things. Like, I think I answered your question already. Like, that's just, you're going to get everybody's best shot. You know what I mean? With the primetime games, it's like now the spotlight's on you. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to, everybody always says you sink to the level of your training, and that's, what I wholeheartedly believe. So I think again, going back to the work that we're doing now, it's all to build on situations like those.
All right. So Dalton Schultz, I answered your question already, but then kind of answers it. Do you believe in this hunted thing? Is this the thing to you?
The part of his comment that I think is most true is that they're not surprising anyone. At the very beginning, well, we're not surprising anyone. That's absolutely true. Like the Texans are getting enough. They've done enough. They're getting enough run. People are recognizing their offseason. It's not going to be a surprise. Now, the hunter versus hunted and getting everybody's best shot, all that stuff, I mean, it's not like the Chiefs or the Cowboys. And Cowboys for a different reason, but still.
Yeah, the hate.
Yeah, the hate is more it. I just think they're not surprising anyone this year, and we can almost leave it at that. Like no one is going to go into the Texans like they did in 2022. Like, all right, let's just, let's just do our stuff, get out of here with a win, and move on. No, that's not happening. But they're not like,
I don't think there's
circling the calendar.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Like this notion, like when the Cowboys are on your schedule, when the Chiefs are on your schedule, when back in the day the Patriots were on your schedule, you see them on there and you're circling that game. That's not the case with the Texans right now.
Correct.
And I mean it's kind of like Cincinnati maybe. You're not going to completely ignore it. You acknowledge that they're a decent team, but it's not like people are just saying, oh, okay, we got the Texans. There's maybe the teams in the division are doing that to a certain point, but even then I don't think, there's going to be like some sort of huge jump in the way teams approach you. Now, maybe they'll be more prepared because they got more of a look at CJ and all that. But as far no one's foaming at the mouth for the Texans right now.
I think you hit on something there that is true, though. I think teams in the division are circling the calendar with the Texans. It's almost like there's two different levels, like like the Ravens or even the Bears or something. They're not like, oh wow, we're going to Houston, But I think the division teams are circling it because they probably are sick already of like, oh, Texans, this and that, CJ Stroud, this and that. They're heavy favorites to win the division. I think the division teams might be.
And I mean, you go back to a year ago today, and this was kind of a polarizing topic on this show. I mean, we looked at the Las Vegas odds to win the AFC South, and it was the Jags, and their win total over under was like 11.5 games or whatever the hell it was. I remember I was very annoyed by it, and now it's kind of the Texans. And look, I'm not going to compare Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud. I'm not going to sit here and say that there's not reason for optimism. I'm not going to do any of that. But I will say this, that the Jags were kind of crowned and handed that overwhelming favorite status after just one good season.
Yeah.
And the reality of the situation is it's the only season that we have to judge this regime off of. And we're all optimistic about it, but it was only one season. And crazier things happen in the NFL than taking a step back after that one season. So I say that just to at least be aware and have the appropriate level of respect for how early they are in this process, how hard it is to maintain success from year to year, even more so. Like, you can have a down year and then, pick right up. So it is difficult, and I do think we need to at least acknowledge and respect that, just so that we're mentally prepared for the season in front of us with the Texans.
Yeah, that's true, but I think what also adds to the Texans' hype is the offseason they had. Like some people are calling it the best offseason in the league. I've seen that in several places. So the fact that you had this buzz already, you had this good season, and then, oh, by the way, Danielle Hunter's coming. Oh, by the way, Stephon Diggs is coming, et cetera, et cetera. I think that just adds to it.
Here's more from Dalton Schultz. What can being a Dallas Cowboy, what can that add, and what kind of experience? This was DJ Bijani. Shout out to DJ over there at ESPN. This is DJ Bijani's question about can being a Dallas Cowboy, always being on prime time, always kind of having that target on your chest, can that help you as you're on a young team with the Texans that's kind of being pushed into that spotlight?
Yeah, I mean, I do have a lot of experience with that, but people overthink it sometimes. People make it bigger than it is, and that's the biggest thing that I'm trying to, tell guys is like, listen, it's not like you don't got to try harder. You don't have to go harder. The details need to be on point because guys feel like there's more pressure. Man, pressure's not real to me. You know what I mean? Like, as long as you're executing in the present moment, like, pressure's perceived from outcomes of what you do. So pressure is a lost focus in the moment, you know what I mean? And so I think for guys, that's, they say when the lights get bright, oh, the lights are too bright. No, you just lost focus in the moment. And I think it's important, especially now when we're in 90-degree heat, 90% humidity out there, y'all were out there, to just lock in on those things, because you get going 4 or 5 reps in a row, you'll start to feel it, and you'll start to feel yourself lose focus. Stuff like that is the biggest thing in the offseason that you can kind of hone in on.
All right, there you go.
It's pretty deep.
One leaders of the squad.
That was very deep.
He's crazy.
It was almost, yeah.
He's nerdy as hell. You heard him at the start of the clip say you want to have a fully loaded clip.
Yeah. Metaphorically speaking.
Well, he's a video game nerd.
I know.
So he's obviously thinking about like Call of Duty or one of those nerdy games that he plays that we make fun of him with. He doesn't need to catch anything. We know what a fully loaded clip is. Shout out to you, Schultz.
Exactly.
But speaking of that, the video game thing, you kind of brought this up. Tickle Me Elko, Mike Elko over there at Texas A&M. He's a little bit concerned about something that a lot of people are excited about.
I hadn't thought of this ever, and I think it's actually true. So Mike Elko was being interviewed, I guess, at A&M, and he said, you have no idea, I'm paraphrasing, you have no idea how much the release of it, there must be a new video game being released, is there?
NCAA.
Oh,
where the hell you been?
Hell, what was I thinking? Yes, exactly. He says, you have no idea how much the release of a new video game impacts a football team. And I read the first line, and I went, what? I got to read the rest of this. And he goes, I have a lot of experience with players staying up till 4 a.m. playing this game, and we have practice at 7 a.m. And he goes, that can happen 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row. And I'm like, he's probably right about that. I mean, don't you think so?
Yeah, but I think kids can function staying up at 5, though, right?
3 hours sleep and full practice.
Dalton Schultz, I don't think he plays the sports games, though.
Yeah, he does all the.
So they don't have to worry about Dalton with that. He did say he gamed 19 straight hours the day after the season.
What's the most you have?
Me? Probably like at least 15, 16.
That has to have an impact.
But that's back in the day when you're having people over and there's like a party going on, and in the middle of the party there's someone playing, PS2 or Xbox on the stage.
See, that's the difference than how they game
tournaments
now.
And stuff like that. Like, you're coming over at noon and we're staying up till 2 and just.
But guys do it by themselves too because they're online.
By myself, the most I probably gamed was maybe like 6 hours.
I just don't. There's got to be.
That's incredible.
There's not as much satisfaction in beating someone online as there is like them coming over to the crib and.
But is there more satisfaction if you're both on video, if you can see each other?
No, man. You got to be in person.
Really?
Man,
I don't know.
Way better. That's way better.
It's sounding old school now, man, because don't guys be on the headsets. They be talking to their boys, so it's damn near the same thing.
I'm sounding old school.
That's what I'm wondering about. But yeah, he
got to be in person.
He said he's worried about these games because they stay up till 3 or 4 in the morning and then they practice at 7. I could see where that would be a problem. I don't care how old you are.
Coming up next, the not draft a QB exercise. If the Texans had not taken C.J. Stroud, you might be hearing this next.
All right, guys, you know that the price of new and used vehicles has increased.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
If the Texans hadn't drafted a quarterback, what could the dialogue sound like as the season approaches? John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig with you. We localize it every day at 1042 right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, you have a few potential scenarios, and let's just break down and try to put ourselves in these shoes. Kind of appreciation of where we are right now.
Yeah.
As opposed to what could have been had the Texans passed on C.J. Stroud at 2.
Well, keep in mind, there was some questions about whether the Texans would draft a quarterback until draft day, right? I mean, people were, I'm not so sure the Texans are going to draft a quarterback. I mean, people in the media, not even just like callers and stuff. We had a lot of people, texting and calling like, oh, you got to build around, it's not going to do you any good to have a quarterback if you don't have all the other pieces and all that. I mean, this was up until draft day when it became clear, that they were going to draft a quarterback. So this is, this could have happened.
Get your quarterback next year.
Yeah, this could have happened.
And I would have understood it. I mean, I would have, just because of the blind trust in DeMeco, I would have understood it.
Yeah.
I'd have been all right with it. Maybe. Well, not if I'd have seen CJ do what he did.
Yeah, right. Well, for sure.
None of us knew what CJ was. And the other thing about it is they ended up not getting Bryce Young. Who knows what Bryce Young would have looked like in this situation as opposed to what went down in Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
But if they would have known CJ Stroud was CJ Stroud, they would have lost that Colts game on purpose.
Well, sure.
I mean, no questions asked.
But like if we go back in time, a year ago, April, we were wondering, I don't know. With the conflicting reports, fans, media members saying. So imagine had they not. Imagine they drafted, let's say, Will Anderson and another, what'd they have? 3 and 12? Something like that? 2 and 12? Something. I'm already drawing a blank on what.
Yeah, 2 and 12.
Yeah, 2 and 12. And then someone else at 12.
Yeah.
All right? Davis Mills is the quarterback.
If it was Will Levis.
Oh, God. No quarterback is what I'm saying. Like, let's say Davis Mills or Case Keenum were the quarterback. They wouldn't have won just 3 or 4 games. With DeMeco as the coach and those complimentary, they would have won 7, 8, 9 games, right? With Davis Mills and Keenum at quarterback. So they wouldn't have had a top pick this year. So imagine if they drafted one of these cats or brought in one of these cats that are making the rounds right now. And the only reason this came to mind is because I heard Russell Wilson. So I'm like, imagine had they gone out and gotten Russell Wilson and the stuff that he's spewing in Pittsburgh. You listen to it.
I think that when you treat every day as day one, and you realize that every day you just try to have a learning, experience. You embrace the moments. You look forward to the challenges. You look forward to the newness of it all. If you have that mentality, you embrace every day. You got to treat every practice, every game, every warm up, every day as if you're getting prepared for the Super Bowl and it's Super Bowl week. And so, that's just kind of the mentality you got to have. And so
Dude,
I think that even though it's OTA,
that's enough.
That's the mentality that I think our team has.
I'd be sick. I know you'd be sick
if they would have kicked the tires on Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
I would be sick, but given that I didn't really like any of these quarterbacks in the draft, I probably would have been better off with just a stop. Although you're kind of in no man's land because then
you're looking like Tennessee.
Yeah, and you're looking at what do you mean looking like Tennessee with Russell Wilson? What do you mean?
No, just kind of stuck where you don't have a quarterback.
No man's land.
You average, and you can't even tank to get a quarterback.
Yeah, and Tennessee, I guess they feel good about Will Levis. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, but then here's the other part of it. You probably would have had to draft quarterback this year. Outside of trading up.
Yeah, the consequence is not as high.
Yeah.
Of drafting a quarterback, so you might as well. Like the Jets, they didn't just completely fall apart because they drafted Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to figure something out. So I guess it would be worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the next scenario that you brought up, Russell Wilson's potential replacement in Denver, could have been an option. This would have made me sick.
Yeah.
Bo
Because
Nix.
we could be doing all our discussions right now about Bo Nix. This is Sean Payton on Bo Nix.
He's farther along than most would be. I mean, we're talking about a player who's played 61 games. He's extremely smart. He's picked it up very quickly.
Cool. I don't know. I think Bo Nix is a terrific college quarterback that is not going to pan out in the NFL or be a backup. That could be one of your options because, like I said, you wouldn't have the top 2 or 3 picks. How do you feel about J.J. McCarthy? That's another guy
Not great.
That would have been in that.
Not great at all.
In that zone.
I didn't even think he should have been a first-round pick, honestly.
I didn't know, but I've never been a huge fan. I think he's another college guy. Another college guy that is kind of hit and miss, might be hit and miss in the NFL, but they're saying that he or Sam Darnold is going to be the guy to start the year, of course, and they're working on some mechanical things right now with J.J. McCarthy. Not necessarily his throwing motion, but his footwork and how he handles the
That's normal, though, right?
Shotgun, I guess, but I would be sick again. I would be sick.
I mean, that's the stuff you work on in the offseason.
Especially if CJ was out there somewhere.
It's not like you come in with perfect footwork.
No, I know, but especially if CJ was out there and the Texans missed on him. Oh. Then there's Michael Penix Jr., who I like a lot.
Do you?
I do, but I would be questioning exactly what they're questioning. They're questioning a lot more than this, but exactly what they're questioning in Atlanta about him, and that's injuries, et cetera, et cetera. Raheem Morris yesterday. All these guys, they were talking about these quarterbacks, or the quarterbacks themselves were talking yesterday, and it got me thinking, man, that could be the Texans, but this was Raheem Morris.
Just give you the example from yesterday and what he did. I don't even know if I should share this, but he just after practice, when he grabs his phone, he says the play to his phone. He listens to it on his voice recorder. He goes through the motions. He dictates the term of who's motion, who's doing what, and then he runs 2 sprints and he does it again at the other end. And I just think that's development, that's growth, and that's this young man just being hungry and he wants to know. And I love that about him. And that was some of the stuff that really attracted us to him.
What does that mean?
That's what we would be talking about. Oh, yeah, he ran sprints after he hurt himself on the phone. We'll see how good he is.
So he's running after.
He's calling the play into his phone, listening to it to make, I don't know why, to make sure, I guess, that he did it right, then doing the play, and then running 2 sprints. Cool.
But why does he have to do it in his phone? Just so he hears it?
I don't know.
Can he just say the play and then run?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or is it so that he remembers it?
So he can
he
hear
can go back to it?
I think it's so he can hear that he's doing it right, like going through all the calls and everything. I don't know. But this is the world we'd be living in. We'd be talking about, hey, Michael Penix Jr.
So what is he doing? Is he taking his phone out to the field?
Yeah. After practice.
What does he do? Is he putting it in the bag and taking it out? I thought you just left the phone in the locker.
I don't know. Yeah, I think he could put it in his bag, or got a trainer to get it for him.
Is he putting it on the side pad?
Yeah.
He's got the cell phone sitting there?
Landry, these are the discussions we'd be
But
having.
I don't understand this.
I don't either.
So let me hear that again from Raheem Morris. I'm very confused by this.
Just give you the example from yesterday and what he did. I don't even know if I should share this, but he just after practice, when he grabs his phone, he says the play to his phone. He listens to it on his voice recorder. He goes through the motions. He dictates the term of who's motion, who's doing what, and then he runs 2 sprints and he does it again at the other end. And I just think that's development, that's growth, and that's this young man just being hungry and he wants to know. And I love that about him. And that was some of the stuff that really attracted us to him.
So saying something in the phone and then...
That's development, Landry.
I don't know what this looks like and what this means.
That's development. I don't either. I mean, you're looking at the wrong person. All I'm saying is...
Like, what percentage of guys do you think take their phone out to the practice field? 0?
Obviously not 0.
You think any of the coaches have, like, their phone in their pocket?
No, hell no.
That's what I'm saying. Where is this at?
Yeah.
Does he have one of those side bags that you sit by the training table?
Yeah, maybe that.
How's the phone getting out there?
Got a trainer to bring it to him.
Hey, go get my phone so I can say something into it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But, again, this is really just like an appreciation a discussion for C.J. Stroud and not doing what a lot of people thought you were going to do, and that's not get a quarterback? Because next year's not much better.
Next year's way worse.
Yeah, you'd have drafted
way worse.
You'd have drafted. We'd be talking about Bo Nix or J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix Jr. today, and questions abound about all those.
Would you rather, if you went the Kirk Cousins route, what would you have said on the radio if they would have drafted Michael Penix with Kirk Cousins? Would you have said that it's the worst thing ever, or would you have understood it?
I would have destroyed them. Absolutely destroyed them.
What if Kirk Cousins has like 2 years like Aaron Rodgers did after the Packers drafted Jordan Love?
No, it's cool, but you still wasted that pick.
Well, did the Packers waste a pick on Jordan Love?
Well, no, but Jordan Love succeeded him.
Yeah,
and Michael Penix is 26 or 24 or whatever he is.
Yeah, what if he succeeds him and he does a good job?
That's a big what if there, man.
Man, that's a number 8 pick, man.
That's a big what if.
What was Love? Love was
20-something, right?
Yeah, but with this team and you have Kirk Cousins, same thing with Atlanta. This team and you have Kirk Cousins and you drafted all these guys last year. You drafted a quarterback?
No, it was weird.
Yeah,
it was weird. I'm glad. Again, I think to put a bow on this segment and revisit the original preface of it. Thank God we don't have to think about that.
Thank God no one was.
Don't
right.
wait till next year for a quarterback.
Thank God people were wrong about. Oh, you really don't need a quarterback this year. Yeah, you did.
Wait till next season.
To buy or to sell? That is the question when it comes to the Houston Astros. Plus, Dalton Schultz has a message for all you people, and I do mean you people that keep saying this. That's next.
Coach DeMeco's got high praise and high hopes for Dameon Pierce heading into
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
To buy or sell, that is the question. And what does it look like if they decide to go that route? The Houston Astros, they got 3 with the A's. They're amidst that 13-game set that we spoke of where they had the opportunity to kind of creep back up to around 500. That's not going to happen, but fortunately for them, fortunately for the Houston Astros, could I interest you in a stat? Because this became a reality yesterday. It's kind of a fluid stat that was kind of holy bleep yesterday, and now it's holy bleep after the Mariners lost yesterday. So there's 9 teams in the American League with a negative run differential. 9. 5 of those 9 are in the AL West. There's not a single team in the AL West with a positive run differential. And some will say, well, what is that? Run differential matters. It matters. In baseball, you can look at the best teams. Run differential matters. It matters big time. And the Astros, for the last 7 years, they've been way up there. Even when they've been struggling, you look at their run differential, it ends up being like plus 50, plus 70, and you can look at that as a measurement of a good ball club.
Yeah.
Every team in the AL West has a negative run differential.
Ridiculous.
Including the first place Seattle Mariners after their loss yesterday. So 5 out of 9 in the American League are in the AL West. So even if the Astros are playing bad baseball, because of the division they're in, and because fortunately for them, they're not in the Central and they're not in the East, the Astros are going to be somewhat in the mix. But is that enough to prevent the Astros from perhaps selling and improving their ball club for the future instead of keeping things as is and moving forward towards the end of the season and perhaps another playoff race?
Yes, we got 2 months. The trade deadline is, I believe, July 30th, so roughly 2 months to decide. Now, Dana Brown said a couple of weeks, probably a month by now, ago, we're not going to sell. Well, that changes. That changes over time. So let me ask you this. Obviously, a lot has to do with the next 2 months. But as we're sitting here today, do you think there's a stronger case to be made or I should put it this way, should they right now consider themselves to be buyers at the deadline or sellers at the deadline? And then I'm going to state a few things on each side to state each case on that. But right now, figure you two, should they be buyers at the deadline given where they are in the division, only 4.5 games back, but how they're playing and what they have?
Well, they can't be buyers. They don't have enough to buy. They don't have enough in their farm system to buy. They can't deplete this farm system even more than they have. So being buyers is not even an option at this point for them. It's either stay put or sell, period. No matter how good things are, stay put is the equivalent of buying. If they do that, then, hey, okay, you better win the whole damn thing because you didn't have those 2 first-round picks and the farm system's already depleted. It's very, very thin.
The one thing I saw this morning is that they might be in the market for a middle reliever. Now, I don't know what that would cost them or whatever if they're buyers. It was like
middle reliever.
A middle reliever, yes. That's what I saw this morning. A lefty or somebody.
Is that what they need?
Was it Jim Bowden? I think it was Jim Bowden that said that. Yeah.
Jim Bowden.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah. So maybe
I feel like he mispronounces it, but I'm with you. I think it should be Bowden.
Yeah, Jim Bowden. I think it was him that said they could be a buyer for a middle reliever. Figure, should they be buyers right now, where they are right now? Should they be buyers or sellers?
No. I think they should be sellers, man. I think, look, man, I maybe it's me, but I got the mindset of trying to get to the World Series or the ALCS.
Thank you.
If you can't get there, and it's not about just making the playoffs. If you can't get there, man, you need to sell, and you need to regroup so you could be back there for the next 7 years.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because I'm going to state the case for each right here, and I want to see what you guys' reaction is, if you agree, disagree, or if it'll affect your opinion. Here's the case for them to be buyers, okay?
Buyers.
Or at least not sell, to put it in your terms.
Yeah, I look at buying as not selling.
At least not selling.
Staying put.
Yeah, exactly. This is their last legitimate shot to make a run. Does anybody disagree with that?
I don't know.
Really?
I mean, maybe something happens.
I think so.
They can figure it out.
I think so because they still got the bats. So, yeah, you could say
that. But, I mean,
I'm
it's going to disappear next year?
I'm talking about just in terms of...
So you're saying the window's going to shut.
Let me clarify. I'm talking in terms of the pieces they have, the legitimate, proven, World Series type pieces they have. This is their last, because who knows about Verlander? Who knows about Bregman? Hell, who knows about Tucker at this point? And some of these pitchers.
Tucker, you got one more year club control after next year.
Yeah, but they said recently they're not even discussing a contract with him right now. Dana Brown said.
Well, he doesn't want to either. I bet.
I guess he doesn't.
You might want to trade him then.
All right,
Oh wow, that's a hot take.
Here's another case for them to be either buyers or all in. Let's put it that way for this year. This division is crap.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's crap.
Yeah, 5 out of 9 teams. Over half the teams in the league with a negative run differential in this division.
So there is an opportunity, at least to get there.
Yeah, and then flip the switch.
Yeah.
Yes, which we've seen him do.
Yeah. Here's another.
That bullpen, you could do it.
Yeah.
In October, perhaps.
Well,
maybe I'm talking myself into it.
Well, that leads to the third point I had on why you should maybe try to make a run here. The back end of the bullpen is built for the postseason. Like, absolutely. When games are shortened, you're throwing a lot of arms at them, and then you get to, 7, 8, 9, and you're good to go. Like, the bullpen is good for a postseason run. Another reason to maybe try to stay in the race. Verlander may not be an ace, but in the postseason, guys like him and Urquidy, if he comes back.
He doesn't have like an awesome history in the postseason.
It lately was better, but you got Urquidy, maybe Javier in the postseason, maybe Fromber in the postseason. Like, they've got proven arms in the postseason. Last one. Kyle Tucker and Jordan. I mean, the way they're hitting the ball, especially Tucker, you got to ride that. You got to ride that, see how far it can take you.
Yeah, you have to, and you have that for at least another year.
Yeah. So those are the reasons to stay. Now, here are the reasons to sell, and tell me if you agree, disagree with any of these. My first reason is, who are we trying to kid here? They're not in the business of making the playoffs, and I don't think they have any shot in the postseason against some of the teams in the American League. Like, who are we trying to kid? Like, can they get to a World Series in this league this year?
I've said no before, and they've done it. So I will say that. Underestimate the heart of a champion. I've said it before, though.
Okay, Figgy?
Yeah, I don't think so, man. I just don't see this year feel different. And then, like, the year that you said, Landry, I mean, they had somebody like a Dusty Baker.
Oh, what does that mean?
They don't have a Dusty Baker, man. I would feel more confident if they had Dusty Baker.
Yeah, I don't. That is my issue here is I think they can, because of the division, you can put yourself in position to where you can have the opportunity to win games. I just don't think that Joe Espada is a guy that is capable of making the managerial decisions that are necessary, especially with less talent on the roster than in the past. I don't think he's a guy that's capable of that.
Well, that was another one of my points on they should be sellers. Joe Espada ain't it. So let's move on to the next one. I agree with you. Who are we trying to kid part 2? I just mentioned that these guys have postseason success. This is not the same pitching staff, though. Like Verlander, maybe in the postseason could turn it on if you want to argue that, but he's not the same guy. It's kind of a mystery every time he goes out. Which version of him you're going to get. Same thing with Hunter Brown. Same thing with Fromber. Same thing with all these guys. This is not the same pitching staff. Now, maybe they turn it on in the postseason if they get there, but these are not the same guys. Another reason, and this is right in your wheelhouse, you've been talking about this for a while now, that they should be sellers. Dude, they got to go 68-44 to get to 90. 68-44 the rest of the way to get to 90 wins. Can this team play 24 games above 500 the rest of the way? Nah. 24 games above 500 the rest of the way?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
And then the last reason, you might be able to get something for Bregman and Ryan Presley if you sell. Something that can get you started on the next chapter. Like, I think Ryan Presley could be, if they decide to sell, I think Ryan Presley could bring some stuff. And certainly Bregman could maybe bring some stuff based on his postseason, production.
I would sell. Or just stay put. There's no option of buying. But you are in the AL West, which is great, which they've benefited from for a while. A lot of great teams benefit from bad divisions. Doesn't take away from the greatness, just gives you an opportunity to kind of coast and then, wait for it, flip the switch.
Flip the switch.
Dalton Schultz. After the Astros season concludes, 2 months later, the Texans are going to have a stretch in December. And, God, I can't believe we have to keep doing this. But they're going to play 3 games in 11 days. Will Kunkel asked Dalton Schultz about that. And I was really happy with what Dalton Schultz had to say. Because this is one of the bigger myths heading into the Texans season. Here's Dalton Schultz talking about the 3 games in 10, 11 days, and whether or not that's a big deal.
I mean, dude, it's the life of the NFL now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, we can't control that. You know, those things are difficult if you don't take care of your body and let these things creep up on you. But if you're a professional, just handle your business. You know, we got to go out and win 3 games. You know, however long that discrepancy between games is.
Okay, let me just explain this. Okay. It's driving me nuts. And I'm going to put aside the fact that I've said it 100 times. I think when you're facing Miami off of the bye week and Baltimore is coming to your stadium on a Wednesday, those are advantages. Okay, I'm not going to continue to hammer that. But I keep hearing you're playing 3 games in 10 days. You're playing 3 games in 11 days. I'm not saying that it's physically easy. I'm not saying that it's ideal. But let me just explain this. Okay. If you go past week 3 of the NFL season, okay, starting at week 3, pull up the Thursday night football schedule, okay? You're going to go down from week 3 to week 16 or whenever they do Thursday night football.
Yeah.
Every team that is on that schedule, most of them, there might be some bye weeks, is going to be playing 3 games in 11 days.
Yeah.
More teams than not. Now, I'm not saying that it isn't exhausting. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's not unique if you look at it, because let me just lay it out. You play a game on Sunday of week 2. Then you play a game on Sunday of week 3. That's 7 days right there. That's 2 games in 7 days. Then you go to Thursday right there. That's 3 games in 11 days. Keep going. It's going to be the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that you can look at and say, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe they have to do that. Kansas City, they play every single weekday except Tuesday. That's insane. I don't know that, like, if they want to complain about that, I think it's unique to them. I would venture to say that Kansas City,
you could kind of understand that.
Kansas City is the only team that's playing 6 out of 7 days of the week.
Yeah.
So I understand that complaint. San Francisco's playing 4 teams off of bye weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know that is normal. I don't know that there's too many teams that can say they're playing 4 teams off of bye weeks. Most teams in the NFL, more teams than not, are going to be playing 3 games in 11 days. It's Thursday night football. That's how it works. That's not unique. Is it easy? Perhaps not. It's easier when you're coming off of a bye, I would assume.
Yes, that's been my point.
Because when you face Kansas City, and you're having to face them on that Saturday, even then, their bye week is week 6. So they're going to be 8 weeks removed from their bye week. You're going to be 2 weeks removed from your bye week because you have the bye before Miami. So that is laid out perfectly. But this notion that 3 games in 11 days it's more teams can relate to that than they can't with this schedule. I just got to make that clear. I'm glad Dalton Schultz said that.
And just to make clear why I like it, it's because you're going to play these teams anyway, and you got a bye week before Miami, and the short week before Baltimore. They're coming to your place on a Thursday, which is always even more difficult. Let me ask you this: would you rather play these 3 teams in the current schedule? 3 games in 10, 11 days. Or would you rather face these 3 teams when they're coming off a bye week?
I would rather.
That's simple.
I would rather face them at the end of the season. Plus, Miami last year. Someone brought this up yesterday on the stream. Miami was 1-7 last year against teams that were 500 or above. Remember that? What was the stat that the Miami Dolphins hadn't beaten a team above 500 since before Tua or something like that.
Yeah, that was at the end of the year. That made the rounds.
It made the rounds, and they beat one team that was above 500.
Mm-hmm.
So you're getting them in December. So you can say that that's tough, but 3 games, 11 days, it's not unique at all. It's actually it would be more unique to not have that.
Pretty much everybody
than
does
to
that.
have it. Look at the Thursday night football schedule. There's not too many teams playing multiple Thursday games. Now, you sprinkle in a bye week or whatever, but it's not that uncommon. It happens all the time.
I don't know how many, if any, are playing multiple Thursday night games. It's around everywhere. I think the Jets have 2.
Everybody has 2.
No, I'm saying 2 Thursday night games. That's about the only thing I see right now.
Everybody has to do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard.
Niners have 2. That's about all.
I mean, it might be hard, but it's not uncommon, I should say. So there you go. Thank you very much, Dalton Schultz, for making that very clear. God, driving
and
me
he
nuts.
said it. He said that's life in the NFL.
Listen to the start of it.
Yeah.
He lets you know. Shout out to
I mean, dude, it's life in the NFL now.
There you go.
What I mean?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dude,
Whether he's in Dallas or
dude,
Houston.
it's life of the NFL now.
That's right. It happens to everybody. And I would venture to say that the Texans have the best layout of 3 games in 11 days than any other team.
The 281 says Landry casually forgets it's unique to have 2 games back-to-back without a full week of prep. No, it's not. No, it's
that's
not.
what we're talking about.
It's very common. The Thursday night, more teams, I think over 24 teams are playing on Thursday night. It is not uncommon.
Yeah.
And they have the same amount as you because they're going to be playing on Thursday too. So it's not uncommon.
Yeah.
At all. So thank you for your contribution, my friend. Or lack thereof.
Yeah.
713-572-4610 if you want to get in. It is In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We're heading into Memorial Day. Astros on the West Coast against the A's. Texans getting ready. Let's go out to Jersey real quick. The Astros go west, we go east. Dominic in Jersey, what up?
Gentlemen, happy Football Friday. It's always Football Friday, even in the off season, especially with these OTA videos I'm seeing on Twitter getting me fired up. 2 takeaways from it. Dameon Pierce, big season incoming. That guy looks good. I think another year in the system, he's going to feel comfortable. And he's cheap. He's a good RB2. Second point, Kenyon Green looking mean and lean for us. I think it's going to be huge to solidify that O-line. I'm expecting big things. Couple of announcements here. First one, November 7th through the 11th, Dom from Jersey will be in the great state of Texas. I've chosen the Lions game for my bachelor party that weekend.
That's
a big announcement. Big announcement. And then real quick, Figgy, I got a confession. Hit it for me, brother.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm not proud of this, but I, Dom from New Jersey, am 0-11 seeing my beloved Houston Texans in person.
Oh, wow.
So this year,
Stop talking, man.
We're going to reverse the curse together, boys. We're going to do this together.
He's
so
got to get a
Texans
win.
Lions,
my God.
Man, you shouldn't have said that.
Dom, you need
have a good weekend, boys. I'll talk to you later.
0-11.
Dom needs a win bad.
He should have kept that to himself, man. Now he about to be the most hated Texans fan.
I was going to try to hook him up, but I don't know now. Goodness gracious.
Cancel that trip, buddy.
I might have to figure something out there.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Internet Going Nuts. Normally we do it at 1:20. Today we do it at 11:20 because we got the slime off. Imagine getting your house rated for a TV.
Okay.
This actually happened. Plus, the worst thing about playoff sports, Lopez's favorite thing, and someone up 45 is doing it not once but twice. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, man.
Yeah.
Your guy.
My guy?
Your guy. I got to say, man.
You got to be more specific.
This has got to be your favorite person in the world right now, because I know how you love to get political.
Oh, yeah, sure, all the time.
And I know how you love nothing more.
I need to go ahead and tweet something. Haven't done it in about 5 minutes.
There's nothing more that you love about playoff sports.
Oh, you're not on there.
Than a nice bet between government officials. The mayor in Dallas, the same guy who got cheating, allegedly, with one of his employees by his wife, according to his wife, and the statements in the divorce, on his Ring camera.
Smart guy.
And also pushed for, and his name's Mayor, I don't even.
What is it? I forget.
Turner? No, it's not Turner. Turner was here. Mayor Adams.
Yeah.
Is it Adams?
I think it is.
For New York?
Dallas,
I don't know.
You're thinking about Eric Adams in New York.
Mayor Dum Dum in Dallas.
Eric Johnson.
Okay. Shout out to Eric Johnson. Got caught cheating on his Ring camera with an employee at his own home. Then he tried to push to bring the Kansas City Chiefs to Dallas, which is Cowboys country. Not sure which is dumber. He has not one but two bets going on as the Mavericks and Stars are in the NBA and NHL playoffs. So here's what he said. First off, with the mayor of Minnesota. So at Mayor Frey, I guess that's the mayor of Minnesota. How about we sweeten the deal for the NBA playoffs Western Conference Finals with a friendly wager? In the unlikely event that the Timberwolves win, I will send you some local Dallas sweets from Dude Sweet Chocolates. What sweet treats will you be sending to Dallas when the Dallas Mavs win? So then blah, blah, blah. They went back and forth, and they decided to make a bet, betting chocolate with each other, but with the Mavs and Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Then you have hockey. He made a bet with the mayor of Edmonton, and they bet on beef because the beef in Dallas is better than the beef in Edmonton, so they have a bet on some beef. Mm-hmm. Is there anything you despise more than the mayor bet during the playoffs?
I would have to think about it, but my gut is absolutely not. This drives me nuts. Talk about pushing buttons. What is are you supposed to become more popular or cool when you do this? Hey, I'm back in my team, and here's the first of all, chocolate? Is Dallas known for chocolate? I don't get that. Now, the beef I get, which, by the way, controversial take here. I'm quite sure the beef in Alberta is better than the beef in Dallas. It's cooler weather, more marbling. Come on. But that's just me. And then, remember that time that Mayor Turner here? Well, since I guess it was the Astros, might as well cheer for the Rangers because it's the Texas team. That did not go over. Real well. Oh, no, it was the Cowboys. Wasn't it the Cowboys? Yeah, I think he said, might as well cheer for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I was like,
he's crazy.
There is nothing worse than this. I don't get what the desired outcome is. Is it supposed to be for votes? It's supposed to be for popularity?
It's for social media,
cool,
man.
Social media. Just stop with the mayoral political bets. Just stop.
I got the internet going nuts.
Wheel of Fortune has the internet going nuts, and as a second part to that, they're kind of in a little trouble.
Why?
There's a segment of people that said that when this was recorded, the original plan was to take it out, to edit this bad Wheel. We get a lot of bad Wheel of Fortune answers. The original plan was to take it out, but they let it air. They let this air.
Tavares, right in the butt?
What?
No. Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's it.
This is the best. I don't even want to say the other part that you heard it. But should they have edited that out?
I mean,
it's Wheel of Fortune.
What's wrong with it?
Because it's a wholesome show.
Yeah, but that's not bad.
Hey, come on, AB.
It's not awful.
Maybe nip it in the butt. All that. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's good.
Well, it's
I didn't think it was that bad. Yeah, I know.
But TV is so funny.
But see, this is Pat Sajak, Mr. Wholesome.
Is he wholesome?
Allegedly. I don't know. I don't know about behind the scenes.
Is that your final answer?
No, it's not, because I don't know. But they let that air, and
he's another Bob Barker.
I don't know. We'll see.
So, are you offended?
No, I'm just saying there's controversy.
Did you write a letter?
Should I? You want me to write a strongly worded letter?
Write a letter to Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah.
How offended? There's kids watching?
Yeah, there's kids watching.
I thought it was a funny moment. I don't think he was trying to be a slime ball.
No, he was trying to get it right. You can tell.
I mean, you're going quick, and I thought about it. Is that it? There was only one T, though, but you don't have time to think like that.
Exactly. You just,
I thought he
the
tried.
clock is running.
He tried.
Yeah.
And then the lady got it done.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Isn't Pat on the final stretch of his career?
I think it's last year.
Who's replacing him? Seacrest?
Have they announced that?
Seacrest, right?
I don't remember that.
Isn't it Seacrest?
I don't know.
That brother need to lay off a couple jobs, man.
I know
that dude doing everything.
He's got energy, though.
Man.
Not complaining like Stephen A. Smith saying he needs time off.
Yeah.
But I would need time off from you, too.
Yeah, you're right. I couldn't remember.
So it is Seacrest.
Ryan Seacrest.
He'll do a good job.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I got the internet going nuts.
So we had a police raid yesterday. Another one. This was not P. Diddy. This one's kind of weird. Sean Kingston. Behind bars in Southern California. An arrest that came hours after cops raided his home in Florida and arrested his mom along with him. Apparently, they pulled off the raid on Thursday. They arrested him and his mom on fraud and theft charges. They also confiscated a bunch of merchandise from his home, including a large projector, TV screen. And apparently, there's a company suing him for $150,000 for the home entertainment system. So there you go.
That's a heck of a system.
Hey, yo, Sean Kingston. You're way too beautiful.
Would he be able to have this song now? Or would people be offended? Suicide's a real thing in the world.
I think you could be onto something.
This was a jam, though.
What's that other song I like of his? Is it
Somebody Call 911?
Beautiful something?
This is it.
This
has got a few.
Yeah.
This has over like 1 billion hits on YouTube.
Yeah.
There's real issues going on.
$150,000 entertainment system?
It was huge, man. Like it was.
Did
like,
you see it?
Yeah, it was like 16 squares on the projection screen. Him and his mom, man, got arrested. So he can't even call his mom when he goes to jail. He has to just look to his right.
I don't know if that's true or not.
What do you mean? He can't call her. She's right there.
Well, they might not be in the same jail.
They both got taken at the same time.
Well, they might be in the same county. No, because they separate them there too, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he can't even see her.
I got the internet going nuts.
Let's just go to the electronic strike zone, please. Like, keep it simple. I mean, so now they're talking about, and this is Rob Manfred. Rob Manfred indicated that in the very near future, Major League Baseball players are going to be allowed to challenge,
What does that mean?
Challenge balls and strikes.
What is that? Like argue with the umpire?
Like if it's outside, you can challenge on the spot. They'll go to the thing and just go to the electronic umpires. Just go. What?
How often can they challenge it?
Now that I haven't seen. It's not the rule yet.
I don't know how this is going to work.
He said in the very near future.
How does that work? What does that look like?
Like I guess like someone like Alex Bregman who has a very good eye can say whatever challenge, and I guess they have to do it pretty quickly. You can't go to a.
You know right away.
Yeah, you know right there. And then they can say, okay, that was a strike or that was a ball, whatever.
How often?
We'll have to see on the rule. But he's going here. Just do it. Just go to the electronic balls and strikes.
Maybe each player should have like 2 challenges or something.
What?
Yeah.
To challenge a strike.
Man, what are we doing?
It's kind of like tennis.
That's my point. What are we doing?
Which is fake.
You think that's fake?
The replay in tennis is so fake.
It's animated.
It's not real.
It's
like they happen in like
it's
3
real
seconds.
and it's quick.
Real. Yeah.
It's fast.
It's not real.
And to keep the game rolling, man.
It's animated.
They just make it up.
They ain't got to go to New York to see what they see and all this other stuff is right there in the moment.
They have that graphic right there. It's just
Figgy,
not real.
You watch a lot of tennis.
Yeah.
Is it real? I think it is.
It's real.
Yeah, I think it is as well.
It's not real, man.
Just go to the balls and strike. Here it is right here from Rob Manfred. There's a growing consensus based on what we're hearing from players that the challenge form should be in the form of ABS, which is the thing, and bringing it to the big leagues. Apparently they're already doing it in AAA. Just skip this step. It's going to cause all kinds of issues. Umpires are going to hold grudges because they hate being wrong. They're going to argue at the plate. Just get rid of it and use the electronic strike zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
So another teammate has defended Harrison Butker, and it seems like the Kansas City Chiefs have defended him. Travis Kelce said he's a great person and a great teammate, which is great. Here's my thing with Travis Kelce, though. I feel like the psychos and the loons and the nut jobs that are the most mad at Harrison Butker, I feel like they're Taylor Swift fans, man. I feel like there's a large portion of crazy Swifties who have all this time on their hands, who are all over the internet, who are the ones that like to spam organizations, sign petitions to get stuff removed, the politicking and all that. I feel like they're Taylor Swift fans, and I do wonder if there is like some sort of consequence for him when it comes to this.
That's fair, only because, and here's where I'm going with it. I think most people who are most critical of Harrison Butker's comments are women. Most Taylor Swift fans are women. So I think by that connection, there could be some consequences. But you notice nobody's like defending what he said, just that he's a good enough guy and has the right to say whatever he wants to say. But yeah, most Taylor Swift fans are women, so it would stand to reason.
Well, there's a lot going on there, so it'll be interesting. I just wonder, like, does he have to have like lectures from Taylor? Hey, you can't do this, you can't say this. Let's not get drunk anymore as much.
I'm sure he's aware.
Gotta be.
Sure
like you got to think the management team tries to take over with him, right?
Yeah, he's absolutely aware
as well. Because I don't see Taylor Swift coming out and saying like in a Harrison Butker jersey in the suite or something like
hanging
that.
out with his wife in the suite.
Coming up next, C.J. Stroud's Week 1 opponent. Is he going to be ready, and is he going to change his style? Plus, a Texans rookie shocks one of the vets. The hits are lit next.
Coach DeMeco.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, C.J. Stroud versus Anthony Richardson. We've seen it once. We didn't see it very long. He actually left the game early, did not play in week 2. Should be on the field week 1 when the Texans take on the Indianapolis Colts in about 3 months and change. What's he going to look like, though? He's been rehabbing the shoulder. Here's Anthony Richardson talking about his outlook heading into year 2.
Last year was so much that I had to take on. Now I get to relax and focus on certain things, more details, and just try to. So I don't know if it necessarily feels like rehab still, but everything's rehab for me, I guess. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with my play style. People see me. I'm a big quarterback, so they always think, oh, he wants to run the ball all the time. He wants to be physical, and that's what's going to get him hurt. When that's not the case, it just happened because we play a dangerous game, and there's nothing I can do about that. But necessarily changing my play, I don't think I want to change it. Knowing when to get extra yards and knowing when to get down, I feel like I know how to do that. It's just I have to do it and do it at the right time, I guess.
So he is changing his game.
Yeah, he is. He basically said, I'm not going to, but I'm going to.
Changing my game? Nah. But I'm going to get down pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm going to play safer.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else. I mean, the guy can be explosive running the ball. Just be smart with it.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of his injuries were not because of that.
Well, I mean, he's just physical anyway, and he's a big target. Yeah,
and there's been some soft tissue. There's been concussions. There's been a lot of different injuries for him. It'll be interesting to see what he looks like. Shane Steichen, a lot of time to prepare for the Texans. Also going to have Jonathan Taylor, and I don't think him and Taylor have played a full game together. So keep an eye on that. Jalen Petrie heading into year 3. Disappointing year 2 after a really good rookie season. Here's Jalen Petrie, though, talking about another rookie, Kalen Bullock. Kalen Bullock out of USC. Here's Jalen Petrie on his first thoughts of him.
Oh man, he's a dog. Like when I first seen him, I'm like, bro, it's tall. And then no, for real. He for real. I'm like, bro, it's tall, like taller, like he looked like a receiver. But just being in a room with him, you could tell how locked in he is. Like he's answering the questions. Sometimes before the veterans. So, it's good to see a guy that come in and, be confident in himself and get to work because, he definitely can help this team.
It's going to be so much fun to see how Kalen Bullock comes along. I think there's a lot, like in terms of buzz, obviously there's some guys that are drafted ahead of him, but I think the buzz on Kalen Bullock is probably the highest, right? Because of the opportunity and the playmaking ability.
Stover's getting a lot of love. I mean, none of these guys are like immediate impact guys. Or it doesn't feel like it, does it?
I don't know.
Maybe Lassiter?
Stover might be up there just because of the opportunity also, at the tight end position. But, yeah, see what Lassiter does. I think on the table, Lassiter is ends up being a nickelback. I really do.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah, it's great.
If he's a really good nickelback, that's a good pick.
It'd be a very good pick. Yeah.
Because you need multiple corners. There's going to be multiple receivers on the field. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, though. TBD.
But Bullock makes big plays, and so I think that's why there's a buzz about it.
The question is, though, can he
cover? Can he make the easy plays?
Cover, I think they're more so worried about tackling, and I heard people talking about how he's a little bit thin.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs to figure that out. I don't know. Astros begin a 3-game set against the A's. It is JV Day. Justin Verlander used to be one of the best days of the week when Verlander was on the bump. Now, a little bit different, obviously. Not chasing a Cy Young. Astros in a little bit different spot. He's in a little bit of a different spot. What is Verlander Day like now compared to what it used to be? For me, it's intriguing, but it's not like man, I got to be sitting on the couch right at 7 to watch Justin Verlander's first pitch.
I still love to watch him pitch, but ask me what he is, I'm going to say it's a mystery. It's a crapshoot. And that doesn't sound good, but to me, I don't know what to expect from Verlander one start to the next.
It's admirable. He's gutting it out. Yeah. I do think there's a certain amount of just
there's a mystique
respect
around
and mystique.
Yeah.
But it feels almost more like a grind. Like it almost feels like you're watching an old Olympian try to get a bronze medal. Like Carl Lewis on the back end of his Olympians. Yeah, it's like you're not watching Carl Lewis versus Ben Johnson. You're watching Carl Lewis try to grind out a bronze medal. Yeah. Look at Carl. Look at that. Congratulations. I saw long jump. Yeah. Yes. 100% the long jump. He ain't running
the 100 anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, though, that he got the long jump going.
The long jump, I think that was his last medal.
Yeah, I think it was. Was it a bronze?
I think it was a bronze and it was his last medal. It's funny you say that.
Eastern Conference Finals, Game 2 last night. Boston, complete thrashing. 126-110. Indiana, the opportunity that got away in Game 1 seems to be even worse. The man with two voices, he left the game, Tyler Halliburton, and the Celtics got 40 points from Jaylen Brown, while White and Tatum gave him 23 each. The reason I call him the man with two voices is because he has two voices. This was Halliburton with Pat McAfee earlier this year on ESPN.
After P and those guys left, and Sabonis is a great player, and they had other guys, but I think for the more casual basketball fan, it wasn't necessarily appealing. Post basketball is not appealing unless it's Jokic or Joel or Shaq. You know what I mean?
You have two different voices.
I do. People say that all the time.
Did you hear? I didn't know if it was our microphone.
I never catch it. I watch podcasts after, and I'm like, dang, my voice changed. I don't
mid-sentence.
Yeah. Did you guys? I didn't do it.
I wrote it down. Two different voices. Yeah. Wrote it down.
It just happened. It just happens that way naturally sometimes.
You don't control it though.
No, I don't control. I have no control over it. It just happens.
That's nuts.
That's like alien.
I thought they
stuff.
sped it up.
That's like alien stuff.
They need to do some research on that, man.
I don't know. I've never heard of such a thing.
He's getting criticized because he was FaceTiming with his girl after he went to the locker. What's wrong with that?
There is nothing.
What's he supposed to do?
I'm sure she was worried.
Yeah, hey, I'm okay, or hey, I'll be all right, or hey, what's up?
People pick the most bizarre things.
Well, someone recorded him FaceTiming his girl, and then it went kind of viral.
What would you do? Same thing.
I mean, maybe, hey, I'm all right.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, you got to call your lady, man, because I'm sure she was probably watching the game.
Yeah. Well, they also ruled him out for the game, so it's not like he was. Yeah, he was potentially going to come back.
Hey, hustle back. No,
they're down 18 points.
He should be in the playbook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was fine.
Should be watching tape.
Getting a little bit criticized. Jaylen Brown, 40 points. How about that? No All-NBA team, no. How about that? Here was his reaction to that, courtesy of a question from a media type in Boston.
Was there any motivation for you after hearing that you didn't make an All-NBA team?
No, I wouldn't say that.
What would you say?
I mean, we took games from the finals, so honestly, I don't got the time to give a
NBA players give a bleep about All NBA, big time, because that's how you get the max.
Did he get paid already?
Has he been? I'd have to look, but the max deal is based. That's on Luka. Have you seen the latest news on Luka?
Yeah, $90 million.
Yeah, $90 million because he made All NBA.
Yeah.
So
once that TV money started kicking in too,
he cares.
He's going to have dudes making $100 million a year.
Yeah. He cares about All NBA. Why would he not? Who wouldn't?
Man, he's balling out yesterday, too.
Yeah.
Man.
By the way, Carl Lewis, last medal in the Olympics? Long jump.
Bronze?
Gold. 1996.
Oh, he got gold?
He got gold. 1996. This dude, man.
How do you do that?
84 to 96, 9 gold medals. That's amazing.
How you beating all these young cats at long jump?
He was a
How is that your fallback?
Stud. He was better at the long jump than anything else.
Like, your fallback is supposed to be like the senior tour.
Yeah.
Move me up. Move the tees up a little bit. Not, hey, you know what? I'm not really. I don't have it anymore in sprinting. I'm just going to decide to do long jump.
He was 35.
Yeah, and they were all probably like 22.
Yeah.
21 years old.
I'm just going to go ahead and jump 28 feet right now. See if y'all can top that.
We got Summer Olympics this year?
Yeah, Paris.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it. I like the Summer Olympics.
Yeah, that answered quick, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm into the Summer Olympics. I don't like the Winter Olympics. I don't got time for that.
Mm-hmm.
Need to watch any of that. I'm sorry.
You know I'm a big fan.
Busy watching something else.
I'm a big fan. You know me.
I don't need to watch people. I don't like cold weather. I don't want to watch people run around in it unless it's football.
Don't you cheer for the flag?
Well, sure. I don't mind.
Yeah.
Well, except I root for Usain Bolt against the Americans. Is that bad?
No, a lot of people do.
I root for Usain.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's American or not. I'm rooting for Usain.
A lot
period.
of people were doing
That's
that.
what I'm doing.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to go with the flow, man.
Yeah.
And I didn't have too much distaste for Argentina doing what they did to Team USA, especially with the way Team USA was playing basketball.
Mm-hmm. I just thought
I felt like that was a very, very necessary awakening.
Obviously, I was cheering for the U.S., but that was beautiful basketball they were playing back in the day, man.
Yeah,
they would light their asses up. Yeah, they were lighting them up. And the Americans were, like, confused. Like, this is wild. They're passing the ball like crazy.
Oh, pick and roll. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
No ISO.
Yeah.
Oh, how about that?
Mm-hmm.
Is Usain still running?
No. I'm pretty sure no.
What the hell, man?
What's wrong?
Carl Lewis went till he was 35. How old is Usain
Did he retire?
Carl
Usain
Lewis
Bolt ain't running?
I'll have to double check, but Carl Lewis was a physical freak.
And Michael Phelps isn't swimming?
Nah, I'm pretty sure that's
Man, I might not watch now. I thought these guys went till they were damn near 40.
Yeah.
Is Biles back competing?
She might. Yeah.
Because she was going to retire, right?
I think she said that she's going to try to participate again.
That sucks though when it's up to the judge.
Oh, I hate
and you've
that.
set the bar so high that
I hate that.
they hold you. They don't hold you to the other standard. They hold you to your own standard.
Yeah.
Which I don't even necessarily blame the judges because it's just that's the difficulty
She's
of a judge
different
sport.
breed, yeah, just a different level. Mm-hmm. But I hate it. I hate judging in all the Olympic sports. Just give me a clock or a scoreboard.
No Usain, man.
No Usain.
That hurts, man. That hurts. Learn something new.
Oh,
every
there's
day.
gonna be someone you're gonna like.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, there is.
Yeah, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to the Michael Johnson days.
Yeah.
The gold cleats or spikes.
That dude was something.
Donovan, Canada. Remember when they ran 1-on-1 and Michael Johnson acted hurt?
Oh yeah.
Got hurt?
Mm-hmm.
It was sick. Good old days.
Starts in July.
Looking forward to the Olympics for sure.
July 26th.
Probably won't be breaking it down, but looking forward to it. Coming up, one of the most hated athletes around here. He put together a game for John Lopez. We will partake in that. Plus, Dalton Schultz speaks. Dalton Schultz, pretty intense, pretty decent message in rally cry for the Texans. Lunchtime on In the Loop next.
In the Loop.
610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Dalton Schultz. Hunter hunted. The hell does that even mean? Now, let's ask Dalton Schultz. He was asked the question during his media availability. Texans second-year tight end veteran by way of Dallas had this to say about the notion of being the hunter versus the hunted.
Yeah, it's fun. It's great to have, a fully loaded clip, metaphorically speaking, right? But at the same time, we all understand that, it doesn't matter how much talent you have if you can't go out there and execute and do what's, needed of you. We know we're not surprising anybody this year. You know what I mean? People know CJ is a good quarterback. People know Nico's a good receiver. Joe Mixon out of the backfield. Like, nobody's coming into the game thinking like, all right, it's just the Texans. We got this. So we understand that, the work that we're putting in now is going to be crucial to our success later in the year.
How do you think that changes things when you're no longer surprised? Because the Texans were surprised last year. When you're no longer surprised.
To y'all, yeah, it was a surprise.
Just given what they did in 2022.
I feel you.
Yeah.
And again, that's just another layer on things. Like, I think I answered your question already. Like, that's just, you're going to get everybody's best shot. You know what I mean? With the primetime games, it's like now spotlight's on you. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to, everybody always says you sink to the level of your training, and that's, what I wholeheartedly believe. So I think, again, going back to the work that we're doing now, it's all to build on situations like those.
Okay. I think there's a couple of things that work here, and they're both, one of them's true, one of them's not. They're not surprising. They're not surprising anyone, given what they did in the offseason. They're one of the teams that are getting a lot of notice from a lot of people. But are they going to get everybody's best shot? I don't know if that's necessarily true. Like, the best shot is reserved for, like, when everybody, like, really circles the calendar. They prepare a lot every week, but there's just something about certain weeks where, everything's elevated a little bit. That's not where the Texans
are. When did they not get people's best shot last year?
Exactly.
That's my question. Like, tell me.
It's the NFL.
When it comes to the Texans, who slept on them?
Yeah.
Was it Jacksonville? Week 3?
No, it's the division game, and Jacksonville knew they had to, they were the favorite and all that stuff. Like I said, the teams are going to prepare.
Was it Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh might have.
Really?
You think?
No. Like, I don't know who slept on the Texans last year.
Well, like, that's kind of my point. It's the NFL.
You talk about actual game?
Yeah, just who slept on them.
Okay.
Let's go through the scale. They started out 0-2.
Mm-hmm.
Who slept on them?
Nobody.
Jacksonville? No. Pittsburgh? No. Like, I don't think they got slept on.
I hate to be a cliche, but it is the NFL. They're gonna prepare. They're gonna prepare.
Hardo.
But there is this aspect of certain games, certain weeks, and he talked about national television. Everything's just elevated a little more. So maybe that's what he's talking about. But I don't even know if they're there yet. We're like a Chiefs or something. Where even though you're preparing every week hard and all that. It's just certain weeks you just kind of feel a little bit more of an edge. I don't know if they're there yet, but they're not going to surprise anyone. People know the Texans are going to be good.
What do you think the rest of the division thinks of the Texans? Because I think, and this is just based on as much interaction as possible with other fan bases and checking stuff out, not general, not one thing, which I think I probably do it more than the average person. I don't think that the teams in the AFC South necessarily respect the Texans as – and this could just be gassed up off-season stuff, but I don't think they necessarily respect the Texans as this team is going to be the long-term AFC South champion. They're going to run the division. I don't think Jacksonville feels that way. I don't feel like Tennessee feels that way, which is kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like the Colts feel that way. I don't feel like the Texans have established themselves enough to where all of a sudden people are just going to be like, we got to bring it. At least not any more than they did last year.
I don't think that anybody in the division is considering them like back in the Manning Colts days. Like, you got to go through the Colts. You got to build your team in some ways to deal with Peyton Manning. I don't think they're there, but I think the division has the Texans circled. I think in the division they know the Texans are getting a lot of the hype. The Texans have the C.J. Stroud stuff. He's the darling of the league, and they won. And they won the division. So I don't think it's like, oh, this is the team we got to go through for the next 10 years. But I think this year they've got the Texans circled.
Someone says Cincinnati slept on him. Okay. I mean, I saw the Cincinnati Bengals score in their first drive.
Mm-hmm.
The long pass on Stingley. I saw them, or it might have been their second drive or whatever, but they took the lead early.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they slept on them.
Yeah,
I mean,
if I had to pick some, I would probably say Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Because they got completely embarrassed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
but the point is still valid. It's not like
I just don't see a Mike Tomlin team sleeping on the Texans.
Yeah.
I think they just beat them.
Yeah, that's just me if I had to pick somebody.
Yeah.
I think I would probably say Pittsburgh.
I just don't think there was like a huge surprise element. The Hunter hunted thing is really corny to me. I believe it in college football sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like in college football, I believe you can get caught slipping sometimes, not in the NFL.
No, I agree with that.
I mean, there can be times like it, and I think a lot of times we say they did when they just got beat. They just came out.
Sometimes they
came out
say
sluggish.
they did.
Yeah, like the Texans. Oh yeah, they lost to the Carolina Panthers. They lost to the Falcons. They weren't ready to go. Well, I mean, Tank Dell got hurt against the Falcons. It tends to happen, and then the Carolina game was just perhaps C.J. Stroud's worst game. He missed some opportunities there.
Yeah.
I don't look at it the same way. And I think Dalton Schultz said this, and I think this kind of goes to it. Sometimes you just kind of we overanalyze things. This is the question from DJ over at ESPN, DJ BNMA, about if playing for the Cowboys, team that's always on primetime, team that gets everyone's best shot. Now, I think they do. If that helps you as the Texans approach being on the primetime stage.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a lot of experience with that, but people overthink it sometimes. You know, people make it bigger than it is, and that's the biggest thing that I'm trying to, tell guys is like, listen, it's not like you don't got to try harder. You don't have to go harder. The details need to be on point because guys feel like there's more pressure. Man, pressure's not real to me. You know what I mean? Like as long as you're executing in the present moment, like pressure's perceived from outcomes of what you do. So pressure is a lost focus in the moment, you know what I mean? And so I think for guys, that's, they say when the lights get bright, oh, the lights are too bright. No, you just lost focus in the moment. And I think it's important, especially now when we're in 90-degree heat, 90% humidity out there, y'all were out there, to just lock in on those things because you get going 4 or 5 reps in a row, you'll start to feel it, and you'll start to feel yourself lose focus. Stuff like that is the biggest thing in the offseason that you can kind of hone in on.
Pretty deep. He went deep on us.
Fight through the weather. Got to fight through that humidity. Every rep. Think about the fourth quarter when you're out here in this 90-degree heat.
What do you say? Pressure is lost in the moment? Getting lost in the moment? Okay, that's pretty good. I'm good with that, Dalton. He would know.
All right, Dalton. Whatever you say.
Yeah.
So Tim Duncan, not too popular around here. You were watching Tim Duncan on a podcast, and it got you to thinking about a localized game, which used to be known as F, Marry, Kill.
Yeah.
Kind of changed it around a little bit. Tim Duncan played it, and now Lopez wants to localize it.
Yeah, these were tough questions. He got Richard Jefferson got Tim Duncan on. He hadn't done an interview really since he retired, a sit down, and so he asked him this start, bench, cut question.
Start, bench, cut.
Yeah, start, bench, cut, and I've got some questions for you and Figgy.
Start, bench, cut. Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, David Robinson.
I'll start David.
Okay.
Bench Manu, and I'll cut the French boy.
Cut the French boy.
Okay.
That's his best friend, too. That's why he can do that. So let's ask some tough questions. These are not easy, Landry.
Okay.
Start, bench, cut. Will Anderson,
So
Derek.
this is start, bench, cut.
Start, bench, cut. Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Daniil Hunter. I mean, those are 3 Hall of Famers. He just did it, too, so we got to get...
I'm going to start Will Anderson. I'm going to bench Derek Stingley, and I'll cut Daniil Hunter. I'll cut Daniil Hunter.
What's your logic on...
He's new, and I think Will Anderson, the arrow is pointing up, and we need him here. DeMeco said he's everything that a Texan is basically Will Anderson. And Stingley, do I really have to bench him? He's going to miss 4 or 5 games anyway.
Oh, wow.
So there you go. And I want to keep him around just in case. So start, bench, cut. Daniil, love you, but that's the name of the game. You got to make tough decisions.
I'm going to start Stingley. I'm going to bench Will Anderson, and then I'm going to cut Daniil Hunter.
Oh, wow. How's your defensive line looking? Start, bench, cut. Kyle Tucker, Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve.
Start Kyle Tucker. He's the best player on the Astros right now. Bench Yordan Alvarez. He's going to be on the bench anyways because he gets hurt all the time too. And bye-bye, Jose. Love you.
By the way, I had the exact same.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with the same thing.
Yordan's used to coming off the bench sometimes.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, he's good on that.
Yeah, rest that hammy.
Start, bench, cut. Alperin Sengun, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr.
Oh, Lord. I guess I'll start Jalen Green, although I don't know what I'm going to get. No, it's not my guy, but, I mean, you don't know what you're going to get. Plays his best when there's less pressure. So I'll start Jalen Green just because that was an impressive end to the season. I'll bench Sengun, and I'll cut Jabari Smith Jr.
I'm going to start Sengun.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to have Jalen coming off the bench and cut Jabari.
I'm with you on that one, Figgy. I said they were going to be tough, right?
Yeah.
Start, bench, cut. Clint Stoerner, Seth Payne,
oh God,
and me.
Oh Lord. I'll let Figgy go first on this one.
I'm gonna start Lopez. I'm gonna start Lopez.
Oh Lord.
I'm a bench Clint. And I'm going to cut Seth Payne.
It kind of narrows it down.
I'll start Lopez. I'm going to bench Clint because he likes to talk about his NFL career. He'll be used to it.
Oh, wow.
And then I'm gonna cut Seth just because he blew that damn instrument into the mic
kazoo?
today, and I hated it. I would have started him, but as soon as he starts doing the
kazoo,
the damn Gallagher crap, I'm out. They also talked about molecules today. I was enjoying it, and I
missed that.
I literally switched to music. No lie.
Did he talk about AI?
They didn't talk about AI, but I was in the zone, I was listening, and then they made one molecule reference, and then they talked about molecules for 2 minutes. And this speaks to my dumbass, so I'm not questioning you, but as soon as we're talking molecules for 2 minutes, I'm having PTSD and I'm back in science class.
Yeah,
I'm switching to music.
You don't want
switching to music.
Start, bench, cut. Your Memorial Day barbecue.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Brisket, ribs, and chicken.
That's tough.
You
man.
have to start. Look,
these are tough questions.
But this is the thing. This is me personally because my Memorial Day scene. We're at a lake house. We got a big field. There's you're moving around a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Ribs can be a little bit too messy. Brisket, no thanks. So I'm going to start chicken. I think chicken's easy. There's a large crowd, so I'm going to start chicken. I'm going to bench ribs, and brisket can get cut.
You're cutting brisket.
Bye.
I'm gonna have to start.
By the way, we're gonna have all those.
Oh yeah, we are. Well,
with catfish, with fried catfish.
Hell yeah,
fried catfish and fried biscuits.
I'm doing pulled pork this year with chicken. Biggie,
I'm gonna start the ribs. I'm gonna bench the chicken, and then cut the brisket. It hurts my heart, man.
Getting the love.
It's hurting my heart, man. I want it all.
I'm gonna start ribs. That's a tough cut. I'm gonna bench brisket, and I'm gonna cut chicken. I love chicken. I guess I am. No, I did the last one.
You gotta have chicken. Dude.
I know. I don't know. Maybe I should. Change
yeah,
it.
That's the tough part.
I'm gonna change it.
Chicken's easy, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna
feed a lot of folks.
I'm gonna start ribs, bench chicken, and cut brisket. Oh, I love brisket.
Real chicken is elite though, man.
All right, I did this one just for Landry.
Drums, baby.
Start, bench, cut. Golf, tennis, and hockey.
Start, bench, cut. Golf, tennis, and hockey.
You starting golf.
I'm starting golf.
Hockey can go away. I'm sorry. I like hockey. I like 90s hockey. I was a fan. But all these fake hockey fans bother me. It drives me insane. Like, you're not – this is not – double overtime. Oh, my – you did not watch both of those overtimes.
There's nothing like
You just saw the ticker say there was a third overtime, and you watched that. I know you. You did not watch every second of that of that 40 minutes of overtime hockey. You did not do that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bench hockey because I'm tired of these fake hockey fans. I'll start golf, and then I'll bench tennis.
Oh, you're cutting hockey.
Yeah, hockey's gone. Bye-bye. Yeah, not bench. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
I'm starting tennis. I'm benching hockey. I kind of got a small, tiny bit of luck. Since we went to that hockey game in Boston.
You got the bug.
I've been kind of paying attention a little bit, a tiny bit.
Yeah. You cut golf?
Yeah, I was.
Come on, man.
I was never into golf, man. Even during the Tiger Woods phase, man, I could.
Hockey's so fun to watch sometimes too, but my goodness,
it's the whole. Hey, have you ever seen playoff hockey?
But it's all this is.
So
great.
is it hockey itself or the people that act like that try to bring hockey to the table?
100% the people. This is 100% me just kind of rolling my eyes. Oh my God, we got another overtime, dude. That's not right.
Yeah.
I remember the Dallas Stars, the triple overtime or whatever when Brett Hull had his foot in the. I mean, I was locked in, but man, it takes forever.
I'm gonna start golf. Obviously, you guys know I'm a big fan. I'm a bench tennis, although I really only watch tennis like 2 weekends a year, and not even completely. It's just Wimbledon and the U.S. Open. And I'm a cutting hockey too. You know what the hardest one was brisket, ribs, and chicken.
Brisket was easy for me.
That was hard,
easy
man.
cut.
I can't cut brisket.
We got the hardos. You're not no Texan. Look, brisket. I'm fine with brisket being gone. That's all good. Y'all can have it. Go ahead.
I love a good brisket.
I feel like Landry don't like messy food.
No, I don't.
I feel like anything messy with your fingers and all that stuff, you don't really care for.
I'll dive into some ribs. The problem, I think you're basing this on crawfish, and the only thing about crawfish is just it's a lot of effort for little reward.
No, I'm basing it off of you don't like to lick your fingers. If it's anything, you got to lick your fingers.
I don't like when you lick your fingers and then grab the middle plate for everybody, Figgy.
I'm not doing that.
Yes, you did.
The only time I do that is me and my wife.
Yeah,
me and my wife.
Figgy was licking the fingers and going in the middle of the app.
Figgy. Yeah. You got to get in there, man.
Yeah, that was what it was.
How about you be American and lick your fingers, man?
Nah, hell no.
Yes.
I'm
this
gonna
dude,
wipe it on the.
This dude be having all his sauce on his hands and use a napkin.
I lick my fingers all the time.
Yeah.
I lick my fingers
hell no.
all the time.
Yeah, I'm good on the brisket.
We're getting some hate on the brisket.
There's nothing worse than someone that trying to act like they cook a brisket. God, it bothers me.
Bad brisket. Bad brisket is the worst.
Barbecue conversations are the worst. Hey, Lopez.
Yeah.
Man, I cooked my brisket this time. Yo. God, it's like, man.
How can you guys take chicken over brisket?
Sucks. Here we go, baby. Quit telling me how you cook your nasty brisket, please. God.
But great brisket is in another atmosphere. It's another stratosphere.
Is it?
Yes. Good brisket is.
Ahead of ribs?
No, I have ribs.
Okay.
I had ribs
but
started.
Ribs run circles around brisket.
I had pork ribs.
I don't know about circles.
St. Louis style.
Circles?
Good-ass ribs run circles around good-ass brisket.
Good-ass ribs and good-ass brisket.
Okay, the top of the top, I think ribs run circles around it. Yeah, if we're talking about the elite versus the elite, if you put an elite rib here and you put an elite piece of brisket.
They're close.
Circles.
Yeah, I don't think it's circles.
Circles.
Yeah. I thought
that's a 17-point win.
No,
it's a 17-point win.
They're close. B. Scott had a great point, and I might change. I might do that.
Hit the race card.
No, it's not that.
Race card.
Yeah, this is a race card from B. Scott.
No, it's not. He says he's cutting chicken because he eats that a lot, and we all do.
Well, he says he eats it every day.
Yeah.
I don't need a bunch of people.
We do
around.
eat a lot of chicken. I think everybody does.
But grilled chicken is good, man.
It is.
Yeah, but there's a difference between barbecue chicken, like and wings.
Yeah, and like something.
Yeah, when you're putting it on the grill and you're putting the sauce over it, and you got the little black part on it, and you got the drum, you got the breast and all that. Yeah, that's a little bit different.
Yeah,
especially when you're outside.
I think I'm gonna go with that though. I'm gonna go ribs, bench brisket.
The other factor is I think you got to factor in sun. If you're doing Memorial Day right, if you're just chilling in the crib, that's different. But if you're like for me, I'm thinking about all right.
You're gonna be on the water.
I'm gonna jump my ass in the water after this.
Yeah,
eating heavy ass ribs and like some brisket and getting in the water. But chicken, but
that's
chicken,
part of the holiday, man.
But
that's part of
chicken's
the
a little
cookout.
bit lighter. I can jump. I can get in the water.
Not the way I.
That's the holiday, man.
I don't even see. I don't
got
see
to
how,
pick out.
Yeah.
I don't see how sausage didn't get in the mix.
I thought about it, but I had to pick the staples there. Sausage is always good.
But
usually as the appetizer.
I was sleeping on ribs, man.
Yeah.
I need to give ribs their appropriate respect.
I did. I picked them.
Lunchtime confessions coming up here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The perfect beers. Next.
The Texans are back on the field for the start of OTA.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I really think Tyler Milner is a trust fund baby. I really do.
Why are you always in his pockets, man?
It's got to be something. Hell,
why are you always worried about his situation, his pockets?
No, I'm just making an observation. How many resort vacations has he taken in the last year?
He travels, man.
More than I ever took in my life.
Does his thing. Does his thing, man.
4?
He gets around.
Man.
He gets around.
Dude.
I'm trying to get like that.
How does that happen? I love a good resort vacation, but good Lord.
He gets around, man.
He's in Hawaii again?
Again?
Wasn't he in Hawaii
I don't think
last
he's ever
year?
been.
Nah.
I don't think he's ever been.
I think he was in Mexico.
Yeah, I think this is his first time in Hawaii.
This is
How's timeline been looking?
I don't know. I haven't seen. I'm assuming there's a few vacation posts, but I have not looked at it.
I seen a few.
Okay. Yeah. Is he up right now? It's 7:28 there right now.
Nah, he ain't up.
He could be. Oh, there he is. Good morning. Yes, he is. Good morning with a picture of the beach.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Shout out to T Mill. You deserve a vacation, my friend. Or 7.
Yeah. Well, he does.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So yesterday there was something kind of making its way around the internet of the best types of beers, and people were listing their favorite types of beers, whether it was like a beer on the beach or tailgate beer and all that. There's one that didn't make the list that I actually partook in last week, and it is shower beer. And my confession is...
everybody's got a good shower beer.
I had a 4-beer shower when the power was out because it was cold, and it was probably like a 6-minute shower. And I had 4 beers in 6 minutes.
Okay, since you said the power was out.
And the shower.
That's understandable.
See, I have a new approach because, I come up with like some stupid things, but there might be a time in your life where you have to have a cold shower. So I just brought the 4 beers up there. You take a big drink of the beer before you get in the shower. That kind of gets it gets the blood flowing a little bit, especially if it's a hopadillo. Then you just let the shower hit like your left shoulder before you don't want to get your head wet.
Yeah.
Chug 1 beer, then start scrubbing your body.
Yeah.
Chug another beer, start washing your hair, and then just chug the other beer and rinse off. 4-beer shower, about 8 minutes.
4 beers sounds like a lot, but not when the power's out.
First of all, here's the thing.
It's cooling you down.
It's hot as F in the house.
It's cooling you down.
It's hot as F in the house, so you're already sweating. You feel disgusting. I think we just got back. My dumb ass decided, hey, let's get out of the house. Let's go to the zoo. So it's freaking hot. So my mom and me are there. So you're hot. You're already there. 4-beer shower.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it given.
Judge me. That's not an everyday thing, but judge me on that. It was much needed.
Given the circumstances.
Now, should we judge you if this was like a regular day at the crib?
For sure.
I would absolutely judge it.
For sure, 100%.
Yeah.
I have a beer recommendation, and I don't know that they sell this at bars, but it's pretty wild. Hopadillo, a big Hopadillo fan, Carbach, they have a juicy Hopadillo IPA, and it's actually like almost a little bit lighter, but it's actually a little bit stronger. Juicy Hopadillo IPA, they have it at HEB. Strong rec.
Juicy Hopadillo.
Juicy Hopadillo IPA. It's right by the Hopadillo at HEB. Strong recommendation for that. Although Memorial Day, if you're not used to drinking IPAs, I don't know that that's something that you just want to consume before you go in the heat. Maybe get a sixer of that and some of your other brews. But yes, 4 beer shower, confession, slime ball perhaps, but it happened.
I don't mind that one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I forget about it every year. I don't know why, because it's the same day every year. The Indy 500 is Sunday.
Appreciate the warning.
You know what the other thing about it, though? I always at least tune in a little bit. I don't watch it. I mean, I'll maybe watch the end.
Tune in?
I tune in for 5 minutes here, 5 minutes. It's the Indy 500.
What's that mean?
That
is the worst explanation I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
How do people? Well, it's the Indy 500.
Did not make me want to watch it.
Yeah, good sales pitch.
I love the start and I love the finish, and then I'll tune in maybe for 5 minutes here or there while I'm cooking or something. Like it's weird. I don't follow that kind of racing. I barely a little bit follow NASCAR. But I do follow NASCAR a little bit.
The Indy 500.
It's the Indy 500. Who do you like, Joseph Newgarden or Scott McLaughlin?
The German. Who's the German?
Are you going to watch any of it?
I've never watched the Indy 500.
Never. It used to be like
my entire existence. I've never watched it.
You figgy?
Nah, man. I used to be so pissed back when I ain't had cable, and it used to be racing on. He was like, man.
No, because back in my day, there was always an NBA playoff game on. So you were watching NBC instead
Memorial
of
Day always has
NBA on NBC.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, like, there's been some good memories, some bad memories there. So I'm not really watching the.
Will you commit to watching the start?
No. For what?
It's exciting. It's the Indy 500.
For what?
It's a Memorial Day tradition.
I'm good.
I watch Netflix.
I'm good.
Helio Castroneves, maybe.
Yeah. He has a chance. He sounds not American.
He's Brazilian, I believe.
He's got a shot.
Could be wrong on that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was a little disappointed in Stephen A. yesterday because I thought this was strange comment by him. The pregame of Celtics versus Indiana. Stephen A's up there. They're asking, for predictions. Michael Wilbon appropriately says, I'm hoping Indiana gives them a game because I want a long series and I think it'll be fun. Stephen A says, you've been my partner for a number of years and you've never heard me say this. And I'm thinking, okay, what is he about to say that he hasn't said? He says, I want this series to be done because I need some time off.
What?
Quit working so much then, dude. I think people are tired of turning on the TV and seeing you all the time. That's what he said. He said, I want this series to be over quickly.
How did I miss that?
Because I need some time off. Buddy, take some time off, please.
Take a show off.
You do a great job at First Take. I don't even need you in my NBA coverage.
Yeah.
So take all the time you want off.
I don't even know why he's doing NBA coverage, to be honest.
And then he has this podcast. Wwho listens to this?
So I'm saying, take a show off.
It's a sound clip, but who is craving more Stephen A. Smith?
Nobody.
Take some time off,
running
brother.
that dude into the ground.
He's
man.
running himself into the ground.
Take some time off, my friend. You're a hard-working dude. You've earned it. You do a great job. You deserve all the money. You deserve the Pat McAfee money.
Yeah.
If you need some time off, my friend, take it.
Yeah.
Now, I will say I'd rather see you up there than Ramona Shelburne or something like that. Whatever the hell they're doing there. But, man, Stephen A., I got to confess, I was a little bit disappointed.
Don't say that, first of all.
Keep it to yourself, buddy.
Don't say it.
Keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Heated discussion last night, but I think I came to a conclusion that not everybody I was talking with agreed with. The most hit or miss dessert. Think about different desserts, cakes, pies, everything. I said, because I had a spectacular cookie, a spectacularly good cookie last night.
What the hell's that mean?
It was from Red something in the Heights.
Like, what is that?
It was delicious.
What kind of cookie was it?
It was perfect. It was chocolate on chocolate with sprinkles on top, and you would think that's a simple cookie, right?
No, that sounds kind of.
No, I'm saying, but when they're cooked wrong, when they're done wrong, the most hit or miss dessert of all is cookies. Because they're like, cookies can be awful. Like you think, oh, that looks good, and like, what the hell did I just bite into?
I feel like chocolate chip cookies can't be too bad.
Well, I'm store bought. I'm talking like when people bake them, or you go to a shop like I did.
Remember when you made that
Who was the girl who made cookies that you made feel
Tori.
like Tori? Oh, God.
I was honest with her.
You made her cry.
I did not. I was honest with you. You made her cry.
Well, the cookies sucked, but I mean, I wasn't trying to like give her advice. They were bad cookies.
I think Clint was the one that made her cry.
Oh, yeah, Clint might have been.
They were bad cookies.
Like you
go to HEB.
These ain't it, Chief.
Get you some store-bought, put them in a case that makes it look like you did it, you're good.
Like
But they were bad.
Here was my point. You can eat an average pie, average piece of cake. It's still cake. It's still pie. Average, whatever, custard or whatever. You can't eat an average cookie. They're bad. The most hit or miss dessert of all is a cookie. Agree?
No.
No? What is the most hit or miss dessert?
Cake.
Cake is okay because icing.
Dry ass cake, nasty cake, too much icing, cake. I don't even like cake, really. I hate birthday cake.
Really?
Oh, God. Ugh.
Why?
It's just nasty. Give me a cheesecake. Give me a brownie. Give me a chocolate chip cookie. Ugh. Birthday cake? That's too much, man. There's like...
Cake might be my number 2 because dry cake does not real good. Yeah,
it's that cheap ass birthday cake with all the icing.
Did Tori ever pick up the cookies? Did she ever make another batch? I asked her to. She had to get back on the horse.
Did she do anything with the cookies?
I don't know. She ever made a cookie again?
No. I saw her cookies yesterday.
She made some yesterday?
Yeah, I saw them yesterday.
Were they good?
They're probably worn out. It's a double overtime game. A hockey puck out there. Stars game. It's Lunchtime Confessions.
Make her cry again.
Here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of crying, what's it going to take for the Astros or Texans to make us cry? We'll talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. What will it take for the Astros to disappoint you? Have you adjusted your expectations? Are you expecting more of the same? 7 straight ALCSs, going for 8. What will it take for the Houston Astros to disappoint you? For me, I don't expect a lot from this squad, so I've prepared for missing the postseason or maybe just winning a weak division. That's where my expectations are. If I get pleasantly surprised, that's fine, but I have tweaked the expectations despite what the standard has been the last 7 years.
Like, that's a good question. What would it take to disappoint me? Because my expectations also have changed. I think the disappointment for me would be if they start, if they bring back Jose Abreu, number one, because they've got a little something going on.
He's starting in Shug tonight.
He is starting. It just came down, starting in Sugarland rehab assignment today, so who knows when they're going to bring him back, but probably sooner rather than later. Like they're acting like the same old Astros, and I don't blame them for that. Like the core of their players are been there so many times and think they can get it done. I'm talking about management. If they start acting too much going in the direction of we're going to win it this year, I think that's kind of not the best plan for this organization moving forward. Bringing back Jose Abreu, maybe being a buyer. There was a rumor yesterday, this morning, about they might be trying to go for a middle reliever. If you're going to make a run on who you got and who you think is coming back. Don't start adding these pieces thinking that you're going to be making a run. Just ride with what you got, because these are the guys that are going to carry you. Tucker's having an amazing year. Jordan can do his deal. Altuve's been healthy and productive. Pena's having a good year. Ride the bats. See what you can put together with the pitching staff, but don't force too much and act like you got that one piece away.
I don't think there's any scenario where Jose Abreu becomes some sort of hot commodity and goes back to what he was in his prime. But is it possible that, let's say Jose Abreu comes back and he looks good, kind of looks like he did at the end of last year? Is it to the point now where the Astros have a large enough sample size where maybe you try to trade Jose Abreu and you just take it on the chin with some of the salary, much like the Mets did last year with Verlander, where they're paying a portion of the salary? Do you perhaps, if he looks resembles somewhat of a serviceable ball player, given the fact that he has 1 year on his contract after this year, could it be possible that if he looks good, you just try to unload him, get rid of him, maybe pay half of the salary next year or something like that? Is that a possibility, or is this just about, let's see if we can get Jose Abreu, let's see if Jose Abreu can help us down the stretch of this division race? Is that where we're at? Because I don't really know what the plan is. I don't know is he platooning? Is Jose Abreu going to be in the lineup every day? What are you looking for? Are you looking for better than what you had before, which was one of the worst players in baseball? Are you looking for close to what he was you thought he was when you brought him in? What exactly are we looking for here? And could there be a situation where maybe they kind of unload Jose Abreu and they just kind of try to count their losses a little bit?
I don't think that's a bad idea, but isn't that raising the white flag as a manager and a general manager based on everything you've been saying?
Do they need to raise the white flag at this point with Jose Abreu? It's almost pitiful to see them trying to figure this out.
But they're down. Jose Abreu, Dana Brown's talking about, we need to put him back in the lineup. Joe Espada, not as down with that. But I think there's just far too many egos involved. That's the main problem with the Astros right now at the management level. There's too many egos at play that are trying to protect themselves. Dana Brown's trying to protect himself even though he didn't bring him in, with the Dana Brown thing and all these, everything else going on with this team, acting like they're still going to make a run. They might, but acting maybe a little bit too much like that when the reality is otherwise. Joe Espada, trying to be the guy. Jeff Bagwell going down there and helping him. Who knows what Jim Crane's doing? Reggie Jackson. I think there's just far too many conflicting egos to come to a real consensus or have one guy making all the baseball decisions. Dana Brown should be making the baseball decision. You should trust him to do that, but he's not.
Should you?
No,
you should just trust your general manager as a whole.
Every organization should. I'm not talking about what's going to happen, but they should trust their general manager to make these decisions. And you should, as a general manager, trust Joe Espada to put the lineup out there and maybe sit Jose Abreu if he needs to be sat. But that's not going to happen either. Like, they're just
they're not bringing him up to sit him, right? Like, they're not bringing up Jose Abreu to just be on the bench and be a bat off the bench, right? I mean, that's not.
I think it's a waste to even bring him up.
What do you do? Just count your losses?
I think yes. Maybe he'll retire
18 million
after this year. Hey, that's the price right now. Like, it's not a smart decision to put him in the lineup. It's just not right now. Maybe platoon him here and there and then get him back, but it's not.
See, what drives me crazy about this is how much do you move the goalposts? Because we've talked about moving expectations, and hell, the start of this segment started with me moving expectations and what I expect from the Astros, but it's like, is there some sort of victory lap? And maybe it's necessary when it comes to Espada and Dana Brown, but as the organization as a whole, like if Jose Abreu comes up, and let's say Jose Abreu is a serviceable baseball player. Let's say he's hitting over 200 and, whatever the hell he's doing, he's a serviceable baseball player. On one hand, you might have Jim Creighton and Jeff Bagwell saying, see, look how we handled that. That's perfect. But you're still paying a guy damn near $20 million to be an average baseball player.
Yes.
But now it's almost like, well, if he comes back and he's an average baseball player, that's some sort of victory lap because he was so bad before. From Espada and Dana Brown's perspective, because they weren't the ones who brought him in, maybe that is somewhat of a victory lap because they're trying to make it work and they're trying to make it best. But I don't want there to be a situation where Jose Abreu comes up, he's average, and the Astros knew what they were doing. No, they didn't know what they were doing because they never should have signed him.
Yeah, exactly. He's even an average guy shouldn't have signed. The other thing with the Astros, it's a little bit frustrating. This is an organization that had incredible vision back in the day, like incredible vision. They knew what they were going through, and they knew what could happen at the end of the rainbow, so to speak. They don't have a vision anymore for what this team is. Like, they should be trying to accumulate assets, take a step back, trade a couple of players, and understand that this is your last run. Because this is it for me. Like, this is the year. This is going to be their last real chance, and I'm not even sure they have one. Like, they don't have, like, guy like Jeff Luhnow. We know, he had his issues, but he had a vision and stayed true to it. What does Nick Cassera? How'd the Texans get back? Nick Cassera had a vision 3 years ago.
Process over results.
Yeah. Like, he took his lumps with the whole Cully.
Through the mud is what I call it. Through the mud.
Yeah. He had a vision of what they could be if they just go through this. I think the Texans are the Astros are kind of fooling themselves right now. Like, they still think, oh, no, we're the Astros. And I get it. You've been the Astros. You have a.
Well, they also have the luxury of being in a division that is.
Yeah.
But 5 of the 9 teams with a negative run differential in the American League.
Yeah. But what is the plan here?
Well, there is none. I mean, you've had 3 GMs in a 7-year stretch. There's no plan. There's not going to be any like synchronized effort with an organization when you have 3 GMs over the stretch of 7 years. Now, that's not all their fault. The reality is Jim Crane, as much as it's kind of an eye roll with his, him wanting to trade baseball cards to make decisions, and Reggie Jackson and Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio, he never wanted to get rid of Jeff Luhnow. No. He never wanted to get rid of A.J. Hinch. He was forced to do that.
Hell no, it was working.
And I think it kind of broke him. And then the James Click thing, James Click's so much different than Jeff Luhnow, so you kind of want to balance it out. You start listening to other people who you respect because you have a respect for the amount of baseball, and now all of a sudden you're just kind of a team with no identity. There's been no goal.
Yeah.
There's been no goal of getting to this point. There's no mindset. It's not even connected. So eventually when that happens, you're going to kind of be lost. And I do think that's kind of something that needs to be, because I've heard people say, and I get kind of the similarities, but I've heard Jim Crane's turning into Jerry Jones and all this. And look, should he have listened to Jeff Bagwell as much as he did? Probably not.
Yeah.
But it's not like Jim Crane ran Jeff Luhnow out of town, out of nowhere on his own as the Astros were playing baseball. In his perfect world, he did not want to get rid of Jeff Luhnow, and I can guarantee he did not want to get rid of A.J. Hinch. So I do think we got, as frustrating as it is and as many mistakes as there are, it does all go back to when Rob Manfred made the decision to suspend those guys for a year, and the Astros decided, okay, we got to let y'all go.
But the Click thing is not good. Like that was just a clashing of personalities.
That was just a clashing of philosophies, and I think it was kind of like the jock throwing the nerd into the locker, and giving him a swirly above the toilet.
But it was also indicative of like, okay, we don't trust our general manager anymore to be making these decisions. Like,
and I was wrong about James Click.
Oh yeah,
I was wrong about James Click.
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit that. I was wrong.
But like in their quiet moments, so to speak. I know publicly you have to think you have to tell people you're in contention, keep people excited, all that stuff. Quietly, does anybody over there really know this is their last shot and they've got to start?
I don't think they think that.
I don't think they
I
do
don't think
either.
they think that.
I don't think they do either. But I think it's pretty obvious.
I think they think they can just get in and figure it out. I don't think they think that.
I don't know if that's a winning recipe there. Like, they've seen how
I get it, but I don't think that's what they're doing. I don't think that's how they're thinking.
They need to look at how they got this 7 in a row, and kind of emulate that as best they can. But they're just kind of...
Well, maybe they're trying to emulate 2020 COVID year where they just come in and flip the switch and get in Game 7 of the ALCS next thing you know. And that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Because that's the most similar run you can point to, right?
Probably. Yeah. They're in a really weird, bad spot. They don't want to give up just yet, but the smart thing might be to go ahead and start retooling.
Well, good news for them is they got 3 against the A's, so they can figure some stuff out.
Abreu's on his way back.
Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. The young reaction and the old reaction, plus best team in football might have a new philosophy. Next.
Amen Thompson is... play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, rookie reaction. Two of the Texans' top draft picks, one on offense, one on defense, and what their veteran teammates think about them. Let's start on the offensive side of the rock. Dalton Schultz. What do you think of Cade Stover out of Ohio State? What's your early observations of C.J. Stroud's former teammate and now someone who could be backing you up at the NFL level?
I like him. He's a hardworking kid. He's very, eager to learn. I usually get to the meetings pretty early, but he beat me a couple times. But yeah, he's a good kid. I think he made some catches out there today that were nice. I'm excited to have kind of a young guy that's super, excited to just learn football, because he told me that. He's like, listen, I'm early playing this position. He told me, he's like, I'm literally just learning from you. So I'm excited for him.
Okay. I mean, I'm interested in Stover. How much does he get on the field? What do we see? Is it just traditional tight end? Is he going to be perhaps doing some of the things that Andrew Beck's asked to do, which he did at Ohio State? It's funny because Caserio, when he first talked about him, made him seem like he was God's gift to football.
Yes.
Oh, everything's elite. He's awesome. He's great, yada, yada. And then they kind of channeled the expectations. I do think there's an opportunity for him, though, because the other two guys in the room, and I'll move Quitoriano to the side until he gets on the field.
Yeah.
Much to the dismay of myself, because
You've been a guy. You've been a Quitoriano guy.
Can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
But if you can block, you're going to be on the field, because Brevin Jordan, Dalton Schultz, that's not their strengths.
Yeah, and an opportunity. I've said that a couple of times, and not to just harp on that. There's a chance right there. There's an opening. There's an opening for Cade Stover. And clearly Nick Caserio likes him, so he's going to have his chances. We'll see. We'll see where he fits in, if he can catch, or if he's going to be more of a blocker, whatever. But there is a chance for him to get on the field.
Defensive side of the rock, Jalen Petrie. Rough year last year. I think he would probably admit that.
Yeah.
But Jalen Petrie was asked about Kalen Bullock out of USC. This is his reaction to another Texans rookie.
Oh, man, he's a dog. Like, when I first seen him, I'm like, bro, it's tall. And then, for real. He like, for real. I'm like, bro, it's tall, like, taller. Like, he looked like a receiver. But just being in a room with him, you could tell how locked in he is. Like, he's answering the questions sometimes before the veterans. So, it's good to see a guy that come in and, be confident in himself and get to work, because, he definitely can help this team.
I don't know what this guy does.
I was just going to say.
This year.
I was just going to say.
Either one of them. I don't know what the safety room looks like. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to be a little bit concerned about the secondary.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I don't know if he's the player I'm most excited to watch of the rookies, but he might be the most fascinating, because there's such an unknown with how he's going to end up, fitting in, or if he's going to fit in, and how much he can actually play.
Going around the league here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Then there's Anthony Richardson, Texans Week 1 opponent. We think if he doesn't go, and if he does get hurt like he's been known to do, then Joe Flacco is going to be the starting quarterback for the Colts, because he is now the backup coming off that year last year with the Browns. Joe Flacco, now the backup in Indianapolis. Anthony Richardson, 22 years old, asked about Joe Flacco. Just say kind of made him feel a little bit old.
Man, it's crazy, because Joe was in the NFL when I was in elementary school. So it's like, man, every time I see him, it's like, bro, that's Joe Flacco right there. He just laid back, he's chill. I'm like, okay. And I just asked him, like, how do you feel? Like, now that you're an older guy, he's like, I don't see it like that, but, it's all good. It's amazing just to have a vet guy like that, and, it's Joe Flacco, so, yeah.
What did you think did you pay attention to the run that he had late last season in Cleveland?
Oh, I watched all of that, yeah.
What did you think? Was that amazing to you?
Of course. It's Joe Flacco. Like, of course it's amazing. You see another QB doing his thing, let it be Joe, because he played with Ray Lewis and all those guys. And I just remember, like, riding on the school bus when they were winning the Super Bowl, and it's like, man, that's amazing. So, yeah, it's Joe Flacco, man.
He said it's Joe Flacco 4 times. You can tell he's been a big fan, and he's like,
is he?
He's impressed by him.
Okay,
I think it's going to be.
How does it feel to be old?
Because it's Joe Flacco, man. It's Joe Flacco. I think that's going to be good for Richardson, to be honest. Like you can tell he has a lot of admiration for him.
What's he going to do?
Just be a sponge.
Learn from him?
Yeah. Be the proverbial sponge.
Flacco might end up playing. Hell, the way that's gone. Kansas City Chiefs, they got some speed. They added some speed at the wide receiver position in the offseason. They added Hollywood Brown by way of free agency. They added Xavier Worthy by way of the draft, trade up with the Buffalo Bills. And they could be adding a different yet familiar element to their offense. Here is what Patrick Mahomes had to say about the newly acquired speed at the wide receiver position in Kansas City.
Man, I'm excited. I mean, just getting those guys out there. I mean, Hollywood's been making plays all week long, and since we started the OTAs, practice against the defense. Seeing X-Man, you got to really running how fast he is. Wiley, tight end that we got. It's cool to have weapons, man. It's cool to have these guys out there that want to go out there and be great. And I think this year we're going to have a team that's built to throw the ball deep. I mean, Coach Reed's been preaching it all offseason. We're going to get back to throwing the deep ball. I have to be smart when we do that, but at the same time, I want to be that explosive offense that we've seen in the past.
Yay. I'm excited. They got more weapons for Patrick Mahomes.
Those are some little guys, though, man.
They're fast little guys.
You got to rough them up.
They're fast little guys.
Rough those dudes up. I'm glad they didn't take Mitchell, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
If they would have taken Mitchell, I'd have been a little bit more nervous.
Yeah.
Worthy's going to be hurt. He's going to be nicked up. He's going to drop passes.
But the thing about fast guys, when the play,
he's not as good as Mitchell.
When the play breaks down and Mahomes is doing all his little spins and dipsy-doos and all that, that's when they get open, those fast guys. Yeah, I'm so happy for you, Kansas City. So
you worried about them?
Of course. Look how good they were last year.
I mean, they're going for three-peat, so I'm talking about them like they're...
I know. We wasn't worried last year at some point.
Yeah, I know. And then look what happened.
It's probably their worst year out of the 3.
Yeah. Defense, man. Defense carried them.
Oh, yeah. And it will again. He was talking about that some, too.
It's going to be interesting to see how old Worthy and Hollywood handle cold weather, though.
Yeah.
Once it gets freezing, it's not really their element.
No, it's not.
I can assure you.
No, it's not.
Worthy's from Cali. I think Hollywood's from Florida. Yeah. See how that goes.
Are you worried about him?
Well, I mean...
You worried about the Chiefs? Yeah, I think so. I'm
talking about, like, the receivers. Like, do you look at this and say that's... I mean, the Hollywood thing is interesting because I thought that was... I laid out a scenario where the Texans perhaps bring in Hollywood Brown.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs got that scenario. 1-year deal, prove it, all that. Worthy, I think he already has a hamstring injury there.
It was yesterday, right? I saw something.
So he's already there. He's going to have a hard time staying healthy in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, he was limping a lot at UT, and just not as big on Worthy as a lot of people are.
Well,
but in Kansas City, okay.
What's his role going to be there?
Kansas City is a little bit different.
Yeah, he's not going to have to carry anything.
Just run.
Yeah.
Just run, my friend.
When you see Patrick Mahomes running around back there, get open.
New quarterback in new places. New quarterbacks in new places. Starting with Pittsburgh. Now, Justin Fields has come out and said, I'm not coming here to be the backup. I'm coming here to compete.
Yeah.
I'm coming here to compete with Russell Wilson. So don't expect me to just sit here and hold a clipboard and watch Mr. Unlimited do his thing. Meanwhile, Mr. Unlimited, he met with the media types, and he said, you got to approach every day like it's the first day.
I think that when you treat every day as day one, and you realize that every day you just try to have a learning, experience, you embrace the moments, you look forward to the challenges, you look forward to the newness of it all. If you have that mentality, you embrace every day. You got to treat every practice, every game, every warm up, every day as if you're getting prepared for the Super Bowl, and it's Super Bowl week. That's just kind of the mentality you got to have. And so I think that even though it's OTAs, that's the mentality that I think our team has.
But that's not the first day. If you treat every day like the first day, I don't think that's treating every day like the Super Bowl. Like I heard Tom Brady
contradicted himself.
Well, Tom Brady said you treat every day like the Super Bowl. You treat every game. I get that. Treat every day like the first day? What does that mean?
You're trying to
not knowing what the hell you're doing? That didn't make sense.
It's an eye roll with him.
Always.
And with Tom Brady and him, as much as they both had success, obviously.
Day like the first day, what's that mean?
It just doesn't hit the same.
Sometimes you be a little laid back on the first day to try to figure out some stuff.
Yeah.
Are we implementing the offense every day?
Yeah.
Treat every day like the first day? When keeping it real goes wrong with Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Then you have Bo Nix. I cannot believe this guy was a first-round pick.
He is.
He is. He started like 943 college games, unofficial stat. Sean Payton seems to love him some Bo Nix.
Yeah, he does.
He's farther along than most would be. I mean, we're talking about a player who's played 61 games. He's extremely smart. He's picked it up very quickly.
All right. 60 games? That's a ton, man. Is that a strength? Like, if you were in college for 61 games, I'm almost disgusted by myself because we were talking about the Rockets and who they could take with the number 3 pick, and I saw a mock draft that has them taking that kid out of Tennessee, and I frown upon him because he's a senior.
Yeah. Oh, he can't be that good. He hung around for 4 years.
What?
Yeah.
It's 60 games?
Yeah.
Bo Nix, eh? Okay.
I think he's a good college quarterback, and that's kind of where I'll leave it. I think he was a good college quarterback.
You think there's any chance Bo Nix is a good pro? I think there's a 0% chance.
I don't know about 0, but it's not a good chance. I wouldn't put it very high. I really wouldn't. I mean, we've all been wrong on these things before, but I don't see it. Like J.J. McCarthy, too, I think he can be serviceable. I don't think he's Tom Brady. I mean, that's what they say.
If Bo Nix is good, then it'll just be one of another time where I'm wrong about a rookie quarterback. I just cannot imagine that. I just can't imagine it. Even Oregon, like they're throwing those like quick screens. It's just okay. We'll see.
Yeah.
Then you have Michael Penix. Surprise of the draft. They sign Kirk Cousins, and then they decide, you know what, this kid out of Washington, this lefty, good ball player. Let's bring him in. Jeez. Apparently, Raheem Morris is impressed by something that he is doing.
Just give you the example from yesterday and what he did. I don't even know if I should share this, but he just after practice, when he grabs his phone, he says the play into his phone. He listens to it on his voice recorder. He goes through the motions. He dictates the term on who's motion, who's doing what, and then he runs 2 sprints and he does it again at the other end. And I just think that's development, that's growth, and that's this young man just being hungry and he wants to know. And I love that about him. And that was some of the stuff that really attracted us to him.
I don't know what is. First of all, what is that all about? It's a drill. It's a little drill that he made up for himself, saying the play into his phone, running sprints, making the play, whatever. But boy, this is gonna get awkward fast in Atlanta. And this whole thing, all these quarterbacks we're talking about, Russell Wilson, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr. We've said this a lot. We've said, boy, I'm sure glad we're not in that business anymore. We said it before the draft. We can say it now because these guys are all unknowns. I'm glad we're not in that business anymore. Sure glad we're not in that business anymore. Dude, we were this close to being in that business this year. I don't think people fully recognize. I mean, maybe the Texans knew all along, but up until draft day, there was some mystery about they were even going to draft C.J. Stroud or a quarterback. Talk about glad we're not in that business anymore.
Yeah, we're out of the business. And now expectations have increased.
The quarterback of these that we just mentioned, I would probably have the most confidence in, is probably Michael Penix Jr., and he's not going to play. Of all these 4, I'd probably have more confidence. And he's had injuries too, but he's not even going to play, and he's probably the one I would have most confidence in.
Really?
Yeah.
And you're
because
throwing Caleb to the side.
Yeah. No, Caleb.
What about Drake May?
I'm saying of these 4.
Oh, of these 4. Okay,
yeah, Russell Wilson.
So the post top 3 picks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean that at that point you're just drafting a quarterback to draft a quarterback.
Yes.
Okay. You're not. There's no way that you're taking any of these guys. Like, I do wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that Atlanta is on the clock and they have the choice between Drake May and Penix.
Mm-hmm.
Or Drake May, Daniels, and Penix.
Okay.
How much did you love Penix? Like, was Atlanta did Atlanta watch Michael Penix and say, dude, we love this guy. He's our number 2 quarterback.
He's our future.
If he's there, we got to figure this out. Or did Atlanta go into the draft? And we'll never get this answer, I don't think. I mean, they would probably say we just love Penix.
Yeah.
Or did Atlanta say, okay, we got Kirk Cousins. Let's draft a quarterback no matter what.
Yeah. I don't know if they said no matter what. I think they loved Michael Penix Jr., but more than Jaden Daniels? More than Drake May? Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. They screwed that up. I mean, this is not – I mean, it is, but it isn't kind of like Jordan Love, going to Green Bay. I mean, he's older. He's had some injuries. The money – I mean, you wanted to surround Kirk Cousins with as many good weapons and even defenders as you could. And
and Rodgers wasn't coming off a torn Achilles, though.
And you're drafting a quarterback there. Yeah, he is coming off a quarterback.
Well, the other thing about the Green Bay thing that made it kind of troubling is they needed wide receivers.
Yeah, just ask Aaron Rodgers. Just ask him.
They passed on some pretty good ones.
Yeah.
Hey, they clearly knew what they was doing.
No, they did their thing. Hey,
I can't complain about them drafting another quarterback in the first round.
No, and they got elite football out of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And they did their thing. So it looked good. That would be the Atlanta sales pitch, is this is what's going to happen, but it was crazy.
Text board, you guys were the only ones talking about them not drafting a quarterback.
Who?
Texter said that.
About who?
Dude, NFL experts.
I think he's talking about the Texans.
Oh, last year?
Yeah. But it wasn't just us.
Yeah, there were a lot of people.
It was all over the country.
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot of people were saying trade back, get more picks.
Yeah.
Which is ticking me off.
Yeah, there was a lot. And there was also obviously a discussion about Will Anderson or C.J. Stroud that they were having, that I know for a fact.
Exactly.
So that's why they decided to get both.
Yeah.
That was the discussion.
Nobody anticipated them trading up to number 3.
Yeah, there was
get both.
There was a lot of people wondering about that.
Yes, all over the country. Experts, analysts, obviously,
Caserio talked about it.
Yeah.
Like whether you do it or not.
Yeah.
Because we saw San Francisco in the same situation where they passed on it with Shanahan. So it has happened. I don't think we were the only ones. Appreciate if you want to give me credit for that, I'll take it. Because there was if we were the only ones, sure did spread pretty quickly.
Yeah, it did. We started
very much so.
We got people thinking about it.
Well, appreciate you for weighing in, Bill Pauline. Glad you can still type. It's Around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, it's time for the Slime. We got a 4-way match here. Will P. Diddy be taken down? I'm leaning somewhere else. I might not even give Diddy the slime off this week. Does that make me a bad person? Does that make me a slime ball? We'll discuss next. First, though, man. is time for the Weekly Slime.
It's time for the Weekly Slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, contestant number 1. Diddy, man. P. Diddy. Obvious reasons. Lawsuits coming through, the video, all that, the weird apology on Instagram. This is going to be a tough one. But slime comes in different forms. It can be amusing slime. It can be blatantly disgusting slime. P. Diddy's contestant number 1. Is this...
He is a strong candidate, Landry.
He's strong.
He is a strong Figgy. Pretty damn strong, especially if you've seen the video. Pretty darn strong.
All right. Number 2, KJ Martin, former Houston Rocket. He came out on Twitter and he said that he's tired of people talking about the notion that his dad forced him out of Houston, to which I say, I don't think anyone's still talking about you as a Houston Rocket. I think people have actually kind of moved on from that. So KJ Martin contested number 2. I don't know that he has a shot against Diddy. Do you?
Not in my book. I'll give you that spoiler alert right now.
Next one. The mayor up 45. The Dallas mayor.
Well, you're going to have to explain this one.
Well, this could be a lifetime achievement of slime because earlier in his tenure, he got caught cheating on his wife by his own Ring camera because he was bringing someone, oh, by the way, worked with him. According to his wife in the divorce settlements, he got caught cheating on his own Ring camera. He also tried to act as if he was trying to bring the Kansas City Chiefs to Dallas, which is kind of a cowboy area.
Kind of? Yeah, kind of.
And now he has not one but 2 mayor bets. Playoff mayor bets.
Which are the worst?
One is chocolate with the Minnesota mayor, with the Mavs taking on the T-Wolves in the Western Conference Finals. The other one is beef with the governor of Edmonton.
So when you think Dallas, you think chocolate? Where'd that come from? Chocolate? Which is bad enough by itself, but I hate the bets. I hate those political bets more than just about anything in sports. They have to hop on, and they have to. Well, they think it's they incorrectly. They think it's going to be like make them more popular or more likable to vote for or whatever. And I would not vote for someone based on that.
You would vote against someone based on a mayor bet?
Yes.
So if the Texans are taking on the Chiefs, hey, let's bet barbecue.
Barbecue.
We know we got the best barbecue here in Texas.
Who are you running against?
Is there any lower hanging fruit than if the Texans are taking on the Chiefs and betting barbecue?
There is none. There is none.
All right, final contestant, and this is a little bit of a surprise, perhaps. Sham Sharina was on with Pat McAfee earlier today, and he said that J.J. Redick is the lead candidate to be head coach for the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, I actually like this.
So who's the slime ball, though?
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
But I want to say, I actually like this because I think J.J. Redick carries himself as if he invented basketball and he's the smartest basketball guy in the world. So I would like to see how he handles coaching.
He's acting like he's Pat Riley.
He thinks that he invented basketball. Remember when he was criticizing people for not being into like the Zion efficiency and all that?
Yeah.
So I want to see how JJ handles this. I'm intrigued. And also, like, unconventional paths to coaching in the NBA, it's not that uncommon.
Well, I don't mind that.
I have no issue with it. Like, I don't like some people might say, well, Sam Cassell's been, I don't care.
Yeah.
And the most important thing is he has LeBron James' approval.
Yes.
Which brings us to the final Slime-Off nominee. I am nominating LeBron James as the 4th contestant, and let me explain why. How many coaches is this guy going to run through?
How many has it been?
No, but seriously, it's been a lot.
Yeah.
I think he's run through more coaches than Magic Johnson did hose before he What happened to him happened to him.
issue?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you had LeBron the other day come out and say, and this was by way of Brian Windhorst. LeBron, and we know Windhorst is kind of a LeBron whisperer, right?
Yeah.
He came out and said LeBron wants nothing to do with his coaching search. Okay, buddy, you just started a podcast with J.J. Redick 2 months ago, and he just so happens to be the front runner for head coach, and you want nothing to do with it? Come on, man.
Well, not only that, if anybody should have something to do with it, it would be LeBron. Like, if there's anybody on the planet that should have something to do with the Lake, presuming he wants to be a part of the Lake.
Yeah, and I have no problem with LeBron. Use your leverage. Do your thing. Get your son in the league. Do all that. I have no issue with it. If you want to do it, do it.
And he's earned it. I mean, for all the things that, that we can talk about with LeBron. But I like all three of these, though. All four of these, I should say. I think the thing with JJ Redick,
you're gonna go with Diddy.
No.
You're not gonna think outside the box.
Well, I will, but one thing about that has irritated me with JJ Redick is more so JJ Redick acting like he's the next Pat Riley before he does anything. Like before he does anything, it's just almost like. And I like JJ Redick.
You do?
I liked him as a player. You
did?
I did. Yeah. I did. But
you liked him at Duke too,
especially Duke.
Yeah,
especially.
I would have been chanting "F you, JJ" with those NC State fans.
And I'm not a Duke fan. I liked his game. But anyway, like he is acting like he invented basketball, or he's going to reinvent it.
Yeah,
or whatever.
But LeBron's the slime ball.
Yeah, LeBron's the slime.
But I don't blame him. But he's a nominee.
Yeah.
I have nothing to do with the coaching search. Okay, dude.
Yeah, he should be, and he should have something to do
your
with
thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're on Coach 100. I mentioned Magic Johnson and the women. This was my favorite moment ever on that because Magic Johnson's just so candid when he's talking about his sex. This was Charlemagne the God, Breakfast Club. This is my favorite. This might be one of my top
Is this
15.
when they talk about Sacramento?
Yeah. This is one of my top 15 favorite interview questions of all time. And the best thing about it is Magic Johnson just like authentically answers the question.
Yeah.
When you first got the information, did you ever say to yourself, it was that nasty bitch from Sacramento who did that?
You think like that, no question about it.
I'm sure he did. I would. Who wouldn't? Oh, man, it had to be that girl in Sacramento.
Text line 0061 says, KJ Martin is the slime ball because literally no one cared about how he got here. I didn't even know KJ Martin was in the league. 832, P. Diddy needs to battle against all the other slime ball contestants combined. Then let's see who the winner is. All right, so, Figgy, I'll let you vote first.
I'm kind of torn a little bit because P. Diddy we know he's the slime ball of all slime balls.
Uh-oh.
And
here comes a butt.
Nah, I feel like picking him is a cop-out because we all know that's the real winner.
Yeah, it kind of makes the award a little too serious.
Yeah.
For what we try to do. It makes the award a little bit too serious.
Yeah, P. Diddy's a slime ball. Breaking news.
Do we need to have a tournament with him and Sandusky?
Yeah, he's the lifetime slime ball. So I put him off to the side.
So for our purposes.
All right, so P. Diddy's off to the side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to go with that Dallas mayor, man. This dude is, every time he's in the headline, man, is always over something stupid, man.
It's telegraphed clout chasing.
Yeah, he's clearly
telegraphed clout chasing.
Yes.
I got to go with him.
All right, so I'm setting Diddy aside as well.
Okay.
Like for
he's the real winner.
Sports radio purposes, we're not going to include him because
sorry to our listeners that Lopez and Figgy don't take it serious.
Well, we do, but
the Diddy accusations.
I mean, I saw the video. Definitely looked real to me. I mean, I hate to kind of be so obvious, but I'm going to go with Figgy, man. I mean, that is the dumbest, worst, most frustrating thing in sports. When a politician does that stupid, and then he has all the other stuff on top of that.
Dude, yeah. you have a Ring camera, and you brought someone who works with you that you're having an affair with to the crib.
Stupidity alone.
And then you're trying to bring the Chiefs to Dallas, which isn't even realistic. That's the other thing. Like there's no possibility that's happening.
They started in Dallas. Okay. They started in Dallas. They were the Dallas Texans. Remember that?
It ain't another team coming to Texas, let alone Dallas.
No. Dallas won't let it happen. Neither will Houston, for that matter.
All right, so there you go. I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's weird that this guy does the stuff that he did. So there you go. P. Diddy, you are safe for now.
Well, for now.
Wait, hold on.
For now is the operative
You are
word.
safe for now.
For now is the operative word.
And Figgy's got all the support for you, Diddy.
Nah.
Nah.
There you go. Man. Coming up next, sprinting into Memorial Day weekend. How do you enjoy Memorial Day weekend? There's a lot of options. We'll cuss and discuss that. And then next week, things are going to get real intense. We'll tell you why next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This chair that I'm sitting in has not been a Myers-friendly zone for the last couple of years, but I got to give credit where credit is due. Jake Myers has been excellent the last few weeks. He has been excellent, and he must be acknowledged for that.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Well, Indiana, it's been a heck of a run. I'm not leaving you for dead, but what I am saying is it's not good. What went down on the parquet last night was pretty much the worst-case scenario for the Pacers. Their star Tyrese Halliburton left the game with a bad hammy. All together now, Pacer fan. Uh-oh. I'm Jim Rome.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so Memorial Day weekend. What is the OG John Lopez, the barbecuer, the fisherman? What is he doing for Memorial Day? What does that look like? Lay it out for me.
I can tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not going to go fishing. That is a disaster. I get it. If you're going to get out, because you don't get very many weekends out on your boat or whatever, go fishing, be safe, have fun, hope you catch some fish. You probably won't catch as many as you would otherwise because there's going to be an armada of boats on every body of water out there. It's fine, if you're going to go tubing and all that, go have a good time, just be safe. I hate holiday fishing, and maybe I'm a snob because I fish all the time, but Memorial Day and July 4th weekend are probably the two worst. So I'm not going to be fishing. I'm going to be cooking. I just love it too much. So, I was thinking about the whole brisket, ribs, chicken thing. I think I'm going to go with the pulled pork, though. Pull a little pulled pork, some chicken, maybe throw some sausage on there. Yeah, what's wrong with pulled pork?
Okay.
What's wrong with pulled pork?
I'm sorry I asked, dude. My bad.
What?
I understand not going out fishing because it's crowded. I didn't know we were going there, though.
Yeah, pulled pork is awesome.
You ain't rocking with the pulled pork?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
A little slaw, homemade slaw.
All right.
Yeah. What? Okay, I need to know. What's like second tier?
Yeah, you the rib man.
What's second tier about
what's
pulled
wrong with
pork?
the pulled pork?
Yeah.
No, I'm just going to call you one cheek.
Why?
Because you're half-assing Memorial Day cooking.
That is not.
Pulled
It's
pork.
hard to make a good pulled
Just
pork.
make some hot dogs.
This isn't like HEB heat and serve.
Pulled pork.
This isn't heat and serve, man. This is big
Imagine
time.
going over to Lopez's house and all right, guys, got the pulled pork.
Yes.
Well, thanks, buddy.
Looks and smells
Hell,
delicious.
the ribs at.
I do that all the time, so I want to kind of change it up.
Okay.
A little pulled pork, a little chicken.
All right. Very nice.
What's the matter with you?
That's good, man.
Figgy?
I don't know, man.
That's hard. It's hard, and it's delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Going to do the walk in the morning, carry the load. You want to join us out there at Fire Station 8. We're going to go about 3.8 miles for Memorial Day. The true meaning of Memorial Day, you're going to be kind of doing it in honor of someone in your family that has served and some who have passed away or been injured. So that'll be good tomorrow morning. But yeah, just going to be enjoying cooking. I'm going to cook every day probably. Might make some paella on Sunday. Is that too easy too?
Some what?
Paella.
Describe that for me.
Paella is a Spanish dish that's got some chicken, got some sausage, a lot of seafood, mussels and shrimp, saffron, rice. I'm giving you the whole recipe right here off the top of my head. Yeah, it's really, really good. It's one of my tailgate go-tos as well. You've never had paella?
I never had it.
You never had paella?
Hell, I never heard of it till now.
Dude.
It's awesome. I need to get you guys some paella.
So basically, you're not a big Memorial Day guy.
Huge Memorial Day guy. Huge Memorial Day.
Pulled pork, huh?
Yeah. Well, what are you doing? You going to the lake?
I mean, there's going to be all types of barbecue, catfish, fried biscuits, all that type of stuff. Multiple days. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. 8 games.
Mm-hmm.
Not doing what you're doing, but yeah, congrats on that.
I'm flabbergasted.
Pulled pork.
I'm What is wrong with pulled pork?
No, it's great. I mean, I just just expected a little more from you, man.
It's not easy.
It's kind of there.
It is not easy.
Yeah, just there.
Mm-hmm. To do it right?
Sure.
Awesome.
Whatever you say.
Dexter says he's smoking 23 pounds of pulled pork tonight.
Well, there you go, man. Good for you.
Yeah.
23 pounds, huh?
Yeah.
How long does that take?
It depends on how big the shoulder is before you pull it. But yeah, it's good.
A nice little shoulder sandwich.
Mm-hmm. Little shoulder. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you got some support on the pulled pork.
Yeah.
I think 713 said it right. I cook pulled pork for a group when I want something easy. There you go.
Oh,
yeah.
brother. That's the text that you get?
Yeah, that
I
agree
you
with
pick
you.
out?
Yeah, that's.
Go to all the other texts. Go to all the
what
other
it says
texts.
right there. I get
When
pulled
it's
pork.
easy.
Yeah.
All in on the pulled pork.
Yeah.
That's like if you got a big family. Let me cook spaghetti.
Yeah.
Let me get a couple $5 pieces.
Yeah.
Call it a day.
Yeah. There you go. Let me guess. You're going to serve a side of those yellow Lay's chips. We're getting those too.
French onion dip.
Yeah, the yellow Lay's chips.
Yeah, I'm with you. 713. Landry doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, and that's possible. I just don't like if I'm going to Lopez's house, Mr. Barbecue Sauce and Mr. Grilling and Mr. all that, and I'm getting pulled pork. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, you're getting
throw some ribs on the
especially
grill,
on Memorial
man.
Day.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna. Well, I'm gonna have.
It's Memorial Day. Like, what are we doing?
I'm gonna have my championship chicken
Man,
too.
just do fajitas.
That's easier than pulled pork.
It's not about easy. It's about. I mean, pulled pork. It's not.
It's
good.
awesome.
It's all right.
Well, you haven't had mine.
I mean, it's all right. Okay.
Landry never smoked no meat for 15 hours.
Here's
before
the fact.
you could tell.
That's true.
Here's the thing.
I have not cooked a brisket and gotten that line for.
You can tell Landry don't be on the grill.
Don't you? This is the key thing. Pulled pork has to have barbecue sauce. A lot of people, I don't. All my brisket, I don't put any barbecue.
Who eat pulled pork without sauce?
That's what I'm saying. That's one that has to. Yeah.
Well, I thought that all hardo cookers say that their sauce doesn't need.
They don't need sauce.
They don't need sauce with their barbecue.
That's ridiculous. That's a lie.
I've heard that many a times.
It's a lie.
You don't need sauce with my barbecue.
Brisket, you don't need sauce.
My brisket's so moist it doesn't need sauce. I hear that all the time.
Barbecue don't need sauce.
I hear that every time, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So you're not going to throw any lines out on Memorial Day, I'm assuming.
I am not, but I will soon thereafter when the crowds go down.
When's the last time you went skiing?
Snow skiing?
It's Memorial Day, brother.
Or water skiing?
Water skiing. What the hell you think
I can't water
I'm just going to ask snow skiing?
No, I can't water ski. I've that's been one of my confessions in the past. I don't know how, as much time as I've spent on the water, I've tried numerous times. I always end up trying to pull myself up to, and rather than let the boat do the work, and I just can't get over that. I snow ski, but I can't water ski, which is weird. I fall every time. Do you water ski?
No. Hell no, man.
I've tried and tried
Hell
and tried.
no. I've seen people barefoot. Like, I got some uncles that barefoot and stuff. Hell no.
Yeah.
Water skiing. I'll get back in the tube and have my uncle, like, try to kill me back in the day, which they did. God dang. But no, I ain't water skiing. It's a lot of effort, man.
Hey, I've tried, man.
Big ass feet too.
It looks so much fun.
Big ass feet. Yeah, it looks cool, man.
Yeah.
And then you get the little cousin going up there and just
doing flips,
making
and
you
stuff.
look like a jackass.
Doing all kinds of flips. And
doing the
everything else.
behind the back, like with the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to take that L there.
Mm-hmm.
With that one, what else we got going on with Memorial? We got the Astros versus the A's.
Indy 500.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
NBA basketball, baseball. I need to watch the Indy 500.
I'm going to check in on it.
What does check in mean?
I like to watch it start.
What's the most you've ever watched an Indy 500?
Oh, when I was a kid, I used to watch it with my dad.
Start to finish.
Almost, pretty much.
How long is it?
About 3.5, 4 hours.
It's a drive to Dallas?
It's 500.
So you're watching a drive to Dallas.
It's 500 miles.
I'm talking about the time.
Yeah.
Dude, come on.
I think it's about 4 hours these days.
Dude, come on, man.
It's pretty exciting at the start, pretty exciting at the finish. I just kind of pop in and out after that.
Come on, man.
Yeah. You've never watched it?
The hell no. 4 hours of cars going around? Absolutely not. Where is it? It's in Indy, right?
It would be
obviously,
in Indianapolis. Yeah.
It's
in Dakota.
You know who's
Where's Formula One?
All over. Miami,
I know Indy 500 is in Indy, obviously.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. How many people are there?
Probably about 350,000, 300,000. It's enormous.
That is crazy.
It's enormous. One year I was covering a playoff game in Indiana for the Pacers, and I actually went to it.
So where does this tour go?
What do you mean?
Like what tour is it? Like what company is this? Like what league is this?
It's F1.
So this is F1.
Yeah.
Where else do they race?
All over the world. Monte Carlo, Miami.
That's what I meant to ask.
IndyCar style. Yeah, it's IndyCar style. Open wheel is what they call it. But one year in the playoffs, I went out there, and I didn't stay for the whole race. For some reason, I had to get back or wanted to beat the crowd or whatever. It is a spectacle. It is an absolute spectacle there.
And on the YouTube, you got, Indy 500 is a huge party. Okay, like anything can be a party.
Yeah.
I play golf. You can go drink with your buddies. Play golf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty neat. I got to admit, it was pretty neat being there.
Someone says it's not F1.
It's open wheel. They call them open wheel.
So
F1's,
you ain't a fan.
I didn't say it was. I said I like it. I'm somewhat of a fan of NASCAR, but I do like the Indy 500. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not F1.
I thought
we stand corrected. We're not experts on the IndyCar scene.
Yeah.
It's not F1. It's IndyCar, just so you know.
Yeah, well, I call it open.
Guys need to stick to talking about the Texans.
Yeah.
I don't know a damn thing about racing. It's its own sport.
Stick to football.
IndyCar is his own sport.
Mm-hmm.
NASCAR does 600 miles.
Yeah, they do it the same day. The Coca-Cola. It used to be called the Coca-Cola 600.
Someone says water skiing is a white thing. You are correct.
Is it?
I don't think I've ever in my life, and I've been going to the lake for decades. I don't think. Oh yeah, I've seen a black dude ski.
Yeah.
I usually see it when people take vacations to like Miami or something.
Are there any black dudes that ski? 713-572-4610 are on the YouTube, Twitch. How many brothers out there are skiing?
Water ski.
Water ski. Not
okay.
Well, it's not.
I've never seen a black person snow ski.
I've seen black people snow ski and snowboard.
Okay, I've never seen that.
I've seen that more often. The water skiing. I don't know how many people water ski anymore.
Oh, it's big time. They have.
I always see it in Miami.
Yeah, those jet boats.
The worst part of it is having to wait for it to get up. Like, because it's actually kind of fun to watch people put on a show, like whether they're barefoot. The good thing about barefoot is it doesn't take as long, but when you have the skis, you got to put them up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know too many black water skiers.
Have Ron or B. Scott ever water skied?
Hell no. Ron ain't even ridden a bike.
Nah.
That's right.
You can't ride a bike, you damn sure ain't skiing.
I bet you B. Scott has. I'll bet. I don't know.
You think B. Scott's water skied? No chance.
When he was at Sam Houston, they're
zero chance.
Right by the lakes over there.
Zero chance he's water skied.
There's several bodies of water up by Huntsville.
Zero chance B. Scott is water skied.
They'll be in here in a minute.
There's a 0%
I'm gonna say he's tried.
There's a 0%
Figgy, what's your
chance.
call? They're coming in studio. There's a
0% chance B. Scott has done that.
Hold on. Don't say what. Figgy, what are your thoughts?
I'm gonna say
he's tried.
I'm gonna say he tried. Ron is a hell no.
No, Ron's a hell no. But I think B. Scott has tried this because he went to Sam.
What does he mean he went to Sam?
There's a bunch of lakes and stuff up in here.
I don't think he tried it there. I think he tried it elsewhere.
There's a zero chance.
What am I trying?
We have an argument going on right now.
He's like thinking about drugs. He's like, I'll probably get a good chance of this.
I've tried
that. And y'all talking about Sam, so I'm like, okay, I know that experience.
Okay.
I know all the things I tried there.
So
quite a bit.
So
quite a few
Landry
things.
said he's only seen a couple, and Figgy said he's never seen a black dude water ski. And I said, I'll bet you Brandon Scott has at least tried to water ski. Because in college, you go out with your friends, a lot of lakes around Huntsville.
So I don't remember water skiing.
But you tubed.
But I've tubed.
Yeah, tubed
and I'm a water dude though. So I would water ski.
Yeah.
Like
So it's kind of a push.
So I have.
It's a no. He hasn't tried.
Nah, but you were saying there's no chance. I didn't know what you're talking about.
He tubed.
What rule book is this?
He tubed.
I would water ski.
There you go.
I would.
I'm not saying, but
I would try it.
But you have.
I can swim. I'm not one of those stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? I will get in the water. I will swim.
Yeah.
I'll do all of it. Just did it a few days ago. Best I could anyway for the condition.
That's right. That's
for the
right.
condition that I was in.
Considering you were hospitalized.
Yeah. I was a patient on the water.
Yeah. So I see. I'm gonna take that as a push. Now
you take what you want.
I know Ron. He's probably a water skier from way back.
No chance.
Yeah, I didn't learn how to ride a bike.
No chance.
But he learned how to get up.
I don't even know if Ron's been on a boat.
Yeah, he's absolutely.
Oh, he's from the Ozarks.
Absolutely been.
Right.
Absolutely has been on a boat.
Absolutely. Ain't you from the Ozarks?
Damn, man, you got to have me on a boat now. I ain't bungee jumped.
Like, have you gone tubing?
Hell no. I ain't,
yeah, come on.
You going tubing?
Nah, I'm good on that. Like, no, I'm not getting in, like, because the tubing usually comes, because, I done had some I had some of my white friends in Nashville when I went to school, so they took that trip. Like I'm not getting in some water, and I'm being blitzed drunk that I can't stand in. That's just floating down a river where there's a potential.
Yeah, I ain't done that either.
No, hell no. No, I'm not. Because usually you'd blast it drunk is what I gather.
Well, you've probably been drinking. I don't know about blasted drunk sometimes.
I mean,
I retired last year, by the way, on that. I went one more time down the Comal.
It's just not for me.
It was fun. Cold.
It just ain't for me.
Mixing alcohol in the water is obviously dangerous.
Yes.
I'm good if I can stand in it.
No doubt.
I go to the pool. I'm good if I can stand in it. But yeah, just no. I don't know too, man.
Can you swim though?
Oh, I can swim. Yeah, I can swim. Yeah. Like I'm good. Like I can. That just ain't my call.
I'll do anything on the water.
I love. Well, you know me.
Put me on the water. I'm down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, we gotta take a water skiing.
There you go.
Yeah.
Like that. Nah, water skiing. Yeah. Feet.
They be moving fast, boy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the barefooters are the crazy ones, man. Oof.
Yeah.
Seen them, boy, cutting them flips and stuff out there.
He's just barefoot skiing.
So how about the Indy 500? We're talking about Memorial Day weekend plans. You down with the Indy?
I watched the last couple of laps.
I watched the beginning and the end.
I like the beginning to see the start of it, and then I watch maybe.
I can't tell the difference.
Well, the beginning and the end.
He's making another left turn.
Yeah, he is. He's going in an oval.
I can't believe it's 4 hours.
It's about 4 hours, isn't it? I was trying to figure it out, Ron. It's usually about 3.5, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get a lot of time out of it.
That is a long time, man.
Yeah.
That's got to be like jet lag time.
See who's going to get the milk.
That's right.
And that is the worst tradition, by the way. They need to get rid of
it.
That.
It is, man. I know through the years there's had to be somebody who's lactose
bad
and struggling.
Milk in the heat, bro. Yeah. Like at this time of year, like what are we doing?
After you're sweating like
you
crazy.
rode 500 miles. You went as fast as you can, and then you're giving me a milk, man. We got to update that. There's a lot of sports that are updating things, like the NFL's getting rid of chains. Give them a beer, hell, give them a water, give them a Gatorade, give them anything like that. A damn milk.
I want somebody to step up and buck the trend.
Yeah.
Just like I'm waiting. I have been praying for that person to go to Wimbledon and wear black.
They tried.
Did somebody try it?
They've tried. They
I wanted Serena to wear that Catwoman suit so bad.
They get disqualified.
They can kiss my ass. I would do it. If I was Serena, disqualify
and you'd get disqualified.
Disqualify me.
Yeah.
Take me off. Let's see how this stupid ass tournament does now.
They're so tightly wound over there. I forget who it was, but you can look it up.
I'll be honest, I didn't even know they had to wear white. I've watched Wimbledon a number of times. I didn't know it was a rule.
Yeah. Watch the other tournaments. It's like the stupid Yankees, where you're not eligible to play for the Yankees.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah,
there's
like,
no way I'm shaving my facial hair
or your dread
or my dread
to be a Yankee.
Absolutely not.
Come on,
absolutely.
That's insane.
I'd rather live. I'd rather live in the projects in the Bronx than to shave off my goatee.
Come on, Johnny.
The projects in the Bronx.
When they did that to Johnny, he had a vasectomy, and then he had 3 more kids after they made him shave his hair and his face. I don't want to know where he went.
You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-HD2. Happy Memorial Day to all. The Drive is live.
The Drive is live, and yes, it's the weekend, Memorial Day weekend. You know Tyler is in Hawaii, so our guy Byron is stepping in, holding it down, and you hear Brandon Scott, Clint, he took it on off too, baby. He got him a little vacation time as well. So the Drive is rolling here. B. Scott, you hear him all the time on here. You also read his work on SportsRadio610.com. And there's a lot of things I want to get to today. A lot of things I want to get to today.
Let's.
I got an interesting thought about Caitlin Clark that makes me think about C.J. Stroud. I know that's a weird combination, but stay tuned for that. I want to get to that. I think there's a lot to get to. Watching a lot of the NBA playoffs last night.
Yeah.
A lot to get to. You know, yesterday was one of them days, fellas, where there was no real baseball that interests me to watch. Astros were off. Royals were off for me. Other teams were off. No real good games on. You know, watched the playoffs, and then
it was a good baseball break for me. The way I looked at it.
Yeah, it was a good break.
Nice little baseball break.
I want to get to what this NBA playoffs is making me feel right now. It is making me feel a little something. But before we get there, I got off into watching a little something else last night as well. And I just want to make this very clear and evident to you all, to you two, the Drive family. I am not normally attracted to this style or type of an individual. But this is like the one.
We're starting with this.
Yeah, we are. I just want to get this out the way. As I do here in just a second, I feel like I need to get this off my chest. And in a second, I do want to get to where these NBA playoffs are making me feel. But I don't know if you have that celebrity that is just not your type at all. Everybody got a little type. You know, some people like them skinny. Some people like them a little thick. Some people like a certain color, an ethnicity. Some people, you know, whatever it is you like. You got a type, all right? You know your type. You sitting there thinking, yeah, I got mine. Just don't lick your lips when you're doing it, but you're sitting there thinking about it. Byron's thinking about his type.
I'm Ray Shrimmer in the game, but
right there. I got a type. And Anne Hathaway has never, ever been close to that type. I like a little thickness. She's a little skinny. But I'm telling you what.
Really?
For some reason, Anne Hathaway is somebody that is nowhere near my type that does it for me. I do not know. I got slipped into some movie last night that Anne Hathaway is in, her latest rom-com. Shout out to The Idea of You.
Is that what it's called?
That's what it's called.
Okay.
Boy, I'm telling you what. She is something else. I mean, she knows how to make you really feel like to the point. I don't know what her husband's name is. I believe she's married. Like I would say to her, hey, you are acting a little too damn well right now. I believe that you and this fella got it on. Like I believe you two have slept.
But that's the point.
I know it, but it was.
That means she's doing a good job.
But it's a little too much. She's doing a great job.
Yeah.
I know when it started for me.
Earning that buck.
Have y'all ever seen the movie Havoc?
I have not.
No.
Anybody, go look it up. Anybody at home, any of you have seen Havoc. That's where it started for me.
Is that an Anne Hathaway movie?
Yes.
Okay. See, I just know it from The Princess Diaries.
Yeah, it's from that, yes. I'm telling you, in this movie yesterday, I'm telling you, boy, I mean, I needed a cigarette. And I don't even smoke. I needed a Newport outside. I needed a pause at a Newport. I said, man, Ann is bringing it around here.
Dude, no. she has always been attractive to me. Like, I wouldn't say she's my type. I don't know if I got a type, but I don't feel like you got to justify that one.
I'm just saying she's not normally one that does it for me. But boy, I'm telling you, go check out her work. If you have not seen the movie Havoc, let's just say that Anne Hathaway is she slides over in that movie into feeling like more of an urban side, which is not normally Anne Hathaway. She has a bit of an urban feel to it.
She's an actress.
I'm just telling you, go see Havoc. Someone texted, she was a badass hot in Havoc. I'm just telling you, Brandon through the break, Byron through the break. Go check out.
Dark Knight. Yeah, somebody mentioned Dark, of course. Yeah, Dark Knight.
I'm looking at it right now. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from.
I remember watching. I was in college. I remember watching it late. I said, "Is that exactly what I said? Is that Princess Diaries?" I mean, it was one of them situations. It was 11:15 at night. I'm calling all my boys, all of them. Like, I'm just telling. And last night I was.
Oh yeah, I guess I do see what you mean.
I was like, when I say she says the N-word in the movie.
Well, I don't know about all that.
I'm just saying that's where she is. That's the comfort level of the role she's playing. But I'm just saying, boy, it is. Yeah, she touched me. I'm just saying, you go watch that film. I don't know if you got that one that is not normally somebody that's your type, but that celebrity that does it for you, it's Anne Hathaway for me. Skin and bones, not really my thing. Well, that Anne Hathaway.
Yeah, I don't know if I got it because I can go skin and bones. I can go thick.
You don't have a type?
I don't think I got a type, man.
Everybody got
I got an appreciation.
I had to look.
I got a value.
I had to look around. I said, "How old is Anne? 41. Good for her." I'm telling you, man. I know. I got some of the text in that said Dolly Parton. Okay.
Yeah, I mean she would fit a type.
not my normal type. But boy, I'm telling you, man, go check that out, boy. That damn the idea of you, whew, or hard to get action is something else, boy. I'm telling you. Go ahead, Ann. Good for you. Keep doing your thing, Ann. I just had to celebrate you for a second.
Mine is probably Kat Dennings. Look up Kat Dennings. She's a
is that from
she's
My
got
Two Broke Girls?
My Two Broke Girls, and she's in the Thor movies too. That would be
around my scene.
That would be around your scene. Yeah, if I did have a type fitting along the lines of what we're talking about here,
that would be around. I'd be around my scene. All right, but before I did get into Anne Hathaway, the idea of you specialist, I'm watching these playoffs, and I've been watching them. I mean, the entire playoffs. That's what I do. I go to the house and slide into them, and no West Coast games right now, but slide into these playoff games. And Brandon, I can't help it, but this has made me view how I'm going to, at least my expectations for the Houston Rockets moving forward. Like, I'm looking at these teams that have built in a similar fashion that the Rockets have built. I'm watching these teams that haven't had as many of the resources that the Rockets have had, and quickly slide in, quickly make their way to the playoffs, competitive in the playoffs, and now the Minnesota Timberwolves, who nobody believed in, are sitting right here in the playoffs. And I think maybe before the series started, we're the favorites to get through Dallas. We're looking at a team like Dallas that nobody really believed in, and bam, they go and get Kyrie and make some midseason moves to add some guys, not stars. P.J. Washington, good God, I've never seen you play like this since Kentucky. Where does this come from? But they found a way to get him going. The Thunder got to Game 7 in the second round against Dallas. They've built their team in a certain way. The Pacers are in the Eastern Conference Finals. They have found a way to find Tyrese Halliburton. They have built this team.
Bro, even the Knicks are good.
The Knicks.
Which never happens.
The Knicks, they found Jalen Brunson, who is not as talented. I mean, if you just think about talent, there may be 4 or 5 guys on the Rockets who are more talented than Jalen Brunson.
The Magic, led by Paolo Banchero, made the playoffs.
The Magic, the Cavs, they found a way and said, all right, man, we're going to make a move and go get Donovan Mitchell, and we're going to, like, it is raising my expectation level for the Houston Rockets next year. And this is a slow bit. They got the coach, they got players, they got assets, they got money. Like, I have a higher expectation for the Houston Rockets moving forward. The Minnesota Timberwolves just beat the Denver Nuggets in a 7-game series.
Yeah.
I would have never dreamt of it. You remember how bad we all thought that Rudy Gobert trade was?
Yeah.
That thing has somehow worked.
Well, when you look at the conference finals participants, the Western Conference Finals participants, both of them made trades that you could have legitimately made criticisms of. The Kyrie Irving trade for the Mavericks, like, what are they going to do? Who are they going to defend? How's that going to work? How are they going to share the ball? They have figured that out to the point to where they're in the conference finals. And the same thing with the Rudy Gobert trade. It's the same thing. You're like, man, they traded 4 first-round picks for another 7-footer. They already got one, and he's not good enough. Both of those moves were questionable at the time, and now you look at it, and it's worked out for them. And you talk about, like, the FOMO for me as a Rockets fan, observing all of these other teams. Like I mentioned, the Magic. That's the toughest part. You look at the Magic, who drafted Paolo Banchero after you drafted Jalen Green, and then the Minnesota Timberwolves, who drafted Anthony Edwards right before you drafted Jalen Green. So, like, sandwiched in between there is your Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun draft, right? And so now you've drafted all these players around them. You've built this team, and you haven't really had much to show for it. And you're looking around the league, and there is a fear of missing out. Like, to me, you absolutely have to step it up. Like, this talk about the play-in, you're skipping that process now. Like, we're above and beyond where it's just getting to the play-in. Like, you actually need a spot in these playoffs and to be able to be in a position to make a run.
Because you're just seeing too many teams that are in that type of position. I'm not talking about Boston. But you're seeing too many teams that have found too many different ways to get there.
Yeah.
Too many teams that have found too many different ways to make that thing work. It's just not acceptable.
And it's not like it's easy, because I don't think that's the point that we're trying to. Like, it's not like it's easy to just appear all of a sudden in the Western Conference Finals.
6 or 7 people do it. I know.
Oh no, but not even just when 6 or 7 people do it, but when you've had 3 or 4 shots at it, or now you've got 6 first-round picks that you're building your team around.
But I want to make sure you're not talking about your expectation to have them get to the Western Conference Finals. Well, I'm talking about to get to the playoffs.
But that's the whole point, though. Yeah. You're talking about getting to the playoffs and ultimately building a team that can compete in the Western Conference Finals. Like, I don't want to just be a perpetual 6 seed that can only go to the Western Conference semifinals. Like, I ultimately want to be one of these teams that has an Anthony Edwards or that has a Luka and that feels like you're competing for an actual championship. But what I'm saying is it's time to actually prove that and to show that you have, like, somebody has to step up and show that there's somebody from this core that can lead them in that direction. Like, it has to go, like, they have to kind of almost skip a step now.
You got to at least give me New Orleans. Well, you got to at least give me the Pelicans next year. Like, you got to at least get into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I understand what I'm just saying. Like, I before the playoffs, I'm like, well, you know what?
But see,
that's a really good
even
year.
with New Orleans, though, Ron, the point is, like, they got Zion, and I know there's issues with Zion. He's never healthy, and like all the issues off the court or whatever. But Zion, when he's right and when he plays, there's no question that's a dude that could lead you. He could very well have you in the Western Conference Finals at some point if everything swings right. The Rockets are still sort of searching for, I feel like, that identity, or at least trying to identify who that player is, who it is that they're building around. I have a good feeling for who I think they should be building around. I'm not as exactly sure that they do. Like, I feel like they're still figuring that part of it out.
That's the deal, right? Every one of these teams that we think of, and take the Nuggets out, take the Celtics out, even like the Sixers out. Some of these teams that we know are built, and you look at it and you say, okay, that's kind of tough to attain. But every one of these teams, like the Pacers, like the Knicks, like the Magic, like the Pelicans, like the Thunder, like the like every one of these teams have at least a guy that you can immediately name that say, all right, that's the dude you're building around. OKC, SGA, easily. The Pacers, Tyrese Halliburton, immediately, right? The Knicks, Jalen Brunson. Bam, you just talked about it with Zion and the Pelicans. They got Ingram too, right? Like, we can look at all of these teams and quickly see who they have. Do you know who that is for the Rockets?
Yeah, so
you know who it is.
I know what the core
Not
is.
Who it should be.
I think within the core, I think now it's up to them for somebody among that core to emerge. So I think it's a clear 4 guys, at least to me, that have the potential to be that guy. I'd start with Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün, but Amen Thompson and Cam Whitmore showed me some things that make me think they could be, number 2s or number 3s on a winning team eventually once they develop into it. So I'm looking at that as, the core 4, and obviously the 6 would include Tari Eason and Jabari Smith, but somebody among them has to emerge as the leader and as a clear alpha and best player on a winning team, on a championship caliber team. Like that's the feeling that I get when I watch, a Luka or an Anthony Edwards, and honestly, a Tyrese Halliburton. A dude who obviously, once he went out last night with the hamstring, his team did not have a chance, and now doesn't look like it has a chance without him. Like a player like that. And the Rockets are still searching for, at least trying to identify who that guy is on their roster.
But that's the point you made. They've had so many cracks at it. Like, we're seeing now, it's not just like, oh, you found LeBron, you found KD. Like, no, Tyrese Halliburton, like that dude wasn't somebody in the draft where you're like, oh, man, you knew he would be a guy that can lead a team to the Eastern Conference Finals.
But to be fair, they've kind of found something like that in Şengün. Like, he was a mid first round pick who I don't think we thought was going to be this good.
Sure, but
so he's
to the next level. But to the next level of,
and he's younger than Halliburton, so he's
get to the playoffs.
Yeah, he's got to actually take that step
Brunson,
as well.
You didn't like you wouldn't think Brunson was. Now maybe Anthony Edwards. That's somebody you as the number 1 overall pick. You thought that was the case. By the way, coming in from the text line, Scarlett Johansson definitely for me.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy.
Who is When is Scarlett Johansson not anybody's type? Now, I know there's some people who may say that about Anne Hathaway, but Scarlett Johansson?
Yeah, no, I don't see. If your blood is red,
I don't know anybody that says, "Boy, she doesn't do it for me."
Yeah, that's
like somebody like Halle Berry. Boy, that's mine. What?
But see, that's why I went with my cat because
it's everybody.
I didn't think Anne was too far off. I guess that she's skinny, but she's a cute girl.
I'm not saying she's ugly, but I mean, I don't know, boy. That is, I'm telling you, man, she is.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson would be consensus.
Yeah, that's a consensus one. Yeah. Someone said Glenn Close. She plays a psycho. Now that's it, Bill. I feel now that's in that range. Glenn Close seems like she could be an acquired taste.
Are you a fan of Sade?
Ooh, boy.
The Sweetest Taboo?
Like her music. I don't know if she does it for me physically. That's another one. Not my mode right here. Someone said Lady Gaga. I could feel that.
Yeah, I could
get that. That's an acquired taste.
That would be
another
an acquired
one. Jessica
taste.
Alba. What are we doing here?
Yeah. So now we're just naming hot women.
Yeah, that's not.
That wasn't the idea.
Margot Robbie. Now that's another one. What are we doing here?
That's a very good one.
I don't think that's an acquired taste.
Who went Glenn Close? Identify yourself.
Bill.
That was
our guy Bill. He went Glenn Close. Not like a Diana Taurasi. That's an acquired taste.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, that one I'm still trying to wrap my mind around.
I can't.
Because I don't even know who's doing what in that one. I'm not no disrespect, but you might have to stand your ground.
Yeah. All right, I said it earlier. There's something that has reminded me of C.J. Stroud through the prism of watching Caitlin Clark. I'll let you know what that is coming up next.
Coach DeMeco doesn't seem to be too concerned about the Texans' tough schedule at the end of the season.
They're so far away. So it's not like it's something that's never been done before. We'll figure out a way to make it work.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Twin Peaks. On 288 the South Freeway, southbound before Reed Road, it's a stall that has the left shoulder blocked. Whether you're a fan of the conference finals, baseball, or the big race in Indy, Twin Peaks is the place for you this week and weekend. 29-degree cold ones and a made-from-scratch menu await you and your gang as summer officially kicks off. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
When you get in an auto accident, the first word out of your mouth is probably at Crash Champions. We answer the call and save your day with trusted collision repair. With 100 locations in Texas, find your local Crash Champions at crashchampions.com.
Crash Champions.
Never, ever, ever has Lone Star Chevy done Memorial Day this big. Car buyers, listen up, because for the first time in Lone Star Chevy's history, we've got ridiculous Memorial Day savings on every new and pre-owned vehicle in stock. It's the first time, but it might also be the last time. Look, you gotta hurry to Lone Star Chevy before Memorial Monday night. Bring your old trade and take an instant $12,000 off a new 2024 Silverado Crew Cab. $12,000 off. At Lone Star Chevy, you buy a new 2024 Silverado Crew Cab, just $39,995. Bring us your old trade and buy a new 2024 Silverado Crew Cab, $39,995. Plus, till Monday night, take an instant $5,000 off a new 2024 Tahoe or Suburban. $5,000 off. Plus, get our biggest Memorial Day savings ever on every new and pre-owned vehicle, but you gotta hurry. It all ends when we close the doors Memorial Monday night. So come get the low Lone Star Chevy price at the legendary Lone Star Chevrolet. 290 at Eldridge or LoneStarChevrolet.com. Chevy, together, let's drive. Call 877-229-4217 for details.
Your home is your sanctuary, and the first step to peace of mind is controlling your power. Get a free estimate on a Generac automatic standby generator from the #1 Generac generator dealer, Generator Supercenter of Houston. Check them out at GeneratorSupercenter.com or 281-251-6100.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of TV action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
Some say Memorial Day is the unofficial start of summer, but I say this is. Lighting up Kingsford Original Charcoal on the grill with family and friends is a summer ritual, and there's no better time than Memorial Day weekend. Whether it's burgers, veggies, or some chicken drumsticks, Kingsford Original gives you that authentic wood-fired barbecue flavor that means summer is.
Is live wherever you go. Just download the Odyssey app, search Sports Radio 610, and click on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The biggest stories in Houston sports.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah. You
I'd purr like a walrus if you shave my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, we got some people really understanding the game, okay? Understanding the situation. I said it earlier. I said if you got that one celebrity crush, whatever your type is. Me, I'm just not usually attracted to the skinnier young ladies. But for some reason, Anne Hathaway, and I have got the scene on pause for you gentlemen that I'm ready to let you know. I'm ready to let you see. Actually, Brandon, I'm going to talk a little bit, and I'm going to let you watch this scene.
All right.
As I get this was the second one, Brandon, in which those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can get a chance to see the look on his face once he sees what she came together with. Good old Anne Hathaway. I'm telling you, boy, this little outfit, she came in here and she brought it. But it is, I tell you, Anne Hathaway is generally what she brings to the table is not generally something that does it for me. For some reason, Anne Hathaway, since the movie Havoc, has really been that one for me. Some people are now getting it. Someone text in Whoopi. That is that Whoopi Goldberg. That is
somebody tripping.
That is
somebody then violated.
Somebody.
I ain't judging, but I'm judging like a mofo.
The Whoopi one. There you go. Roseanne Barr. I've always had a thing for Roseanne. Interesting.
That's an interesting one.
Martha Stewart. Okay. Hillary Clinton. Another interesting one. There.
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Which one?
Yeah.
Like
no,
Rodham? Like which one, boy? She pull out that. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
man,
no, that yeah.
Yeah.
But I told you, man. And look, obviously, I'm a little different over here. I can't be excluding skinny women.
A good one right here.
You know what I'm saying?
I love Jill Scott from Ocho. Another one.
But Jill Scott, maybe it's just me, but that needs no defense. She is clearly and objectively attractive to me. To me,
she is. But I
don't get it.
I could see like she may be in a different space than.
But I think.
Than how that everybody.
I got to acknowledge that I'm just not with the norms, though. Just last week I was on here saying that I don't understand the Giselle fascination. I don't get it.
Right? Yeah.
I don't get it. Like she's an attractive she's an attractive woman, but how she's the standard of beauty for the world, that like Jill Scott would be it for me more so. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
I've got to be done.
I'm sorry.
I'll be on all day.
Sorry.
These last two. Wanda Sykes does it for me, followed by I'll put Lizzo in her place. All right, we've got to move. Shout out to you. Shout out to you who wants to take on that mountain.
Hey, look, somebody.
Shout out to you.
Hey, somebody said Precious.
I'm just. Hey, she's cleaned up. She's cleaned up. She's got her a guy. All right, hey. So I don't know about you, Caitlin Clark. I've moved on to Caitlin Clark from Iowa. I've moved on with her from the Indiana Fever.
Yeah.
I've watched parts of all 5 of her games. I've probably watched 2 or 3 of them almost start to finish. And then I watched the fourth quarter of the Seattle game, the last one she's played. So I've been in there following Caitlin Clark. And I'm watching her, and I'm watching how the teams are playing against her. And it is for me kind of a precursor of what we're going to see for 17 consecutive weeks for the Houston Texans and CJ Stroud.
A different kind of energy.
Have you watched these women? I have.
Dude, you should see the pics. You should see the pics they set on her.
The pics they set, they are emptying the tank. Like you know, there are players that pace it. There is no pacing it when you are in pick and roll coverage on Caitlin Clark. These women are giving the most 100. I mean, if you just imagine with me, you not watched it. Imagine with me, who is it? If you could think about Patrick Beverly level. Like defense on people. What did Russ say? He's just doing all them crazy movements.
Yeah, just running around.
But that level of intensity of how hard they are playing against her, they are breaking their necks. They will allow somebody to roll free before they allow Caitlin to get them. Like it is Caitlin ain't seen this not every game in college. Like it's been insane how hard they're playing against her.
But it's also because it's all eyes on them. If you're playing against Caitlin Clark,
the game.
And I don't know your name, or say I do know your name, but you're playing against Caitlin Clark, I'm intently watching you. What did Caitlin do against you? What did you do against Caitlin? And so it becomes this, obviously a team game, but this internal matchup and pride level of, hey, I'm a professional. I worked my whole life to get here, to get to this spot, to be in the WNBA too. And I ain't finna just let Caitlin Clark be the story. I'm gonna be the story for how I handled up against.
It's
Caitlin
a bit
Clark.
of, hey, this hype train. All right, here I'm gonna show you what the hell. You know, some of the stuff Diana was saying. It's levels to this. I'm gonna show you how hard it's gonna be. You know, and then the other thing is, I'm on national TV. This is a chance for me to make a name for myself.
Exactly.
The combinations of, we're gonna slow this hype train down.
That's it.
And I'm like, all right, Caitlin, calm down. You getting like you because ain't what Angel Reese say. Hey, it is more than one team in the WNBA. Like that's the kind of energy. There ain't no rookie who is seeing that level of intensity being played on. Like you said, they're setting hella picks, and I'm telling you, that is what CJ Stroud is going to be looking at. That is what the Houston Texans are going to be looking at next year. Like we already hear Zaire Franklin of the Colts. Their teams like he's reaching that point where, yeah, man, we like CJ, man. Like I think the women like Caitlin. We like CJ. But damn, dog, you done played 15 games. They try to put you up. They try to put you up here like you a top 5 quarterback. You done played 15 games.
Yep.
And there's a little bit of talk coming from CJ's end as well, like Zaire Franklin, who said, "Hey man, like you ain't carve us up."
Yeah, there's some bravado there that feels unwarranted.
Now, again, I know when you hear this, I'm not saying that he's going to succumb to it or the Texans. I'm just saying, watching Caitlin Clark, to me, you're crazy. You're crazy if you think teams are going to approach the Houston Texans like they did last year. You're crazy. You're crazy.
Well, and especially I feel like the division and the AFC teams, because like I think there's going to be that intensity regardless, and all of the hype, and with CJ, I think there's going to be that intensity regardless, but especially with the AFC teams, with the Texans kind of being this up-and-comer, but not so much an up-and-comer anymore. Like they've arrived. It feels like, at least the way the conversation goes, like they've already arrived, almost like they've done more than they actually have. And I think that, it's mostly warranted because you can see where the potential is there with the head coach, with the quarterback, and all of that.
Players around the league don't think that.
But they're like, but they're also like, what about us? Like I think there's a respect there and an acknowledgement of, hey, CJ is that dude. Hey, DeMeco does have something going on over there in Houston, but don't sleep on me, though. Like Zaire Franklin and the Colts, I'm pretty sure thinking, hey, you know what? We got a pretty damn good head coach, too. We got a quarterback that we think can do some otherworldly things, too. He's just got to stay healthy and take to the coaching, and it's got to come together. Like, don't count us out from being a similar type of Texan story ourselves. And certainly we don't want to be a footnote in the Texans becoming this, this great NFL story. We don't want to be the reason or part of the reason why they do it. So I think it's going to be that same type of energy like you're talking about. The WNBA players who don't want to be a footnote in Caitlin Clark's story, the NFL players are going to be the same way of not wanting to be a footnote in the Texan story.
Like someone texting, I disagree with Ronald's take on this one. I don't think there's the same level of jealousy around the NFL about C.J. Stroud. Listen, there is a level of, like what B. Scott just said, there's a level of, hey, Caitlin, yes, we respect how good you are, and you can play in this league, and you are really good. But what the acknowledgement and all of the stuff that you're getting on your resume is potentially over the top. And I think people will look at C.J. Stroud being talked about potentially in the class of Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson after 15 ball games, and the Houston Texans being in Vegas the same Super Bowl odds of the Baltimore Ravens. I think there are people in the league that will look at that and be like, okay, let's see about that. Let's see if Boy Wonder can do it 2 years in a row. Let's see it. It happened with Lamar. Yeah. It happened with Mahomes. It happened with all of them.
Here's where I also think Caitlin Clark and C.J. Stroud are similar, though. I think they're both equipped to respond. Like, I think they will both have their, have their bumps, kind of have their lumps in the road, so to speak, but are genuinely great and equipped to respond to such animosity or whatever it might be. Whatever type of energy it is that they come across, I think that the talent is great enough, transcendent enough to still be great. So I think the parallel is there as well.
Yeah, it'll
just be fun to watch.
Comparing Stroud to Clark is diabolical. You boys are wild.
Yes, we are. I like that. I'll take that. Appreciate that.
I think it's
diabolical. I'll take that.
I appreciate it. Is. One of them. I mean, I don't think it's diabolical to think that people around their respective leagues may potentially think that they have the credit they're getting is a little quick.
No, I can appreciate that we can see it, and whoever that is can't. I like it. I'm with it.
It's someone then texted in Leslie Jones. All right,
so great.
That is acquired, like supermarket sweep Leslie Jones, or like which Leslie Jones?
No, there ain't a damn version of Leslie Jones that justifies that.
Can't get you.
With all due respect, but that's funny though. You get the game.
Brandon Scott thinks that there is potential malpractice about to occur here in Houston. And I got to say, I completely agree with him. We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
For me,
Future, compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as people are rolling through here with their thoughts. Someone said, Texman, fine. Let them bring their A games. You think every team and player doesn't try to when they face the greats? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
that was the point.
That's what I'm saying.
That was the exact point, actually.
Like Caitlin right now. I mean, Byron, you've watched it. You've watched some of this. Caitlin is getting everybody. She's like Duke. She's like Alabama.
Did you see the one layup she went for in the center clobbered her? Did you ever see that one? Yeah. That's the biggest hit I've seen. Then the second one, I think, was the pick.
The double pick.
The pick from Breonna Stewart. I believe that, yeah.
But the other girl, the other girl hemmed her up first.
Yeah.
And knocked her into Breonna. Like, she is getting
Don't bring that weak stuff in here.
Everybody's best shot. And I think that C.J. Stroud and the Texans, because of, I mean, they're like, I'm going to tell you right now, and I understand, and I'm not even saying that they don't deserve it. But, I mean, there's no team that's been more hyped in this offseason than the Texans.
Yeah, the Texans and maybe the Jets.
I mean, I don't know about hyped. Like, I don't know how many people think the Jets can win a championship, have hyped it to that level. I think people are saying the Texans can come out of the AFC.
Yeah,
I've watched multiple people have them only behind the Chiefs in the conference. Like, they have been, and understandable. They had a hell of an offseason. DeMeco, Nick, the McNairs, they had a hell of an offseason. It should be. They've added greatness. They've added great pieces to this team, and you understand it. But I'm just saying they have been heavily hyped. We have never seen anybody in women's basketball, women's sports, been as hyped as Caitlin, which leads to, all right, here we go. I'm ready to roll. They're not bringing it at Angel Reese every night like that.
Yeah, no.
They're not bringing it to Anthony Richardson every game. They won't. That's just an adjustment for the Texans to have to deal with. Yeah. All right. Clint is out. He is out on vacation. Tyler is out. He's in Hawaii, by the way. Tyler sent us a photo, and he said he's about to try to climb some big-ass mountain.
Tyler?
With that badass knee.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
In Hawaii.
I don't think
I have never that has never crossed my mind on vacation.
Yeah, see, I'm
not saying it don't be for people. That people don't, and Clint went ahead and told him, terrible idea, Chief.
Tell him to play.
Go climb this.
Tell him to play TLC's Waterfalls first.
You see it right here on YouTube and Twitch. That's what Tyler's about to climb right
Tell
there.
him to play TLC's Waterfalls first and to stick to his rivers and lakes.
I'm telling you, man.
Stick to your own rivers and lakes, son.
Better holler at that poolside.
Come on now.
On that beach. Chill out there. They got that black beach.
The rivers and lakes that you're used to.
And I say black beach, it really do. It's a beach that all the sand is black, not a bunch of us.
Yeah, I think
the sand is black.
Yeah, I think
it's on the road to Hana. Just wanted to make sure clear that anything you throw stuff out like that. But
we picked up on that.
I don't
know if they'd.
I know you did.
No, I'm just saying I don't even know if they'd allow the other thing that you.
Just allow it.
I don't even know if that would work.
I don't know if they.
I don't think that would be a thing. That would get shut down quickly before the word gets out.
Jose Abreu,
dude. What?
Jose Abreu.
What?
Sugarland tonight.
What are we doing here, man? Like, what is this supposed to be the path to? Like, are we just maybe he goes to Sugarland and becomes a $20 million AAA player, and they just bury him there? I really hope that this is not like the path to actually joining the team and trying to force your way.
He said it's a possibility by the weekend.
Man, to hell with what he said. They lie all the damn time. I don't give a damn what he said. That can't.
No, man.
That can't be it. Like, by the end of the week, for who and for what? Like, it can't be it. You cannot tell me that you're a team that is fighting for its life in the standings. You're just trying to get back to 500. You're trying to be a 500 baseball team and go from there. Your division is winnable. Thank God you don't have a juggernaut in your division. You were probably supposed to be the closest thing to it, and you're not. But thank God for a weak division. You're fighting for your life in the standings, and you're going to bring a 0, no disrespect, I hate to say it like that, but a 0 to your lineup, a 0 to your roster. You can't afford those. You're not good enough to absorb zeros on your team. You're not the 2019 Houston Astros or the 2021-2022 Houston Astros. The 2024 Houston Astros cannot afford dead weight on their roster. So this going to AAA Sugarland playing for the Space Cowboys thing.
For 2 days.
Look, if it can be longer than that.
He's starting tonight.
If it can go from 2 days to maybe a couple of weeks and we just kick this can down the road, then maybe I can get with that. But 2 days and you're going to come join us by the end of the weekend, by the beginning of next week, I can't get down with that. I can't understand that at all.
Can you tell me if you think this is too strong? Honest to God, I feel like let me ask you both of you this real quick. How do you think? Let's say he said it's a possibility he gets through this weekend. Let's just say he plays tonight, which he is going to in Sugarland,
right?
And he plays Saturday. Let's say he plays Sunday, and then they fly his ass to Seattle, and he joins the team in Seattle. Which this is what I think is going to happen. He joins the team in Seattle. And he starts playing. How do you think, from what you've seen from him? Now, remember now, in that complex league, he went 7 for 22 with 5 singles, a double.
He had a homer.
And a homer that I believe was 346 feet.
Short porch.
What do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen when he comes back up? Like, if this happens from the time he's been gone, in Seattle, like, what do you think happens?
Well, if he comes up, so once he comes up, let's make that the scenario. He's entered into that lineup and is probably batting 7th.
But what do you think his performance is?
Oh, it's terrible.
You think he's still bad?
No, I think he is still. I think he could get better and still be horrible and still be worse than John Singleton. So yeah, no, I think if he comes back, even when he comes back, you downgraded first base, where you right now have at least an average to sometimes slightly above average. No, I wouldn't say slightly above. He's been decent defensively, but you have a playable first baseman, major league first baseman right now in John Singleton. I think once he comes back, you do not.
You don't think he's going to take this jump and be the player anywhere near the player that they are hoping or were envisioning to be?
Man, I suppose it's not impossible, but no, I do not. I do not think
you ain't putting on money.
That
Byron, same thing. You think
just in a few weeks
Byron,
that he's made this jump?
You look like an optimistic.
No,
an optimistic person.
Nah, because Seattle has like one of the best rotations, so I think like him coming back in Seattle.
But I'm not even just talking about Seattle. I'm talking about when he comes up, he's just going to be. He's going to be here to stay. Like, what do you think his performance is if he's playing? Even in a platoon role or any kind of an everyday role.
Maybe a 200 average.
You think that much? Wow.
No.
But
I think they're rushing him back too soon.
You don't think he's going to be good?
No, he's not.
Neither one of you. You don't think he's going to be good?
I think you can get more pop from Singleton right now.
Yeah, you don't think he's going to be a good baseball player. He is not going to be the guy that was in the playoffs or that had that little stretch in July last year.
There's no reason to believe he will be.
And the reason why I pose that to you is, do you think this is too strong for me to believe if they bring him back up, like I believe they will do, which is soon and very soon? Is that a fireable offense from somebody? Like that? Like for me, in my mind, when I say it out loud, as you just said, you have a baseball team that at least started to turn it around a bit. 7-3 on the homestand of 10 games. Before this series lost to the A's, they had won 9, or to the Angels, they had won 9 of 11. They're kind of coming back. They didn't somehow found themselves in the best division possible where they're 4.5 games out of first place somehow, even though they're well under 500. And they turned it around when he left. And the person playing first base has turned it around. They are playing with some level of swag. And you bring him back, and he comes up and does what he does. Is it too strong of a take for me to believe this is a fireable offense for somebody? Somebody's got to go for this.
No. The answer to your question depends on whether the person that's making that decision is fireable.
Okay, well, that's one person.
No. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, if it's Jimmy.
Well, but if it's
I guess through Bagwell,
right, that's what I'm saying.
He's not fireable either.
Right.
Because
If it's Bagwell through extension, or Jimmy by extension, Bagwell, whatever, then no. Then obviously no. You know what I'm saying? Like if Dana Brown was actually empowered to make the decision solely on his own, and I don't know if we all fully believe that. Like if this was just a Dana Brown thing, then yeah, sure, it could be a fireable offense. But I don't know if the folks that are making the decision can be fired.
Because there is nothing about this move that you can sell that makes any sense.
No.
There's nothing. You can't, and I've said it all week, you can't tell me you're saying to yourself, winning, this is the best thing for winning. Can't see, there's nothing you can sell. Nothing. It feels like he's been away in West Palm Beach as long as you set Alex Bregman out of the 4-hole.
I think they should build their AAA team around him. Just build the Space Cowboys around Abreu. Bring some people out.
Byron asked me during the prep of the show. I said, what I'd have done is I'd have sent him down there and just take 2 weeks off in West Palm Beach without even thinking about baseball. Then we go and take some swings. Then you're going to give me about 2 weeks in Corpus. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah,
then you're going to give me about 2 or 3 weeks in Sugar Land. We'll see how that goes.
Take the tour. Take the tour around the coast.
How long's it been? 15 days? How long? I mean,
it's been 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, it's been 3 weeks.
Because the first week he didn't do anything at all.
Right.
And then
it's been
5 games in 3 weeks.
It's
5 ball games in 3 weeks. And Dana Espada said the other day, hey man, maybe in Oakland.
They know better than this.
They do not. They don't.
They know better.
They refuse to. Not with this one. There's something about this one.
I think their hands.
Jeff's out here taking trips. Jeff's out here taking trips to West Palm Beach to sit in this himself.
They didn't. Who took the trip? I think their hands might be tied.
All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for tonight. As this is a huge series coming up. And last night, the Celtics they got a 2-0 win, and their star. And maybe not the star you would think, but their stars showed up and showed out. We'll discuss all of that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Coach DeMeco doesn't seem to be too... AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
It is the Big Three. And in today, first, to let you know, as the fellas are enjoying the holiday weekend, which I hope many of you are going to do. By the way, I know y'all noticed it. I came feeling real peachy, baby. I wanted to come feeling like a frozen drink, baby. That's how I felt, baby. I wanted to bring it here. I knew Tyler was in Hawaii. I knew Clint was somewhere probably on the water, feeling himself somewhere in the hill country. And I wanted to come like a frozen margarita, baby. That's how I feel.
I regret not bringing a big peach soda for Ron to match his outfit. Like yesterday, I came in here with the big blue, which is basically the big peach in blue. I wish I had come in here with the big peach in peach for you, and nicely done to coordinate the shoes and all of it. Salute to that, but you are committed. You are peach.
I just felt it, man.
Peach committed today.
I felt a ray of happiness. Felt the positivity coming through, man. I felt good. Wanted to go a little peach here, a little peach action here. And I'm sure that's going to invite some of you to try to call me that nickname that some of you have made up.
Peaches Hughley.
But I felt feeling good, baby. I'm feeling good. But yeah, as I said, Tyler is in Hawaii climbing mountains for some reason with a bad knee. And Clint, I'm sure, has got him and his family on the water somewhere in the hill country. That's generally where he heads off to at these times. But we'll be all back next week. Brandon Scott is in the building. You can catch him all the time. He's on with us with his Texans and Rocket reports every single Wednesday at 4:40. He's on with In the Loop every single Thursday at 11 o'clock. You can catch him, and you can catch all his work on SportsRadio610.com as well as H-Town Hoops. And Byron, he is in for Tyler. Catch Byron all over the place. I felt like that was a commercial I was about to say right there. About
yeah, the Byron commercial.
But no, Byron fills in here and there. You can catch him on Area 45 at times at night as well. And he is rolling with us.
Proudly representing Sam Houston State as well.
Good for him.
Eat him up, cats.
Always got to.
Good for him.
Always.
Good for him. All right. The Astros head to Oakland. And these are ones, again, like right now, hell, they damn near need to sweep them. I mean, I know that's over the top. But I mean, when you drop a series at home to the Angels and you lose some of those games because you have one player who selfishly went rogue because he does have no respect or fear for leadership on the team, so he's just going to do whatever the hell he wants to do, Framber Valdez. And then you have, another game where you run yourself out of outs. You can't come up with big hits, which has kind of been an issue at times this season, and you lose a 2-1 ball game when Hunter Brown gives you the best performance of the year, 6 innings, 2 hits, 2 earned, and he made really one bad mistake that went out of the ballpark, and that was enough. You feel like you got to go and beat this A's team who just broke, I believe, a 9 or 10 game losing streak by winning a game in extras yesterday. So they have been struggling. They had a road trip where they just recently went 1-9. They have been struggling throughout. You swept them in 4 games the last time you played them. Verlander has the ball today. You got to get these wins. You got to get them.
Yeah.
If you're going to make up ground.
And I feel like as Astros fans, a lot of us have grown accustomed to not making too much out of one game, one series, but you're just in a different space now. You're just in a space where you can't afford to just be losing games, specifically to teams like the A's. Honestly, to teams like the Angels, and you lost that series. You lost 2 or 3 to them. So, like, when you're doing that, you can't afford on the back end to really just be giving away games to Oakland. So I think this is more than just a game, more than just a series, or more like there's more weight tied to it than there normally would be for a team of this stature that we're used to. So I feel like going into a night where Verlander is on the mound and you're going against a team that is clearly one of the worst in baseball. You're trying to distinguish yourself as not being that, and you've done a decent job of that over the last, 4 or 5 weeks or so, however long it's been since they've been playing a little bit better baseball. But right now, all you are is just like average. Are you trying to be better than that? Like, you're not going to be able to call yourself better than that if you're going to be losing games to the A's.
And the Astros have done, for the most part, what they've needed to do here to close the gap. We've been talking about it. They're going to need a 8 out of 10 stretch, a 15 out of 20 stretch. They're going to need to go on a run to make up some ground and not just win series, but they're going to have to sweep some teams and do some things to make up some ground. And they've done that. They've won 9 out of 11, but you slipped up a bit against the Angels, and you can't allow that to happen again.
Yes, it's
against
no way.
A team like the A's.
No way, and especially again with Verlander on the mound, it makes me think too. Every time, like for as long as the Astros are below 500, and whenever Verlander is scheduled to take the mound, I am going to think, man, how long is he going to be around? How long are you going to have this guy? How long is he going to be necessary? Like Verlander at this age and at his expense, even if the Mets are paying half of his salary, at this stage of his career, he serves no purpose on a baseball team that's headed nowhere. So it does make me wonder, how long can you afford to waste his time and your own?
Can I ask you something? Because I was just thinking about this. Like, I wonder what the lineup's going to be today. And they're playing in Oakland, so it's going to be a little bit later.
Yeah, that's right. It's not out yet.
Do you like the thought of, like, there's probably about 2 or 3 spots a game where you're not quite sure who's going to be there.
Oh yeah, no.
Like
It's not a good feeling.
Like you're not like right now. I don't know who's going to play left.
I don't. So, but can I say this though? I'm glad you brought that up.
Who's going to play center?
Because
I think Jake.
Honestly, I don't know. And this is speaking to your point of, hey, you would like to feel better about some consistency, some reliability. Who's it going to be? But I did feel like I was at Minute Maid on Wednesday, and I did feel like just watching and sitting there that the lineup that they had out there that day was the one that I would go with Dubon in left, with Jake in center, with Tucker in right, and then you know who your infield is. Yeah, I think that the lineup that they had on Wednesday is the one that I would probably go with.
Yeah, I mean, Jake has been hot right now. Well, and I guess you ride that.
I mean, yeah, because I would rather have right now. I'd rather have Jake over Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz is just
and if you're gonna have Jake and Dubon in the game, then you might as well put Jake in center, and then with Dubon in left, you're just plus in left.
And Joey's just chilling. But
but now you've got a good bench player. I'm good with that. I am good with that. I mean, or you could. And obviously, if you want to switch out Dubon can be a utility player. I think that's their best defensive.
I wonder what they
setup,
did. Yeah, I wonder what happens with Chaz, because the plan was he is going to be. I remember this said in the offseason, Chaz is going to be an everyday player, whether he is in left, where he will predominantly play, or get some run in center. And I know he wasn't great to kick things off. But really, I don't think that's a fair sample size for him to get ripped from that role, and then he got injured.
I don't know if it's about fair or a sample size. I think it's about the fact that the other guys are playing well right now, and he's the odd man. I think Chaz for me is the odd man out.
Right? Yeah. Right now, coming back from injury, we'll see what happens. But like Chaz will have the ability to show his worth if he gets swings.
Yeah.
Right? Like Chaz was a guy who was 20-plus homers last year, who hit 280, who was one of your guys. It's just it's tough to see that he can have a chance to get back to that level without getting swings. But like you said, who knows?
I do like him as a pinch hit option. As a defensive replacement in the outfield. Like that, it does help your depth that I've just described to you a lineup that does not include Chaz or Joey Lupafito, and that one of those two guys can come in and help you off your bench. It does help address the issue that you had earlier in the year where you didn't seem like you had a bench at all.
And I will admit, I do have a Jake hang-up. I can admit
he's been good though.
He has been.
He's
good.
been good.
He's been good. Like I said, you ride that hot wave.
Yeah, my hang up was when he was sucked. That's what I didn't like. It wasn't a Jake thing. It was him not being good.
That's my thing. Is I just trust it as a hot wave, and not
but
not the big
him and
fixture.
Chaz both do this though.
You run it right now.
Jake and Chaz, they both have a little run where they look good, and it's like okay, but
just don't trust him.
Dusty said it right. They are not the big. Neither one of those guys is the big boys. Period. They not. They ain't.
Did he say that?
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right. Last night, the playoffs, the Pacers and the Celtics, and this is one I wanted to watch. I wanted to watch, and by the way, the Celtics ran through them really late. Tyrese Halliburton, who really makes the Pacers team go. He got down and got hurt with that hamstring, the same left hamstring issue that he missed some time. And really his season kind of changed after that until they got to the playoffs. That same left hamstring, he is uncertain to play, not sure yet in Game 3 when they go back to Indiana. But the Pacers lose to the Celtics 126-110, and they are now down 2-0 in this series. And to get it out of the way, if Tyrese Halliburton can't play, you can go ahead and mark this over. This thing's over. If he can't play, I like T.J. McConnell. He has been great for them off the bench. But
I like T.J. McConnell. We're not talking about the same thing.
He is not. This is the guy who makes them go.
Pascal Siakam is not carrying them to the finals.
No, he's doing the best he can. But this was my thought where I really wanted to watch Game 2. And my thought was, I just wonder, is this a man? The Celtics had 5 days off. The Celtics kind of, do we really take the Pacers serious? I don't know. Were they kind of sleepwalking through it? Or was this a deal of, hey, the Pacers, yes, blew Game 1, but they did a lot of things that are repeatable. They did a lot of things that they can do, and that this isn't just a, hey, they caught the Celtics kind of slipping and sleep on them. I wanted to see if that was a real thing. And to be honest, through most of the time, especially when Halliburton was out there, it seemed to be real, except for that 20-0 run or something that happened in the second quarter.
Yeah.
But they got back even with that, and it seemed like they
kept punching back.
They were there until they ran out when Halliburton got hurt. But Jaylen Brown came out there and said, "No, y'all can't handle me with his 40 points." But I'm still not sure of it. With Halliburton out on the court, I still believe like that Pacers, the way they played was real. Like this isn't just, especially without Porzingis, this isn't just a runaway type of a deal for the Celtics, and that they're that much better than the Pacers like they were the Cavs.
Yeah, and you and I both know the Pacers have been sort of a basketball nerd's darling of the season. Like just the folks that really kind of focus on the X's and O's of the game have been really fond of the Pacers for the entire year, and Halliburton has a great deal to do with that. And also the pace that they play with, the depth that they play with. Like they are an impressive team. I agree with you. It was real. Like honestly, they should have won that first game had it not been for Jaylen Brown and to me what I thought was a big time superstar type of shot to take them to overtime. Yeah, but that three in the corner, and of course they take it over there in overtime.
If one of 9 different things didn't occur, they wouldn't have won. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? If like the Pacers really lost that game.
Yeah, right.
I mean, really
they really did. Like you could say they lost it more than once.
They did so many things to allow Jaylen to have that
Absolutely.
to have a chance at that shot.
No doubt about it. Absolutely. So you can blame them for it, but I think the way that they played and what they were leading up to that showed you what type of team that they were, showed you that they clearly were capable of winning, of stealing that game. And again, there were moments in Game 2 where it felt the same way until it didn't when Halliburton was out. And then it felt like after that they actually kind of punted on the game and said, we're just going to try to
Rick was going to get some rest.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep this a home court type of thing, and we're going to save, see what happens with Halliburton and try to win in Indiana.
Now I got to admit, when that alien, if he does come back, Porzingis, that throws a real wrench in things. I think that throws for Indiana. Like I don't know if that now the the distance between the teams, like I think many people believed when he enters the court.
Yeah, he adds a whole new element.
Because I thought to me, Miles Turner has to make a lot of hay if he's not going to be out there, and he's not really impacted the game.
Yeah, not this series.
The way they've needed him.
No, he hasn't.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, we've talked to you a little bit about Jose Abreu, who is playing for the Sugar Land Space Cowboys tonight. Get your tickets. They're out there tonight in Sugar Land. I'm telling you, I have thought about it. I have thought about walking out there and seeing him myself. As all three of us live on that side of town. But also, I think the more important one, I mean, Jose Abreu is there, but the more important player that is also playing tonight is Jose Urquidy. He is on the mound pitching tonight, which this could be his final stop before joining the big league club, as this is his second minor league start, trying to get to the 70 to 80 pitch range is what Dana Spada said the other day. Jose Urquidy, I wonder are they talking about a six-man rotation because they had this stretch of games where it was 16 in a row and I think 21 out of 22 days, or is that what they want to do moving forward? Because I don't love that. And to me, I feel like Jose Urquidy should go into the rotation if that's what you're going to do, and somebody should come out. Because if you go to a six-man rotation and you're trying to chase, that means you're shrinking the amount of times that Verlander gets starts, that Rogue Verlander gets starts, and even Ronel Blanco gets started.
Yeah, and I think the big thing really is just going to be about how you manage it, though, because now all we're talking about is this is the uncomfortable part of the Astro pitching. We're really, all of them, we're talking about middle of the rotation to back of the rotation type of guys. And so how you sort that out, how you stretch them out, who you figure out who goes to the bullpen is going to be important, but only so much. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's not like Jose Urquidy is that much greater than the back end of what you got going on with your rotation now. So what he's going to do is provide you with some starter depth and or length in your bullpen, whether that's Urquidy himself going to the bullpen or pushing somebody like a Hunter Brown back. Like whatever the case may be, I think Spencer Arrighetti, to me, is shown enough to stay in the rotation. But when it comes down to it, we're talking about third to fifth starters. We're talking about like 4 or 5, 3 to 5 starters. You know what I mean? Like that's basically what we're talking. We don't have an ace. There's not an ace on the roster. There is not maybe a second starter type of guy, but we're just managing back end of the rotation guys right now for depth. So I think they'll figure it out.
All right, I want to give one of the biggest counters to what I believe is becoming one of the greatest narratives created in sports right now. I think there is a real counter to what has now become gospel about this in sports. We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
For me, the biggest challenge for DeMeco Ryans, CJ Stroud,
is here. And it's time to get active with the Odyssey app. No matter how you're getting your exercise in, make sure you're tuned in to your favorite workout mix thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive in the building. Brandon Scott in here. Byron holding it down, holding the ones and twos down. I'm not going to expect Byron to have a best of the week. Although, Byron, I want you to look me right in my eyes. And I want us both take our glasses off and look at each other. Take your damn glasses off.
I won't be able to see you.
Good, man. I can't see, but we just need it.
Now this is a blurry promise. Whatever
it's a blurry
it is.
promise, but I just wanted to be real. As real as it can be. Byron, you're starting to come up and doing some good work. I'm going to start expecting a best of the week if you're going to be filling in on a Friday. I'm not this time.
All right.
But I'm going to expect you to push that. Now, I want to see if you can do better than Chris. Chris has found a way to do it. His are just 9 minutes.
They're very long.
So we're in the 4.5. We're in the 4.5 area. So let's do that. But I'm not now. But I'm just saying in the past. I just want you to know that. Got big expectations for you, Byron.
Hey, I just want you to know, between my eyesight and y'all two taking your glasses off, this was the worst seeing show in the history of 610 for about 45 seconds there.
It's real right
We were
there.
blind.
Yeah, it was very tough, yes.
We were blind as hell.
All right, this is what this is one of the, I think this is a narrative that's started to be really pushed as like the reason, the thing. And I think obviously it plays a part and plays a role to where the popularity of the NBA has dipped. Although it is still is the second most watched professional sport in the country. But its popularity has waned, and we've had conversations off the air about this, at least perception wise as well, which is a big deal too. It seems to be in a negative place.
Yeah.
And I think why that has been, at least the narrative that's been pushed on that, is a lot of the players don't want to play. A lot of the sitting out games, hey, I brought a kid, I brought my son to a game or whatever, and their LeBron's going to sit it out because, hey, maybe saving it for the knee, or they're having a little issue.
It's the back end of a back-to-back.
Yeah, they don't play back-to-backs or things like that. And that situation has been really pushed as the narrative of why the NBA is kind of down. The players just don't respect. They're not playing the games. They don't want to go to work. They don't want to play. And like I said, I think there is something to that. I don't think it is the whole reason. Like, I think especially some of the loud people about it, I honest to God don't think if Zion set out a game when the Pelicans were coming to Houston and some of those people were saying, these players never want to play. That's why I don't watch the NBA anymore. I think if Zion played, they weren't going to watch that game.
I agree with that.
I think if Zion played, they we're going to get tickets to that game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think the people who really people who watch the sport, yes, they have some issues with it, but they watch the sport.
Yeah, and the people who watch the sport also know that now more than ever there are players down the depth chart that are worth watching. Like, there are bench players. The players in the NBA are probably as skilled, if not more skilled, than they've ever been. So almost to a man, they are all like worth marveling at for the most part. Even the ones whose name that you might not know.
Yeah.
And most fans who watch the game actually know that they can still get a quality basketball game even if Zion or Kawhi Leonard or whoever doesn't play.
And I don't think, even to me, I don't believe that is something that hurts the development of bringing in new people to watch your sport. But I think what the real issue is, this is me. Now, you can disagree if you want. I think the real issue is, and it has become very prevalent watching these playoffs, because after round one, LeBron out of there. Steph didn't even make it to round one. KD out of there after round one, right? Hell, Jokic out of there. Embiid out of there. But
Giannis was hurt.
Giannis out of there. Like those are some of your, like, if you don't count Jokic, I mean, all those other guys are out by the first round. But, you know, the popularity of the sport, guys like LeBron and KD and Steph have carried the league. I don't know who the next one is. I know we have tried to do this, and the push for Anthony Edwards is coming through right now. But that's to me what the biggest concern is. If I could use a wrestling analogy, like LeBron and Steph and KD, they're like Hulk Hogan and Macho Man, where you're like, yeah, I love these guys, but I'm kind of tired of it.
Yeah.
I'm like the stars who push the needle. I think many people are ready to move. They're wanting something fresh and something new. They want something new. And like by the time you felt that way with Kobe and Shaq, here comes LeBron.
Yep.
Who's right there is the guy that is a compelling person that brings not just hardcore fans but anybody into it. And you're getting tired of them. They need to find their rocks.
4 years after LeBron, you get KD.
Yes, they need to find their Stone Colds.
Yeah.
They need, and then organically, this Steph Curry fella comes out of nowhere and changes the sport.
2 years after that,
right? Like they need to find their young stars to jump it. And I'm having a hard time seeing who that really is.
You don't think that guy is right now playing in the conference finals? I feel like
I think we're trying with Anthony. You talking about Anthony Edwards?
I think it's
and I want to say this. It's
going to be tough.
The NBA has great players. I don't want to say that. Like SGA is a great player.
Yes.
Tatum and Brown are great players. Jokic may go down as one of the top 5 to ever do it.
Luka and Kyrie
are great players. There are a bunch of great players around the league. I don't know if there is the player that is just captivating.
And this is why, though, I do think we've been so, aside from just how affable it is, the Anthony Edwards thing, I think this is part of why we've gravitated toward him so much. There's an authenticity and a realness to it that I think is, attracts people, but also the newness of it, that new blood. I think it's why the Knicks, beyond just them being the Knicks and the New York and kind of the obnoxious nature of that, but the fact that they are a novelty right now. Like
the Knicks fans may be the biggest star that pushes the needle than anybody. That can't be it.
That's the type of thing that we're talking about, though. Like, you need something that moves the needle. The Knicks being good move the needle, okay? Luka moves the needle. Luka and Kyrie together moves the needle. Anthony Edwards moves the needle. Young blood, I think, like the thing that we were talking about earlier in the show when we, talking about this thirst or this yearning for the Rockets to finally arrive. Well, what's happened around the league? The Anthony Edwards of the world, the Tyrese Halliburtons of the world, Paolo Banchero leading the Magic to the playoffs in his second season. Like, young blood, a new generation of stars, I think, can do it. But is there that one magnetic personality?
There's got to be.
I don't know if we have it yet. And it feels like we're getting a hint of it right now from Anthony Edwards.
Let's finish this. Who is it? 713-572-4610. Byron, you think on it too. Who is it? Because I'm having a hard time seeing it.
The problem is they're going to have to water Anthony Edwards down, and that's not going to be as fun.
But you think about in sports who is it, and they don't even have to do anything. If you think about some of the big transcendent stars, Tiger Woods has no personality. Unless he's late in Denny's in Jacksonville in Florida. He has no personality. But it was just something about, you can't put your finger, something about him
but
that you were like, I got to get there.
Have you not noticed
LeBron,
I'm saying have you not? I know you have.
As soon as he stepped out, it was like, damn.
You have noticed the Anthony Edwards, Michael Jordan comparisons that people are trying to make.
Man, yeah, that
Big time.
I get it. I understand why people are doing that.
I
get it.
I
do get it.
really love Ant. I don't know if he's pushing. All right, I see some people texting 713-546. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, because I'm trying to figure, who is it? Who is it? Come on, I got to stop reading them. Somebody, Giannis. Giannis has been here long enough. You're not. It's not.
It's not Giannis.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron is trying to throw. He's trying to throw the torch to somebody. There's nobody to take it. None of these cats are.
Yeah, Wemby could do it.
Okay,
Wemby could do it.
That all right. That's potentially the one. We're trying like the NBA. I don't think it's this. Oh, they rest too much. They don't play anymore. They don't. No, there ain't nobody really compelling right now. We had Magic and Bird pass it to Jordan. Transit. Then we had Jordan pass it to Kobe and Shaq. Slide Iverson in there too. That were compelling people to bring you to the table. Bam. That went to LeBron, KD, Steph. Who is it now?
I'm watching every minute of Anthony Edwards, so he's already it for me.
And in Minnesota. All right, we'll get to that coming up.
The Texans are back on the field for the start of OT. from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's a great conversation we're having. I see people here moving through on the text line right here live here on The Drive. B. Scott in for Clint Stoerner. And as I said, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. I've been watching these playoffs, and the narrative is, the rest and all of that, and these guys don't really want to play, and this culture of what the hell are they? What are they listed? What are they listed now? Load management. This load management culture. People, that's what's driving the NBA down. And like I said, I'm not going to say it is nothing. That is absolutely nothing. I think there are some people that have major issues with it. I don't think it's the reason. I don't even think it's the main reason. I continue to push that the main reason is there aren't young stars that are compelling enough to grab a buzz to make not just hardcore basketball people come in, but even casual sports fans come in. I work every day with two casual basketball fans.
Ooh, and that's putting it lightly.
And Clint Stoerner and Tyler Milner. And I think some of the stars, like a LeBron and Steph, have brought those guys into the game more than what is happening potentially right now. Those guys are still the ones who probably reel them in more. And I think we've got to a point where we're getting tired of those guys because, hell, I mean, LeBron's been around for 20 years, in the NBA. He's been in the out in the public since 16. I think we're getting, and many of you are getting tired of them. You're getting tired of KD. You're getting tired of Steph. Starting to get tired of those guys. You want younger guys. And I just don't feel like we've seen guys that create the buzz that, if we look at it, from Magic to Larry Bird, that then handed it to Michael. From Michael, who then handed it to Kobe and Shaq. From Kobe and Shaq, who then handed it. There's Iverson is in that realm too, that then handed it off to LeBron, that then comes in with KD and Steph. And to be honest with you, there's a part of me, this is a different discussion, that part of me wonders how much I should put KD in that. If he's, because I feel like KD's popularity and pull is not anywhere on the level of LeBron and Steph Curry.
Yeah, no, he's your favorite basketball player's favorite basketball player.
Yeah, like he's
kind of like Kyrie, who I would argue Kyrie might in some places be more popular and wide-ranging than KD is, even though KD is more of an all-time great.
Yeah.
Because Kyrie's got a little bit of the extra stuff going on.
But it's like, who passes it out? I'm seeing people roll in with Luka and Anthony Edwards.
It's Anthony Edwards and Wemby, man.
And Wemby.
Those are the ones. Those are the ones. Dude, Anthony Edwards was in a damn Adam Sandler movie on Netflix, and it's like second year in the league.
How many of you all know that? I mean, I get you. I'm just saying, how many people?
I mean, do y'all have Netflix? You know what I'm saying? Like it was a.
As a side note to that film, one of the toughest things to really believe in, Adam Sandler and Queen Latifah, love affair.
That was a tough sell.
Like text line 713-572-4610, or those of you on YouTube and Twitch, which is a tougher one to believe in? Adam Sandler and Queen Latifah madly in love, and he's putting it on her, or Queen Latifah at over the age of 50, near 60, as the equalizer. I
could see her being the equalizer.
Really?
First. Yeah,
I can't watch the show because she takes off running after people, and I cannot believe that Dana is at a point where she's running after and grabbing people.
Do you think that's less likely than her and Adam Sandler? Are you high? Like that is, I can't believe it. That is definitely more likely. Definitely more likely. I thought her and Adam Sandler was more like a comedic thing. Like they were just like poking fun at us. Like, like we were all in on a joke maybe.
Yeah.
Someone
texted in, I like satire. To say, like SGA. Yeah, they are really, They are really good.
They ruined SGA and Chet's potential with that commercial.
That was awful. They had a chance. They're really good players. They just, you're not drawn to, I got to go and watch SGA. I'm just talking about non-hardcore basketball fans.
Yeah, he fits along the lines of a favorite basketball player's favorite basketball player.
But
Wemby has that.
I like the Wemby. The Wemby one, there's something about him.
And Ant has that. He can jump out of a – you remember that block that he had during the regular season where he hit his head on the backboard, looked like he shot out of a cannon. People want to see moments like that. Zion has that where he kind of has an alien sort of impact or
that's the one
appeal to him. It's like, man, what is that? Wemby obviously being as tall as he is and being able to do some of the things that he can do physically. And I think on the other end is smaller guys that can do stuff like that. So what Jalen Brunson brings in, people see what's going on with the Knicks, and they're like, you know what? I could put a team together like that. Me and my boys can go out there and beat the Knicks.
Brandon, you mentioned the one. I'm with you on Wemby. Wemby, there is just I've never seen that pterodactyl before in my life do the things that he has done, and he doesn't need personality to force a personality on you. There's just an aura about, I want to see him. I want to see him. So I think there's a shot for him. Zion, to me, is the one that really hurt the league. Zion, to me, is the one where I was like, now that dude can grab the torch from LeBron and Steph. Because since he stepped on the floor, I see someone texting John Moran. I like that. I don't know if he could pull that off anymore now after his last couple of years. But Zion, as soon as he stepped on the floor at Duke, and we kind of heard about him with those dunks that we would see in South Carolina high school. But as soon as he stepped on the floor at Duke, it didn't matter as much about his personality. It was something about, we got to get there. I got to see this dude. He's huge. He's moving like Barkley and jumping like LeBron. He had the infectious smile. You wanted to be you could see him, and it felt like, hell, that's the last time college basketball had players and people you felt like you had to see. And if I'm not mistaken, I think R.J. Barrett might have been the higher ranked player when they came out. But that didn't. It was Zion. He had the name Zion. He had and then when he ate himself to me, and then he would have injuries and can't play. And
remember he exploded out of his shoes in college.
You remember how cool that was?
Yeah.
That was the thing. Dang, man, the shoe company couldn't.
Exploded out of his shoes.
But then, the draft mattered and everything. Zion felt like the next bigger and larger than life type of dude. And when that has gone the way it has gone, I think that's the one that hurt him. I think Zion is the one that really hurt him. Now we'll see that thing with the porn star that really broke it down. But the Zion, that one right there hurt. I mean, he's missed 200 games.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you can survive a scandal.
Real quick,
a scandalous.
I'm gonna let you jump in.
No, somebody did me. I saw.
Somebody texted in. I don't care where Cade Cunningham gets to.
I thought you were going a different direction.
I like Cade. Cade's got the potential of a nice game. He ain't it. Tyrese Halliburton, love him. That's not going to be a guy that reels you in.
See, I thought you were going to read from the 713 when they said the stretch of all time was Lauren London and Jonah Hill. Remember that movie? That was kind of like a
You People?
Yeah.
I still haven't finished that.
Yeah. Someone texted in. That was a stretch. Oh, it was a good one. Yet someone texted in, disagree with Ronald. Stockton and Malone were boring. Tim Duncan was boring, but back then star players weren't playing 3 and 4 teams. No, you know who else was playing in the league that allowed those guys to be boring? Because there are great boring players right now. Jokic is boring right now.
It's like Michael something.
But Michael Jordan was in the league while Stockton and Malone was in it. Tim Duncan was going up against Kobe and Shaq, who were the stars carrying, and Iverson carrying the league. Yeah, I don't think it's small marks. Someone did have a point here, Brandon, that I think might be the best move. All of this parody garbage they got. This is not good. There needs to be a team to be hated as well.
I think you can have all of that together, though. I mean, You can have parity.
I think there needs to be a team that's hated.
I think there has to be a Warriors.
I think the one thing that could happen is if some of these stars that we think are really good joined together and became dominant, and there was a team that you hate watched.
Yeah,
I think that could help.
But I also felt like some of that is what spoiled people on the league. Like I think some people did watch the player empowerment movement, watch what LeBron was able to pull off on the business side.
But it's what some people said, but the numbers were absolutely
I get the number. See, I think we're talking about something different though when we go the numbers versus the numbers versus like the cultural impact and the draw to it and the tie to it. I think are two totally different things. Like you can hate watch and still like not have a beyond hate watch and have an emotional investment to the product. Like we got people right now that are texting F the NBA, no one cares, that actually probably do watch some of these games and they're hate watching, but they don't feel like an emotional connection to the game. And I think that's the thing that they're suffering from. It's like people can do with or without it. They can put it on in the background, they can drop in for a quarter or two and then just hate watch it for a minute, but not really actually care about the product. I think that's what we got.
All right, coming up, Dirties Daily. As Clint is out, we'll hold this thing down for him. And maybe one of the things that annoys Brandon the most is something that I'm tell you right now I'm not proud of. For some reason, it bothers me. I'm on the opposite side of Brandon Scott on this. This ought to be interesting. That's coming up next.
Amen Thompson is getting some well-deserved recognition. The Rockets rookie was named to the NBA's all-rookie second team after averaging 10 points, 7 boards, and 2 assists in his first.
Is not here, but we will hold it down. Brandon Scott, he's in the building as Clint is out today. Tyler is out as well. No word on where he is on this damn mountain, but I'm certain he is climbing it. Byron is in the building here, holding it down on the ones and twos. Really appreciated the back and forth here on YouTube and Twitch, and on the text line here. In a fun conversation we had about finding the next in the NBA. But I do want to get to this point here that I think me and you kind of differ on the NFL and the Texans. But before we do that, and this will hurt Clint, and Clint may do this again the next time he's on anyway. He would have loved to have been a part of this. Byron, I'm gonna need you to come. I'm gonna need you to do this for me here in a second. If y'all have not heard or seen that Wheel of Fortune clip, if you ain't heard my man Tavares, who has got to be one of the capital N nastiest individuals in the world, Tavares has to watch porn no less than twice a week,
and he couldn't hide it.
And he couldn't. I mean, he is on network television on Wheel of Fortune, and I want to set up the scene for you. They're in the category where, hey, they just get a letter. A letter starts coming out. All three of them. You can always buzz in to guess, trying to guess the phrase quickly. It's a phrase, trying to guess it quickly. You get a letter in. You're trying to guess it quickly. Tavares, I guess, thought he was ready to solve it. This is what Tavares decided to solve it with.
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
No. Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's
close, but not quite for Tavares.
Tavares, you got to be a nasty ass dude. There is no way. There's no way you come on to Wheel of Fortune and think that there is going to be something that you're going to solve that says right in the butt.
Tavares might have thought that right in the butt and the actual answer was the same thing.
And I'm going to tell you right now, he was dead ass serious. Tavares,
he might have thought it was the same thing based off of the way he said it.
Tavares was dead ass serious.
Right in the butt?
Right in the butt.
With conviction.
The lady on the end, she did.
What?
What?
Where did you think of that?
What the hell? I just don't. I don't.
This is Wheel of Fortune.
As Tavares was sitting there. All right, here we go. All right, I got that right.
You think he forgot what show he was on?
Right, like I don't. And how was he spelling right? Because it was
R-I-T-E.
R-I-T-E. Yep, it had to be.
Right the right way in his head.
I got to give a shout out to Vanna White, who did not budge. She stayed professional, looking forward, didn't do anything. Because I'd taken a step back or something.
She's underpaid.
Pat Sajak said, "This is why the hell I'm retiring." Right. I mean, you have how in your mind could you think, like, as soon as you thought right in the butt?
Because think about it.
You have to think that can't be it.
Well, because
there's no way they're putting right in the butt up there.
Because if that is the answer, you should want to speak to the manager. Like, I want to speak to who is responsible for putting right in the butt on Wheel of Fortune on one of the alphabet channels where the children is watching.
There's some pros there. Pat Sajak continuing to go on.
Pat goes, no.
And she said, what?
This is Wheel of Fortune, buddy.
What was the real answer? Play it again. Let me hear. What was the real answer? Here's Tavares, and of course it was Tavares who did it. What's the real answer?
All the Tavares is just shaking their head.
Butt. He said right in the butt, and I missed what the actual answer is.
Oh, you'll see.
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
No. Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's
It wasn't even close.
But it might have been closer than you thought for him. You know what I'm saying? He might have.
Bro said right. This.
I'm just saying the phrases might be similar for the man.
Oh my God, man! Right in the butt.
Why would they make it that, Tavares?
Why Tavares?
Why would they? It would be historic, Tavares.
God, I hope
historic.
We gotta find. Is Tavares married? Oh my God,
Not
she
no
is
more.
going through hell. She is going through hell on her job.
Oh, she don't claim Tavares no more. She don't claim Tavares right now.
God, right in the butt.
No,
I mean, not even close.
No, they wouldn't
Tavares.
make it that.
Shout out to you, Tavares. All right. You gotta take on OTAs. I think me and you differ a little bit. You got to take on OTAs.
The one thing that I don't look forward to, of course, I'm excited about the team getting out there. I'm excited about another opportunity to talk about the team in a different way, to have new storylines, to have new interviews and quotes and all of that. I'm excited for the moment and for the time. The one thing about it that I don't like or that I'm never excited for is the taking of attendance. Because I always feel like the taking of attendance allows us to create these unnecessary narratives about who doesn't attend. And then we got to feel a certain way about players not being there, even though I'm not sure there's anything to read into one particular player not be like. Every player's situation to me is different. So like just blanket simply taking attendance to me is not fair. And the one thing I really, really don't like about it is the fact that it's supposed to be voluntary, but I don't like when things are voluntary, but then you get penalized for not being there. Yeah, so like if it's voluntary, but you're going to judge me for not being there, or you're going to hold it against me for not being there, then that mean it ain't really voluntary, and so don't call it that. So to me, there's a fakeness about it. There's an unnecessary element of let's critique something that don't really need critiquing.
I'm going to be honest with you. I am not proud of how much OTA attendance by some bother me. I'm not happy about it. It is really not something that I am generally in.
You want them to be there.
I listen. There's really only a couple that I give a damn about. I give a damn about leaders of the team being there. That's it. Like for me, like
so we view it completely the opposite. Because to me the leaders are the ones that don't have to be there.
See, yeah,
they're the ones who normally are the best players and need the least amount of practice.
No, it's not. For me, it's not the practice. Because I'd say this. Now I want to say this. If you are in some sort of a contract situation, that is, I don't care about that, right? Like if you're in a contract situation, I understand this is about your money. That's a different thing. But if your contract is good and you're one of the clear leaders on the team, that's why for me, I don't care about Laramie not being there. I don't. Titus, I would like him to be there, but I don't care. Like for me, the only people that I was really checking up on is CJ and Will there. Now, like Diggs doesn't matter to me really that much, but if CJ or Will there, because I do think it is a setting of the tone of the season. I think it is a setting of the tone of, hey, this is what we're going to be about, and I'm here.
Yeah,
and I'm here to help set the tone. That is my only thing. Other guy, I don't really care about. But like if CJ or Will didn't make it, I would feel a certain kind of way.
Yeah, and
I would. That's my thing with leaders. I do think they said because I don't think if CJ didn't make it, it would change what his season's going to be.
Yeah, but see, the quarterback is different. The quarterback almost is going to always be there unless there is a contract situation. Like the quarterback's not going to miss OTAs because everything, whether they want to admit it or not, and most teams, to their credit, actually do acknowledge this. Everything revolves around the quarterback. So, like, if your actual dude is not there, your quarterback's not there, that is a problem. Beyond that, I don't know how necessary. I like quarterbacks and then whoever they're going to be throwing the ball to, so they're weapons. But, like, linemen.
I just think, like, the tone setters in the locker room. That's for me. The tone setters in the locker room is a big deal to me. And listen, I'm telling you, I don't like that it bothers me that much. All right, I can't help how I feel. What I like, I can't help it. I don't like it. I don't like that bothers me. Maybe I think Clint has probably done this to me. If I had him, Clint wants every single person there. It's not that big of a deal to me, like little stuff like that. But that, like the leaders there, that for some reason matters to me. I'm not proud of it.
But
really not.
do you not think though there is more than one way to set a tone? Because to me, if you're not there at OTAs, let's say, which is again, we're talking about not voluntary practices, but we've got all of these Instagram videos of y'all working out together. We know that y'all are linked up. Y'all watching the fights together. Y'all all teamed up, pay-per-viewing it up for the fights. We know that there is some chemistry being set behind the scenes. There is a tone being set behind the scenes. To me, if they truly are the leaders of the team, I can trust that they are setting the tone in their own way, one way or another, and it doesn't necessarily have to come in the formal setting of the OTAs. Like I can get with that. Like if Brett, I know we're talking, you said the leaders, but if Brevin Jordan is not there, or if whoever's not there, but I know that he's been working out with C.J. Stroud in the offseason, then what's the big deal? But C.J. Stroud, to me, the quarterback is the one that you want to beat, that you want to see there. Outside of that, I can see guys dropping in and out. I'm good with it.
Yeah, listen, as I said, I don't think it is going to make the impact on like the Texans season is going into the tank because Will Anderson or C.J. Stroud didn't show. I'm not saying I believe that.
Right. But that's the conclusion that people can jump. That's my thing.
But I do think all right, because in my mind, I say, all right, I know y'all asses ain't going to rookie camp. It's rookie camp. I know you're not going to OTA. I know it's OTAs is like we have OTAs, which is next, which is the first time that most of the team gets together. Locker room. We're in the classroom, as DeMeco said. We're going over stuff. DeMeco said we're installing stuff. I think there is a certain level of seriousness that your team is taking when you see your lead dogs there. For me, I think there is a certain seriousness. Like for me, I think there are certain players that can just come on in and just play. That I don't like Laramie Tunsil. Certain players that can just roll in here. I think Stephon Diggs could be that. Certain players. But there's something to my leader. This dude's been here with me from the jump. Yeah. The first time the team can meet together. Like that's the first time to me. The season starts today, right now. Right? And then that's just for me. But like other guys, like, I can't. Brevin Jordan, man, you do what you do, man. That's not going to make me lose anything.
But I feel like the attendance taking and like you make a jump from attendance to the point that you're making about the tone being set. And I don't know if the lack of attendance, again, outside of I can see CJ, obviously. Like if the quarterback's not there, then I can see that being an issue.
But for you, he's the number one person who don't need it.
Well, so I meant outside of the quarterback. The leaders outside of the quarterback. I would say the quarterback needs to be there. But like Will Anderson, he's just the type of dude who I would expect to be there just because of how he's built. Not because of his role on the team or his position per se, but just that's what Will Anderson is.
For me, after DeMeco came out there and said all that about Will Anderson,
but that's why he said it.
And
you know what I mean?
There,
But again, that's why he said it, because he would be there. But every player is not necessarily like that.
Was JJ at all the OTA?
And I'm okay with that. That's a good question.
When he didn't have contract stuff?
But see, I'm proud. I'm proud to admit that I was not taking attendance at OTAs back then.
Good for you.
I was not.
Good for you.
I have no idea.
All right, Daly's Dirty's Daily here on Sports Radio 610. I've been looking at this story, and I'll be completely honest with you. Hey, man, I'm not trying to push anything on anybody, but Antonio Brown really tests my Christianity.
You not loving our neighbor?
I try, and everything. He makes me almost fail at everything that I've been taught. I saw the story earlier this week that he had to go bankrupt, and he owes and has owed people a lot of money. And in my mind, I'm thinking, Antonio Brown, who's made almost $90 million in just on the field stuff, not endorsements or other stuff he's made money with. $90 million. He's had to go bankrupt. I mean, that ain't been that long. I mean, he played a decade ago, didn't he?
But I mean, surely there's nothing about Antonio Brown that indicates to you that he would be good with his money.
No, I'm not shocked by it, but I'm just saying, I look at it, we see what he has been able to do with that near $90 million to this point. And there's a thought like, what the hell is he going to do? He's put himself in a position where, I mean, almost anybody can make money media-wise. Well, I don't know who wants to attach themselves to that guy.
Like, he's going to have to pull a McAfee.
Like, you know what I'm saying? And there should be a level of, especially what I've been taught with my faith, of compassion for, like, this could turn out really bad for him, and a level of compassion with, it is hard not to believe that he has not dealt with any kind of mental health situation. It seems like he's just changed after that Vontaze Burfict hit that he took in the playoffs.
Yeah, the boy ain't right.
But, man, he is such an ass. Like, he is such a bad dude. And I full well understand all of the stuff that comes with him being him. But it is hard for me to find that compassion for him. I mean, he tested. Like, in my mind, when I saw he went bankrupt, my mind didn't go, damn, man. I'm going to pray for him, man. My mind went, yep.
Yeah.
Boy, that's going to suck for him. And I mean, he tested. Boy, he pushes it. I mean, he is just, the stuff that he says about Tom and Giselle and the stuff that he just does about people every single, he is just disgusting.
Well, look, I might be worse off than you, because once I heard about at least the allegation of what he did to the young lady who either was painting the pictures stuff. Or whatever she
throwing
was doing
stuff
for
off
him.
the balcony.
I've been lost compassion for my man. Like, I mean, I don't have no hate toward him, not wishing him bad, but compassion, that been out the window for one Antonio Brown. You know, I feel like he needs a little bit something stronger than my compassion. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
he needs the Lord himself.
For him, man. Yeah, he does.
The Lord himself needs to intervene.
Because I know I just know there are certain things that have led to him to the state he is in. That man went bankrupt, and I just had nothing for him, nothing at all. All right, coming up, one of the I think most important athletes right now. I think it's time to have a serious conversation about where this athlete is. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As we're rolling through here, I love the NBA narratives. My guy right here, Ron, listening to your narrative about the NBA, it was around 340. Sitting out games was started by LeBron James, your favorite player. All right. I think that's one, especially from people who are not really into the sport, like the ones that I'm talking about that's yelling the narrative things a lot, that really believe that. LeBron played, as I said to that texter, 80+% of the games his first 14 seasons.
No, he's the ultimate Iron Man. Like,
he's gotten hurt since he's been with the Lakers.
Yeah.
He played 71 this year.
Yeah, and like it's still remarkably durable.
And he's 39. 80% of the games his first 14 seasons. It really started with...
I bet that guy probably thinks that James Harden didn't like to play a lot of minutes either.
Yep.
He probably thinks that too.
That's one thing that Joker would do.
Boy.
Play anything. It started with Greg Popovich and the San Antonio Spurs. When Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili started to age, Tony Parker too, they started to rest them as a strategy so they were ready for the playoffs, the more important games. Then that happened with Kawhi Leonard even more, especially when he started to have injuries. And then it became a deal where, wow, we're seeing this. This really works when we don't have some of our top guys play back-to-back nights every time. Yep. And we get some rest and they are rested. Because we have made it that the postseason is what matters. And I think we have done that, fans and media. We've done that. The postseason is end-all, be-all. It doesn't really matter what you do in the regular season. It's the postseason. And that strategy, which is started by coaching staffs. Like, I honest to God, if you think all of these organizations are just, the players are the ones just walking in every single scenario, you know what? I don't think I'm going to go tonight.
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, honestly, it's analytics. It is the understanding of, hey, you really don't need to play all of these games. And not only do you not need to play all of these games, but playing all of these games can actually hurt you in the long run for what is the ultimate goal, which is what you just hit on, the postseason. That's what it's all about, supposedly. So why would we be wasting time or risking opportunity by playing these games that ultimately don't matter? It is what it is, and this is, I think, a problem. It's an acknowledgement by the league or by the teams in the league that the season is too long, that the regular season is too long, which I think is a legitimate criticism, that the season itself is too long, even though I enjoy it. Like, I don't have a problem with how long the season is, but I think you could say objectively it's too long. They don't need to play no 82 games. They could probably play 60, 65, and still be just as...
That 66-game season, that lock-in game, that was
that was just fine. I was good with it.
Nice.
They could probably do that. So I think that's also what it is an acknowledgement without expressly stating, hey, this season is too long. You know what? We just don't really need to play all of these games to accomplish our ultimate goal if we got bigger aspirations than the regular season.
I want to pose a question to you and the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. I do want to get your thoughts on this, Brandon. I know you've really kept up with this. What's your thoughts about now how things are going with Caitlin Clark? And now with what the conversation, the perception is, and not just the 0-5 start, but everything that is surrounding Caitlin Clark, because it seems like some of now it's turning towards not just a complete love affair, and I'm not saying it was 100%, but I would say her Q rating was really, really high.
Yeah.
And now it is starting to kind of turn a little bit. And I don't think, not just from Diana Taurasi, but she's getting some other. This is another feel to where things are going with Caitlin Clark.
She's one of those where, like, her situation right now is one of those that's more about what they represent than the actual individual themselves. Almost like the hatred for the Cowboys. It's really more about what the Cowboys represent than necessarily a hatred for Dak Prescott or Micah Parsons or CeeDee Lamb. The hatred for the Yankees. It's more so about what the Yankees represent than it is about Aaron Judge or Juan Soto or Garrett Cole. Like, it's the energy around them. It's the people that root for them. And I think that's what the pushback is mostly against. It is, hey, Caitlin Clark is her own thing. She's great, whatever. Feel however you want to feel about Caitlin Clark. But a lot of the resentment and the pushback to me feels like, in part, jealousy, but also this offended feeling of, oh, now you want to pay attention to me like we just arrived, like we haven't been balling the whole time. Like, how dare you?
You talk about other people who are playing it.
Yeah,
and
like
the people that cover it, too.
The people that cover it, the people that care about it, the people that are like actual legitimate day one fans, obviously the people that play the game, that feel like they maybe deserved at least some balance between the attention that they were getting. Maybe not as much as Caitlin Clark, but something in between there was maybe more appropriate in their mind. And now they're like, oh, now you got this one player who kind of reminds you of Steph Curry, and now you want to come watch the women's game. How dare you pretend like the women's game just now became compelling because there's one player specifically that you want to watch. I get that, but it is also the reality of it. It's like, yeah, no, oh, you guys kind of needed something like this to draw others in, you needed a transcendent star to draw casuals in to make this a bigger deal. And the idea is that it's going to help everybody in the long run. But in the immediacy of it, it's what we talked about earlier. I don't want to be a footnote in your story. I don't want to be a part of your highlight reel. I got a reputation to hold on to as well. I got people watching me. I worked my whole damn life to get to this spot as well. I'm going to come out here and ball and shine. And Caitlin Clark is now like the vessel to do that, to take center stage and kind of be seen in the spotlight for everybody, whoever comes in contact with her.
I think all of that is valid and a part with it. Are we reaching to a point where she has stepped from being like the underdog and, oh, we love Caitlin, to where she has gotten to be a little like too good and too popular? Because anybody who gets to be great and popular, it's coming. It's coming. Oh, rest assured, CJ continues to do that. It's coming.
Yeah, I mean,
DeMeco continues to do.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming. Like, whenever you, like, I'm looking at this, and you knew it was going to happen. That at some point, it was going to turn from, all right. Whenever someone gets really, no matter what walk, like, oh, there was a time where it was Taylor was fun, Taylor Swift, and then bam, she got a little too much up there.
Yeah.
And then it hit. I know some of you, it's hard for you to remember. There was a time when LeBron James was, oh,
I remember.
And then it jumped. It turned. There was even a time with Jordan where there were people who started to hate Jordan. It feels like she's reached, like, I'm trying to think of it. Who is a famous, I asked you this yesterday, who is a famous person that is great and extremely popular? Like, who is that person that has the least amount of hate?
It was so hard to find a person.
Who is that? Like, who? Like, I can't.
Who did I text you? It was so hard to find a person. I had to go kind of outside the box.
I mean, you said Rihanna, and I would say
Rihanna.
I would say to you, okay, but they love Rihanna so much that many other women are the biggest supporters of a guy who kicked her ass, and we all know it.
But that's
almost a show of hate.
But
right.
That's less about Rihanna and more about our cultural hatred towards women, which I don't know if we're ready to discuss.
One of the most amazing American stories that Chris Brown is just still rolling through here.
Yeah,
and we watched Diddy.
Yeah.
Who's Done, and we watched what he did. Yeah. We saw his work, and he's still rolling. But I just can't. I think we're just rolling into that. To that point where she has hit a mark where it is, oh, she hit this part of her popularity. Now we there's got to be a move to knocking her down. Because I can't think of anybody that is great or popular that doesn't get a ton of hate to.
There is a reason why that line, if you ain't hating, if you ain't got haters, you ain't popping, or whatever it was. Like that was real.
That's when I knew I was doing good in this business.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I would be like, damn, man, they really hate me. Then when I see the numbers, well, never mind.
It's why I question my success. Too many people come up to me, patting me on the back. I'm like, hey, man.
Those people listen to the opening words of T.I.'s motivation. They get on their jobs. But I feel like people are now thought, okay, all right, Caleb, been too much. You started as the underdog when you came back, and we all were with you. You beat mighty South Carolina, and then you had the Angel Reese thing, and now she stopped being an underdog, and she just became everything. And now let me knock it down. I feel like that's just a lot of where it is.
It comes with the territory. It comes with the territory.
It was going to happen. It was going to happen. I mean, it was going to happen. All right, coming up, the NFL, what they're doing, the best analogy I can give right now, and I'll explain on the other side, is they remind me of my barber. My barber B, they remind me of my barber. Just taking advantage of me. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, people are challenging me. I said, who is it that is great? Who is it that is great at their craft and became insanely popular that hasn't just had some good, clear element of hate? Someone texting John Cena. Stop. It completely turned on John Cena. Like at one point they just wanted him to turn heel. You would get to the point where, let's go Cena, Cena sucks. Like that, we would get those chants.
He started that, though.
I don't know about that, Byron.
No, he did. No, because he was a guest referee for a match, and it was like if he let Randy win, he had to retire. So since he'd never been booed, he asked the crowd to say Cena, let's go Cena, Cena sucks.
Well, they carried it then.
Yeah,
I want to get some more research on that one, Byron. I'm not saying I don't trust you. I'm saying I don't.
And Byron said it with his chest.
He said it with his chest.
He did.
He popped off. I'm gonna get some more research on that. But it certainly changed on him. Somebody texting Denzel Washington.
That's it.
That's a pretty good one.
That's the one.
That's a pretty good one.
That's the one. I have no criticisms of John Q.
Well, I don't have any.
No criticisms.
Someone said
of Alonzo.
Someone had the audacity to text in Michael Jackson. Okay.
All right.
Which one? Are you talking about the receiver who played for the Browns and the Ravens?
I would say Google that one.
Talking about the gentleman who used to work it.
You know, I would Google that. Michael Jackson criticism. Check his wiki.
Yeah.
There are some criticisms.
Now we got people saying, I don't think anybody hates 50 Cent. I can tell you there's a gentleman by the name of Jeffrey Atkins.
Yeah, Ja Rule.
He's not stand.
He's not a fan.
Stand 50.
Not a fan at all.
What's the late night host? I don't know if they still get along either. One he had a little rendezvous with.
Oh yeah, I would imagine
Chelsea lately or whatever.
I would imagine Diddy's not a fan.
Probably not.
If I had to guess.
Yeah, who gives a rip? All right. I said this. I said it. The NFL reminds me of my barber. Like, I love my barber. Let's probably get back to him. B is fantastic. You've heard on this show. He is completely changed. My hair placement where I am right now, ever since I started going with him, it's just we made a comeback. There's no special sauce or anything, but we made a comeback. I think let it breathe. He's done a hell of a job. Probably the best barber I've ever had. My kids love him. They talk about him like all the time. We love B. Started cutting Nicholas since he was real little. Second person behind me to cut his hair. They love it. He goes in, we have a good time. We got a 10 o'clock appointment, though. Could I see him at 10? Maybe. More likely.
10:35.
10:35. Has it been 10:45? Yep. Has it been 11? Yep. Has it one time been, 30 minutes in, hey, doing a house call. Hey, I'm up here cutting these guys' hair. Can't make it.
An appointment is just sort of an idea.
Clearly with him. Clearly with him. And, but hey, you work with it, and he knows that I'm not going anywhere. He knows it. He knows I am not going anywhere. We got to a point now, man, it ain't even an apology when he come in. It's just that, baby. He roll in 35 minutes late. Was good. And he'll do this 25 minutes late, got one ahead of you.
You're that Atlanta episode.
Yes, one ahead of you.
That one Atlanta episode where
I know I'm not alone in this.
Almost never gets cut.
Now I know I'm not alone in this. But I mean it happens. But he knows, I'm not a switcher. You a switch bar, you a barber. How many people you had cut your hair, Byron? I don't like how you're looking at me.
No, I'm saying 25 minutes late, then gives you a fist bump and goes, I got one ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's gotten comfortable with it. It's almost, as Brandon said, for him, it's clearly an idea. I think he apologized maybe the first two. But now he just I know I expect it. And I know it. There have been times I've been hot. And then I get out of that chair,
Feeling like, a new man.
And I'm like, he know I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going, and I know I ain't going nowhere. They know it. I've had 4 barbers in my life. And there's only been switches that's only been caused by moves, really, for the most part, and death. Moves and death. And he know I ain't going nowhere. My kids ain't going nowhere. He can do any kind of cut. He's versatile. Not going nowhere. That's what the NFL is doing to us.
They know.
And doing to the other sports, too. This what they're doing on Christmas Day is ridiculous. One, what they're doing to the NBA is ridiculous. There is a wink and a nod type of deal. We know what it is. Like the NBA, there's a wink and a nod. Hey, Thursday of the first round or Thursday of the Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight, we're not going to play games. Monday night of the national championship game, we're not going to play games.
Common courtesy.
We're gonna give that to you. We got that for you. The NFL, there used to be a deal of, hey man, you got Christmas Day. It's on a Wednesday this year. A Wednesday. I don't know. I don't know the last time on purpose a game was played on a Wednesday. And they said, yep, at the expense of our players, our coaches, our fans, anybody.
And our customers, because not only are we going to play on Christmas Day, we're going to play on Christmas Day on a Wednesday and put the game on a streaming service
it's hard to switch.
I hope you got it already.
Hope you got it.
Hope you got it already, because if not, you're going to have to go back.
Maybe I want to switch over to the game. It's hard to switch.
Oh no, this is going to be a 2-screener. You want to watch 2 things, you need 2 screens.
But they know ain't nobody going nowhere. The players ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere.
We'll be watching on Christmas Day.
And they know that they will get a bigger audience over the NBA, and they can just do it.
Yes.
They are. I mean, it is like, it's ridiculous.
See, to me, it's more like Dirty Mackin'. Kind of like what you're saying, they're not going nowhere, but it's more like Dirty Mackin'. They like, I know, hey, Christmas Day, I know you've been with the NBA all this time, but the NBA ain't really like that. The NBA ain't really like that no more.
We'll take
it. The NBA ain't really. Let's just be real. The NBA ain't hitting it right no more. Christmas Day. The NBA is not putting it down Christmas Day the way it used to.
But the NFL,
come on over here to the NFL,
they would have always done it,
where
though.
we put it down every time.
They would have always outdrawn them or taken the audience.
Sure.
Now they've reached a. All right, man, this Netflix thing, man, we're going to go ahead and do that.
Yeah. Hey, we let y'all entertain this NBA thing for long enough Christmas Day, but you mine now. I've decided now that I want you. That's what they did.
Like, I could even almost, like, to me, it would make sense if this thing landed on Sundays. Hell, Mondays. I got you. It's Wednesday. You can't even make that work. You can't even make that work.
It ain't
and they got teams playing 10 games in 3 days, whatever. It's Wednesday.
Wednesday is not a football playing day if you're not a junior varsity. Not even I don't even think JV plays on Wednesday. Don't they play on Thursday? JVs?
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't know who plays football on Wednesday.
Maybe I got a problem with it. Now, I don't have a problem enough to boycott because I'm not going nowhere. But
no,
I've been watching every one of them. I mean, it's really compelling games.
I mean, I like football and Netflix and Christmas. Like, it all is. It's actually all working for me.
I mean, if
I'm honest.
But I also like. But Christmas is a time for me personally where I'm like, all right, NBA. Hell, some people say that's when the season starts. Be honest with you, that's probably when the season should start.
Yeah.
But some people, like, for me, I get it. I mean, you get that thing at 11. It's some sort of Eastern Conference game.
Yeah.
Then probably LeBron and somebody play it too. Like, I'm into it.
But you know what I'm also into?
But this is. Come on, man.
I'm gonna be honest. What's taking a little bit of the luster off of the NBA on Christmas? You know what? I'm so into the NBA.
The jerseys?
No. Oh, hell no. Those were terrible. Terrible. That might be where they went wrong. That might be where the NFL picked up on them not putting it down correctly. But what I'm also into is NBA TV, the League Pass. I can watch a full slate of NBA games on any particular night because the season's so damn long, unnecessarily long even, that I can watch as many NBA games and as much NBA as my heart desires on any given night. I can do it on any given night. So the novelty, now that I have League Pass, the novelty of Christmas Day is not even quite the same.
Yeah.
Whereas the NFL is always only going to play a couple of days a week.
You got Thanksgiving.
They do.
It's all yours. Like, honest to God, I wouldn't be surprised if they say, you know what? See that MLK Day.
We're going to go and grab that.
NBA got that. We're gonna slough this draft. We're going to move this draft to MLK. That's what we're going to try to move this draft. No, we're going to play a game on that. No, it's January, right? We're going to play a game in. We're going to play the game in January. We're going to move a game on MLK Day. We're going to rip that from you. What they going to do? They're going to come out try to take Memorial Day from baseball. I mean, 4th of July, they're going to jump in here and do something. Come on, man.
We know player safety ain't going to be the reason they don't do it.
They making them
players can't play in May.
On Wednesday.
And the Texans right there in the thick of it. Right there in the middle of it. Right there in the middle of the NFL shenanigans.
They're doing it all. They didn't banged away Red Friday, too. They've taken that. They got game on Red Friday now. You know the Chiefs play on every day of the week except Tuesday?
Bro, nothing is sacred. Nothing is
They
sacred.
play a game every day of the week except Tuesday. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I gotta side with this texter.
It's ridiculous.
From the 703. It says, Ron, I will take NFL over the NBA on Christmas Day every year. I'm be honest. I'm a big NBA guy, as are you. They both played this past Christmas, right? It was because it did fall on the weekend. I was more into those NFL games, as big of an NBA guy as I am.
One of them was the Rams. One of them was the Rams against somebody. Sorry, it was that Lakers Mavs game had me. That was a great game.
It was, but I was still in on like what didn't the Dolphins play a big game that day?
I don't know. I know the Chiefs had a collapse against the Raiders where they lost a game where a quarterback didn't complete a pass after the first quarter.
I'm gonna be honest. I was into it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, NBA. I love
you. Someone texted in and said, "Ron, you need a new barber." I'm just telling you. Let him. Won't you go sit down in that chair? You let him cut you up. Byron, go sit down in that chair. You let him cut you up.
Hey,
it'll all go away.
Have all your morals out the window. All of your principles. Everything you stand for.
Man, they watching movies, cussing. My kids in here, man. Just put your headphones on, dog. That's where we got to be.
Don't you love how at every barbershop, somewhere on the wall it says no profanity, no cussing, but you ain't never been to no damn barbershop where there ain't no profanity and no cussing? Like, literally, every black barbershop, which I guess those are the only barbershops I've ever been to, if I'm honest. Every barbershop I've been to.
Oh, stop it. You didn't slip into great clips. You stop.
No, I don't. I have no idea what takes place. I have no idea what takes place or where they are, actually. No idea. Where would
I know where great clips is.
Those are in the mall.
Shout out to Lady Jane's. I think I've walked into there before.
If they're not in the mall or Walmart, I don't know where to find them. But every single one of them, to a man, has on the wall, no profanity, no cussing. This is a family environment, whatever. And they MFing it from here to there, smoking weed in between appointments. Like, it's just like, oh yeah, I guess that sign is just kind of just loosely there. Yeah. I feel you.
All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for the Astros as they are going to Oakland. NBA playoffs tonight. Does a star of the playoffs have a big return game, a big bounce-back game? We'll discuss all of that coming up next. Little 5 o'clock fire.
This Memorial Day weekend,
he got his wife with a big old thing with a dinosaur, so they having a good time.
They seem like the dinosaur type of couple.
What does that mean? What is the dinosaur type of
the
couple?
type of couple that would take a picture with their face inside of a fake dinosaur. That's what I mean. Like a Jurassic Park.
Like, could you point out, like,
Land Before Time type of couple?
What would be a quality that would lead you to believe someone is that? Like, do you sense that me and Courtney are a couple?
No. No.
You sense that John Lopez and his wife are?
No.
Landry Locker?
No. But I could
see
Pendergast, and I can see the Pendergast is doing it.
Oh God, I could too. Yeah, you're right.
So are you feeling me now? Like it's just a vibe. It's just a vibe.
It's a vibe. Yeah, it is.
And do you? I mean, it's no shade. Like, but I could see it
with a huge smile that Tyler gives.
Yes,
good for him. But yeah, they're out today, and we're holding it down out here. And again, once again, as always, 5 o'clock Fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And tonight, I know I hate doing this because it's May 24th, and we haven't reached the All-Star game. We haven't even reached the All-Star break. But the Astros, as I said this earlier, they did what they needed to do. All right, they had that road trip. It starts off rough, the first 2 games against the Yankees, but then they get the win to end that series, and then they take 2 of 3 from the Tigers, and then they have the 10-game homestand in which they go 10-3. They've made up ground. They have gotten, which they were 12 games under. Now they are much closer to 500. They're 4.5 games back of the Mariners. Hell, I think they're 2.5 maybe back of the Rangers. They are
1.5 of the Rangers.
1.5. Oh, the Rangers lost again. 1.5 of the Rangers. They are within striking distance. They've got a series against the A's this weekend, and then they take on the Mariners in Seattle. So they got a chance to make some hay. And this feels like a very important series, especially coming off of losing to the Angels. That 7-3 homestand, that 9 of 11 stretch that the Astros were in was what they needed to do to get themselves back into a place of Lloyd Christmasville of having a chance. And it feels like to me this is a 7-8 of importance where they've got to take care of business against not just a team they're better than, but a bad baseball team.
Yeah, 100%. So
with Verlander on the mound tonight.
A few weeks back when I buried the Astros and said they were done, the thing that I did not account for, what I was accounting for was how bad they were playing baseball at the time. The thing that I did not account for and didn't realize necessarily at the time, and it's become more crystal clear over time, is how bad of a division this actually is. And so by the grace of God, the Astros, I think, still have a chance. They're not a good baseball. I don't think they're an above-average baseball team right now. I just don't think that actually exists in this division. I was
going to say, are you ready to step back from your – because you had them done, didn't you?
Well, the fortunate part about them, lucky for the Astros, they just happen to play in a division that is god-awful. And it seems like between them, I don't give the A's or the Angels a chance, but between the Mariners, the Rangers, and the Astros, I feel like all 3 of them have a chance to emerge as the best of the mediocre. The best of the mediocre and the best of what's right now amounting to the worst division in baseball. So they're going to benefit, I think, from a poor division. Whoever wins this division is going to benefit from it being a poor division. And the Astros, I think, still do have a chance. I think they're done in terms of being like, a favorite of any kind. Like I wouldn't pick them per se against anybody in particular. But in order for them to completely turn this thing around, you can't be peeing down your leg against the A's, especially once you just did it already at home against the Angels. Now that increases the urgency and the importance of going on the road and taking care of business against the A's, and especially when you're starting the series off with Justin Verlander on the mound. Yeah. You just simply got to do it. You got to have it.
Yeah, and Verlander, generally he is the one in the rotation where you feel like, all right, I feel like I know what I'm going to get. Like at least the most confident you feel like you're going to get. I mean,
yes.
You got Verlander, Christian Javier can come through in moments. But you're not as confident as that. Framber, who knows what he wants to do each time out. Blanco is kind of up to that point. We'll see. By the way, he gets to start on Sunday, his first start since he has been suspended as well. So this is you get Blanco and Verlander, and I think Arrighetti's in between them.
Which I feel decent about that.
But I'm just saying, you have the A's on the road. I mean, I'm telling you, the A's when they came here, they played and got swept in 4 here. Then they left and went to Kansas City and got swept there. And then they lost more games until they came home yesterday and won against the Rockies. Right? They were
and it took them playing, by the way, again, he said the Rockies, y'all. I hope y'all are listening. It took them playing the freaking Rockies to get a dub.
And they won 10-9 in the ninth.
Yeah.
So I mean,
and the one thing they can do is hit. They hit decent. They do. The A's. If there's anything that they do decent, is hit.
I watched them 7 games in a row. It wasn't great.
Well, yeah, I mean they're the A's, but I'm saying if they have a quality, they can hit the ball.
When you got Verlander, when you're playing the A's, you got Verlander and Ronel Blanco. These have been your 2 best pitchers. Blanco's been your best pitcher. You got Ronel Blanco and Verlander going against the A's. You got to take 2 or 3.
Yeah, you couldn't set up a series.
Got to take 2 or 3
pitching lineup, if you will, like the pitching matchups for the Astros to go. If it's going to be Verlander, Arrighetti, Blanco, and you feel this urgency that I'm talking about, I could not paint it out any better or schedule it out any better. You know what I mean? In terms of feeling good about it or feeling like, hey, okay, you can take advantage of this. This is the way I would have it. This is the way I would write it out. Something like this.
Heads up, Seattle is in Washington. It's a team that they're better than, but the way Seattle's playing, Washington, you watch the Astros play them. They gave them hell. I think they won the series in Washington, and then the Rangers are in Minnesota. Minnesota's a pretty good team. They had a little bit of a dip here the last couple of weeks, but they're a pretty good baseball team, especially there. Y'all see what their closer does when he comes out?
Whose closer is that?
The Twins.
What does he do?
They go Houston native. They go straight up Undertaker.
Oh, okay.
They blast all the lights, and everybody turns on their phones.
That's good.
It's the sound.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah, hopefully the Rangers see that a lot.
Do you know how many teams in baseball have more home runs than the Oakland A's?
The Baltimore Orioles.
Yes. They're obvious. Some of the
Dodgers.
There you go. There's
Atlanta.
One. No. They've kind of been a little bit of a disappointment.
How many?
3.
3.
It's the Yankees, it's the Orioles, and it's the Dodgers. Then it's the A's, then it's the Astros.
Yeah.
So I say that to say the A's suck, but you need to go out there and pitch well, and you need to go out there and take care of business.
Yeah, you got to. Also, other news with the Astros. Jose Abreu is going to start tonight in Sugar Land. We'll talk about that later. We need a little bit more time. But Jose Urquidy is also starting tonight, which is the one that should be important. That should be the leader. Jose Urquidy is getting the ball. This hopefully for the Astros, if it goes the way that they hope, will be his final start before he comes back to the big league club. I think tonight for him is mostly about stretching out and seeing if he can build up and get to 75, 80 pitches.
And to me, connecting it to tonight's game, like the big league game,
yeah,
you need to win these games while you're still trying to get whole, right? Like, you got to do as little harm as possible while you try to get home, right? So to me, you're waiting on Urquidy to get back. Obviously, Luis Garcia is a ways away, but man, you got to tread water at the very least while these guys get right, man. And Jose Urquidy's right around the corner.
Yeah,
very good news.
So good news for them. A veteran pitcher. Again, the reason why I think it's important for him, Hunter Brown. I'm going to tell you, I'm very, very encouraged by 2 of the 3 of his last starts. But I don't know what the hell I'm getting out of him every time out. Spencer Arrighetti, I'm being encouraged. I've been encouraged by what he has done lately. I still can't predict. Jose Urquidy is not dominant, but I feel like I know what he's going to bring to the table. I think he's going to be around 4 or 5 innings.
Yeah.
And give you a chance.
And he's going to locate, like he's going to be in the zone.
Now he could go 6 and be better, but now he's not saying he can't get beat up. But
I was going to say the other thing that I know he's going to do, he's going to throw some beat balls right down the middle. Like I'm talking about no deception. Like it's just going to be what it is. And he's going to say, hit this. And he's going to give you, he's going to give you a chance to win, but he's going to give him a chance.
He's not a front of the rotation guy, but but I at least feel like I know it's not just such Jekyll and Hyde like some of the other guys. Like Hunter Brown can give up 9 runs in the first inning, or go 6 with 2 runs, 6 innings with 2 runs. So more understanding of what you're going to get.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, NBA playoffs tonight. This is a big one for the Minnesota Timberwolves. They are trailing the Mavericks 1-0. Luka, who played his ass off in the fourth quarter and in the game last week, or in game 1, Kyrie Irving, who came out like a ball of fire. Ant-Man did not have a great game, 19 points, and he has really been the story of the playoffs. How important? Because I think this is the start. How important is this game for Minnesota? And the reason why I ask that is, do you believe if Minnesota loses this game and they go down 0-2 and go back to Dallas, that it's over?
No, I don't believe that. Yeah. I don't believe that at all. Either. No, I don't believe that, man. I mean,
what they did to the Denver Nuggets has kind of changed my thought, and I don't.
You don't get to erase it. No,
I don't know. I don't know about some of the guys, but their lead dog is certainly fearless.
Yes,
and really they are. Like I think we got to give probably Cat a little bit more credit than we give him. Now he disappears. What did he? Did he get to 15 in that last game?
Ooh, I don't
know if he did.
I don't feel like he did.
But that's the thought.
But he also has the ability to change the game. Like if he's right.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Anthony Edwards. I think he was trying to big up Cat when he said this, but I don't think he was just blowing smoke when he suggested that Cat is their most talented offensive player because of his size and the different things that he can do with at his size on the offensive side of the floor. So when he's right, I mean, he can be phenomenal, but they also need Anthony Edwards to be the leading guy.
Yeah, he had 16 points on 20 shots.
That's not going to get it done. That's not going to get it done at all.
16 points on 20 shots, and he's got a small guy guarding too, which is the other part there. A smaller guy in P.J. Washington. It is so crazy to watch Carl's game. When I watched him at Kentucky, just sit in the paint and punish people. That one year he was at Kentucky, and now he won't.
And he was miserable. But you can tell he must have
clearly.
He
won't take P.J. Washington in the paint. But no, I'm with you. Like I think this is important. I think the Timberwolves want to get back out. They don't want to go 0-2, but I don't think they fear going 0-2. When I say that, I don't think they put an undue amount of pressure on themselves to have to win this game.
Yeah, outside of obviously going down 0-3, because then you're flirting with history there. To me, once you take down the champions, you should at least
on the road down 20 in the third quarter.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
You should feel like you can, like nothing is insurmountable.
The only thing is, they hit 18 threes and they lost that game. They hit 18 threes and they scored 105 points with their defense. They hit 18. That's the one thing is, and I think it's a big thing for Minnesota is they got 2 dudes over there that if it's close can come down and get buckets.
Talking about Dallas.
Dallas does. They can take turns. 2 guys that I know Minnesota has 1.
Right. You're on it.
I know they have,
and the game,
and it could be good enough.
Well, game 1 perfectly illustrated what you're talking about because the first half belonged to Kyrie and the second half belonged to Luka, and between the two of them, the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have one of the better defenses that you'll find, period, had no answers. Yeah. They had no solution for it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, real quick news. This is just coming out with the Pacers. Tyrese Halliburton is questionable for Game 3 with the sore hamstring. It's over.
They were questionable with him.
Yes, they were with a sore hamstring.
So if he's questionable, they are no longer questionable.
He needs to be like a star. for them to win. And
yeah, he
it
needs to
feels
be
like
he needs to be the dude that he was in that, what was the in-season tournament?
Yes.
He needs to be that guy.
The Game 7 guy, too, who just win it.
There you go.
You know, in every way, he should be flirting with a triple-double with high points. And if he's got a sore hamstring, I don't know who picks it up. I don't know how they help
and even if he plays, I could see if he's not 100%, Drew Holiday is going to have him in a glove.
And Jason Tatum is going to be Jason Tatum at some point, I think. I think.
Well, speaking to your point, though, even if he's not, it looks like Jaylen Brown's prepared to be Jaylen Brown.
I'm just saying.
So I mean,
this is huge for
how do you want it?
If they can get out of this thing without having to play Porzingis and get him more time to rest for the finals, there is a real big thought for the Celtics to try to sweep this and close it out.
Well, especially since on the other side, that has the feeling that it could go 7.
Yes.
Like Minnesota and Dallas has the feeling that it could go 7.
And especially against Minnesota, they would need Porzingis bad in that game with the size situation that they.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I think they would need him regardless of which team, but yes, for sure against Minnesota.
All right, coming up. I hope the Texans are watching the WNBA. That sounds weird. I hope the Texans have been watching the WNBA, and in particular C.J. Stroud, because it's going to be a precursor of what their season is going to look like. We'll discuss that next.
Coach DeMeco's got high praise and high hopes for Damian Pierce heading into OTAs.
Yeah, what I've seen from Damian this offseason, it's a guy who's put in the work. And I see Damian having a very clear headspace, and I think that will allow him to have a really productive year this year. He has everything it takes, having
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, B. Scott's in the building. Clint Stoerner is out. Tyler is out as well, as Tyler is kicking it in Hawaii. Clint, I'm sure, is out on the water, enjoying his time with his fam. And a little early shot before we get there Monday. We'll celebrate Happy Memorial Day for all of those who have served and put their lives on the line, and have some of you who know, and those of you who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Happy Memorial Day to you, as that is coming up, which will always is a really good weekend here in the H-Town area. But after we got that out of the way, I want to get to this. I said in the tease, and I'm sure many of you wonder what the hell we're talking about here. I hope the Texans, I hope C.J. Stroud in particular, have been watching the Indiana Fever in the WNBA, because I've watched almost all of these games that they've played. I've been watching Caitlin Clark. I've even watched the others. I've watched Angel Reese as well. I've watched Chicago Sky. I've watched some of the other rookies around the WNBA. Watched Steph's god sister down there in L.A., old Cameron Brinkley.
Okay, yeah, Cameron Brink, yeah. Tall drink of water she is.
I mean, very tall.
Yeah.
Very tall. She does it. She's out
She
there.
does it?
She's out there. She takes chances. She takes those Kelsey Plum chances in a tire.
Yeah.
And nobody's taking. Well, how'd you mess that up? Tight end. I think of a few ways he messed that up.
Yeah. I mean, quite a few ways to mess it up.
But I watch it, and there is clearly a different effort level, a different mindset for these women who are in these games playing against Caitlin Clark. Like, I mean, clearly, like the ones guarding her, clearly they are giving max effort. They are clearly turned up for this.
Yeah.
They have been, I mean, ain't missing no scouting report on this one. Like they are playing, and like if you hear me, you'll say, "Well, you know, they play like this all the time." Brandon, they're playing like they don't want her to score a point.
I would imagine that some of these dates were circled. If I had to guess, I would imagine some of these dates were actually circled even before the actual draft itself, because everybody knew what time it was. Kind of like a Wemby situation, except the time difference between the end of the NCAA women's basketball season and the WNBA season is negligible.
Some of these teams have had to go to bigger arenas to accompany what they're hearing as the reported crowds that are going to come, and many of these games have been on TV.
But do you see what I mean? Like, when do you think your just average, even your average WNBA player started to circle the Fever on their schedule. Like at what point during the women's NCAA tournament?
And now Aaliyah Boston and the rest of the team also are.
Yeah,
are
then you add them into it.
Too.
Right.
They're getting it too.
Yes.
Brandon, I don't know about you. I think Caitlin Clark is getting such hype and such in such publicity, and everything is such a focus on her that it is driving teams to view playing her and playing that team differently. Like they can make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
They want to prove, like, hold on, man, she's not the only one that can do the things that she can do. They want to be the one to stop them, to shut them down. And I don't think that CJ is, like, just between the two of them to that level of where he is completely carrying a sport. But I do think where the comparison for them is, I think there is a lot of hype, well-deserved for both of them, a lot of hype surrounding C.J. Stroud and this Texans team. But we know the hype is because of him.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people talking about his place in the sport already, which, like, you usually got to put in a little bit more than what the Texans have. You got to usually win more than 10 regular season games than the Texans have to do that. And they have been the most hyped team, I believe, in the offseason, so much so I'm watching highlights of the AFC Championship game with the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens, they have them in the same Super Bowl odds in Vegas as the Texans. The same Super Bowl odds in Vegas. I think there are people around the league the same way that teams around the league with the Fever are looking at the Texans differently than they ever have. Gearing up and preparing for the Texans differently than they ever have. Like, preparing for CJ, maybe want to bring, like, hey, all right, let's calm down. He ain't Patrick Mahomes yet. He ain't this. Let's see what this cat is really about. I think they're going to see almost all teams' absolute best shot the way that I think the Fever and Caitlin Clark is seeing.
So we had the schedule release last week.
Yep.
To me, what you're hitting on, what you're talking about, is the other side of the Texans schedule release. Like, the other side of it is the teams that are looking to play you or that are circling you on the calendar, right? Like, we looked at it from a Texans standpoint of, okay, when do the Texans face these certain opponents? How's it going to stack up? You know, the 3 games in the 11 days stood out. How many national televised games are they going to get, primetime games, all of that. But the other side of the release, to me, is actually what you're hitting on, and that is, like, what teams are circling you? Like, when are they checking for you on their schedule? And I think that's the difference between this schedule release and previous ones that we've done here at the station, or at least in recent years, is that the Texans were not a notable mark on the schedule. They were not a team to circle on your schedule unless you played here before or you had a personal tie to the game, like maybe there's a teammate or a coach or like a more personal reason, but not just the Texans themselves or the hype around the team or the quarterback and the head coach combination that they've got or anything like that. It was just another team on your schedule. And I think we probably even looked at it that way from a Texans lens, like, oh, they don't have no primetime games last year? We kind of get it. They don't really have no juice until they did, right? So this is the other side of that, though, is, okay, teams are now, differently from previous years, are now looking at the Texans on the schedule and saying, okay, let's circle that one because
the Indianapolis Colts have already done it in their week one. Zaire Franklin has already talked about
primetime, national televised or not. That's a game, or I should say that's an opponent that people are going to pay attention to how we play in that game. Like, that's going to be different from, say, when we play the Baker Mayfield's Tampa Bay Bucks.
We saw it, like the way that the Jacksonville Jaguars approached week 3 to the way they approached it coming in here later was completely different of how they view them.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you right now, like, in Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence has been passed up by C.J. Stroud, deservingly so.
Yeah.
Has been passed up. Like that's you're being chased now.
And it's because he went into Trevor Lawrence's house and beat him, thoroughly outplayed him in week 3 in his third week.
Yes, and I think that he should be ahead of him. But play like that for that example. Players are crazy. Like Trevor then say, "Well, hell, I went down in his house and beat him."
Yeah, but barely at the end.
I'm just telling you I'm just telling you what players think. Like Zaire Franklin literally said to CJ, "Hey, chill out, stop talking. Remember, you ain't never beat us with Anthony."
And I would have responded, "Remember, Anthony can't get through a damn half without banging his head against the pavement."
But he believed that.
Tell him to keep his ass upright.
He believed, I'm just saying, those women are playing so hard against Caitlin Clark. It's like a different thing than when they play whoever's playing for the Connecticut Sun, whoever's playing for the Dallas Wings. It's a different thing.
I think Agumba Wale's sister plays there.
Certainly, sure.
I think.
I don't have one. I think a young lady from Syracuse plays over there. That was.
I'm guessing.
But this year, that's going to be the big thing is that they're going to have to adjust to that. You're getting everybody.
The best shot.
Caleb Williams, this is his move week 2 to really put himself on the map Sunday Night Football against the guy that set the standard at quarterback for rookies.
And I know this is the Texans angle, but he's going to be facing a little bit of this too. Like that's what makes the Bears Texans angle so interesting because I feel like they're going to be both teams with targets on their backs elsewhere.
And maybe CJ has probably done that a little bit to him where
100%.
There's a belief like, look at all that stuff around him, and they can't just take them as the same old Bears. Can't just take them. All right, coming up. What are you thinking when you truly hear there's a real chance that you will be watching and seeing Jose Abreu on your television screen on Sunday in an Astros uniform? The Sugar Land games aren't televised. What's your thought? We'll discuss ours coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This chair that I'm sitting in has not been a Myers-friendly zone for the last couple of years, but I got to give credit where credit is due. Jake Myers has been excellent the last few weeks. He has been excellent, and he must be acknowledged for that.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Anybody that's listened to this show knows my feeling for LeBron James and the James family. I mean, in my mind, at times, I feel like I'm a little bit closer than they are aware of it to them. I wouldn't say that LeBron's like a brother or anything, but I mean, I'm a big fan. But I'm as big a supporter as anybody. This nonsense that we're really running out here of, Bronny James has now become a part of the betting line to be the number one overall pick in this draft is insane. As I said, I am as big a supporter of LeBron, Savannah, Bronny, everything that they got going over there. I am. There's no way in hell that man is going first. Honest to God, he shouldn't go at all. He should go back to Ohio State or wherever he is thinking about transferring from USC. Maybe he wants to go back there, get another year in. I don't know. But the thought that they would even add him to, like somebody just want to create a story, I believe, to add him like he's going to actually have a chance to be the number one pick. Let's just calm down. My man had been listed all season at 6'4". Till he slid at that combine at 6'1.5". That is a drop. That is a drop. Now, he's played well. He shot the ball well. And it is a weak draft, but he is not going. I mean, he's not even going to the first round. So I can't. I can't. I mean, right now, someone texting he sucks. I wouldn't say he sucks. He's not ready to go, and he's damn sure not going number one. So they could stop with this. This Bronny James going. He's entered the betting line of being a number one pick of the draft.
It speaks to how ridiculous we are with the Bronny thing, but also how bad this draft is. It's like, hey, these guys might as well. Hell,
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah. I do want to get to Jose Abreu. Someone on the text line said, Ron, I think we need to pull the reins back on how good CJ is going to be because Houston has already gone through one Messiah. It was Watson. You see what that got us. First off, the toothpaste is out the tube, baby.
Yeah. I mean, good luck with that.
Yeah, that toothpaste. You can't get that thing back in, Jack. And listen, I know in my time being here, many are still having flinches and nightmares and still a bit haunted about the Deshaun Watson situation because, yes, I do. I thought Deshaun Watson was going to bring a championship to Houston. And, I mean, that was when he got drafted. But you can't look at CJ and say CJ's going to be that. Like, you got to let that go.
Yeah, that was very much an unprecedented situation that happened there.
Yeah.
Had never seen it before, haven't seen it since, obviously.
Yep.
Hard to predict that. Hard to say, hey, it's going to go like this. Like, do y'all – come on, guys. Let's just for a second. Do y'all remember 2 years ago, 3 years ago, what that was like 3 years ago? Like,
I do.
Dude, that –
every day rolling in here.
You ain't predicting that, buddy.
No. Boy, some of the most uncomfortable moments in my entire life reading some of those depositions, reading some of those reports.
Some of those complaints.
Yes, that was.
Yeah. I went to court a couple times for it.
Whew,
I rode in the elevator with Tony Busby.
Yeah, that was that's something I'm so glad we don't have to deal with anymore. But nah, man, that's out, man. You should be excited. You should be excited. Now, don't go crazy. Now, I'm not saying he's the best quarterback in the league. You can't say that, I believe. But you should have high level of confidence. But understand, like, teams are looking at him because of the hype that is being pushed around him and this team in a different light.
And ultimately, as a fan, I do think that that's what you want. Yeah. You know, that's what you ask for. You want a player like that. You want to be you want to sort of be the one with the target on your back as you are hunting. Like, you kind of want this duplicity of being the hunted and the hunter.
This will be fun because this is the first time we've gotten to see them do this.
Yes.
Right.
And that's what you were asking for. Like, back when the Deshaun stuff happened, and like before the off-field stuff, and we just knew we wanted to trade, right, for that brief little period, there was this feeling of, well, wait a minute. The whole point of this whole thing is to find a guy like this. Why would you trade a guy like this? And then once you had to deal him, or once you realized he wasn't going to be a part of the team, it was like, oh, my God, where are we going to find a guy like this? Like, we're going to have to try to figure this thing out again. And then you found one. So, like, this is the whole point.
How can we just say this real quick? And I promise I'm going to get to Jose Abreu coming up behind us. Texans All Access. Hang out with the fellas as they will be there for you. And then coming up after that, Byron, you on this too, ain't you? Area 45. Byron out here working.
Yes, sir.
Pacing himself. Need a Red Bull and some straight sugar.
He's Byron's young, man. He's got it.
Yeah, he's got it. But Area 45, Bijani, I see him working hard back there. I want him to get his ears pierced. There you go. Get an ear piercing. Get a hoop too, like Jordan. But Bijani and Creighton coming up behind us. Area 45, Byron will be on that for them as well. They'll have the post-game show. The Astros hopefully get a W. And I want for them, I need a report from them about Jose Abreu. And I will tell you this, I don't know, I'm probably not doing it tonight, which is bad. But if I were going out there, I would call in and give you a report.
Oh, yeah.
Straight up from Jose Abreu. I would do that.
I want reports on. I want exit velo. I want launch angle. I want the type of pitch that he's taking. I want it all, man. Give me all the details.
Can we just touch this just for a quick second? And you all have to have dealt. I don't know if we've had this conversation, and it has to be much more for you because I don't have the, not just 20+ years of the Texans, but all of Houston football and all of everything that has happened.
Mm-hmm.
How they, there is no way I thought they were going to recover and find a player, a quarterback this fast, hit this fast after everything happened with Easterby and what happened with Deshaun Watson, all of that they were able to find the person that we would be able to this quick arguably say, he's potentially as good as Deshaun was at his peak.
Yeah.
Like that fast that you found a quarterback to where I would argue since 2019 that this is the first time you were like, all right, you're talking Super Bowl, you're talking as a contender. And I think this time it's even more than the 2019 one, you could argue.
Yeah.
They found it. They did it this fast.
Yeah, it feels like catching lightning in a bottle, and especially
that Houston's not really used to as
that's what I'm saying.
To catch it.
Following, let's just stick with the Texans. They go from let's just say they go from 2002 to 2016 without having one of those guys. Matt, and this is with respect to Matt Schaub, but without having an elite quarterback from 2002 to 2016, even the best of their years, the early J.J. Watt years, all of that.
There's a difference between Matt Schaub's and then quarterbacks where you feel
come on.
Come
on.
You don't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
Like if Matt Schaub was a quarterback, we'd be looking at that second corner and that left guard and that defensive tackle situation.
The third linebacker, everything. Yeah, no, it would feel a lot different. But you go from that to within the span of, call it from 2017 when they drafted Deshaun to 2023 when they drafted C.J. Stroud, you found two guys. You ended up getting two franchise quarterbacks in less than half the time that it took, in the previous amount of time, right? The 2002 to 2016 range where you didn't find one. So it's odd and it's hard to predict. When you're going to get that guy, how close you can come to not getting that guy.
That fast.
Yeah.
That fast is crazy. That fast. But, yeah, good for you. You deserve it.
I do feel like they're making more quarterbacks that play at a high level now. Like, I do feel like there are more guys out there that are like that are being churned out, or at least it feels that way. But the Texans got them one. For sure.
I mean, that fast. I mean, that quick.
It's a blessing. It's like it's because for a lot of people, it's like, what Deshaun think?
Like I thought the Texans could get out of it, but I didn't think that the Texans would be in the playoffs that fast. One, it'd be Super Bowl contenders. 2 years. That I'm telling you, boy, that is huge. All right, again, Texans All Access coming up behind us. Area 45, Bijani and Creighton and Byron will be on that coming up at 7 o'clock after that. Real quick, Jose Abreu, he's joining the AAA Sugarland team tonight, but
I hope he finds a home.
He will not be made available to the media, the Astros announced.
Why is it they don't have a translator down there?
Stop.
I'm just saying.
There's a translator.
Okay, so what's the deal?
I don't know.
What's that about?
I'm just reporting the news. That's what the news is.
They saying don't come out there.
I'm reporting.
Don't come out there thinking you're gonna talk to Jose. You're gonna get some inflammatory, salacious quotes translated for you from Jose. He ain't talking.
I want you to not get your thought of what is absolutely logical. I don't want you to give me what your thought of what you desperately want. I want you to give me your thought of how everything you have watched and everything is moving and what you've heard. I want you to give me your honest thought to this question. How many games do you think he plays in Sugarland before joining the big league team?
How many games do I think he actually plays, or how many games? You said not how many I think he should, but how many games?
No, I'm talking about what you think the Astros are actually going to do. Take what is logical and what should be done.
I think he plays whatever amounts to a series. So I don't think he comes back this weekend like they said he might.
Do you think he plays this weekend and joins the team Monday?
Yes. Well, the joins the team Monday part is the interesting thing. Like what happens next? I've got no idea. How long does he stay in Sugarland? Not very long. I don't think it's past a series.
Because I think he should be longer. But I do. I think Monday he is playing first base against the Seattle Mariners. How's that make you feel? They're really doing this.
It is managerial malpractice if he comes back. Managerial malpractice for whoever is responsible for it.
If it's going to happen.
Yeah,
This is Joe Espada said there's a possibility he could be back Sunday. And he'll play tonight, play tomorrow. If they bring him in Oakland Sunday,
he's going to get he's got the money already, right?
Yes, it's guaranteed.
So let's just let bygones be bygones. I don't understand why we gotta like belabor the point that, and not us. I mean the Astros, because we could move on very quickly. You know what I mean? As a show, as a station, as a community, we could move on very quickly. But the Astros themselves, why we gotta belabor the point?
I just don't. There is nothing like they've taken off. John has taken off when he's gotten every day at bats